but it's a fake. It's a fake save.
Yeah, they're not buying it. They're not buying it at all. Very late going for this one. Here they come. Crossfire there. Good headshot hit. Stan's going to be cleared. Oh, it could be awkward. Techno, no time. It's all FaZe for the clutch, and he's done it just by existing. MongolZ, a cheeky attempt and a knife kill. Senzu's trapped, and he still gets one. Sus swings in. Nice block smoke from his teammate to survive. FaZe knows he's still around the edge, and Senzu gets a no-scope.
Still going.
Ah! Yeah, under his crosshair, peeking in, Senzu. Because that's an ace with the orb, Senzu.
Oh,
smoke for him, that's
almost
gangster.
the double. The nade.
Double, the nade just go! FaZe, that's sensational! Oh, a Kalara, another one. Let's have another one. This time it's 9-10. Good find, good pick. Goes for a second.
Ah!
Double trouble! FaZe! Oh! Gets himself
with the Glock!
To the Glock! And FaZe gets the ace!
It's now 23, 1v2. Grenade to break the smoke and spot the diffuser, and in fact, it's lethal.
Now they just gotta go. They know it's
Teses, he's got the coverage. He's going to hear the stampede coming down from camera. Nice headshot on a leash. Looking a little sharper than he did on Dust 2.
Oh.
Double kill insight is the exact recipe for success. And Teses.
They're gonna jump it. Jump's the best way to get past this tight angle. Great jump. There's a run boost in. They beat the Molotov as well. Bigger in the sight, but for how long? Because Inns and Vexite are here, and they are a rock right now. Vexite falls. Inns with a double. No scope won't connect. This is getting awkward now for FlyQuest, but the lineup for Inns gives him the ace in the B-bomb site.
And as they worm into him, it's a free first frag trade available. Good work from Exercise. Looks like he's good for this one. Trade onto Exertion, tucked and ready. Exercise just breaks the fight. He ain't playing scared. Yeah, McAzorb has got one.
They're all here though.
Smoked off, body can't brave the flame.
No
Maka
scope
hits a
smoke,
no
door bang.
scope.
Boatloads of success. They're the ones kind of setting the pace on this CT side. Oh, and then from bad to worse, Collateral out of hype. Go on, give us a sequence. Yeah, far with that AWP. Hyped on for the ace.
And his body that draws blood catches Xertion, not aware of his positioning. Torchi's in a lot of trouble. That molly forces him, limits his options, swinging through the broken smoke. Body trying to time it well. Good tracking from Torchi. And he's going to Torchi on the rifle.
This time, Device is just a freebie. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, they're all lining up! No way!
He's got the Kevlar, the Berettas, the smoke and the bomb. Oh, he taps another! No. 3 bullets. Only needs the one! But Snow gets the upgrade to the off, and then Teses slides in
Oh, he's
triple!
so good at angles like that.
Mid-fight done. Teses a quad.
Hello, esports fans, and welcome to day 3 of PGL Cluj-Napoca. We're getting to the thick end of the wedge now. Games are getting very interesting indeed. Tournament life is about to start to be on the line, so we're going to be breaking it down on the desk. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me as they have been in the mornings in the studio, we've got Maui Snake. He's gone full chest out for this one. You can tell it's getting exciting. And we've got Dust over there, just a bundle of energy on a good day.
It was just a couple of days too late busting that out. I mean, man, if you would have had that for Valentine's Day, might have been a different day.
Anything could have happened.
A lot of good things happened then. I also forgot my glasses today, which I did intentionally because Falcons and Astralis are playing.
Yeah, that's sick. That's a good one. I
Like that one?
Yeah,
Well
awesome.
done.
Well, look, why don't we take a look? Let's take a look at the results from yesterday, because as I said, it's getting interesting. Tournament life's on the line. This is kind of the tail of the tape. FlyQuest, in the most FlyQuest result imaginable, battered Big 13-1 like on the first map, and then Big just came back and battered them 2-1. Not a problem. Virtus.pro, absolutely god-awful to watch. I rescind my Dark Horse status from you. A struggle 2-0 over complexity. MIBR beat Imperial Valkyries, and Astralis, they got there, they got a win, they limped across the finish line against Saw, a dead team walking. Any of the results stand out to you there, guys?
I would say that FlyQuest, a team that felt like they were on the upwards trajectory, losing in the fashion that they did to Big. Yes, they blew them out on one map, but then to just get blown out on 2 and 3, it's like we took one step forward, but did we actually take a couple steps back here?
Yeah.
It's a hard team to read for me right now.
I mean, it's just Australia and CS in a nutshell for the last, I don't even know how many years at this point.
Yep.
You know, we get a team that has some talent that looks like they might be excited, looks like they might be able to break through from their region, and then it just never really quite happens in the same way. You know, whereas Mongol, someone from East Asia, has actually been able to do that. They've been able to actually really break into the national scene. So, yeah, just kind of still waiting for if Aussie can ever really produce that team that'll do it.
But come on, Dust, their fans drink beer out of shoes.
I mean,
The best
their crowds are awesome.
fans
Like, don't get me
in
wrong.
esports.
They're a great fan base, and again, they got some talented players, but it never seems to come together at the right time.
Panda harder. Right, let's have a look at the results from the A stream and see what happened there. You can see MOUZ, the Brolan era continues. It keeps on trucking. Let the bodies hit the floor. They beat 3D Max 2-0. MongolZ versus Wildcard, for me, probably the game of the day, actually. Wildcard was so close, started strong on both maps, but MongolZ, they're a different breed right now. They just do not know when they are beaten. They just come back so hard. And Senzu recovering from an injury, just what a fantastic day at the office for him. FaZe Eternal Fire didn't disappoint, 2-1 there, but could have been different. And Falcons, Pain beat them 2-1. Oh, sad to see the big money team lose again.
Wow, yeah, I could tell you're really disappointed about that one. In all honesty,
I was crying in the club.
The last 3 series all were incredibly entertaining. Yeah, seeing Pain beat down Falcons in that fashion. FaZe taking Eternal Fire incredibly close like that. The way that they were able to eke it out at the very end, showing a little bit of that clutch factor. Why they're definitely one of the favorites in my eyes to win the entire tournament. Kind of actually improving from Katowice and the result there.
Yeah, exactly. Getting a little bit of revenge from there, kind of establishing themselves as one of the front runners of this tournament. I know that, you know, Richard over here had a 0% chance on FaZe.
Oh, okay, right. We're bringing bar talk to the table now. All right,
I just want to say that I think it's higher than 0%. I mean, I feel like that's a threshold we can.
All the dark secrets. Yeah, I said FaZe had a 0% chance of winning.
Are you willing now to give them a percent?
I think Eternal Fire still win. I think the
playoffs.
Yeah, I think the you know, look. We can actually talk about this because we've got time allocated to do it. So let's talk about the FaZe versus Eternal Fire. I think FaZe still have some problems in terms of betting in a Liege. There's obviously some notable maps that they struggle on. I don't think Nuke is going to work long term. It wasn't working for a Liege on Complexity. It's not working for a Liege on FaZe. And they're going to have to turn that around. And honestly, I thought their Anubis, it's not as good as it needs to be if you want to have that deep map pool. So I think FaZe have still got some, you know, issues. To put it nicely, and it's going to take time.
I agree with you. I do think the Nuke is definitely something that is still an issue for them. And Anubis has been an interesting one because they actually attempted to have Kerrigan be the A anchor defensively on Anubis, but now they've pivoted away from that. They've actually stuck Rain in that position, which kind of makes sense because he's playing A on the T side. So they're trying to, I think, tinker with things still and figure out like what is the most optimal setups and openings that they can put together to make the team, you know, be as strong as possible. But I mean, look, Eternal Fire is probably the best Anubis team in the world, so taking a loss there for FaZe is really not that bad. And I do think that eventually Elysian and company will figure Anubis out and ultimately, you know, kind of shape up their map pool around that.
Yeah. And one thing I will say as well, though, their Inferno does look really, really solid.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's obviously a good foundational map to have. A lot of teams like to play it. It can be a handshake map as well. So it's good that they've nailed that. But I think overall, there's still some question marks about what this FaZe is going to do. You know, and if we were doing an episode of Hot Take Point Made, my hot take might be maybe FaZe don't win an S-tier tournament this year.
Oh, okay. Come on. I feel like you're being a little hard on them. And I feel like also the 0% chance for them to win this event is like if we had Vitality and Spirit, I could get on board with something like that. But when the competition is what it's looking like, they really only have to show me that they can beat the Mongols before I completely believe that they're going to be the favorites in this.
We'll see where we're at the end. One team that I will always be celebrating their failure for a variety of reasons that we'll get into.
Is it NIP?
No, well, yeah, one of the many, actually.
Okay.
I mean,
Is it Astralis?
A generational hater. No,
is it Astralis?
Well, more on that later.
Okay.
Falcons.
Okay.
And
I've lost track of how many of them there are.
Yeah,
So.
I'll explain why.
Hooksy doesn't even play for Falcons, though.
Well, yeah, weird how that happened. Falcons obviously have been this team that have essentially spent a lot of money. They bought 2 cores so they could get these VRS points and get the invites previously before VRS. It hasn't worked. Every time Zonic does an interview, it's a disaster. It's like he's just said the worst thing imaginable every single solitary time. And now we've got Nico doing interviews saying, yeah, Zonic wants to prove to everyone he's still the GOAT coach. And it's like, I don't know, that boat might have sailed already. It's definitely leaving the harbor if it hasn't. And so, I mean, look, I see them here with everyone's like, look, this team should be oven ready. You know, they picked up the heroic core. They've got Dexter. They've got Nico in there. They've already got Magisk as a legacy. They've got Zonic behind them. They should be beating Pain. The end.
Come on, also. Nico said similar stuff about Taz, too. He's like, people don't see what Taz does. I don't know.
Maybe he could tell us.
Nico's been on Defense Force for all of his coaches that we know have been subpar in their recent results, given the players, personnel that they have. And so in some ways, yeah, like if you have to go on Defense Force for your teammates, it's probably a bad sign. So for me, with this game, Pain showed a huge, it was a nice step up in terms of NQZ. I have liked what I've seen from him as an individual at this tournament, because to me, he's been a problem for this team in the past where he can't usually hold it up against top 15 opposition. Falcons well within that range, and also NQZ delivering multi-frag moments with the pistol, op, and rifle. So very complete game for me from him yesterday.
Yeah, it's like kind of a weird thing, because on the Falcons front, yeah, you would expect more, because this heroic core that they have built this team around with Nico and Magisk was a team that was super on the rise at the end of last year. I mean, a top 4 finish at Rio, the magical story at the Major, where they actually made the playoffs over Na'Vi, who were one of the favorites to win the whole thing, keeping them out of the playoffs. You know, there was so much going for them. And in your head, you're thinking to yourself, well, Nico surely is better than Nerds, so you're actually kind of an upgrade in that position, even though Nerds is a fantastic player, no knock to him at all. And then Magisk should at least be like a lateral move for Shush, and the roles make sense that he could just kind of be a 1-for-1. And so you just think, surely this should all kind of gel together pretty nicely, but it's about also probably balancing in Nico as a second voice, different coaching staff behind kicks in, so hopefully they can eventually figure it out. And then on the Pain side, man, they are just so touch and go for me. Like, they have so many things going for them, in my opinion. Like they keep making roster moves that make sense. Like they keep getting better. Like the Snow was a move that made them better. Davideus is a move that made them better. But it just feels like they haven't been able to like consistently get results that make you feel like they're going to be a true tournament contender. Like, yes, they're hovering around the top 10. They've been doing that for a while. But it's going to take like a really consistent streak and a really big result before you can really get on board with that team.
Team that would benefit from a European boot camp, I think, for sure. And look, while we're talking about Nico, he didn't have a great game yesterday, but we did want to highlight this. It's one of the plays of the tournament. This is Nico's pistol clutch. This is why when you have Nico on your team, these are the types of things he can do.
And a lot of people, Richard, may not believe that Nico is a clutch player because they're used to watching him for the last couple years as an entry, as more of a space taker. But if you actually look back at 2024, I think a lot of people would consider Rops to be one of the best clutchers of last year. But you look at the 1v1 win percentage, Rops is at a pretty paltry 51%. Nico, with practically the same amount of 1v1 wins, is winning at a 66% clip. And that 1v4, that one I will remember for sure.
Oh, yeah, it's great play. And we're going to see more of Nico later, which brings us to today's schedule. It is a PGL event, so we have 2 streams. This is going to be Schedule B. We're going to be starting with 3D Max versus MIBR in the 1v1s. That will prove to be a close encounter, no doubt there. Wildcard versus Virtus.pro. Wildcard are going to fancy that one after their performance yesterday against MongolZ. Complexity versus Imperial Valkyries down there in the 0-2s. And I think for context, I don't think Complexity have won a map at LAN yet, neither have Imperial Valkyries. So that one could be interesting indeed. And then Dead Team Walking Saw will be taking on FlyQuest. FlyQuest are going to be hoping for a W there.
I hope they win. I hope they win. They retooled their roster. They did everything that we wanted. They got a European opera. So all in all, going to be some fun games going on today on the B stream, and I'm sure that Harry, Hugo, Dinko, Moses are going to carry through the action rather well.
And let's take a look at what we've got on the A stream. We're going to work backwards for this one. We're going to be ending with Pain versus MongolZ. That's going to be good. MongolZ are eyeing a quick one and some time off. MOUZ versus FaZe, another absolute banger. That's the real test for Brolan, going up against Karrigan, the master. Then Falcons, or Falcons, if you're Maui, versus Astralis. And then we're going to be starting the day with Eternal Fire versus Big, which is what we're going to be talking about now. So, have to say, Big. It's like they're not a fun team to watch on almost any level, but you know, when they're placed with similarly positioned teams, they do find a way to win. They do manage to grind out victories, and I will say I do prefer this lineup to the lineup previously because, you know, the Searson question no longer presents its head.
That's true. We have a unfortunately different question. It's what we're going to get from Hyped every single game. And so even though Big retooled their roster, they brought Hyped back into the fold as he had a stint with Big in the past. He is now performing to a level that we might actually look in the rearview mirror and say, maybe we liked Searson. Maybe we liked what we were getting with him, because when we look at Hype stats for this event thus far, it's not that pretty, actually. He's on a 0.98 rating overall, and for an Opper who is supposed to be carrying these games, who showed us some flashes at the beginning, that's well beneath what you would expect. And on the other side, Eternal Fire have Jota, who has been a slam dunk addition for this team.
Probably, unironically, the best, maybe the best roster move of the roster mania, actually, in terms of what it gave the team and how much they've leveled up in the post-Calyx world.
So far, yes. I agree. Yeah,
I think.
I mean, they are elite now. They're actually elite. I mean, if you look at just what they've done since they've added Jota, you got top 2 finish at the Blast Bounty. You're in the grand finals of that. You're in the playoffs of Katowice. You're in a strong position right now. 1-1-1, sure, but in a position where we're expecting a playoff berth for them here at Cluj-Napoca. This is a great look for Eternal Fire with their new addition.
Yeah, I mean, what they've done is they took Calyx, who wasn't necessarily a bad player, but he was just kind of more of a supportive element. You know, it was really a team that was driven by the star power of Xantares, you know, the opping power of Woxic, and then you'd occasionally have Wokadia kind of chime in and be that third guy that could contribute some firepower to get them some big results. And certainly last year they had a run of good results that were really making them look impressive. A couple of second place finishes here and there. I think EPL is probably one of the big ones that we think about, where they had that grueling best of 5 against Navi that went all 5 maps. And they just kind of ticked off, though, at the end of the year, right? The major didn't go, you know, nearly as planned. A couple other results kind of towards the end of the year made you kind of wonder about them. But now they've come in, and Jota really does represent a guy who, in some cases, was able to fill Calyx's roles 1-for-1 as far as, like, where he's actually playing on the map. And a couple other instances, Wokadia has kind of made way for Jota. But he represents a guy who's a playmaker in those positions, not a supportive element. Can definitely be a guy who can be a true, consistent third star for this team next to Woxic and Xantares. And they have become the best team on Anubis in the world. My question is can they flesh out the rest of their map pool? Because right now, outside of Anubis and then like maybe Nuke and Train, they still don't have enough maps yet for me to be super confident in them. Like, we've seen a little bit of hints of brilliance on like maybe Mirage and something like that, but just not enough quite yet to get me like really behind them.
Yeah, and look, I think this is the key component. I mean, you know, I've been calling this the era of firepower. I think you have to have teams that can frag out. You've got to have those playmakers, people that can just open up sites. You know, I think the value now in being an opener is so much more, and it's always been historically important, obviously, but like right now, if you can get onto those sites and hold the way the meta works, particularly in MR12, it's a big deal. And having those explosive T sides is just super, super value. Eternal Fire have that in spades. Meanwhile, over on Big, that's the question mark for me, guys. I just feel, you know, do they have enough in the tank when they go up against these explosive teams? And so far, the answer has been no.
Unfortunately, what made Big a heartthrob team in my eyes has in some ways kind of actually vanished, unfortunately, where sure, they've still kept the German identity, but when they actually swapped out Gabi for Kakafu, the strategies for Big, in my eyes, kind of just flattened. It sort of just became refinement culture, if you want to call it that, where it's just that now they play more like a typical European team, a lot less in terms of really gimmicky, kind of nerdy nade stacks, more in terms of just kind of defaulting or like kind of known and tried tested set pieces. It's not really, it just doesn't look like that same super inspired look overall. And that's something where I wish that Big kind of like got back into the lab and showed us a little bit more in terms of creativity, because as it stands right now, I like the core of Tabson, Crimbo, and JDC. I think it's a really solid trio, but you need to go above and beyond tactically. And right now, I'd say Eternal Fire actually have their number tactically.
Oh, sure. I agree with that completely. As it looks like we're about to see the pick bans. We're not going to see any Anubis or Ancient. That's the permabans for both teams. So it'll be interesting to see where we go from there, because we actually have not seen Big play Dust 2 yet since they picked up QB and Hyped, and they also have not played Train yet since they picked up those two players. Now, for the first time with this pick, we are going to see them have to play Dust 2 with their new lineup for the first time. Eternal Fire picking Inferno. I don't mind that. It's been a weaker map for Big. It used to be their permaban, actually, before they started banning Anubis, and it is one of the maps I have seen some promise from Eternal Fire so far. And
it's been a problem map for Big in the past, and I'm just a little bit surprised that well, maybe not super surprised, but Big banning out Train actually at the very end. And yes, they haven't played it, but Eternal Fire are really solid on Nuke. I thought EF could have maybe even gone for a Nuke pick, but overall, I would say that this veto really favors Eternal Fire. Like, this is a huge uphill battle. One of the only maps I've liked for Big overall in Ancient being Eternal Fire's permaban. This was always going to be Big going into this matchup with one hand tied behind their back.
I just want to see something more from Eternal Fire. Like, they're 1-4 so far with this lineup on Dust 2. That's not very promising. And yeah, some of those losses have been against really good teams, and some of them in close games. But they just need to figure something out. And worth noting here that this is what we had been seeing from Eternal Fire on the CT side since Jodo joined the team, but they actually just made the move yesterday, I saw, where Jodo is actually now going to be the B anchor instead of Wakadia. They put Major back as the A anchor, and now Wakadia will be going back to a B rotator. So because their Dust 2 results have not been going so well, this is what they were trying to use. It hasn't worked, and so they are going to be pivoting that coming into this match. Whereas, again, this is another map where you're going to have to see on the Big side, JDC just continue to step up as that entry force. He's been doing such a great job at it so far. We need to see him continue to do that. And then, you know, Hyped, we bring him up. He shows flashes of brilliance. He shows good aim, good fast flicks, you know, things of that nature. But to me, I think it comes down to the mid-round decision making. That's going to be the big problem for them to get past.
With Hyped, I feel like the lowest common denominator element of any opera that enters like a top 20 team is you have to have good mechanics. And it's like, yes, he's shown that, but it's always what happens after that first shot is taken. And in a way, why I consider Hype to be a severely unfinished product right now. After he takes his first shot, I've seen him so many times just kind of keep pushing, and it's like,
oh, you mean he's got a case of the ultimates?
Yeah, he actually is a lot like Ultimate. Yeah, he just kind of keeps looking for the next fight immediately instead of thinking a little bit more strategically about where to move next. And I just really hope that in this game, and hopefully Kakafu, Tabson took him to the side and said, hey, we need you to rotate like a modern opera. We need you to watch some classic device demos and stop watching Ultimate demos, because we want sustained success, not a flash in the pan.
Yeah, and looking at this veto here, I mean, just to talk a little bit about Dust 2, and we already talked about some of the key matchups we're going to have there. I mean, I just don't really see where Big could have gone once Ancient was going to be out of the pool. Like, this is one of these maps where it still is true that it plays to the strengths of the natural aimers, and I just feel Eternal Fire have got that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Dust 2 used to be a map that Tabson showed immense comfortability ability on in terms of calling. And I oftentimes called long A his office because they're one of the teams that used to just take long A and not care about anything else on the map. They have changed their strategies up a bit since then. They're not like playing this one-dimensional style completely, a little bit more cat control, for example. But it's just that I still feel like they're playing catch up to a team like EF where they've got disruptive riflers that make really consistent plays like Xantaras and even like Major.
Yeah. Let's bring in our commentators and see what they think. There we are. It's Sponge and Machine, looking fresh.
Good morning.
What do you think of this one, guys?
Well, we're having a debate today about how to say the coach of Big's name. Alex, can you say it the way you'd say it?
I'd say Kakafu.
I'd say Kakafu. And he thinks I keep calling him a cuck, which is not the way. That's not the case.
It just sounds like you're kind of saying, I'm going to Kakafu.
Oh, that's how I would say his name. Am I wrong?
It's an unfortunate name because you're either saying Kaka or Kaka.
Kaka or Kaka?
The desk is meant to be bringing all the edgy weirdness to the broadcast. What are you guys? What are you guys doing? Like, what's happening?
Well, what do you want? What do you want from us? I'll see if I can give you some analysis.
Yeah,
well,
okay.
No, I can't. The game's live. You're just gonna have to talk about cuckoldry.
All right. Good morning,
boys. Have fun.
Before 11 a.m.
Yeah, it's very early in the day. It is very early in the day to be going down that rabbit hole, but we'll go there anyway because Eternal Fire is down on the CT side and Big, coached by none other than Kakafu. Looking forward to this one. Hyped. They talked about him. He's kind of in our crosshairs today, Chad. We're going to see what kind of performance he lays down. A nice little pistol headshot. Off to the races. Woxic aggressions up mid. Okay, it's a lot. There's a lot of bullets and a lot of bodies.
What?
He somehow gets a third with those dual Berettas.
That just felt desperate, didn't it?
I don't know how he managed. It looked flustered. It looked like he was outnumbered, outgunned. Somehow, it's all falling into place. Jota, however, makes it interesting onto Crimbo.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Wildcard. JDC should be able to get the bomb here, no dramas.
He could run A, but he's not to know.
Yeah, exactly. And Jota and Madra have now grouped up into a P250. Oh, and if he goes back around the world, as you can see, we've got the players' crosshairs on for this pistol round.
Ooh.
Long range, P250 against the USPs. He's leveled the odds.
I mean, look at this util set. He's got smoke flash.
I don't even know if you use it.
Kev P250.
I feel like you'd want to take the duel. Yeah, after to block CAD or something, if you can get it in time.
Yeah, I don't know, though. They're likely just going to start swinging together. Oh, he's going to smoke for the plant.
Well, he's guaranteeing the money. Tabson will be happy with that.
And then what, though? Flash and jump out, drop. Yeah, does so. Peeks in, two spotted. Okay, there's the info. Does have to still hit the headshots, though, and they're closing the gap. Jota walks in, and Madja will remove his head. Thanks, Wildcard. I'd love to see that again. Maybe we get it in the replay, but it felt like, I mean, 3, while spamming on the dual Berettas, was more than he was worth.
I definitely agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
It's jolly good. Still haven't mastered the dual Berettas. Those pistols, yeah, because the way you spam, let's see it from here. It looks willy-nilly to me.
Look how there's so much going on. Wasn't it? Oh my God. Wasn't it once upon a time Zywu said, you just click fast?
Click fast.
Yeah. Well, that Bacardi, and he was strafing.
Yeah. And
so he combined the two of them.
Kind of wiggling his mouse a little bit. Well, that's the power of a plant. Galil, Tech 9.
Yeah, I like the fact that JDC made sure he planted in. You see some players, they try and play out the clutch, which, yeah, sure, winning the round would be great, but now you have a buy that you can definitely work with, and this is a weak map for Eternal Fire. They don't have the best record on it whatsoever. Straight up cat quite early. Should be able to get themselves into an A execute. Woxic on the ramp, support of Xantaras through CT, but currently worried about the mid to B.
All right, well, they're keeping it very simple. We've got full short control. Just execute it out. The Tech 9 dropping down. It's actually Tabson that's going to be using that drop to try and punish the ramp. It's covered nicely. Good awareness from Xantaras. However, JDC removes Woxic from the equation, takes control, and bomb planted for a second round consecutively. Wildcard walks in. Can't tame the spray. JDC, a bit of a messy one. And a shame for QB and the Tech 9. Now all onto Hyped. He is a dead man scouting. Ouch. First one hits and done. Jota ensures the round is theirs. Eternal Fire, though, still bombs going down for Big, but at this point, you're not going to be too satisfied. Felt like you could have done more with that.
Yeah, definitely so. Wakadia's gotten away with murder in 2 consecutive rounds.
True.
The pistol 3K, and they're coming through the smoke and getting 2 kills. So his impact is definitely being voiced in the early stages. Now, the bomb goes down again. 2 players stay alive. The possibility to go for Galil's or forced by scenario again is there from Big. And yeah, as we can see with this heads-up display, that's exactly what they're going to do. So they're not going to back off with the pressure. It looks like we've seen at least, yeah, we'll make it 4 Galils with the scout, and there'll be even enough util to work with. So Eternal Fire, this is not going to get any easier.
Yeah, I mean, when you say enough util, it is just enough. Ooh, a bit of damage to start. Jota catches one through the doors.
I think because it's Dust 2, once you wait out the opening protocol utility and only 2 of them survive, they have to drop. The CTs aren't going to have a huge amount to block. So what they're working with is not full buy versus full buy. They're all lacking some pieces. So as far as you're concerned as you're Big, you can work with this. Just need to make sure that you're not taking too many tags and there's not a scout on the other side.
Are they fighting for sure? Yeah, Woxic is there with an MP9, just in case. I presume that there will be some sort of pressure towards Woxic eventually. Will it be that Xbox jump up? He's actually trying to kind of take that fight.
I think mid to Bs is something which is a bit of a concern. You see Spirit doing it a lot, and potentially one of the reasons Dust highlighting it there on the desk, they've been magic back to the long anchor as opposed to the mid to B. Because you want to have some fraggers to deal with the mid to B plays. So Zentara's in combination with the likes of Jota and Wakadia.
Okay, well, yeah, you put your 3 hardest riflers in one place.
Yeah, mid to B is tough.
Okay, so you're jiggling for info. You'll flash for Zentares. Don't push that, though. That's a death sentence. Okay, confirmation of presence. To hold fire on the incendiary. Fade dead, and Zentares still gets 1. Scout of Hype spotted out, but there's Woxic. He actually gets active. I like that.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that you want to try and retain the short control. So before teams go for mid to Bs, that's when you want to make sure you have full stairs, make sure that they're not playing on the bridge. Because as you go at mid to B, if they drop down quickly behind you, you're boxed in. One of the worst things that can happen on the T side is you get bottlenecked. Crimbo's going to look to do a bit of damage on the way out the door. That's a kill on a Woxic. His presence completely noted as he should be dead, stripped of his Galil. And now, I think we will see just a partial. Want to try and get the AWP out for Hyped and full AKs for everybody else. But yeah, with the mid to Bs, when you're out, you need to make sure, obviously, if you're having players coming through upper tunnels, the timing's there. That's why you like to see the lurk smoke. You can get that molly in towards the back of platform. But if the CTs are able to hold on to their utility, you're able to block doors or window and channel them in one of the 2. You also want to get them caught in no man's land so that your CT player, this time Zentares or Woxic coming through the back line, are able to contribute with them in the open. Now, considering the loss bonus situation, they are going to invest in with a Galil, see if they can do some damage, and just charging straight up Cat. That's a big nade.
Yep, and that's a nice start. Wakadia and Tares. Oh, they shred them. Like, the whole reason you spent a little bit of money there, Crimbo and Galil, some Armored Tech 9, some nades, it's all because you wanted to do something more than that.
Yeah, averaging 2 kills around at the moment, Big. So that's going to have to change if they want to get one on the board. And as mentioned, the eco, or lighter investment, into an AWP now for Hyped, AK-47s for everybody else, and we're going into round number 5. It's the first full gun round.
Gosh, yeah, that feels quite quick for Big. If you don't win this one, suddenly you're staring down the barrel of a 5-0 discrepancy. Starting with a bit of a long take for the CTs. They'll be lighter on elsewhere, mid the gap. JDC already stretching his leg.
Yeah, and this has been a bit of a theme in the opening stages of this, just how quickly, other than the last where we saw them get blitzed on Cat, but more often than not, it feels like they're able to get this mid control quite swiftly. Protocol utility coming into play to get that space I was talking about. So now they have the staging area.
Right, I feel like I see Chopper take this every round for Spirit. Like it's the same sequence of like flash from lower, do the molly, oh, get naded by a CT. That's also sometimes feature. JDC's walking wonky. Gonna get the smoke out.
Smokes, and yeah, it's all about playing with this one key piece, which is Zentares, the A rotator. Where does he feel the threat, and where does he try and bolster? Because at the moment, if an execute comes in towards A,
it's a good call.
Woxic could be flashed and smoked off the line, having to play retakes. And Tara's cheating back over now, but will he get there in time to contribute?
Ooh, he's actually looking like he's getting away with this. They haven't even thrown the nades as he tucks.
They're in the air now.
Just onto the ramp in time. So Woxic, if he's blind, they've done well. Still has vision for a moment. Will pluck Tamsin from the pack. And there's Zentares chipping in. He's in the right place once more. Bomb on its way across. Just the tip of the head spotted towards Gandalf. Won't get many more chances like that. Woxic does have Madja as well. Feels like the rotation's in. And this pause from Big Clan, it's going to get harder once that bomb goes down. Smoke to facilitate that. They have and maintain short control. And, oh, hyped. Feels a bit shortcoming there. Hit the shot. Woxic just hits it more precisely. And whoa! Kyubi gets himself a lovely quad in quick succession.
That's a nice round to win.
The AWP. That's a big one. I mean, you've got
situation.
You got to win those.
Yeah, that's huge to turn around. Okay. Oh, that happened damn quick. All right, well, a round that didn't start great whatsoever. Big post there first on the board, 4-1. Bomb ticking. They're swiveling. Nade is great. That's the difference maker. And QB, a bit of a highlight there. Great round from him.
Do it again.
Well, they need to if they want to break the finances. Tabson out long. Corner smoke. They're going to have to respect this.
Okay. Different piece of the map seized by Big Clan. And look at the reaction on B. Yes. Yes, indeed.
So they're going to call upper tunnels clear and rejigging the defense over towards A. It looked like they wanted to contest for a moment, but they've all just pivoted back. Smoke that is more than vogue at the moment. But is there a gap on that right side? Need to be careful with how much they show. Hyped looking for a fight. Imagine just making sure they don't creep through exactly as QB has, because now the tempo could be a little bit different than what Internal Fire are expecting.
Ooh. Flashbangs for a swing. Yeah, thrown out. This looks good. Oh! Ridiculous
His
from
teammates
Kyubi.
got to take him down.
He's doing too much. Tabson says that's enough. That'll do. Tabson spends most of his time planting the bomb in the flames.
That was
but dude,
sick.
That's back-to-back transfers. He's looking very strong today.
That round's over. Can we please catch that one again in the replay? That was really cool.
Really cool indeed.
Yeah, that just, again, another round. It's just bang, it's over.
I was, it did raise an eyebrow for me. Obviously on the periphery, disconnected from the day-to-day of Big, but seeing Rigon removed. Where did JDC's life just go? I don't know. But yeah, Rigon removed for
Hype shoot him
Kyubi.
through a wall or something like that?
I think it must have been that. But I haven't really, kept tabs on what Kyubi and what to expect from him.
Yeah, so Tabson did an interview with HLTV, as I mentioned yesterday. If people want to listen, I just subscribe to the audio. Spotify channel, so you can just listen to it, and they just play as a playlist, so it's kind of nice.
Cool.
You can just chip through them all. So... he was saying that the way that Rigon and Bad News Eagles approached the game, very risky, right? Always coming through smokes, and it wasn't. There was a word that it wasn't synergizing. There was a couple of words from the Tabson interview that probably everybody should take a look at.
Okay.
One of them was early. He felt that yesterday it was a little bit early in the morning, a bit sleepy for them on map number 1 against FlyQuest, where they got blown out 13-1, but also early in terms of the team's development and what the expectations are and maybe how they performed. Synchronizing. That's what he was saying. It wasn't synchronizing. That was the word he was using.
Okay. So just kind of the idea of being on the same page.
Yes, and if you look at the way Bad News Eagles play, they love to take a lot of risks, but they all do. And that's kind of what makes them so crazy as a team once upon a time, is everybody's on that page of this is what we're getting away with. These are the moves we're trying to make. It's very disruptive. Well, the saves have facilitated something that is workable, but a change again. Not a short execute, sorry, not a long take. This is
Zentara's
a
starting
play.
B. He's chosen the perfect time to do this. Is this just a read? Very cool. It's all quiet right now in mid as well. Nothing to report for EF. They're hearing this lower take.
You want to make it look like you're going through a default anyway, so I'm going to need to apply some pressure towards short and middle. When the smokes start to clear on B, the AWP of Hyped is going to have a chance to search.
So Ricardi's spotting tons with a smoke in hand. That molly will force a reaction out of Jota. And no. Orb frag. Yeah, Jota still gets one. Oh, Kyubi's going to be feeling a bit hard done by that.
I think considering the circumstances, Jota's done really well.
Yeah. And Zentara's is still an unknown entity, should they commit.
But the fact that the AWP is in upper tunnels in the sub 1 minute mark, I think it helps educate you on to what Big we're looking for. And they're not rerouting either. It's very quiet on the rest of the map. Now they're starting to apply some mid to B pressure thanks to Crimbo.
Woxic posted on this. Can he spot his feet first? Yes, he can. Woxic makes it work, though. Awkward for Big, very uncomfortable with 28 seconds left. They have to advance, but blocked by Flame. Here comes the commitment, but there goes JDC. Woxic up for a second, and Xantares, who's been there the whole time, revealed to make this a certainty. 5 for the CT side of Eternal Fire. I don't think you're saving that. Orb hyped, gets caught out by Wicardia on the walk-up. AK-47s are plenty, and double AWPs utilized. They are going to be picking up 2 AWPs, 2 AKs. That's a potent package of destruction.
And this will likely help them to keep a bit more control over middle. You just start one AWP over towards A out the gates, and then the other is able to contribute and see if they're trundling up Cat early. But good start from Woxic. Rotates in time, shuts down B. And cheeky from Wicardia, hype not ready for this whatsoever. Well, they have been able to facilitate another buy again. It was residual cash to drop an AK. Smoke for the extinguish. No molly. Adju will hear that, knows that he should not peek the corner. They're looking to disrupt the default. So flashing a lower, JDC needs to be wary of this. So another flash available to help push the AWPer off the line.
Oh, interesting, yeah. He is still maintaining vision and effective jiggle. QB baits the shot, confirms AWPing presence on B. Look at this immediate reaction. Woxic and Xantares ahead of the utility that arrives on short will peace out.
They need to rotate long. They're boxed in right now, so this is going to be a car crash.
Yeah, this is going to be a very hectic duels. Flash is good. Tees take first contact. Madjo seems ready, has vision. Teammates can support him. A molly and nade combo will limit their possibilities. You can see the damage inflicted to a hyped and swung into the pair of them. Xantares tagged up. He's lost his teammates. Now he is in a lot of trouble. If he can get out, that's huge. Crimbo's going to punish. If not for JDC swinging up short. Boxed in, Chad. A perfect word to summarize the feeling for Eternal Fire's defense there.
Yeah, a little bit tough for Eternal Fire. They had the right idea. Just with that flash, if you're playing in front of blue bin and the flash isn't perfect, there's that
awning?
Yes, I think that's probably the word for it, that can block the flashes.
Canopy?
Yeah, so I think that always needs to be considered. And very good work from Big. So bouncing back, 5-3 the score will read, 2-round difference.
I don't know about you, but when I was reading that Tabson interview, I was reading it as opposed to listening to it. Both options are available, but he didn't sound particularly full of, like, I don't know, maybe he's realistic. I guess you want to set realistic goals, don't you? But it felt like a lot of the time he was like, yeah, we might have a honeymoon. I knew we were going to have a honeymoon. I know it's going to get worse. But it's kind of nice. It's going well. It's a lot of work. We want to...
He sounded light in the interview. He didn't sound very serious or so this is why I think text, isn't it misleading?
Yes.
We've all sent a text message and maybe it's been misconstrued.
Yeah, it's not what you said, it's how you say it.
But I think realistic is key because you're bringing hype back. You need to hope that he's better than the first time round, which, according to that interview, he is. Bringing more of a direct approach, knowing what he wants.
My expectations were really low. Oh! That was what Tabson said. Well, not for Woxic. A lot of times very flashy with the AWP, and I love that aggressive push to start us off. And Wicardia even manages to get away. Having a great strong start to Dust 2 is Wicardia. 9 frags for him. And they have full-on control. They've repelled the initial Big Clan test.
Yeah, starting with more rifles to deal with the long push. So that's a crazy move from Woxic. Nice to see. He didn't have the best of series yesterday against FaZe. But when Eternal Fire last year were looking very strong, it was Woxic alongside Xantares. Now, Xantares has continued relatively. I think if you look at the stage performance in Katowice, well, they all had a bit of a struggle there. There's also been some other games. The Des was talking about Joda as one of the best pickups in the offseason. I think that's a fair statement. Alongside of like, Rops to Vitality would probably be the other blockbuster.
Yeah, hard to argue with that.
But Joda had some tough times in a stressful game on Train against VP that we covered.
Oh, yeah.
He was getting exploited towards the B bomb site. So there's still room for growth for Eternal Fire. I think a lot of it, it's great that there's more of an established team, even with one roster change, but we're early on in the season. There's lots of bigger changes that require more, and this AWP shot needs to hit.
Too easy.
Battle Teo, that one, didn't he?
Easy. JDC exposed to the AWP angle. Nice elevated position from Woxic, and the lurk smoke might keep boots planted, but what's he supposed to do? Tabson has been thrust into an unwinnable situation, may just prioritize the AK-47 and armor.
And I think Tabson needs to start maybe prioritizing his crosshair a little bit more, because once upon a time, Tabson was one of the biggest fraggers. And when you would talk about an in-game leader of this big unit with all these different rosters that they've gone through over the years, he was still a main contributor. Only 1 kill to his name so far. Still, we're only 9 rounds deep, about to get into 10. But if he can find some of that form, it's another key piece for them to work with. 2 of the 3 rounds they've won have been thanks to QB.
True.
A 4K and a crazy 3K transfer.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, in back-to-back rounds, just looking like an absolute stud.
All right, we're going to get a tactical timeout from Big, however you say his name, the coach of Big, taking a tactical timeout. Practice it in the mirror at home, guys.
What's his first name? Maybe we could just do that.
just call him by his first name.
Let's find out. I'm gonna Jimbify him. Kakafucs. His name's Alexander.
Okay.
That's easy.
Big Owl. Oh, no, wait, that's you.
That's me. He's 35 years old. He's earned $2,900 in his professional career.
That was a thing of beauty from Woxic. I really like that little move. It's because you know that the teams are doing the smoke for the mid doors, and then they're doing the run throw for the cat molly. Ah, Counter-Strike, isn't it?
Counter-Strike.
All right, well, back to the default setup. Woxic and Joda locking down B and mid. Long control taken for Eternal Fire. 1 more round and 7 on the CT side. That is very good for them on a map, as mentioned, they tend to struggle upon. Already played Dust 2 6 times this year, only won it twice. Once against Fluxo at Bounty, and one against 3D Max in Katowice. Other being losses to G2 Spirit, Virtus.pro, and FaZe.
I forgot to draw the comparison of Zentara's playing against his former teammates as well. I was hanging on.
How long ago was he?
And who? When I say teammates, isn't it just Tabson at this point?
I think yes. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, never mind. His old team.
His old org, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But that feels like a lifetime ago.
I just saw a news article from 2019 where Kakafu or Alexander said, "We're figuring out if Zentara should take German lessons instead of English."
I wonder how that went. Oh, they've been smoked off at a very poor timing. They're going to have to go through this most likely.
Okay, so with 35 left, you either walk through the smoke or you have 15 seconds.
Well, they put a lurk smoke down to their own.
Okay, it still feels quite indicative of a finished B. They're not positioned well for this. Woxic and Jota have got a lot of work to do. Here it comes. Good luck, have fun, Tabson. Oh, can't control it. Loses the duel, and oh my god, everyone's won their duel. Hyped included. Needed another one there on the spray. Jota a bit shy of ammo.
They get the bomb down this window, but they got to pick it up. They got to get it now.
Bomb, 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 bomb. 8 seconds. Hyped is not going to be able to do it. Neither will his teammate JDC unless he gets them both. They're right around the corner. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. No one's telling him the time. 7 easy for Eternal Fire. That felt, yeah, a little too easy.
I think the fact that they were happy to ignore the crisscross smoke, let Zentares pick that up on the fade and focus B was the difference maker in that situation.
Okay, JDC, that's crazy. We talked about the hoodie.
There's a lot of it. Woxic's doing it as well.
I know, but the hoodie is one thing. He's wearing like a jumper.
A cashmere sweater.
A sweater. That's a whole other level of it.
It could be cold in there.
What if it's itchy? Oh, God.
I don't think he'd be doing it if it's itchy.
If it's an itchy jumper and you've got a layer on top of it. It makes me uncomfortable just thinking about it. Close from Crimbo. Puts one into Woxic's shoulder.
Careful now, Woxic. Worst case, pistols come poking through that smoke into mid to B and you lose the AWP.
Terrifying prospect. And I think, yeah, or they flood into short with a flashbang. So Zentara is also backing away. They don't have a flash, thankfully. So Woxic will be able to pull the trigger and peace out. Yeah, he can see that premonition. He's aware that that's a possibility. Swaps to the USP, backs in, plays a safer angle.
Yeah, at this point, he should go back plat, and then Jota should pick up the mid to B slip with the rifle.
Yeah.
A bit more manageable. But either way, they've been funneled elsewhere. Some bangers on the D going to be required from JDC if they want to get in. Zentara is playing a passive line. It'd be, I was going to say picked up by the likes of Woxic, but Woxic's worrying about long doors, so it's Madja and Zentara's.
Oh, a little scary for Madja, but he sorts it out. Crimbo's got one.
think both are noted, so they can rotate towards this. And there you have it. Woxic dealing with the first, the second now spotted. JDC not punching in the digits. They're jumping up, looking for the fight. He'll grab one.
Ooh.
And that will be done. Very strong CT half. Very, very strong CT half.
Yeah, and I think the desk were highlighting they're like 1 and 4 or something recent Dust 2s, so probably feels like a necessity to show that they've gotten themselves, well, they've dusted themselves down, if you know what I'm saying.
I think one of the things when you have a weak map and a lot of teams are picking it against you, obviously it's something you're working on in practice, you're constantly doing VOD reviews on, and then they're even making positional changes. So you're getting probably the best type of practice, but that's risky. Wildcard goes for a fight. Hope to deliver the opener. I wouldn't say 4's a certainty for Big, but this is one of the best opportunities they've had in a while.
Oh, this looks like a Tabson special.
It always has to be so tricky. Oh, almost another collat.
Woxic.
That's even better.
He's just good, and he's hit another one through the doors. Quick double. The power of an AWP on CT side Dust 2, demonstrated by a real, dedicated AWP up to the cause.
That was their 4th opening kill only, and you thought it was going to be enough to convert the round.
Of course you did. You won't even be faulted for thinking that until Woxic showed up. Centaurus versus JDC. Okay, how does he handle this? Now he's confirmed that, oh gosh, Crimbo's already killed your long player. Yeah, they're going to wrap in. Oh, Centaurus, you got a lot of work cut out for you. We're going to need some clean, precise taps and some synergy from Big Clan. Can they just synchronize on this fight? There's a nice little flash for his teammate. Oh. He still gets one. What an animal. Full blind. Just pulls and controls the spray. 2v2 on the retake. Woxic, you got any more for us? He's already delivered a double. Joker on the edge of the smoke, brought down by JDC. They know where Woxic was. They know where he can be. Now they hear his steps and missed shot. JDC secures it. A necessary recovery here from Big. 4 is all they have to work with. Crimbo 7. Yeah, I mean, QB basically won 2 of their 4 rounds.
Exactly. And this was that opener. So it was the AWPs doing a lot of damage early. Almost the double kill from Woxic. Just makes good on it, just with a shot through the door. The difference maker is this kill. Really nice shot there from Crimbo, and then he's toying with Centaurus, allowing his teammates to scale in. They even flash for him, so Crimbo just needed to steady the aim. That should have been his frag, but all in all, the 2v2 converted upon, and now a pistol round.
That might be the next priority. It's weird to see Taps in 1 and 10. That's not something I've grown to expect.
Yeah, he needs to be contributing more. I think that goes without saying.
Yeah.
But I think that people should... I understand that they are a European team, right? Same as Eternal Fire. But I guess when we're just talking about national-based teams now, we almost need to give them their own exclusive conversation because they're just playing with the best that they can from their country. So for Big, I don't put them on the same pedestal as I would when I'm talking about European, aka international teams. Kind of feels strange. I'm still struggling to work that out in my mind. But
I see you, but like, yeah, I mean, there is a lot more.
Astralis as well.
Yeah, Astralis, national team, Pain, MIBR. Pistol starts with Tabson swinging out mid and calling it clear. Hype the same, nothing to report. They're going for a slow one here, EF, a methodical take.
So door smoke to help get the cat control. Magic and flash from back cat.
They didn't get to block it either, so that's a perfect smoke doors.
Oh, okay.
Damn, diligence.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to use the util later, but it really worried QB. This could be a big push.
Oh, spotted him now. Good shooting from Wildcard. Crimbo, the second player who realizes they may investigate. Back in towards the upper B. He's been spotted out. Does do a bit of damage. Really like a golden ticket now into the A site with the CT so concerned about that loss on Bs, and Tares finds hyped. Man, the fights have come to them.
Exactly, and it might make it difficult to put the round together. Where exactly are the CTs? You don't have a huge amount of information. I think you just need to group up and look for the finish so that at least you can trade. So 45 seconds on the clock, a 5v3 situation. Tabson parked at car. JDC over towards the mid doors, looking for a fight, trying to draw them back into something. Look to go mid to B.
Yeah, here they come. JDC forced away behind the smoke. 30 seconds. It will get awkward for EF. Oh, especially if Crimbo hits another one on this Tunnels player. Turn around. Oh, pressure every side. Oh, Crimbo. A nice second, but it needed to almost be 3. An unrealistic, unrealistic goal. And not going to be realized as JDC hits a banger.
USP kills are very satisfying,
aren't they? But this one is next to impossible. Had that hit, I'd have changed my opinion. But this window player, Woxic, surely going to be ready for this one. And done. 9. Okay, well, that might be enough to kind of end the conversation about Dust 2, dare I say it.
Yeah, and that's where Inferno does become not even a question mark, but a concern.
How so?
Well, yesterday, as we touched upon, big start of the series against FlyQuest, the Aussies, and they lost 13-1 on that very map. Now, they did end up winning the series, but they were blown out of the water on Inferno.
Maybe they're not morning guys. Maybe they need like an hour or two.
So you think they'll be bad on their own map pick of Dust 2 and then be good on Inferno next?
Yeah.
They'll have warmed into things?
Exactly.
Okay.
Saying that, I don't know. Woxic looks like me when he's just woken up. We've got that same energy. And he's still fragging up a storm, so...
Yeah, the top of the scoreboard alongside of Wakadia and Zentaras. Another forced situation for Big. At least they have information. Couple of tags from these scouts. They've invested upon 2.
Look how well informed that pre-aim on the smoke was. Oh. The luxury of having a talented sniper rifler on your team.
Oh, they're ahead of that. Way ahead of that, Crimbo.
Yeah, and he has that confirmed for him. There's Woxic, just a horrible threat, a nuisance to Hyped. Every time he tries to get information long and try and draw first blood, he actually gets tagged or fragged.
Might have been a bit earlier than that nade as well. The only option they would have had to have cleared.
It's all coming and falling into place, isn't it? Looks good to be a 10th. And
saving an AK is JDC.
That's priority number 1.
Oh, well, 10-4. Yeah, you can see the moments at which those rounds get interesting, right? I was going to call it suicide. That's not suicide whatsoever. What do you call the long cross?
The long cross?
We used to call it penguin.
Where is long cross? Are you in from...
When you're crossing...
When you go, oh, sorry, when you're crossing long. I usually just say elevator, and then I know that's not.
Okay, well, we used to call it penguin.
Penguin, just the whole kind of cross.
As you're going, maybe Jay can get it. Jay, as you're crossing the gap.
Yeah, like which is normally smoke.
Yeah, we used to call, as you would cross this, we'd call it penguin because there was a Western Australia. I'm from Western Australia. We were quite divided in terms of the early days.
Yeah.
And I learned from the best team at the time, which was called 23.
Mm-hmm.
And their in-game leader was called Sass Trooper. His name's Danny Rogers. And he explained to me that they called it penguin because when you were looking at the cross from CT Spawn, it used to be a bit deeper in 1.6. It just looked like little penguin heads waddling across.
Oh, I don't hate that.
Yeah, so that's why we called it penguin.
Okay, maybe we do need to have a specific term for the cross. I mean, we just call it the cross, don't we?
Yeah. Is there any excitement in this one, Big, or are you about to be blown out?
I think this round is going to answer that question.
They are buying next round.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Next round might answer that question.
But this round's still somewhat threatening.
What's JDC doing with his AK-47?
Exactly.
He might have a chance onto Madja.
There's flashes from Tabson to try and set this up.
Did you drop the AK to someone healthier now?
You're the only one with head armor.
Yeah, oh, no, you got a second instead. Okay, respect to JDC. Ooh, oh, yep, the nade looks good. See you later. Woxic catches that one.
2v4.
A huge advantage for Big to seize control and make that lost pistol nothing more than a memory. Wakadia, however, finds Crimbo, takes some pressure onto the doors. A reaggress short available. Tabson and Hyped have managed to retrieve the JDC rifle, but that's a well-placed Molotov. Doesn't force Tabson wide from the spread. And they are going to triple swing. So now the question is, where is the last? And little do they know, he'll be planting on A.
He can win this. Look at the utility that he has.
Definitely.
So if he can get the bomb down, he's going to plant safe. That really limits his options in the post plant.
Yeah, you could have ended up taking short, plant for long.
I think the thing is they saw 2 with the death in middle, but they don't know where the 3rd was. So he was worried about potentially a player already closer.
Okay.
Still a good opportunity for Joda, though.
What can he do here? Flashbang thrown now, but still blocked by the smoke. Progressing up long. Tabson's really closed the gap now. Molly, and now focus on Tabson. He needs to kill Tabson before they swing. Oh, it's hyped. Whew, running through the flames with the scout pressed to his eye, still gets the shot.
I think as soon as they see that, it's a great call for both of them to go. You can get players who end up in those situations, seeing it come, and then they delay it, and then they can't go. So, look, the most unlikely player getting the kill in that situation are hyped. Makes it look specky. Well done from him. The new pickup in the sniper rifle department, making the scout sing. But it's all JDC with a saved AK. Set up with back-to-back flashes, gets 2 kills. The nade is great. Stepping out. If Cartier gets 1, a much more manageable situation, but Hyped didn't feel like he stopped moving there. Seems to be conversation of the moment with CS2.
Yeah, just got to keep swinging. I think it was Cadian just recently talking about that, saying his teammates are playing it right, quote unquote, by CSGO terms, but you got to keep moving, stay active in CS2.
Yeah, I think that there's a bit of a two-pronged problem. One is I don't want to try and diagnose it myself. It could be a netcode thing, it could be an engine thing, I'm not sure.
But what's the result?
Well, obviously you hear players talking about the Pika's advantage. I think that as you just touched upon, in the way the game is played right now, you're better off always doing something. I think that's just generally a better philosophy, because you're the one who will be dictating the moment and the motion. And then there's the contributing factor of the game not rewarding holding angles as much as previous iterations. So it's those two things combined, I think, is why we do get that sentiment from the players.
And holding angles feels like kind of fundamental to Counter-Strike. It feels like it's someone in the foundational layer of Counter-Strike.
Some would say.
Some would say. Oh, that's...
He's had a tough
I
nap,
think he is the one that looks like he hasn't woken up yet. Like
2 kills for Tabson.
Yeah, that looks really rough. Looked like it was kind of... You know when you're having a conversation and playing CS and you kind of get a little bit distracted, you kind of focused on the conversation instead of your crosshair?
Usually it's the other way around.
It looks... yeah, well, for some of us. I definitely could have... If I'm trying to, like... When you're not there, Chad, I have to try and be Chad Birchall when I'm herding chickens, right? In the realms of Counter-Strike. I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the mini-map.
Leading.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's different. I thought you meant you were talking about something completely unrelated.
Oh no.
No, you're talking. Okay.
Okay, you're gonna do this. Hey, could you do that? And I'm like trying to communicate all these things, and then they're out mid.
Exactly.
I'm an idiot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's I think that's a symptom of in-game leader brain. So you might be suffering.
Yeah, well,
send you up to go see a specialist about that.
it's such a relief when someone else can use their brain, and I can just be a little idiot staring at my crosshair. 11-5 though, gotta say that Eternal Fire have certainly woken up on the right side of the bed. This is Big Clan's pick. And despite a little bit of a little burst of success, thanks to JDC on that Hero AK, they come into the full guns, and it's worse.
Yes. So there was an opportunity to start leveling the playing field, wasn't there? But unfortunately, now that they have, sure, they won the lighter investment, they have money to go for the buy in this one. But you lose this, it's over.
Oh, he hits that. If he out-orps Hyped with a scout, that's just Woxic going. That's it. It's happening.
Southpaw sniper.
Yep. Hype cannot catch a break versus Woxic right now. That's twice Hype has been trying to take fight long, take fight doors, and Woxic just says, nah, man, you got to fight, get through me first. And who's that? Hang on, we've got another AWPer in the mix.
Tabs and Maz will try anything at this point.
When in doubt,
right?
AWP it out.
Look, boys, it ain't working.
Yes, he's got it. Oh, bloody hell.
The shot whistles past the ear.
Whistles. A second chance, perhaps. QB, got any more? No, he doesn't. Zentaris.
Sad for QB, responsible for 2 of the 5 rounds.
Yeah, respect to QB, man.
I don't know how many more kills he's gotten outside of those 2, because one was a 4K on A and the other was a 3K. So he's got 1 more kill out of those 2 rounds. Well, Tabson's probably going to save. And that'll be 12. 180. All right, everybody. Not the action-packed start of the day that you were probably all hoping for on your Sunday. Inferno might deliver us a little bit more, or you can go check out the secondary stream. That's 3D Max taking on MIBR, France versus Brazil.
I got France for that one. What are you saying? MLB the underdogs in that match.
Yes, you're correct. That would be a reasonable synopsis of the scenario.
I suspect.
Ancient, Inferno, and Anubis are the 3 maps being contested upon, and that is twitch.tv/PGL_CS2. We're on twitch.tv/PGL. You can also watch on Kick, on YouTube.
Cool.
I'm not sure if there are other platforms.
Maybe Facebook.
Maybe Facebook. I did intentionally search out to see if it was on Kick last night.
Did
so
you?
when I referenced it today, that I could say it was on Kick.
Yeah,
but I'll be honest, I don't use my Facebook account, so I didn't go and look on Facebook.
I've never been on Kick before.
Kick.com.
It's a cool URL, I guess.
Yeah, I put in kick.tv for some reason. Like, that's not the website I was looking for.
Oh, Admiral Bulldog's online.
Isn't he a Dota player?
Yeah.
Is he playing Dota?
Yeah.
That's cool.
He's working right now.
Well, you could call it that. You could say he's playing.
Yeah. Maybe call it playing.
Yeah, I'd call it
That would
playing.
probably be better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In our world,
working's a big word.
Work's not the word
It's
that
not the
I would
word.
use for what any of us do.
No.
To be completely honest.
You're right.
Final round, potentially, maybe.
Potentially, maybe, not really, because the corner smoke's looking like something I've thrown. Corner smoke, guys.
Hey guys, let me just practice my corner
You can swing. Yeah, you can swing. I think on that.
Oh dear.
And
no, but honestly, just for everybody. Oh, hold up. There's a death.
Yeah,
here.
wait.
We'll wait till. Okay. So when you do, oh, it's over.
Oh, I wanted to learn about the corner smoke. Can you finish the lesson in 2 kills?
No, we'll do it next
All
time.
right, next time. Tap set, down and out. Can I communicate exclusively with just QB's name for the end of the cast? I'm going to start with
Okay.
QB. That's a good start.
That feels like up against
Here we
it.
go. Exactly.
Yeah, you do the name and I'll narrate.
Okay. QB.
Shot from behind, no chance. 13-5 in favor of Eternal Fire on their opponent's map choice. Dust2 looking good to start the day, and our panel are 2. Let's head over to Richard.
Oh, that's a nice little compliment to send
Wow.
it across. Thanks, dude. That's really nice.
Makes me feel all warm and fuzzy
Yeah, we've been
inside.
reading the forums in our green room. That's like the nicest thing anyone said about us today.
That's the antidote
shout
right
out
there.
to 4chan.
I read 4chan, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I just read the 4chan.
It's fine. Multi-gaming, love it.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, as we expected, it was going to be a tall order, even though it was Big's map pick. Yep. Dust2, historically very good for Eternal Fire. This is an Eternal Fire with extra firepower, and they were just able to overpower Big there, and very just one-sided.
See, the thing that's really tough about this game, Richard, is that Big Clan love me, so I can't say bad things about them.
Well, you're going to have to.
And Eternal Fire have Turkish fans. So I really, my hands are tied.
But yeah, we're on that tightrope. Yeah, exactly.
So everybody played incredibly well, and I feel like at the end of the day, we all deserve a participation medal in this one.
Yay.
Yeah, that's a big steaming pile of nothingness from Big on Dust2 here, unfortunately. Just, you know, really couldn't get anything going on the attacking side. Credit to Eternal Fire making some defensive adjustments, putting Joda as the new B anchor of the team, kind of putting Wacadia and Major back in the spots they used to play last year that are comfortable playing. It shows them willing to kind of still tinker with things early on with this new lineup to try to figure out what's the most optimal. Certainly on the CT side, we saw for the majority of the half that those changes, you know, made perfect sense and really helped them control the mid-B threat and, you know, eventually just kind of run away with this game, if we're honest. On the T side, really no threat was posed from Big. So just, yeah, kind of what we expected, as you said.
Yeah, and obviously Xantares, you know, we didn't really highlight any players in the pre-show. We were more talking about the teams and how they were constructed. It's worth remembering, you know, Xantares, we were talking about his breakthrough into the top 20 and everything that he achieved last year. I mean, just really a talismanic player for Eternal Fire. And I kind of feel this is the year. This is the year where for a player of his age and his ability and his tenure, this is the year he really needs to start getting some trophies in the cabinet so he can feel good about his career come the end.
When you think about it, and I'm curious Maui's take on this as well, it's actually insane how good he is at this point in his career. Like, Xantares is one of only a handful of entry fraggers last year that actually won half of his opening duels on the T side. Very few people can do that for an entire year average, right? Maybe you'll do it for a tournament or two or maybe a 3-month stretch, but he just did it the entire year on a team that, you know, wasn't one of the best teams in the world. Yeah, they had a couple of big results here and there, but they weren't one of the consistent top 10.
Impressive.
Yeah,
It's super
and he's 29 years old, going on 30, and that's when he's doing it. Like, he's hitting the peak of his powers now. It's
Most
incredible.
people just pick up the IGL mantle because they can't hold their mouse anymore. They're just like, I can call, I think, because I can look at the radar the whole time.
Career extender.
Yeah, exactly. So for Xantares to actually do this at this point in time, it's like this guy's got an incredible level of focus when it comes to actually mechanical training, which is something that so many people take off when they get to this age. They think they take aim for granted, they take their mechanics for granted, but Xantares, he doesn't do that. And another guy that I haven't had anything positive to say so far about Big, he actually hand-delivered them a couple rounds with great mechanics, so I think we got those to replay.
Yeah, let's take a look at it if we've got them ready to go. But I mean, look, it's nice that you were able to kind of find some positives because it was pretty bleak if you were a big fan, obviously.
I mean, this QB performance in the span of 2 consecutive rounds on round 5 and round 6, this is the best I have ever seen QB play in a 2-round stretch, okay? Both of these spray transfers are pretty effing nasty. Like, those, and he had to get taken down by his own team. Tabson said, you're upsetting our tactical system that is meant to trade, and we're supposed to find kills with advantages. You are getting way out of line here by finding multi-frags with the spray. We're not used to that, man. So you got to settle down, okay? All in all, that's pretty much the only bright spot that Big had in this game is QB popping off with 2 crazy spray transfers, and I wanted to give him a little bit of plaudits for it.
And it's something that we needed to see, right? Because, I mean, this team lacks for, like, firepower in some cases. Like, yes, JDC, I've been impressed with him and time again. His evolution as a player from a supportive element to more of a, you know, strong kind of, you know, entry-type fragger, particularly this year. He's even upticked that even more now with Regon gone. But QB has been kind of the holdout for me. It's been the one that I haven't really seen too much from. And so if he can start breaking out like this, start getting some reps, start, you know, finding his way, then all of a sudden this team does have some pieces to work with to actually get the job done.
Yeah, and so we go on to the next map, which is going to be Eternal Fire's pick of Inferno. Let's just talk a little bit about that. Obviously, this is a map very much in their wheelhouse. They're really good on it. Obviously, Anubis is probably the map that you would associate with them. We're not going to see that in this series, but I think Inferno is not too far behind.
And it's also a map that Big have just historically been terrible at. It's a map
used to be their permaban.
Exactly. Yeah, it used to be their permaban. When I watch them play it over history, like the last 4 years, it's basically that everything they do is almost too obvious. It's too predictable. They don't really have that individual flair. People like Surson would try to bring it, but as soon as he does, it feels like they would just whip him, like, shh, get back here. And then they would just basically be like, don't step out of line like that. They want everything to be segmented perfectly. And perfection, unfortunately, is their greatest undoing. It's like their greatest weakness is that everything needs to be set up with a flash. Everything needs to have a molly combo so that, and it looks in theory correct, but in terms of actual gameplay, you just need individuals to do a little bit more and to go out of their shell. And you need people like JDC, like QB to say to themselves, like, okay, wait, I can take a raw duel here and there, and you need to be confident in winning those.
Yeah, it's just tough for Big, right? Their only recent win was over Imperial Valkyries. Most of their losses have been not even competitive. Their only close loss was, of course, against Wildcard and the Katowice play-in, so they just don't have much to go off on. And the big question marks for me will then be, can JDC actually handle the B control? Because he's going to be going up against Xantares. Those two are going to be in the sides flip the exact same battle, so they're going to be going head-to-head quite often. That's going to be a very key matchup. I think QB, can we see him kind of keep up some of that form we saw in Dust 2? He plays a very important position on the T side as a mid player, so he's going to be helping them take brackets control, helping them entry onto the A-bomb side at times. And he's also one of the guys that's going to have to defend on the B site when we flip sides against someone like Xantares. So that is going to be really the big thing for me, whereas I know what I get from Eternal Fire. They have a very diverse T side. They're very good at, you know, just exploding at middle, exploding at B, you know, just different strategies. And then Joda, you know, kind of coming in for Calyx, he's a playmaker in the apartment. It's not just a supportive element. So he really adds to the trading as well in their mid-round executes.
Yeah, I just think it's such a tall order for Big, honestly. I think highlighting these individual duels, it's so hard for them to even have a player that can kind of step up and win. We've highlighted JDC over the course of the tournament, and we heard interviews where they're like, look, we're going to give him more resources. As far as we're concerned, he's a star player. But, I mean, there are the best player on your roster, and then there are star players, and Big have no star players.
Mechanically speaking, the difference between someone like JDC and Xantares is that Xantares flicks with the same velocity that that JDC does, but he actually hits the first bullet. JDC usually takes a little bit of time for correction, and it's just like those like micro, the difference in like hitting your first bullet with a good flick and then hitting your third bullet headshot is the difference in why Xantares just has a huge edge in this matchup. You could talk about micro aspects too in terms of like how they play off of utility, in terms of setup, but if it's like a raw 50-50 duel, Xantares is just like 250 milliseconds faster and getting a kill every time.
I also like how you pointed out the utility thing, because I just do think that on average, Eternal Fire just gets more value out of their utility. They're more precise in posture, their protocols and how they use it. And I think that is also a big difference besides the firepower. So if you're beating them on that front in the duels and you have better utility efficiency, like that just gives you the win right there.
Thanks a lot, guys. So Eternal Fire are burning bright, and Big might find themselves in hell as we move to Inferno after this break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 and Eternal Fire have been more than on fire for the start of this year. Things are looking very good, but it's back-to-back-to-back events right now for this team. I want to just start by looking at the Katowice result for you guys. How do you view it now you've had a couple of days to kind of let it settle, the end result?
Yeah, I think we did pretty well in the studio, to be honest. Like the FaZe game was really good to play it. We really showed good Counter-Strike, but then when we came to the arena against MongolZ, we just lose against the crowd. And I think it's just about the stress, you know, you need to accept that. So it's just the gaining experience, learning why we choke against the crowd and try to be better.
And I respect your honesty with that, because it's kind of strange when we look at like you, Xantares, Woxic, a lot of experience. Woxic's the one with the most stage experience, considering where you guys have been in your career. Do you have people you're working with within Eternal Fire to kind of go through this, like maybe a psychologist coach or performance coach or anything like that?
Actually, we don't have a specific guys who can help us for that, but like I feel I have experience. I didn't feel bad on the crowd. I feel really exciting, really good in my head. But I think it's just about small details, like player not doing the same things or the same communication, and it's also going on myself with my how I will call, because I don't have the same information mid-round. I don't have the same power, so I'm more in the randomly. So I'm also trying to figure out what can I call, because it's not the same. So I'm trying to choke also, starting to choke because I don't have a lot of information. So I just randomly call. So it's just dominoes, you know. Like even if one people is not doing the same things that he do on studio, it's just doing.
It's a knock-on effect, right?
Yeah, it's for all the teammates. To answer your question, no, we don't have a specific guys who can help us for that, but I think we listen to team speak and we find out that what the issue like on communication, and we will fix that. But in the future, we will in talk with the manager and our boss in Eternal Fire to find maybe someone.
And let's look at that. It's a big change for you guys, right? Towards the end of last year, was certainly looking better. Now we come into the beginning of this year, it continues in a very positive way. Jota's making a huge difference. Do you feel like now, every event you go to, it's like, okay, we should be aiming for the trophy, for playoffs, like this should be the minimum?
Yes, the objective, to be honest, every tournament I am for the trophy. We just go in a row, 3 tournaments in a row, without going home, like going home for 1 day, 2 days, 1.5 months. We didn't practice. So we're just playing official in a row, trying to hotfix after official extra, but we need that for the new system Valve extra, so it's important for us to be here. Our goal is to win 1 title, like 1 tournament, S tournament this year, and we will give everything for it.
And looking at this event, you guys are coming in as probably one of the clear favorites for it. Does it feel like that?
We know that we can beat everyone here, but we also know that there is some teams who are having some difficult to play against the style, like MongolZ style is very difficult for us.
Yeah.
We will see, we'll try our best here to win that, yeah, for sure.
And lastly, I've got to ask about Jota because he continues to impress, he continues to look like a phenomenal player. How much of an improvement do you feel like he's made for you guys as a team?
There is two really big step up since 2 years. The Wicked came and we just step up instantly last year, etc. But we stay in the position like we can't win a S tournament. We just between these teams. And when Jota came, we feel that now we may able to win a title or to be contented to be in the top 5. I think he helped us a lot also in Counter-Strike, but also outside, like mentally, like a lot of positive vibes. So it's also important. Like I saw an interview of Donk saying 70% of the game is mental. Like I think I'm completely agree with him. Like I think it's just mental game, you know, and you need to be always positive, always thinking the next round extra, but it's not easy. Sometimes you do big mistakes and you think about this round, like we lost this round, it's so important round. But you need to forget that, keep forward. But I think these guys Jota bring a lot of positive vibe, like I told you, and it's a good thing for us, and he helps us mentally also to be in shape.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do here. It's been a long few weeks for you, but hopefully it ends in a good way for you as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Magic there with James Banks talking about getting in shape mentally. Are you in shape mentally today, Chad?
I believe I'm on top of my game.
Love that, love that. So are Eternal Fire after making quite light work of Big Clan's picked us too. We find ourselves now on the Turkish side's home turf, Inferno.
This is like their holiday home.
Yeah. Okay, right. Like,
because Anubis is the home turf.
So what's this, like the caravan they go visit once or twice a year?
I would say this is more like an Italian villa.
Ooh.
That they go to every summer.
Nice. They serve pasta, they walk down the cobbled streets.
And they try and dish out a 13-1, the same as FlyQuest did yesterday to the Germans. This was the first map of the series to start the day, and likely why Eternal Fire have taken it here. Now,
looks like the morale's good in the big camp. We heard Thompson talking about it in HLTV interview, just talking about how they feel like a team, which has sometimes been absent in previous Big Clan lineup.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is very mental. I understand, obviously, you need to be good players with strong output, but the cohesion within a roster, the way that you feel about one another, sure, you can treat it more like a job.
You can.
But I think the best way for things to function is if it has a great team atmosphere. And we are going straight into a shift walk down mid, a bit for brawler battle.
Now, this is going to be worked out and dealt with by QB.
There's plenty more. Are they expecting this many bodies?
Wow, this has gone perfectly for the Glocks. This could not have gone any better. And Woxic, he manages to put one blemish on the mark. It's not going to be more. Tabson even getting a nice strong start. Someone I'm going to be keeping my eyes on into the second map. Player I've been seeing on my screens for my entire career. He's been around. He's been around as Tabson.
So you're going to keep watching him is what you're saying?
I'm going to keep watching him. And I also would like to see him succeed because, you know, he kind of had a lot of this whole, what's the word, talent. And
okay, hold up a second.
Okay.
Alex, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
So,
he could have been an in-game leader of an international team multiple times.
Yeah.
He chose not to. He wanted to do it for Germany.
For Deutschland.
Exactly. So, you come on now.
Yeah, okay. Aber, what I was trying to say was, he's got to do better than Dust 2.
It hopefully will be better than Dust 2.
He's probably halfway there already. Well,
he got 4 kills at the end of Dust 2, so he is making a step in that correct direction.
Okay, they got apps control. you've got top banana and apps. What isn't this like a dream for a T side? What do you do now?
The nightmare would be executing blind.
So one of them, a little Molotov towards the porch side.
So they're going to get the brackets control, but they've just left JDC and Banana on his own. So you're getting brackets for free. They're not contesting for it. Nade trickles out, light damage onto 2. And as mentioned, you don't want to execute blind, but so far they found nothing. So if you put yourself in their shoes, they haven't seen anything. They haven't found any resistance. Over towards B, a smoke's just dropped. JDC backpedaling now to join this A attack. They are going to go into the stack.
Yeah, this can go wrong very, very quickly. Smokes will have to be good, and so will the opening. QB late arriving long. Jota's getting active towards apartments. This is what Crimbo's waiting for. Oh, the timing. He just starts to prepare his next peek. Jota catches him. Wrapping long contact. It's a stack. It's a stack. It feels like a stack, but you've got to commit now. You've got to hit your shots. QB and Hyped have done so. But that Centaurus up on the box delivers. It's not the perfect weapon for the job. A scout's just not the one. And Mad just 5-7, last of all. Does manage to take down the first of the 1v3. And oh man, it comes down to a leaping Mac 10.
Look at the stress on Tabson. Madja was so close. That's the thing that caught them off guard. They dealt with the stack, but there was one more piece where they just came from straight up short. So decent timing from Madja, but couldn't stick the landing on the 1-on-3. Gave them a bit of a jump scare, a bit of a fright. But that should be the eco now. CT side will have to relinquish control of the finances, hand over the third round for free. But a lot of investments to be made for big. They've heavily gone into Mac 10s. It'll be 2 AK-47s to complement that. And during this eco, we'll have a shout out to one of our viewers.
Yeah?
It was Valentine's Day not long ago, Alex.
Oh, yeah?
And we were discussing that on the broadcast.
We did.
And I said losing from 11-4 up would be worse than having your girlfriend break up with you on Valentine's Day.
Yeah. You did say that.
I did say that. And there was a Zeus kill in the mix here, so please don't win a ton of fire. This is a PSA.
Yeah.
This is a shout out to a gentleman who entered my Instagram DMs. And I won't name drop him. He didn't say don't, but maybe he doesn't want it out there.
Yeah. But to our anonymous.
Well, we'll use his first name. William.
Yo, Billy.
William sent me a message. William said, just heard what you said about Valentine's Day. My girlfriend just broke up with me on Valentine's Day.
Oh.
Which is also my birthday.
Oh.
I'd probably rather lose 11-4 up, but it is close.
Oh, William, I am truly sorry that happened to you. That sounds like a really rough day. But what's great is...
Why'd she break up with her not only on Valentine's Day, but the birthday as well? That's cruel.
She's saving money on gifts, isn't she?
Yeah, but even if you don't have to give gifts, you could have just iced him out. You didn't have to do the deed on Valentine's birthday.
At least she was direct and didn't, you know, fanny about with this like, oh, we're acting different for a couple of months.
Well, it depends on how. Let me have a look. How old is William? I can't tell how old William is.
Oh my God, the doodad stays and the bomb goes.
We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, I've only just learned about the sausage man.
Yeah, I reckon William's probably in his mid-20s.
Mid-20s. Okay, it's rough. It's rough
yeah, but
out
that's
there for
okay.
William. Ah, man, I'm sorry to hear that, Will.
If he was in like his mid-30s, I can understand. It's like, yeah, fine. Who cares? It's just another birthday.
Yeah,
it's just Valentine's Day. Who cares? But come on.
Like simultaneous, you know, it's a day about love. Everyone's posting like, oh, look how happy I am in my relationship. And you're sitting there like, oh, mine's all gone. Like, it's hard. Comparison is the thief of joy, but sometimes you can't control comparison.
Well, we're into the gun rounds. And just quickly before we get into the frags, Zuma Stennis says, girls are temporary, CSS forever.
Yo, preach.
Put that on a mug. Ship it. I'll buy it.
Alibaba.
All right, well, the first exchange not working out for Big. Tabson giving over his life with a very aggressive B gambit. It was all the way up Banana extremely quickly.
Okay, we've got a cool here. Not to be confused with a tall box.
I'm taking too long on this, Big. The rotation's back around the world.
Yep. That block smoke on apps did its work and then some. Was QB lining anything up? No, he's just anti. So Bacardi's going to tuck into sides, and Tara's and Jota maintain brackets control. So it's going to be all really hinging off of this flash. Oh, the timing on this block util has been perfect from EF.
So they're going to commit in still. Hype needs to hit this shot.
Not easy. Look at what he's...
No, it's a hard crossfire.
Easy track, traded. QB, good work. Jota's still there. Oh, it's not looking good at all for Big Hip. Piece by piece, player by player, they get locked down. And you're right, just taking too much time. We got to see that like lovely bit of hang time for two players to reinforce and bolster, calcify that A-bomb site.
It felt to me that there was enough info from Tabson that they could have started collapsing, but I guess the entry points, as you were highlighting, were too difficult, or they didn't want to risk breaching through, but instead it just peters out to this. Now, with the 3-round start, they still do have enough for a buy. It's not, it's not actually going to be a buy at all. It's going to be hanging around in spawn.
QB? Yeah, you got it.
Checking. Okay, so they are slow. Oh, I hate this. So they didn't make up their mind in freeze time of what they were going to do.
Tamsin did, because he got some nades and Kev.
Yeah, but he's the in-game leader. He doesn't even have to talk. He's still right.
Okay, well, there's nothing really to be said about this one.
We'd hope not, for Eternal Fire's sake.
One can only assume.
Hurry up and wait should be the tagline of Inferno until it gets to overtime, as everybody yesterday witnessed in the... Oh, he missed the nade.
Oh, bother.
I think he missed the nade. I don't think that was the intended trajectory. But the MongolZ versus Wildcard game yesterday was very entertaining, I thought. That was definitely one of my favorite games of PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 so far. Okay, another smoke for Magic to work with. Rotation point of Zantara's on the way back over. Magic just playing as a sentry right now. Worst case, he gets a dig bullet between the eyes.
Oh, they got that. That's mission accomplished. But actually, he's fine. 40 seconds, you drop that. You've got 3 players on A.
Exactly. And then it's just about mowing them down. We're talking...
Tech 9.
Yeah, with head armor and everything else is lacking exactly that. So they should be shredded.
Can he find them all, Jota? Oh, yes.
Is that cicadas in pit with Jota?
I heard them as well. You ever seen, what are they called? Fireflies in real life?
No, I haven't.
I have.
Seen cicadas, though.
I've never seen a cicada.
Plenty of those around the beach.
They make nice sounds, though.
Well,
not if you're trying to sleep.
I don't know if I would say nice.
No? Quite soothing. Like a little grasshopper, aren't they? Or are they just a bit more annoying?
Yeah. They're a bit more annoying.
Do you think we're going to be eating bugs before we die?
Well, you could now if you wanted to.
I know, but like,
what if
Southeast Asian does it become like a necessity?
No, I don't think so. I think we'll be fine.
All right. Well, Chad says it's cool, guys.
I think everything's going to be all right, guys.
Okay, so there you go. You heard it here first.
Life's pretty good.
Life's all right. You don't have to eat bugs if you don't want.
We're all here watching a video game together on a Sunday. Like, I think things are going all right.
Gotta chill.
For all of us, it could be worse.
It could be worse. You're right.
Well, this nade's going to do some more damage. Bang! Down the back pocket, JDC. 16 points of health. Hyped is quite aggressive, but Woxic's been getting the better of him. And again, it always feels like he gets a little bit of arm, a little bit of something.
He's just better. Years of being a professional sniper rifler at the top of Counter-Strike. Ooh, that's a lot of Jota. Gets himself one, though. Woxic's goal. Yeah, he knows he's got to stay active. A powerful line drawn in the sand. Smoke. He responds with a nade and a break. Peeks on the other side of it. He's delayed them with his nades. Just a flash and a HE, but he's used them both.
They're backing off.
Great success.
Where are you going, gentlemen?
I just got your door locked. Nice find. Crimbo changes it. Wicardia puts his hand back on his mouse as he realizes they're coming his way. Does he go early? Does he let him pass?
You have to let him pass. As they run up banana, 2 kills available. 30 seconds. Oh, Wicardia!
Gets them both! Round over. JDC, what are you supposed to do?
Well, he can try and chase him down, but Wicardia can just go burrow into the B site. The bomb has to get picked up. He has to finish B. He doesn't have to actively play the bomb, but this is cheeky.
Okay, so he's just going to molly and run away. Yep. Oh, God. Oh, that's brutal for JDC. What a horrible way to lose it.
Just go sit in ruins right now. Round over.
Yep, JDC's already accepted it. He's just like, oh, I know where you're going.
I'll take the AWP, I guess. If I can find it, which I can. Okay. Something's better than nothing.
Sure, but I mean, for Wicardia, that was, I mean, lovely play from the 2B defenders. One pushes up, locks the door. Should it go wrong? They don't really have the time to be fully diligent on that clear of the underpass. This is an important kill from Crimbo, but yeah, this wins the round. You can see, who was it? One of them turned around.
And it was like,
knife out, screaming, behind,
moments before disaster.
Well, you get an AWP, at least, I guess. Let's see if maybe Hype can start kind of winning his head-to-head with Woxic. I would almost guarantee Woxic's got the edge.
I reckon his tagline should be "Let's get hyped."
Yeah, that's really original. I like that.
I think when he gets an entry kill, you need to open with that.
Get hyped.
Or no, it should maybe a double.
What about he gets a kill? I just go hyped. Bring the hype.
That's not bad either.
That's not bad. Nice little machine original, that one.
Harry did the oops, there goes gravity the other day with gravity.
Oh, there goes gravity.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I think he came up with that one too.
Yeah. And then when he loses, you go, oh, there goes gravity.
I'm sure there's something.
He's mad, but mobile home. That's where he.
What?
That's how the song goes.
Oh, sorry.
Something about a rabbit. Rabbit. That was his nickname. You know this song. You've seen 8 Mile.
Yeah.
You've seen 8 Mile.
Actually, I haven't.
No?
No.
Captain America gets humiliated because he went to private school.
I haven't seen 8 Mile.
And his parents have a really good marriage. No?
Nah.
Bruv. Okay. You got to watch 8 Mile. That's a banger. That's a classic. Never mind. Never mind. I'm going to move on.
Rogue has asked you to cast the game, please, machine.
Okay, hang on. 10 players in the server, all with weapons.
What's the score, though?
Sorry, you're right. 4 on the CT side for Eternal Fire, a map up. So that means this is the second map of the first series of the day here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. That's 2025. That's how many years have passed. Nice bit of damage. Puts him onto 41 points of health. Centaurus, 9 bullets as a nade does 5 damage. He'll back away from the half wall as Centaurus and Magic get naded, but Tabson's good for a double kill. B site is open. Bomb is on his back. It's all up to Wicardia. He's going to do it. He's trying to be there. This drive-by from Wicardia. Hyped gets hyped! And he's going to be planting the bomb. This is massive. I hope you're having a good Sunday, because hyped certainly is!
All right, well, 2v3 retake.
Fucking exhausting, though. Why are we doing that?
See?
Come on. We have to do that all the time?
What you get paid for?
I mean, I guess.
They're going to save.
No, but we have to make sure you're casting.
They're saving.
Yeah,
but
we're
casting that.
Yo, you're saying that as a caster. Yeah, okay. Woxic, saving.
It's actually pretty good that he was ready for the lurk. I'm surprised that Woxic was ready for the lurk. Well done, Woxic. I'll give you that one. Now, they've got finances for the buy. We'll be tying things up 4-4. Joda's going to get himself an AK. A little bit disappointing for Madra and Zentaris not to get one, and you also saw the mouse wheel come into play. Are you guys at home a mouse wheel up or a mouse wheel down?
I'm a downer.
Okay. I think I'm... actually don't know. I don't know if I'm up or down. It's because it becomes one of those intuitive things. I think I'm down as well. Up seems strange, doesn't it?
Up feels wrong. I think anyone that's gone, I'm jumping up, so I should scroll up.
Some people have both, up and down.
Which I think is fine. If you can do KZ, you've got good movement, do you.
I think you also need, I don't know what you would use because your keyboard, because you're left-handed, but I think you also need to have another key. So people still have like down or up.
I've run out of keys.
Yeah, you've got a problem.
I have run out of keys.
They're going to run out of money if they... Actually, no, they've got plenty of cash. They have enough for another buy if they lose this Eternal Fire. So for Big, it is going to be a hard way back into this one. This is more direct, however. Setting up for what could be an A-Wrap. Zentaro's going to join Woxic. Wicardia here as well.
Yeah, okay, QB, what have you got? Missed shot from the AWP, but Wicardia down anyway. Great awareness and adjustment from QB. Bombs on the back of Tabson long side, so this wrap should be good to at least get ahead of that smoke, and it's Jota that has to take that duel. Does put Tabson low, on notice now.
Bad sketchy.
Very sketchy. Jota, they knew where he was. He still manages to get one, but the save is already looking likely. Zentaro's piecing out, Mad just sticking around for a moment. But Big Clan make it 5. That's 5 to Big.
One of their better calls, they were ahead of the rotation this time. The criticism that we had earlier on in the piece was they had Tabs and run all the way... Hold up. He didn't see him.
Can you imagine you get shot in the side of the head?
Yeah, Zentaris is going to be pretty...
Oh, can we cut?
He must know it's
Can we cut to the... Oh,
oh.
No, well now it gets interesting.
Does QB go back? No, he doesn't.
Oh my god. How does Madja benefit from that?
I don't know. But Zentaris is still going to die. Watch this. Stay on Zentaris cam.
Can we cut to Zentaris?
Watch how mad he's going to be. QB's going to try and knife him? QB, just kill him.
Man.
What is Zentaris looking like?
Where he come from, man?
I would love a reaction of Zentaris.
No, I can't really do an Zentaris impression.
I don't think he sounds like that.
He sounded
either.
Eastern European. I don't know why I've done that, but oh, he's cool. He's still cool.
Could be worse. He's still a wired mouse gamer.
He's also got a small mouse pad. That's kind of. It looks a bit small.
Wired
I'm not here to shame anyone's.
You were dongle kinking the other day.
What was I doing?
Dongle shaming.
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, no, it's a reasonable size mouse pad. Average, if anything, probably.
Bigger in the lead.
Yeah. Thanks.
You don't say that often.
No, but this is great because now their coach, Alexander, gets
a chance on the way. Thanks to Faber. The coach. I wonder what Faber's name
Faber.
is. Rhymes with Saber.
Do you think we can pronounce it?
I know that I definitely can't, but I think that you potentially could.
Okay, let's have a look. Sorry about the keyboard sounds, guys. Welcome to my ASMR stream. No, that's a challenge, I'll tell you that much.
Is it? But it's kind of like engine.
Sezgin.
Sezgin sounds right.
Sound right.
If there's any Turkish translators in the chat, let us know. Did we do it right? Sezgin?
Sezgin. I don't know if it's that or... Yeah, I don't think it's Gin. I think Gin sounds wrong. So we'll go for Gin. A little bit of tonic. Oh! Yes,
okay.
There it is. That's one for the head-to-head.
Yeah, felt a little bit desperate there. I think lacking information. They didn't have banana control at that point, so Woxic went looking in case there was a lot more bodies. Now they're giving one over. Gonna have to draw one back. If they lose a lot of space, it might just have to be another save. And again, if you covered the wildcard game yesterday, you're aware that there was a lot of that going on. But when the game gets down to the dire moments and it gets a little bit more tense, it does become crazy. Inferno becomes action-packed. Just kind of have to wade through these opening stages. And that's the way it goes, because the players are always going to take the percentages, or not always, more often than not. I think we're right.
No, it's just funny that someone said it's with G in quotes. Like, yeah, well, yeah, I can see how it's spelled. It's about how the G is pronounced. My G, if you know what I'm saying.
Jin was correct.
Gin. Yeah, okay.
Gin was correct?
No, Jin. The second Jin. Oh, Gin was correct.
Yeah. Says
people stop saying
is correct.
Oh,
says Jin is
not says Gin. Gin.
It's not like Jin.
It says Gin.
Oh, it is Gin.
It is Gin.
Okay, so I see. No, that's fine. We learned something today. Anyway, Jodo has to ace. Alex, he needs an ace.
Okay. I will cast if he gets one. He doesn't know. So
it's going to be a save.
Okay.
And that's okay. Big will get 6. They have to plant.
It's GIF, guys. It's GIF. It's
still plenty of time to spare. And now they might even hunt. So the loss bonus, if we can take a little bit of a looky-loo. 2,400 going into the next round. So will be imperative, I think that's a good word, for them to hold on to these rifles. JDC's already noted the safe haven of the church. Imagine if you went into the church. We used to just call that ruins or construction. Now it's fully fledged.
I prefer to call it chapel.
Okay, chapel's fine.
It's the scaling.
But I was just more... and it could be of any religion.
Yes.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not, no. But it would just say, for argument's sake, what if you went in there and then you couldn't shoot?
Oh, I like that.
No guns in church.
Yeah.
Or the chapel.
I just think it's a bit sus that there's like a TV, cigarettes and booze all in the chapel.
Well, let's not get started on that, shall we?
No, you're right. And of course, it's CS Source on the TV as well.
Yeah. You know what type of people you're dealing with in there, don't
you? Yeah. Wow, okay. Sezgin is calling his second timeout.
I wonder what Alexander is saying on the other side.
I do. I'm thinking Alexander's got a lot to say. I will say that Alexander's approximate total winnings are higher than that of Sezgin.
Okay, well...
2,000 for Alexander.
Okay. I wonder how accurate that is.
I don't think it is.
Well, I guess it's just any HLTV tournaments, right? So if things you won, but not
and they don't know
HLTV.
The cuts. They don't know any of this.
That's true.
It's all just an
there's some assumptions being made by HLTV, isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay, so Eternal Fire, you can work. Well, not this again. The bar is 5, but we've seen teams work with less.
Oh, yeah. You might have to move your bar, mate.
Yeah, the bar is always on the road. I think. Here's what's going to happen. Eternal Fire, off the back of this adjustment, they're going to tie the half up 6-6.
Okay. Well, Woxic dying first can't happen again. There's that really threatening mid-smoke. We saw thrown yesterday as well. Forces 2 players to kind of tend to both sides of that mid-smoke. Yeah,
wasted incendiary.
Misthrown incendiary and a very effective Molotov to force the AWP back. Does Woxic stick around? This feels brave. This is brave. Tight line, though. This is a very powerful angle. Hard to see him not getting one, or if not, getting away. Xantares has got the reaction util, so he can block. Flash for the swing. Woxic forced away. We'll peek back in.
I think you're a little bit disappointed there if you're Woxic. You would have loved to have held that, because now, as you can see him acknowledging, they can sweep over to his left-hand side. So that does make it a lot more annoying for the AWP when the smoke clears. It's no longer just one line that you have to worry about. So they've applied so much pressure towards B. There's 50 seconds on the clock. They're pretty grouped up at the moment. 3-2 split. Now the 3 becoming the apartments. So it looks like we'll see a waterfall out. You're going to have to get past Jota, who has an MP9.
It's a good weapon for the job.
And then you've also got Wakandia there with a Famus. Oh, that's a missed library smoke. Oh, so blind.
Good flash.
Everyone's blind.
Ah, what's happening?
Teammate.
He's shooting his mates. It's all good in the Eternal Fire hood. They've weathered the first. Now a second wave. Taps him with a double kill into the site. Bomb is loose in mini
They
pit.
should be able to
It's on the
plant.
balk. It's on the balk. Parkour up.
They've been given the good graces. The bomb can get planted. This is very winnable.
Certainly is. Hyped and Tabson, the newest addition to the big clan. And the oldest member of the big clan. What we got here? Barrel bait did nothing. Hype just got a warning, but a little bit overzealous on that second. Didn't need to extend in. Makes it hard, but not impossible for Tabson to have a high-impact round. One bullet's all Xantares needs, and it's all he uses. Just gets it done. A 5th round for Eternal Fire, albeit close. A nice attempt from Tabson. Clawed us back into contention with a triple kill round. We'll see his double here. So, yeah, very blind. The blindest you could be. And Madger and Wakandia getting that handled.
Wakandia does really well. He started shooting at Jota. Jota started shooting at him.
It's Wakandia's fault. It's all Wakandia. Jota was reacting to the FAMAS in the back of his head.
He does very well to get a multi-kill there.
does.
So great stuff from Wakandia. And as mentioned, that timeout helping them profit into a round. So it's been streaks. 3 for Big out the gates with the pistol and the conversions. 4 on the trot for Eternal Fire. 3 back. So will we continue? Or will Big get one before the halftime break? Now, we're only doing a minute halftime break, so you don't have to leave, go to the bathroom, you can hang around.
You can go to the bathroom, though. You don't need our permission. Oh, that's rude, isn't it? Crimbo's just not had a fun half. Xantares ensures it stays that way for the final round of their attacking campaign. Will it be just 6 is all they get?
Now it's Wakandia and Jota at B?
For some reason.
Yeah, okay, so quite fluid with this defense. You might want to start blocking. They just boosted over the mid-smoke and didn't see anything. Xantares also went aggressive second middle, and that's well-timed. That will buy them the chance to at least reconfigure if they would hope. Util, now in the sky. Wakandia has another smoke and a flash to work with. There's 2 Molotovs available. JDC ready to push, and here we go.
See what Jota and Wakandia can get done. Nothing for the both of them. JDC bulldozes his way in.
Got to go for this retake.
Flattens the defense. Xantares is still alive, though, and Madger is going to be coming in from Banana's side. Woxic has vision, only for a moment, now blocked by that smoke CT. Ooh, he can kind of knock the bomb out and stops it. Oh, can't get another. Tabson will swing through, catches his former teammate lacking. Woxic walks on up. Seems like a guarantee. But that changes quickly if Woxic's good for a smoke shot onto Tabson. M4 available if you wanted to spam the smoke, but he's just knifing out and walking away. Let's Madger start to cook. Perfect onto height. Good trade from Tabson. Certainly looks to have woken up into map 2. And Woxic, had he naded first oranges, JDC would have been a dead man. Missed chance, and 7. Reasonable. 7 for Big as they are looking to take us the distance here.
Yeah, potentially a miscommunication there in their post-plant. The fact that Hype's in the open to Banana just goes down for free.
Yeah, that looked a bit silly, didn't it?
Yeah, so it might not have understood exactly what was being covered. Thought Tabson may have had it from Coffins, and you could have had from First Orange's JDC watching the smoke lurk, but doesn't matter.
Do you agree with Carrigan that it doesn't matter if you bait teammates if you win?
Unless you're doing it all the time and you're just the one player on the team who's constantly the beta.
Yeah, like if you deliberately...
In certain scenarios, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's fine for you to just be the #1 baity boy.
Like in a 2v1, when I just did say play 2 1v1s. Like imagine you haven't got a teammate. That's like those are the kind of
I don't even think that's baiting your teammate. That's just making sure that you're playing not for a crossfire, right? Yeah. You're playing in a situation where you have to acknowledge every single one of your problems. Yeah. Normally you'd want to say something like that in a scenario where you're disconnected from each other and you can't play together.
Like, are we playing the sites? You know, are we gambling one side? But
yeah, and I think the sentiment of baiting a teammate to convert the round. You're always going to take the round win unless you're a stat pad Andy. And there are some players who truly care about like HLTV stats. Actually, I say there are some. It's probably more than people would imagine. But at the end of the day, it's about the victory. It's not about how good your green number looks like on a website.
Yeah, true.
You're here to win. You're not here to, have the highest number.
But number on website go up does make brain go brrr.
Also I would say that there are probably some really lazy managers and people who scout are there who just look at. There are some really good ones too. Don't get me wrong.
Shout out to Messioso one time.
Wow, hold up. Oh, okay.
Good ones.
I thought, but you enacted his name in it. Anyway, be execute.
Yep, that's what we got. Tabson to block. He has got a smoke on the pistol. Oh, and they've even got the flash as well. So
but you're going to run through it.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, because you are going to run through it, but then QB's going to do the bounce flash. This could be cool. This could be cool. They both have to hit their shots, though. When does he throw it?
It's Molly's.
Now. Flash out. Tabson. Swing. And they're disappearing in the smoke. It's gone wrong. It was a cool idea. They knew what was up. And it's only 2 from the dual Berettas. In the end of things, just about squeezes it out.
Well, Hyped always likes to go for a fight. So right now, I expect him to have a look. Smoke's faded, first duel. Crimbo's here as well.
Could be a big fight for Hyped. Oh, not the first bullet from Wicardia. We'll have to back away. Magic tucked new box. It seems like it's looking good here. Perfect from Wicardia to wrap it up, and it's going to be Magic. Closes things down. Eternal Fire take a necessary pistol, with Big Clan having the edge in that first half.
Okay, so we split the pistols on this one. Map number 1. Both the pistols went in favor of Eternal Fire. So in the series so far, 3 out of the 4. And I love that little maneuver. The flash comes and they both just hide in their own smoke and then reinitiate. So that little detail makes a huge difference. Even though QB gets the double, it's not enough.
The layering, deliberate or otherwise, Zantara's being later out of that smoke. Those 2 players have drawn his crosshair, and he just shoots him in the side of the head. It worked out wonderfully for them, despite I thought the big idea was quite cool. As a way to handle B pistols.
I do like to see, Maui was bringing this up on the desk, right? How big in certain scenarios can be like perfectionists who need everything. Yeah, it always needs to be a flash, or always needs to be the correct Molotov set. And I've been saying for years that I think that this team needs to back their individuals a little bit more and play scenarios more individual or confidently. Depends on really how you want to frame it. You can't always just get away with outmaneuvering and having a really nice smoke. And I think that seeing them go for more force buys is exactly that. I had a problem early on, like Azza and Yam would have to be like, hey Chad, we got to stop playing like it's 2010 and you just take a hard eco. We need to start force buying and try and challenge and go toe-to-toe with these guys aim-wise. Now, this is 10 years ago.
Damn. Yeah,
but in terms of big, they're in one of these teams as well who has more curious economical approaches too, in scenarios where other teams would go, hey, look, we can get an AK, a Galil, and a couple of Tech 9s, and we'll buy and we can win this. They'll go, hold up, let's just get a couple of pistols and we'll full buy next round. So they're still, that was quick.
Looks good. From Hype's POV, Wicardia hits a banger, and I mean, with the only AK in the mix, or rather 2 of them, he's going to juggle that over, given the low HP from the leg shot. QB searching middle will suspect that they are going to be close to Tabson as they wrap on in. He will catch Major off guard, and that is a little awkward. He had the bomb on his back, and if you waste all your bullets with the MAC-10, this is getting sketchy. Certainly a little bit. Jota saved them. Wow, a little bit of a tense moment there. Bomb retrieved as he scoops it up with a couple of seconds to spare. There was a real opportunity for that to go wrong for Eternal Fire. And now Crimbo probably going to be satisfied with just taking that AK-47. Take it home.
Okay, well, We are going to be all tied up here in the MCG.
You say MTG?
MCG.
Oh.
Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Damn. Magic the Gathering, though.
Ah, that is on your mind. What would this be? There'd be the PGL Studios, Bucharest. So the PSB.
The PSB?
We're all tied up here in the PSB as JDC very noisily takes down Xantares, gets himself a lovely little upgrade, and for those of you playing at home, he had some good impact with a saved AK over on the Dust 2.
The Dust 2. Makes it sound more official.
It
I like
does,
that.
doesn't
Yeah.
The PSB.
PSB.
PGL Studios Bucharest.
I'm excited to see a playoffs on Romanian soil. It's been many years.
It has been. I remember I did a DreamHack Bucharest many years ago. Many. I think it was the first year that I started, so it was late 2016.
But there was definitely
an analyst.
A Counter-Strike scene here.
For sure. Lots of Romanian Counter-Strike players.
Yeah, we had a guy walk up to us last time we were here and was listing every Romanian Counter-Strike player.
Yeah, in Trick Shot.
Yeah, the bar. Cool dude. Xantares, chipped away at, will not be able to operate to the best of his capacity at 42.
Look at this. They're using both AKs forward. Crimbo and Apartments, JDC and Banana. He has to take a fight.
And there is that fight. Jota gets away. JDC, though, this is a little forward. It's both of them trying that aggression, and he's done well on his side of the map. Can't say the same about the other.
Crimbo's still alive.
Yeah, he's actually going to be in a position to catch Wicardi's short walk. I say that.
But the bomb still has to come. So if the bomb comes up mid...
Oh, he could lose it again. Last time it was Madja that lost the bomb to a Crimbo mid-push.
Well, they know Crimbo was in Apartments.
So... Oh,
poor Crimbo.
Counter-Strike. It's not cool, man. Timing's just a joke. Unfair.
Now smoked off.
He's
deep. It is deep. He can still fight.
Wait. They're uncomfortable. Oh. Made a bit of a meal of that. Very swift. MAC 10, hard to track. And Wicardi knows where you are.
If he can get out, saving the AK is okay, right? It's going to bolster this CT gun round. It's going to mean they can definitely be full utiled out of their minds, as well as having the AK bullet to the head. And people in chat, what are you giving the placement of the Tchotchke on that AK?
It's better than Big Uzera's.
I like the Tchotchke placement.
I don't hate it. He's even inspecting it for us.
That is Wakardia's AK.
I like what he's done there.
Wild Lotus.
How much do you know your skins? How much do you reckon a Wild Lotus costs?
No idea. I only know it's a Wild Lotus because I'm in the CSTV and I can see that it says Wild Lotus.
I reckon if it's not factory, it must be. It looks clean. If it's factory new, I reckon that's about 5 Gs, something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
I mean, I'm no expert, but something like that.
Jota has a Fire Serpent, and so does Xantares.
Oh, gosh. I was way off.
Like
factory
500 bucks?
new? No, 15 grand.
Oh, come on now. 15 grand. Come on, guys. All right, Total Fire back in the lead. Mac 10 out in the hands of Woxic. Might see him go aggressive up Banana with this one. Oh, they're going to go straight into an A play. Look at this. Look at this. This is so quick.
Okay, just extinguish and go. Crimbo, not ready for this. Burning, trapped on Boiler, trying to help his QB, but flash from Mad just perfect. Rotation of the AWP and hype. Look at that, quick flick. Instantaneous deletion of Jota. Smoke to try and buy time to play around something he can work with. It's actually just going to block and facilitate a push from Woxic. Breaking the smoke, the threat of that Mac 10.
Saving.
And the threat of that pace change.
I love it. I really like that.
Matt just called a very cheeky round there.
Well, we've had both of these teams call these rounds, which have been faster on the go. This was really quick, rapid, and so many bodies up T stairs. Traditionally, when you're hitting A, or at least once upon a time, you'd be sending plenty more players through the second mid. But a molly up the guts, making sure that they're not able to stand and posture, extinguish it themselves, go through the layering of flashes. We see how that catches the long player QB. Or was it Crimbo? Either way.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it from Crimbo's perspective where he's kind of still going through the motions of like, the smoke, throw the molly. And suddenly, yeah, the layering of flashes as you highlighted. Madges just threw a couple of bangers there. But now that also kind of has you a little bit more. Are you going to throw a bit more of your nades early because of that quick pop? Do you feel the need to block it? You run through your resources, run them thin.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? To see that call happen again, extremely unlikely.
Yeah. However, now they've shown that they can.
Exactly. But those type of things that you'd use once in a half, or maybe you'd use it as a finisher if you were down to like Tech9s or a partial buy. Alexander is going to call their first tactical timeout. Going to check in and see how Bobby's going on the B stream. 3D Max
I have a
versus
mouthful
MIBR.
of water.
Yeah, I saw that. I did that
clever,
intentionally.
very clever.
They're on Inferno as well. That's 3D Max Body taking on MIBR's Insani. There are more players in the server, but those were just two of the household names.
Priorities.
Coming up next, we have the most anticipated match of the day for hate watchers, Falcons versus Astralis.
Yes, I think people are going to be gathering on a Sunday.
On a Sunday, just to hate. The day of the Lord.
Just to hate. That's crazy.
That is wild.
That is... Okay. Why is he role-playing? Why is he playing like an RPG? Just pop into the shops.
Oh, dear.
I'm off to B. Here I go.
I can't believe there's an AWP top mid when we have players in Boiler.
What's he doing there? That's crazy.
Players in Boiler, I'm just going to have an AWP top mid. All right.
Oh, it's getting a nice bit spicy now. Hype gets...
Wildcard has 19 kills, by the way.
Yeah, Wildcard...
In case you haven't been paying attention.
I haven't, clearly. 19.
Well, now I favor Eternal Fire again.
Yeah, but you don't understand how good JDC is at holding on to this bomb site. For some reason, he's here, and he's alone. And Woxic's still killing A players. This is even better.
That's just pulled Tabson back.
Of course it has. Yeah, he was actually starting to cheat over.
I like the call from Magic Contact. He'll get the info, and then Wildcard and Joda will trade.
He has to stay a little active, right? Because he's trying to get a cheeky one. Or is he just hope? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the round.
I love it, though. The contact in, right? So they can get the jump if a player is on a more progressive angle. Then the fact they see nothing, they smoke. They take the pool control. Then that's their staging area. They get the util out. They find him. Still got plenty of time to work with. I like the poise under pressure. Tabson and QB looking to save. Wildcard looking to hunt. But even though the scoreline closer than that of Dust 2, still a pretty strong match from Eternal Fire. Liking what we're seeing. Dust saying he wants to see a bit more in terms of the depth of their map pool. They can't always lean on Anubis. And then once you get into a best of 5, that's where some of those weaknesses can start to rear their head. But the adjustments that we... Oh.
The Dust?
The Dust, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, Wildcard, that's going to be his 10th death.
I'd have a look, though, if I was Joda.
Oh, he shall. Bosh! QB known to be not known to be an AWPer. It's a quick scope. Saves his AWP for his boy.
Maybe it's an important save. We'll see if I can just get a cheeky open onto Zentaras like that again.
Wait, is Lauren Pansy Scott here? She is. Prius. We've got some royalty in the building. That's DJ Kuntz, famous for missing Simple's 1v2 from his perspective.
Yeah, but we don't talk about that anymore.
No. It's because he's betrayed us.
Well, he hasn't betrayed us.
Well...
It's Valorante, the child game, is more popular in North America, and that's where he lives.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah. He wants to sit at home, drinking Coca-Cola.
Or any beverage of his choice.
Or any other beverage of his choosing.
Just like you.
Yes. Lauren apparently got covered in blue goo yesterday. She was, her PC exploded and she got all of her water cooling.
Oh, dear.
All over her. So she's going to try and join the Blue Woman group. She's starting one.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
We'll be doing a stint in Vegas soon,
yes.
2025.
Yes.
10 plus 7 is 17, which means we're now into round 18. 3 more for Eternal Fire to pick this up. 2-0. This is a 1-1 match in terms of the Swiss. Winner of this will put themselves in a 2-1 category, 1 best of 3 away from the arena. It's the BTarena in Cluj-Napoca. I like this. They're going to leer out apartments to look for some jewels. Crimbo.
He's on his own. It's just him, so it's going to be at his own discretion. Okay, now noted. What do you do?
This is tough.
Yeah, he's got smoke to extinguish. So if they were to molly, which they haven't, they've actually just missed a nade instead.
I think team naded.
A bit of blockery.
But that's still a lot of pressure on A. I like that little move. Making it look like a default round, leering out the apartments now. Magic back to spawn. scooping up some extra util for the second wave. Now, because of that early pressure apartments, you're under a lot if you're big. You know, they're already entrenched the end of halls. That means they're probably in boiler room, but they've rerouted pretty quickly. The rotation is in the wrong place for big. One man on B again. And by the time that QB and Crimbo investigate, it might be too late. I think that you could risk going through this. Madja also has a HE to clear.
It feels like they're just outclassing them in the calls right now.
Hype's on the way.
Yeah, but the Molly's perfect. What's he supposed to do? Hyped will be there. Where's the cross smoke? It's going to be pluming just in unison with that of Ruins. And now up into the site. JDC tries to get aggressive, punished by Madja. First blood drawn. The site should be theirs. Tamsin and Hype both trying to rotate through to this Ruins side. Trying to maybe wallbang Madja's plant. Won't be able to disrupt. Spamming smokes, their best bet for
you
now.
know what it means, Alex.
Yeah, but not again. Should we sing the song together?
Hold on a second. The orb didn't get out.
Hype's getting smoked, it's fine. And he gets one on the way door.
Okay.
So, S-A-V-E.
You ain't got economy, you saving.
Hey, you saving. I feel like, do we harmonize? Is that what we're doing? But it sounds
not
cool.
sure.
I don't think we're harmonizing. I don't know. I'm tone deaf.
I don't think I have any musical ability whatsoever.
Allegedly, tone deaf. No one got back to me about musical players, by the way.
I don't think there would be.
Because it's kind of something you have to dedicate your life to.
These guys play a keyboard, but of a different variety.
Oh, well done. I see you.
And maybe it's not music to the ears, but it's music to the eyes. Counter-Strike.
You know what's not
Tapestry.
music to my ears? Espresso.
Espresso.
Have you ever said espresso, please?
No, but I do probably pronounce a lot of things differently or wrong.
It's that me.
So
espresso.
I don't judge.
Oh, wow. Oh,
yeah, wow.
I mean, fair enough. You've seen the rounds he's had to deal with recently. Like,
hey, we've gambled incorrectly again, and we don't have any information, and I'm on my own having to defend B, and I'm out of util. Thanks, guys. But at least we saved.
Okay, if I'm JDC, I'm telling Tabson, you cannot leave me. I don't care if they go A. Just stay.
John Dorian.
Just stay.
Constantine.
And there's Woxic onto JDC, so that's going to be a bit frustrating for him.
The compounding frustration.
Yeah, well, we all know how it goes.
Oh, he was frustrated. Now more.
Now extra.
Hype, though. He's actually been able to get a bit of a timing.
What?
Just through the smoke, Wildcard has gotten past his line of sight on the fade. If Wildcard tucks into trash,
Massive
he has.
Massive gap.
Hype's not going to see him whatsoever. He's passed completely.
Ooh, golden opportunity.
Just let him play. Everyone else should pause.
Stop. It looks like they're lining up nades and they're throwing them. So not the pause you were hoping for. But we can't, I mean, they're not rotating. It is still a 3v2 on B. Still grounds for this to go wrong, though. Hype's like, mid's clear or mid is klar.
Well, it is now.
Taught him mid.
But still, just let Wildcard keep playing. First oranges should be his.
What the hell is he up to? He's going for a Tabson maneuver.
But this is like a Nubus maneuver.
Yeah. Or an ancient temple push one.
But Hype's on the way. Is Hype going to see him? No.
Oh my God,
but they're going to block.
They have no idea.
He needs to get 2 kills.
Yeah. QB can't believe it. He didn't even pull the trigger. Oh no. Oh, you know, like 2 there with Cardi.
But now they have to go to
10 seconds.
It's worked against them.
It's all over.
It's worked against them.
There's no way you win this unless you spammed Hype 7 seconds.
They're going to say.
They're blocking them. They're running away. It's an awkward one. That is hideous.
Deary me.
Oh, I think they waited a little too long.
Yeah, and it's one of those scenarios where you want to let your flank come in. The fact that there was a block... Yeah, okay.
Oh, yoiski boyski.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't get too upset with that one if you're Eternal Fire. You need to...
Can I be?
No, I don't think so. Like, sure, you likely should win this, especially with the Woxic opener onto John DeCastro.
That could have been a one-tap.
Yeah, but look at the time the kill's coming in. It took much longer than I anticipated.
I think he rushed the first because QB kind of turned towards him.
Well, it was too quiet, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, is that the way back in? Finally, the first CT round for Big, and that's the flavor, is a nade straight down the back pocket of Hyped and Crimbo. That's big damage. Hyped to 52, Crimbo chipped down to 81. Wildcard is still looking to jump up. It feels like they are wary of the possibility for this aggressive maneuver. The two of them, Jodo and Wildcard, in tandem, are the duo to take this control. Long smoke trickles out. Banana control not being vied for. Tunnel fire still behind the bottom of banana smoke, but it does look like Madra is calling them back into place to contest this. But if you're JDC and you're stuck here again on your own, because Tabson, he's floating at the moment.
Is there such a thing as too flexible?
I think so, because they still have top mid info.
Yeah. Why have you left poor old John DeCastro to his own devices once again?
Maybe it will inform them for a quicker rotation. Tabson is now on the way back. They just called mid completely clear.
Change his name to JDB, because he's just defending B. It's all he's doing. This time with backup.
More support on the way.
In fact, this looks like the best chance they've had, especially with that lineup. JDC defends B. Effortless flash for the layup. Bomb down, round is theirs. Woxic just got 18 seconds to farm up some extra frags or peace out with his AWP. He opts for the latter. Hype could disrupt that. He's going to be pushing down middle. Don't know if he's going to be able to take this head-on collision. Woxic has had the better of him today.
Okay, so now it's 2 on the trot, and that's actually done some decent damage to the finances. He shouldn't go down after time. So Woxic will retain the AWP.
I mean, that's the most support JDC's had, and I'm sure he's just turning and saying, look how easy it can be.
Yeah, but I think it's not only that, it was actually good information.
From the
A players, they actually took brackets control, flash forward in middle, saw the corridor was clear, rotated in time.
Right.
So it meant that JDC wasn't the one who was gathering the info. He had all the info, and he knew that the finish had to be towards his site. Maybe it could have been an apartments play, but seeming unlikely. Especially with no mid-prong. And yeah, so the saved AWP comes through. The 2,400 loss bonus into the next. The AKs are available for Zentaras and Madja. They are discussing through their purchases at the moment. Zentaras could also drop a Galil. I think Madja could do the same. He could buy an AK and armor and still facilitate a Galil, but it looks like he's going to go for nades. So what is the overall investment? Is it an all-in shove? Jota into a Tech 9? They are, okay. So Mac 10, a Tech 9, 2 AKs, and the retained AWP for Woxic. Bigger back in this. Both teams with 2,400 loss bonuses on the table after a round loss. But a round loss for Big would secure the 12th for EF.
Zentaras forward position, hoping and gambling that he's not going to get double naded into logs. So far, so good. An equivalent exchange and made better by the flames. Zentaras combines his Molotov and HE, and look at their health. Tabson hanging on by a thread. Nearly got team mollied there, JDC. He's having a bit of a mare. Oh, God. Now you're trapped. Looks like it's going to be okay. The block smoke half wall will buy time. It looks like they're rescinding their attention, Crimbo. You peek into this, you are a dead man. He's
you feel for him, but
he's aware.
2 alongside. So if they wrap,
like it's decent setup so long as he doesn't peek into the AWP, which I feel like is an inevitability now. Okay, that doesn't matter. Actually, Cardi is just a really sharp shooter.
There is residual money. Take a look at the right-hand side of your screen. You can see Hype with 7.9, Crimbo with 6K. So it's 2.4 is the loss. If they didn't have absolutely no HP, you could justify hanging around and trying to be disruptive. But what are you meant to do? JDC and Tabson being inflicted with all this damage so early on within the piece, and then the 2 healthy members with all the nades over towards A get nothing done. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to give this one a go. You're going to hand over 12, and now Eternal Fire just 1 round away from putting themselves in the 2-1 bucket.
But isn't this a great look for Wicardia as well? Like the fact that he can have these T-sides, this T-side impact?
Well, you brought it up, the James Banks interview with Madja before we got this underway. And Madja noted the first was when Wicardia joined it, put them a step up, but not a point where they could win tournaments. And then, well, Jota coming in, I think he's the extra upgrade. Now, sure, only has 8 kills right now, but he looks a bit more assertive, happy to take a few more risks. Calix was from the more old school, very supportive element. He could come in clutch occasionally. You knew what you were going to get from him. He could anchor down a position very strongly, but I think Jota just offers an extra level more and is part of the next gen of Turkish Counter-Strike. So Jota Wicardia will be for the future.
Right.
Whereas right now, I understand that players are pushing the boundaries of what we can expect in terms of age, because a player like Zentaras, here he is, 29 years young, is still having great output, playing some of his best Counter-Strike. But is this it? Are we done on Inferno?
Yeah, let's find out. Wicardia this time going to have a frontal collision with JDC. He just wanted to get stuck in and is immediately punished for it. Xantares good for it. Look at this. Once again, a carpet of flame. And then nades on top. tabseN, oh, 26. Their utility's great. Woxic's also brilliant. That's nice from QB though. And now this double up committed
He'd love a flash.
Xantares would beg for a flash right now.
Molly will do it.
Oh, and a spray. Anticipates the reswing. tabseN just burns down. Double Molly killing back-to-back rounds.
Okay, well, Crimbo, you are in the complete wrong place, my friend. Bomb goes down, longest rotation point. You could start disconnecting from the server right now.
Yeah,
GG.
I'd rather they didn't.
Wow, honestly, you may as well. He's not winning this round.
No, he's not. He's not. It's 13-9. Eternal Fire 2-0 puts him in the 2-1. Nice and easy. One way from the playoffs. An 8-team playoffs going to be in Cluj-Napoca later on this weekend. So it's all good in the Eternal Fire hood. Big Clan room for improvement. And before we throw to the desk, I have a question for you. Richard, Dust, Maui, would you rather have the ability to see 10 minutes into the future or 150 years into the future?
Definitely the 10 minutes.
10 minutes easily.
Yeah, I mean,
I could make bets.
By the way, in 10 minutes, this segment will be over, so that's cool. Because we have to talk about some pretty heinous CS from Big on that CT side.
I will say that I give a lot of credit to Eternal Fire. I mean, they were incredibly polished and smooth. And I just want to say, I want to highlight one key factor that is making Eternal Fire so much scarier than you may think, is that Woxic's career trajectory, man, is so impressive. Like, from 2018 and 19 to be this guy that's just like this flashy opper, really quick flicks, kind of a wild card player for those MOUZ sports lineups with Kerrigan, to now being an incredibly stable player who has so much consistency. You can rely on him in a solo position to just deliver you key important frags, and also the level of self-preservation that he exerts now. Like, this guy has actually like leveled up in terms of so many different factors. I'm gonna just say it. I think he's a lot smarter than he was in 2018 and 19. Like, he's read some books.
I've talked about this quite a bit actually, and he's what I call a LANimal, which is there are these like players that do level their game up at LAN, and obviously historically when he was playing, especially during the COVID era, the pandemic era, where everything was online, he was hampered by his ping, but he just gets to LAN and he just kind of dials in. He's locked in, he just does what he does. And yeah, absolutely, it's crazy to think like the history of Turkish CS would have been completely different if Woxic and Xantares had sort of played together sooner, I think, and for whatever reason that didn't happen. But yeah, he's just had a monster series. He's been great here. You combine the firepower of him with a player like Xantares and now Jota. This is why Eternal Fire is such a scary team.
They're scary for a lot of different reasons. I mean, really, I feel like Woxic's rise kind of really propelled this team forward to get those second place finishes at EPL and you know the Belgrade event, and to get them even in contention. I mean, before it was just the whole idea of like, oh yeah, Xantares is a super sick entry fragger, but they needed more. And the fact that Woxic was a stable second star is what propelled Eternal Fire forward. And what's happening this year that you're seeing is, yes, Jota represents the opportunity for a young gun to come into the team that was in their academy system, that played for Sangal for a while, made a name for himself online. But I think sometimes people forget about what who is in the same boat. He's actually younger than Jota. He's 19, Jota's 22. He came straight from the academy system to Eternal Fire. He never got to meander around the scene anywhere else. And, you know, when he is able to come alive, which he saw a lot here. I mean, look at all these takes he had at middle on the team side in that second half when he's leading entries into brackets. You know, obviously he had one of those entries wrapping Moto as well. Like, he is having significant impact, and he's doing so while also having to kind of like move around a little bit to make room for Jota. So to see him, if he can keep
Look
up
at that HE stat. Dude, that HE stat, like everybody from Eternal Fire, I think was in the hundreds when it came to utility damage.
Yeah, their utility damage is unreal. Like, they know exactly where to pre-nade at every stage of the round to get some free chip damage.
Reminiscent of vintage Astralis. They used to have a super high stat as well. So
you watch this game, and honestly, like, Eternal Fire were so fluid in their utility usage to set up people with flashes, to have nades and mollies in the faces or at the feet of the big players. Like, Eternal Fire Fire is actually a fairly apt name because it's exactly how Big felt when those mollies were just singeing them every single round. They were burning to death so frequently. Like, this was almost, in some ways, I didn't actually know if I rated Eternal Fire's Inferno this highly, but watching, and yes, this game got a little bit close in some ways, but watching just how smooth they were with layered utility towards Banana over and over again, like JDC, Tabson, whoever is defending Banana, they were in the hurt locker eternally when they were fighting in that space.
It's one of those things where I feel like as each match passes this year, the more impressed I become with Eternal Fire, the more I move them from like dark horse candidate to like true contender status. And I think the next thing that we needed to see was them expand their map pool. Like, we know they have the individual talent. We knew that they're one of the best Anubis teams in the world, if not the best. Some Nuke, some Train has looked good for them as well this year, but it's about building out the rest of the map pool. Inferno is one of the opportunities that could be, from an eye test perspective, that they could add. And this is another kind of piece of evidence to kind of point us in that direction. So
I think they've got a solid map pool. I really do. I think if you factor in the best team in the world in Anubis, we've just seen them on Inferno. I said that's a close second. They'll play Dust 2 all day long. I'd really like to see an Eternal Fire Spirit Dust 2
early adopter of Train.
Point. Yeah, you know, early adopter of Train as well. This is another reason why I think people are sleeping on Eternal Fire a little bit in 2025.
Their Nuke's also really good.
Yeah, I think they've got all the pieces now to win trophies consistently. We're going to take a look at some rounds. You've highlighted a round for us here. I'll do the unlosable round that they lost, but you want to do round 6, I think it was.
Yeah, let's just jump into this one. This game, in many ways, was it was actually a pretty good start here, I think, for Eternal Fire. And what we saw was the Big, like, this is kind of what I dislike about Big, actually. It's that you got a 4-on-4, you have a single opper on this A bomb site, and I think Big didn't have a flash because they knew that he was there, and they try to go all the way back. And this is kind of what I mean with, they want to play perfect CS, so they try to always find these gaps, go for these mid rounds. But like, Eternal Fire did a great job of constricting them on their CT side, where they just kept going for pushes, finding some peaks here and there, taking space away. And Big, on the other hand, just kind of, they just want everything to be set up so prim and proper that it's foregoing actually an advantageous situation to capitalize on a bomb site where there's one guy.
Yeah, they just haven't really been able to build out those like quick reactions in the mid-round protocols with this new roster yet. But we're going to kind of switch roles a little bit, Richard, because I know that you had a round that you wanted to break down, actually.
I do.
Because
want to break this
up until this point, to set the stage, we actually saw a perfect half for Eternal Fire on the teeth. Looked like they're about to run with it. So, Richard, why don't you tell me what happened here?
Well, so basically, Hyped has somehow let YKD get into this position. I was hoping we were going to see the whole thing. He like actually crept up mid, walked through a smoke, went through Arch, went through Spawn, while his team waited at the top of Banana for him to get that. If he gets both kills, that round is over. He probably should get both kills, if we're being honest, because they had no clue whatsoever he was there. And that was another thing. You called it in the green room. Hyped was so preoccupied with trying to hit that like flicked shot and the boiler. Now, I don't even know, because we didn't have it on the replay, whether he had some utility.
He was holding bracket with an op, but he kept dancing around the pillar and almost created a timing for Wycadia to slink into CT spawn. And it's almost just like, just hold the angle. Like, we really need you to just hold the angle. I get in like CS2, you want to be moving a little bit more, but you are using the gun that's the best for being stationary too.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. It's like it's 13-9, so people might think it's a little bit closer than it was. That was an unlosable round that Eternal Fire lost, and that was like one of two that Big got in that second half. So, I mean, it should have been a much bigger gap. Eternal Fire definitely the better team. Is there anything we can say about Big moving forward? We didn't expect them to win this one. Are they going to struggle to make it to Cluj?
Yeah, it definitely so. I mean, the one bright spot I have seen like the last couple of games is at least QB has started to engage a little bit more. We're seeing a little bit better fragging out of him these last couple of games, but still not enough to like really tip him over the edge for me just yet. Again, we have seen flashes from JDC at times to try to be their star, but it just seems like they're still like a few steps behind firepower-wise. And as Maui kind of noted, you know, tactically speaking, it just feels like they're just not quite able to react quickly and try to pounce onto things, you know, in the heat of the moment.
They're using two new players in QB and Hyped, and I would say that Hyped, even though Tabson has given him some praise that he's a little bit, he takes more initiative than Surson did. He calls his own number more. I just feel like he still has a lot of room to grow. And I think that the mechanics, again, are there. Like, he can hit some really sick shots. It's just like ironing out the decision and being more airtight as a player. Like, it's tough, but you just need to create the flow chart for every map. When you start here, where do you move next after you hit a shot? Where do you move next if you're flash off the angle? Like, all of that needs to build out, and it's something that just needs to be drilled over and over and over again, or he just really needs to watch some demos. So just get to work on that.
Yeah, lots of homework to do, but there's still plenty of time. Big still in the tournament. We are going to take a break, and when we come back, Astralis is going to be taking on Falcons, so haters will be eating good in just a few moments.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
For Falcons coming into Cluj-Napoca, a better result and a victory would be amazing for these guys. I'm sure Teses would agree right now. I'll look at the start of the year. It's not like it was bad results, but obviously when you're looking at the names you now have and looking at this new roster coming together, people have these expectations put on you guys. And then obviously what happened at Katowice, you meet G2, you can't win that game. Obviously a tough opponent for sure, but it's like, does it hurt right now kind of where you're at, or how do you guys view it as a team?
I think where we're at right now, it just gives us more hunger. Like, we know we want more than this and what we have showed so far, but I really think that it just brings us closer a lot faster to go through these times, and like just working day in and day out of making things better is gonna help us in the long run. And right now everyone is like feeling confident in the team, and we work every day, and things are just moving forward, and it is going to be better, and hopefully sooner we'll show that with the results too. But as you say, the expectations from ourselves, the team and Falcons itself is super high, and I believe that people looking from the outside just wants us to fail and see this project going bad, but that's why I really enjoyed taking up this challenge, that I want to be one of those that will be part of this team making it succeed. Because it's a challenge.
That's very good. You can't be as well. You've got to get through it and push through it. And what I like with this, right, is I'm looking at the core of you guys that came from Heroic. So you, Dexter, and then Kixan as well. For Kixan, obviously you knew how he was leading back with Heroic. Is he still the same person you're seeing there now he's coming to this team? Or is there, I don't know, different changes he's having to make because Zonic's got a different way of looking at it? How can you explain it to me right now?
I think the dynamic with the team, how the things are, is really good, and Kixan is still the same guy that he was in Heroic, which I would describe as like this leader that doesn't like take too much space or is like very vocal like that, but he's there when you really need him. And when there's something, when he sees something that we are on the way to a bad path or wrong direction, he is immediately there to step in and like make us go the right way again. And also he's just one of the calmest persons ever when we're playing. And
oh, really? But he can get quite fired up. So
like he is hype. Yeah. But when he's the way he sounds when he's saying things and like taking a timeout or saying that we have to calm down or that we need to focus a little bit more on the communication and stuff like this, it's in a very calm way and it's not stressful. He just makes us listen to him and. You know, it's just that calm voice where you're just like, everything is going to be all right, just listen and we do it.
That's good to hear. Okay, that's really positive. And when you are improving as a team, how much have you, as the core of the Old Heroic, had to sacrifice things with implementing Magisk and obviously Nico coming in? Because I know Nico has a big voice, but obviously he takes a lot of important roles as well. But it does seem like you guys fit right now, but does it fit as well as I'm seeing?
I think so. I don't think we have had to change anything out of the ordinary. So I think in general it's been really good, and the roles and all of this stuff is also fitting, and I just believe that when everyone is being like kind of glued together and we have played with each other a little bit more, it's gonna click on a different level, and that's where we're working towards.
Are you maybe the easiest teammate to get on with? Because no one ever says anything bad when it comes to Teses. It's like everyone just talks positively about how you can blend into it. It does seem like you can fit into any team.
Yeah, well, I kind of like to think that about myself also, and I guess I am pretty easy to fit in with. I don't really see the bad in people or see bad intentions if they're telling me there's none, and just the way. And also when things are going the wrong direction, I'll like if something is stepping over the line, I'm there to like tell them off and don't think that's okay. And yeah, I think I'm just easy to be around because I don't really bring any negative feelings to the table.
All right, well, best of luck with it all. I'm excited to see what you guys can do and try and carry some of that online momentum through into the games here.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome back, and we are about to get into what I'm calling the Hater Bowl. Astralis versus Falcons, two orgs that have spent lots of money, tried to assemble incredible rosters, star players on the lineup, and yet nothing but mediocrity has come their way for a period of years. And for the fan bases that support these relative orgs, I know it's been incredibly tough. It's actually been tougher for Astralis fans who had that surge of glory supporters, 2018, 2019, everyone pretending. I supported Astralis before it was cool, and ever since then, nothing. You've just had to watch lineup after lineup continuously fail. Maui, I'll start with you. What has been the secret of their spectacular failure these past few years?
I mean, both of these teams have just been allergic to majors for a while now, actually. So obviously an important one. The secret to failure for Astralis, okay, I feel like it's looking at, it's actually something that I think Kassad taught me. It's something that where
be careful.
You look at what a player was instead of thinking who the player is today. It's actually hiring people or signing them big buyouts for what we see in a certain particular environment where a person like Stown or Yabby is succeeding, and not understanding what goes beyond that, the entire context of what makes them click in this system. So to add Stown and Yabby in the first place without Cadian, we saw how they floundered. In fact, they kind of still are floundering. And then they also go with a couple other moves, people like Blame F and trying to make him an in-game leader. Like, they've done so many different roster moves that are either way too low on the budget, like a Borup signing, or way too high without understanding the complementary pieces that are necessary, like Stown and Yabby.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where they're trying to continue to have this nationalistic idea of having a Danish-only team, not going international like many other teams have eventually done once they have run out of runway within players in their own country, right? You've seen this with Vitality is probably the biggest example in recent times of getting away from being a French team and being more of an international squad. You know, Astralis may eventually have to look into that, but so far their pride has not let them do it. And really, this Astralis team, outside of that top four finish at the Blast World Final last year, they beat like MOUZ and Na'Vi, they haven't really done anything else that would make you feel excited. Like, they had an okay run at the play-in at Katowice, but once they hit the main event, it was really just not a whole lot to really get excited about.
It was pretty funny in Cadian's interview with HLTV recently, where he said, I mean, oh yeah, of course, like the losses to teams like Spirit, they're better than us. And then the MIBR loss, they're in a situation too. And then yeah, the Gamer Legion team, yeah, they're also. It's like he kept backpedaling to the point he realized, oh yeah, these losses have actually been quite bad this season.
Yeah, and I think the other big thing is, like, yes, some of the guys that you want to perform for this team aren't. Like, you know, Stown is really struggling to be an effective rifler. It feels like the only consistent piece that they do have is Device, but he's not meant to be like the guy creating openings and carries. Like, they need Stown, Yabby, Stair to be able to get those entry fraggings, and they need to be able to find a map pool, because outside of Inferno, I haven't really seen anything else look promising.
And you can see we've got the star player comparison here. We we are going to see Device versus Nico. Obviously, two fantastic names, historically been in that top 20, you know, time and time and time again. I just feel like these guys have got such a task ahead of them because you can't be critical of the way these are playing as individuals. It just doesn't feel like it's enough to drag the rest of their roster through these matches. And I'll bring it over to Falcons. Obviously, we saw them lose yesterday. We were talking about that in the pre-show. You know, Nico didn't have a great game. That's always my worry with any team that Nico's in. I think people become reliant on him and everything he can do. And if the rest of the lineup can't support him, then they have a tendency to get poor results. G2 fans will tell you all about that.
Nico, some people will say, what, you weren't watching the game. It was only his map 3. That's the only map he played well on. And oftentimes he wasn't actually finding the action there. So bans coming out, actually, both of these teams, I thought, wanted to ban Anubis. So I thought, who's going to play the chicken game of floating it? Astralis actually lose that one. But I think Falcons are actually liking the fact that they can ban Inferno now.
That was the one map that Astralis has looked good on consistently. Dust 2 has been the big map that Falcons have looked good consistently. That's really the only map. Now, the core of Heroic were known for Ancient, so that is a map that they could, some of their players have a good identity on, and so yeah, there is a Dust to pick from Falcons, kind of what I expected. And then after that, maybe Nuke winds up being the last one, not really sure.
Yeah, both of the teams, well, it's, yeah, okay, so we do get Nuke there as the handshake. I would say in terms of winning the veto, I would take Falcons in this one. I feel like the fact that they got to ban out Inferno, which we've already preempted in saying that it's the map that Astralis probably wanted to go to, gives them a pretty inherent edge.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Falcons are favored for this one. I think Astralis are actually like a lot worse than their 15th ranking. I think it was kind of belies. I think they've got a lot of problems. And Falcons, you know, they've took that heroic core. It hasn't quite clicked for them yet, but I think just head-to-head individually, they're the form players. They're playing better. Like Stown and Yabi still haven't even arrived in Astralis yet.
I test-wise, I think Falcons are way more cohesive. Yeah. I feel like they're actually playing like a team. Sometimes they don't get the last couple stages of a round perfectly right, but in terms of actually the openers, what they want to do in the mid-round, the fact that the voices in the team are clearly connecting, like Nico's giving input, I'm sure Magisk is, Kicksan, like it's enough brain power there that I feel like I've watched them make conversions on rounds that were a little bit hectic. And I think that was a nice sign for me when I watched them. Even though they lost to Pain, they had a lot of moments where it was like, okay, they knew exactly what was happening this round. They corralled the Pain players. It's just that they couldn't actually get it over the line in terms of the total quantity of rounds.
Yeah,
just quickly, Dust, because the game is about to start. Final thoughts from you?
Yeah, my final thoughts is just, you know, going into Ancient, this is going to be kind of new territory for Nico. He's now a mid player instead of a B player. I just want to see how he adjusts to that and if he can have impact and win his team the game for it.
All right, well, we're about to find out. We're going to go straight into the game, and as always, it's going to be brought to you by Machine and Sponge.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yes, the blockbuster for all the wrong reasons. Falcons versus Astralis. All of Counter-Strike is tuning in to witness this head-to-head, and for interesting reasons. Nico on one side, Device on the other.
Happy birthday, Nico.
Legendary names. Happy birthday, Nico. 28 years young. And we get a double smoke exec from Astralis to start. 3 to receive them on the site.
Perfectly blocked. They got to go through.
Yeah, and if you do, Teses is there, kicks in up close. Nico got a swing as well. Anti-flash and ready. First contact taken, headshots required. Who's delivering? Nico one. Stairs puts him down after the first, keeps him humble. That's the kill. The Abbey breaks open to the site and breaks open the head of Teses. Magisk does have that retake package of the smoke in the kit, and Degster bringing in Armored Julies. He's arrived on the scene. A 2 versus 4. Trying to rectify this, and oh, they heard that fumble jump. Does that give them the info? There's 2 there. It certainly will now. Dexter down, though, and running out of bullets. Magisk unable to contribute. Magisk again as well, worth mentioning. He's worn an Astralis jersey before.
Oh, yeah, well, we've got a couple of things to look into in that regard, right? Teses in the server against some of his former teammates from Heroic. So there are some Danish links, and I'm not talking about sausages.
Hey, yo.
I think it's also fun when you get Device versus Nico in the server, 2 of Counter-Strike's most popular players, and big names over the better part of a decade. The Danes convert the pistol, Falcons force. Nico's going to run straight through that molly into the face of the Deagle. Not the weapon for the job, but still gets one.
Yeah, it's rare to see a Deagle take that fight. 5-7, it's SMG, but he makes it work with the Deag. Very nice start. They are hitting A.
Land. Yeah, Dexter has to rotate through Temple.
Is he going to just try and timing tap?
I guess.
It's not looking good. The crosshair placement, body shot.
Oh,
Okay, what am I saying? I'm wrong. He's right. Dexter takes down Device. Very nice. Block donut, Kixon.
The smoke on site's a little bit worrying.
Yeah, right. You can plant in it. I'm sure that's tempting. Kixon's not going to be... Oh, covered. Jabby tends to it. 3 versus 3, keeping that molly on backside to limit their opportunities and options. With Dexter down, it looks like the pressure might be released here. You can see they are just going to be coming in from Donut Magic with a Galil.
Yeah, just going to save. Okay, well, that's the right call. And yeah, Cadian using the defensive smoke that kicks in through to seed some doubt on the site against them. So plants in it, and they get away with the second round. Lucky little shot there from Dexter. But all in all, not too much to write home about for Falcons. Now it's about what can they do with the save Galil, the 5-7, and I'm sure what Magisk is going to drop across. They'll have a couple of upgrades to work with.
Astralis, a strong start, convincing pistol, good game plan. We've hit B, direct, and we've hit A with a degree of direction as well. Just that one push or lingering player towards middle that Nico cut out of the round at the start. So we can get ourselves situated for our third.
Yeah, so it is that Galil. They've get a Deagle in the hand of Teses. Deagle for Nico. Kicks him with a 5-7 and a HE. So still some worries for Astralis. And if they do continue to play a bit more as a pack and direct, it's just going to be one multi-kill from Falcons, and a round like this could still be somewhat threatening. Jabby B lane on his own. And just Teses in cave. But 4 out mid. Donut smoke, red smoke, lots of space. Cadian leading the pack. Posturing now for an A split through red. Telegraph utility.
Pretty good.
Yeah, and it is just Nico. So Dexter's on the other side of the smoke, sure. But if they do go for the A split, now they're clearing out Donut. Nico is the player with the Deagle on the side who has to do the lion's share of the damage. Redeploy. Stair just making sure they can get through without any worries. A flash as well.
Oh, Nico's
Let's go, birthday boy.
Yeah, okay. Well, that limits his options. Nico? Right.
Well,
they call that one the Balkan barbecue.
That's not how that one was meant to go down whatsoever. No opportunity to use the Galil. Dexter, as mentioned, was waiting behind that smoke. He's still here. Down seems somewhat aware.
Oh,
still goes down.
That's a nasty one. You might even get away with the AK, I say that. Device spamming away, but good smoke from Dexter.
I don't think you want to give away too much this early on in the game if you're Astralis. Everybody has rifles besides Katie, and he's the only one who you'd say could have a little bit of a look.
They're buying next round anyway.
The others should really try and hold on to their guns to try and fortify a bit of the finances. Another confidence booster there from Dexter. Important. He's the type of player that can be really streaky. So if he's having a good start, he's feeling the game. Doesn't need to be going for that. We'll be able to retain the AK-47. Now, likely to see him drop that AK to probably somebody like Nico and receive an ult for his troubles, or just buy one of his own. He's got the cash to do so. You know, yesterday I was talking about players maybe not being able to do all the utility. Let's look at Dexter. Let's see if he can do, and I don't want to try and ice that, but let's see if he can do the elbow smoke.
Because he's got the AWP.
Because it should be the AWP's job.
And?
Right, so the AWP should be smoking elbow.
Bob's your uncle.
Well, you haven't seen it land yet.
No, that's perfect.
There you go. A+.
Which house would he be in? He's a bit of a Slytherin.
He'd definitely be Slytherin. I don't even think it's a conversation.
Okay. 10 points to Slytherin. Who's getting... Oh, Teses is investigating. Yeah, he's kind of got a lot of information, or at least he can assume. Like, nothing heading his way. Lane's quite quiet, so Magisk and Dexter are going to be on high alert. Now, an AWP is the perfect weapon for this kind of job.
Actually transitioned to more aggressive stance was Dexter, at least floating between the two.
Yeah. They parked Yabi B. He'll be able to get some info, maybe catch a timing. Meanwhile, they do start walking out.
They want to fight red.
Yes. Smoke Donut implies that. Kicks and spots out the B player as well. Oh, wow. Dexter's leaving. Oh, and that's the fight they were looking for. Thank you very much. Device beats out Nico, and a bad wallbang onto Kicks and puts him low.
Nico couldn't drop back. The molly was behind him. He had to fight.
He forced it. Oh, nice composure from Dexter. The bomb is on the floor. Device focused on something else.
Guys, you need to get the bomb. Yabi might be able to pick it up on the way through, but has to get past the AWP.
He's across. Oh, damn. Cadian loses his head as a price to pay for that. Yambi brings the bomb through. Smoke CT. Now, it's going to be a man advantage for the retake. It's Yambi getting that bomb punched in.
There are kits to make this a possibility, but still going to be tough. Smoke down. Half-life of about 15 seconds left on that. Multiple bodies coming in through Temple. Late to the party will be Kixon.
Yeah, clears out that close. They can linger in that smoke. Nice work from him to process of elimination. The potential post plant here. Shadow advantage for Stown. And was rewarded for it. Catches the push out from Teses. Trade is there from Magis. Good shooting from Stair. It's only Stair, and down now to Dexter. They come up clutch. Kixon has the kit.
Great round
Falcons
from Dexter.
Have a round, yeah, big one.
Really, really nice round there from Dexter after Nico gives away that opening death at red. Dust pointing out the death, the change of position, something that Nico's going to have to get used to. Type of rifler Nico is, you do want to see him up close and personal with mid fights. Was playing over towards B as an extremity player, right? Getting to take a few more of those duels. But this, at the start of the round, if he can get through the thick of the rally of flashes that both teams will be throwing out, then he just gets to absolutely dominate that area with his aim. But really important second kill for Dexter. Gives him the number advantage, steady stuff, and a very strong start from the AWPer.
Okay, what can they get done here? Because it is a couple of compromises for Astralis. They still have all their smokes, but a Galil or two. Elbow smoke lands.
Feigning A, right? The bomb's not picked up. This is just pressure. You want to force the rotation, have the players drop off of middle, and they're going to try and slink through again.
Look at the panic. Look at the panic setting in.
Yeah, well, now that there's no steps behind it, they've foregone the mid control, same as last round.
And this time, Magis is the one forced to fight, and he demonstrates his prowess. A lovely double on the M4A4. Composed spray, dispatches of Stair and Cadian.
Another block smoke top ramp, so
well timed.
If they were going to try and react through and look for fights on B, they'll have to search somewhere else. Oh, that's just a wallbang kill for free.
You'll take that any day of the week. Good work from Device. Makes it just a one round, get a one player disadvantage. Tess is on site. Magis going to be peeking into short. He's heard that cave player. Yabi makes no secret of his position. Swings in, turns flash. Good play from Yabi. This is now 3v3. It's slipping out of Falcons' control here. Magis gets a double kill, and it still could be out of his control. Yabi catches him worried about ramp.
Too fast on cave.
Why did that feel so easy?
Wow, the wallbang really helped. The Device grabs another. Nico down. Now it's just Dexter around that should have been theirs.
Oh, wow.
No resistance since. Dexter with a miss or remove. Device gets the kill, and that is a thing of beauty. Astralis. Need to get a few of those under your belt if you want to be tussling with Falcons today, and that's a very frustrating round loss. You wonder if Zonic wants to bring in a tactical timeout just to try and settle the team. The wallbang kill for Kixon, okay, that sucks. You don't want to be given that over. Here it is in the highlight package. But after that, it shouldn't be this easy. One at a time, disjointed, no trade ability whatsoever. A flat look from Falcons.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. And for Magisk, of course, you just had a fight.
Bad round.
He threw a 5v3.
That's a bad round indeed.
God, they are abusing middle. I love this from Astralis. We've had deep Molotovs, we've had double nades. It's not been fun for Nico in middle. A game plan, just solid protocols.
Well, they're going to be 5-1 down most likely. There is this hero M4 invested upon to try and make things interesting, but still you need to find some traction and soon. The push from Kixon coming through main.
Oh, he's got him dead to rights here if Cadian holds.
Oh, he's got his back.
Oh, the timing's great for Kixon. And gets it done.
Took a lot of damage. Another gun available. Teses on B, needs to stay alive.
How is he supposed to do that, though? Yeah, 26 points of health, and Device has his cross back. Thank you very much. B is theirs. Do you even go for this, or do you take the prizes home?
Try and do some damage. Like, don't let the tier economy get too far out of control.
True.
You know that you're going to be buying with the loss bonus going into the next, so you can just hang around to be a little bit annoying. Bomb radius on Ancient if you can keep them trapped and pinned, but it does look like they want to play the pacifist approach.
Yeah, piecing out. Kixon just smokes the B doors and gets out of there.
Well, Astralis now need to look for a way out of the site. So 2,900 is the loss bonus going into the next. Will be an AWP available for the likes of Dexter. Magis has 3.6k plus the 2.9 that's about to come in. So they can operate with the type of buys they're looking for, but safely finding a passage out of the B bomb site. But a very good look for the Danes. The pistol, the conversions, a blemish on the record that was a Dexter 4k. And they make good with a 3v5 of their own. I'm curious now if we do see the full press, if Falcons want to get full B lane control as well as mid, because they have given over a little bit of room for Astralis. So, sure, they've applied pressure towards A to draw those rotations. Now, this is where in the game, if you're Cadian and you throw the A utility like you did, and you can now commit, because they might not be as willing to believe that you are actually heading towards A. These are the mind games. But the tactical timeout has been called, and that's likely to address the conversation that we're having right now. Zonic on the mic. They get to confer as a unit. Take a look at how they want to approach this.
If you were to call more like commitment behind the A util that they feigned previously, would you still task Yabby with lane control, or do you completely forego early?
I think you still want to have a lurk piece, unless you're just going to do an all-in 5-man rush, but then you have no other options. It's literally a shove all in. We have to win this at the start. I think having one lurking piece is all right. But
it's actually going to be 3 starting B.
Not the case, so into something a little bit more standard.
Cadian does go looking for trouble middle. He wants to show presence, spam through the smoke, but look at Kixon. He's on the warpath, forced to turn away. Fake flash works. Stair kicks open. Nice flash support as well. Stair still finds Teses though in the meantime. Dexter down as well. Barrel betrays him. Sticking out. And now nothing for Nico to do. Deep speedway smoke. Long is going to be a... Oh, he's exposed. Nico.
Yabby.
Nico's going to get one. Okay.
Yabby couldn't quite believe that he wasn't being acknowledged whatsoever. That means the comms are bad.
It does look like
because the fact that nobody in that moment who was dead told Nico that they could already be up the long side.
For real.
So right now, dysfunctional Falcons. Story of their time in Counter-Strike.
Signed by Simple. Who's AK signed by Simple? That's what the name tag says. It's Yabby's. Titan Hollow.
I'm sure there's a story behind that.
Yeah.
All right, well, Magic's looking to save. That B defense crumbled. Kixon went aggressive. They went looking for answers, right? They were going aggressive on the B lane looking for answers, and they got them.
Excuse me, sorry. It's signed by Simple is Stowns. They just both have very expensive AK-47s. Would you like me to research how much those Case Hardened stickers are worth? I think that's like 40 grand each for...
Yeah, that's probably, what, 150 grand AK or something along those lines.
Jesus
Christ. It's only money, and it's only fake money too.
Yeah, but it's like, it could be like a house.
Well, it could be. I mean, someone has to buy it.
Yeah, that's how price is determined, right? Got a couple of expensive PNGs I can put on the thumb drive.
Right. Teses needs a kill. That's what the people at home are saying. He's 0-6 right now. James Bond on the menu. I think they found their actor, but tough for Falcons early. A 5-round lead already. The T side. And playing with some confidence and some conviction are the Danes. Up next will be Dust 2. I'm going to make sure they don't block each other out of spawn with the elbow and the door smokes. Chasing their tail.
Okay, that's a great start for Stair. Dexter is going to be able to find Device searching a main, and Magis needed that. Shuts down the mid presence. Dexter firing off an aggressive warning shot. Yabby's just going to walk into him. Well played again. Dexter finds another on A. Looking and shaping up to be a good Falcons round here. Spearheaded by the AWP, and look at the frag discrepancy right now for Falcons.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Well, they gave away a 3v5, and they give away a 2v4.
No.
They're still pretty split right now. Don't know smoke land, so that's going to sow some seeds of doubt. At a certain point, the B defense... Never mind. Magis makes sure that there's no indecision. There's no question marks. Takes the fight. Just needs to find KDM with the bomb.
They both had their nades out. And Dexter leaves with 3 as well. So Teses yet to frag. 1 for Kixon. And Nico just a meager 3.
Yeah, and I think if you look at a player profile, you think, okay, so Nico is one of the in the conversation for the GOAT rifler, right?
Yes.
You think about Ancient Middle and how you're around the smokes, but it can, like, Donk plays that position. Nerds plays that position. Nico's a very, but Nico used to play the B extremity. This is playing around flashes, smokes, mollies. So it's not just taking an aim duel. There's a bit more to it. Is this where they go with the full A play? It is. This is the A rush. They're committing.
Full. Just Cadian holding the elbow push.
Orbs here again.
Here we go. Missed shot from Dexter. He's not going to get many more opportunities. Dipping out towards the temple. Goes down to Stair. Kicking up a fuss strong into the A site. Stair has been a real crucial component into breaking into these sites for Astralis. Resmoke Donut already looking like it's pretty bleak. That's a good spam catch. And look at the damage onto Stown as well. He does get the bomb down, but look what it cost him. 20 points of health. Stair on the site. Dexter's low, or sorry, Device is low towards A main. Oh, I think this is a retake the Falcons will go for and have a good chance to go for now. Smoke forces him forward as well. Device and Cadian behind that A main smoke. Kixon goes looking. Stan will have heard that. Stair could find, catches Teses. Falcons, they're running out of time. They got to move now. There's a little flurry of frags. Someone has to defuse. On it now. Kixon holding it. Can Device hit this shot? Oh! Gets him off the bomb. Nico has to hold it. No time. It's going to be an Astralis round. Brutality.
Where's the bodyguards?
They did their best.
What are you paying them for?
Magisk was there.
Looked away from main. The fact that he gets out on low HP, gets the kill, takes the planner off the bomb. Hey, you have the number advantage. They're both stuck behind the smoke.
You could have killed him with a cotton wool ball.
Oh, whoa. I guess this is it. So because there's 2 players left, you're assuming that it's so late. Magisk is so late to have to help that they peel away worried about Donut. They're not playing together. They're not in a cluster. The communication not there, and they lose another bad round.
Oh, man. Who was that alongside Magisk, the other player closer to the diffuser?
Was it Nico?
Might have been Nico. Yeah, I think he walked away.
Or was it Kixon?
Well, he's bought an AK. Kixon was diffusing, but you saw it from Magic's POV. Magisk's. Oh my god, I did it. Haven't done that in a while. But yeah, I think it must have been Nico.
It was Nico, yeah. Because Dexter died first. Teses got taken down by Stair through the smoke.
Right.
Kixon was the diffuser, and Nico and Magisk were the 2 tasked with covering, and Magisk went down to the bomb.
Oof.
Yeah, and it was actually Astralis the ones who took the time. I actually would just run that again.
Yo, I mean, Snacks would too.
Oh, doesn't look like they're going to. It's going to be the lurk smoke out mid and a missed window, but they're heading straight towards B. So Teses and Kixon, they need to be on guard. And this B bomb site's been pretty damn weak. Teses still yet to frag.
Yeah, that's he's been one of the highest performers for Falcons. So that's an absence that will be felt today. Unless he can turn it on. Cadian slips into Cave.
For free.
Yeah, it's all there. It's just leaping and bounding. Nico will flank Cave, though, fast, and Kixon. Oh, there's Teses. There's Teses in the feed. 2.5 from him. Nico's flank finishes off Stown, and ooh, wow, Magisk, good spam. May overlook this push from Yabi. So a 1v3 taking shape here. Oh, Magisk. He actually gets away and gets the info. Beautiful from him. Playing for the round is Magisk. Yabi is too, but not ready for ramp. He's so worried about Cave. Little does he know, there's 2 bodies ready to catch him on that ramp side. Nico closes it down, a double kill from him.
Probably the best team-based round yet for Falcons, because the other 2 you could put to Dexter's name. He had a 4K and then a 3K. So Dexter has been the win condition so far on this CT side, but some good trade work, some good response, and some great spam. 2 rounds left in this half. Salvaging is still possible. Look at the finances for Astralis. They're down to absolutely nothing. And going into the final round next round will only be 1,900.
Nico and Magisk, the pedigree in middle. And Stair
he's past him.
Is slipping the smoke at awareness from Nico.
Lurk smoke.
Yeah, Dexter's going to be in trouble here. There's no Molotov, but an AWP shot up close is a hard one. Gets run down. Yabi. Oh, Cadian distracted by the idea of equipping the AWP has been put low. On notice, 14 points of health. Has a re-smoke, but here's Magisk with the flank. It should be a round-winning flank. No one's considered this so early as the smoke fades. So do their chances. Falcons a must-win. 4th.
Temple, more like Tomb.
Yeah, oh, very nice. We tried Lara Croft, Tomb Raider. And, ooh, there it is. Confirmation.
Very defensive from Magisk, isn't
Every time, yeah.
He's like, all right, I'm not going to be the reason we give up a round like this.
I think he's probably, he's once bitten, twice shy. Had a couple of rounds he thought were certain.
It also tells they don't have full info on the remaining 2. They know there's only 1. They've seen the shadow.
It's a nasty shadow, that one.
They need to just clamp down on Cadian. They will. And as mentioned, loss bonus going into this final round will mean everyone just hovering either over or under that 2K mark. So a recovery of sorts on the table for Falcons, 7-5. Then the pistol, the conversions, it's back on. It was looking miserable for a moment, but a late sprint. They've managed 3 out of the last 4, and they get this one because it will be a very similar purchase. Bunch of Tech 9s, couple of smokes again, but a different looking opener.
Okay, extinguish on the lane util. Deep cave smoke.
They've used all of their T-nades already.
Okay, so
yeah.
So you got to do something with this red room control, basically.
I don't know what you're meant to do with this. You need to group up and trade, essentially. Hope that you get the opener, and then the trades fall in your favor. Opening kill may be an essential component of a round victory right now.
Okay, well, Dexter's AWP is working cave. Tess is spotting ramp. Has he got util to block? Yes. And you don't have any more nades. So the territory is your most valuable asset.
They could be running down Magisk on the fade of this smoke because Nico's starting to cheat back to cover red.
Yes, Kixon as well.
And he's committed to an angle. Well, at least he was.
Magisk, incendiary, seems well placed. Forces Yabi through. And Nico, oh, he's in the right place and gets the right result. Sprays down 3 on the Tech 9. Device and Yabi left
where the bomb is.
Try and work this final round of their attacking half out. And yeah, bomb is under Dexter and Kixon's noses. Oh, wow. Good work from Yabi. Good shooting. Yeah, it looked pretty good.
Okay. Wow, boys, 30 seconds.
It's unlosable, Chad.
That's what I'd be saying.
But
as mentioned, it's the blockbuster for all the wrong reasons.
Well,
so if this was going to happen...
We've seen Magisk's feelings about it, just playing the safest Counter-Strike we've seen from him.
Well, he's dead right now.
Yeah, so should be fine. There's nothing they can do, unless Yabi was to... Well, Device kills Teses. And then Device kills another one. And then... Oh, look at his face! Woo!
Guys, that was
fine.
Guys,
are we cool?
Guys, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? We just want to make it exciting or what?
Well, yeah, they do.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'm stressed.
Ugh.
I'm not even playing. Stressful indeed. 7-5 is a workable half. That's a real recovery. It was what, 6-1? 6-1 at one point. So... yeah, I think Astralis is probably going to be a bit remiss, but the fact you ended up with 2 Tech 9 forces at the end...
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's just the flow of the economy, plus that round that they lost where Device and Cadian came in clutch. Nobody survived, right? So they had to rebuy from that point going forward. But all in all, I would say that Astralis still should be extremely content with 7. They are the ones who are closer to the victory, but it was the T side, their map choice, and they would be favored at the moment to win. Still not saying that Falcons can't get back into it. Pistol conversions were all tied up. This is where it should have been over. And then this is...
What, when you have the bomb under your control with 2 teammates against just pistols?
In a 2v5 situation.
In a 2v5 situation. You'd think it would be over.
I did think.
You did. Well, that's your fault. Okay, we've got Teses with a smoke, we've got Kixon with a smoke, and it's time for Falcons T-side. I'm excited to see what we're going to be seeing. The heroic core. Will they start heroically?
Device has a smoke to block. See if it's a similar style execute. Teses with 1, Kixon with the other. Flashes molly, go.
Device, where you got block smoke, that might be enough. You know, you're pushing through. Yeah, Magisk, he's coming charging.
One smoke missed.
Oh, it did. Oh, that's awful. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. They don't clear their corner. Cadian shoots 2 in the back of the head. And just like that, they are all dead. Timeout?
I think that was Kixon who was throwing the long smoke, and Teses had the
It
short
did look
smoke.
like it was a bit to the right. Like it's supposed to be on the triangle. He's kind of gone a bit to the right there.
Okay. Well, if you wonder why you lost that pistol, it isn't completely down to the smoke, but it was a huge contributing factor.
Well,
Here
also,
it is again. You were not meant to have to look towards long.
Exactly.
And
that's
now
my
you've had to focus fire while Cadian's just tucked in the cubby getting free kills. It's like, thanks for the layup there, boys.
Like if long is smoked, that's one of the first things you're clearing,
exactly.
Right? Yikes. Okay. Round 2 clock eco with a deagle on Dexter. I'm just going to chill. It's down, isn't though? It's down not at all. Dexter's deagle doesn't even get to pull the trigger. I think he even knows about Kixon as well. Or has a little sneaking suspicion he could be on that left side.
Chat, grow up. Stop spamming in the chat. This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm trying to drink my Pinot Noir without any frivolous distractions, and you idiots are spamming nonsense in the chat. Stop with the copy pastas. They're immature and not amusing in the slightest. Can we please focus on the game?
Glorp, glorp. Aga, aga, yeah, yeah. Glorp, glorp.
Oh, no,
aga, aga, yeah, yeah.
We've lost him.
Glorp, glorp.
We've lost him.
Glorp.
He's been learning the language overnight.
I have. I've been practicing. I can speak fluent Twitch chat now.
We sent him away, and he's had it plugged into his brain. So you guys have one of your own infiltrating the broadcast now. As I think they're trying to keep the vibes high. We can stay on Nico. He's got a smile on his face. They're talking. They're trying to have a good time. Guys, we're having fun. It's ancient. It's Counter-Strike. We get paid to play a video game. Things are great. It's my birthday. You didn't just miss that long smoke. We didn't just almost lose a 2v5. I don't hate all of you. Where is Monacy? Give me Ilya now.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Glorp, glorp. That's how they talk. That's all they,
they're
that's
not.
all
They're,
they say.
they're talking. They're just typing.
That's all
I'm sure they
say,
don't
man.
say the things out loud. They're not going lol.
But I've said lol out loud before.
Yeah, and how did that make you feel?
Not great.
Exactly.
No.
All right, 4-round game, 9-5. Guns are out, finally. Falcons, T side. Astralis' map choice. Dust2 up next. 3-2 split.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Oh, but the Abbey won't. Gets completely flatlined. Broken the smoke for a rebuttal. Important from Cadian. Removing Kixon puts us into a 4v4. But look at this. Stretching his legs is Teses. There is a gap. They haven't been able to spot him on the cross yet. In fact, catches that perfect timing where now, oh, he gets a fight with Device. Makes good use of that opportunity. Removes the head of Devet. Stare back. Picking up a fuss. CTs, they have the choice to kind of keep fighting. Keep the friction. CT smoke and does threaten for something similar, but I think they're buying time for Stown to be in a position to contribute.
Yeah, they're both going to try and channel in through Donut. Taking a look, I don't see a defuse kit. And they could have all bought one.
Okay, well that does seem like a priority. Oh, that's, yeah, problematic. Now, there's the Stown flank.
Still no kit.
Yeah, I kind of feel like you should be defusing now if you have no kit.
Now you're just looking for damage. You can't win the rounds. Okay.
That's a weird mistake.
Well, it was a bonus round, I suppose. It definitely could have been a different scenario if that was acknowledged earlier.
Even in the pug realms, like even some guy goes, green, buy kit. Someone even says that in the puggy realms.
Sure. Okay, well, let's see if that compounds, shall we? Slight little oversight from Astralis does lead to the first round on the T campaign for the Falcons. So it's both pistols for the Danes. It was a strong start in the first half.
Love the work from Kixon, making good use of his spawn, facilitated by that util. He opened up the account for Falcons. It was a must-win round.
So they might be going middle again.
Interesting.
Nico's first this time round.
They're calling out Astralis' mid-util, saying it's not insufficient. It looks pretty good to me. Double nade, incendiary, and a frag. Yabi this time onto Nico. Now forced to watch. Alexander style. That's from Teses. Takes down Stair.
Oh, two good moves in back-to-back rounds from Teses.
Yeah, but that's a really nice counter wallbang. I can't believe Stown's committed to that. It's such a ballsy commitment.
Isn't it? Well, now Magic's taking space on A. So they do have room. There is a massive void right now. Cadian, Yabi, Device, all investigating middle. They need to be wary that players could have entrenched deep in towards A. Cadian coming back over. Device seems somewhat aware, and yeah, that's confirmed by the kill.
Oof, okay, now we're really uncomfortable for Dexter and Kixon. So you've got the CT smoke, this buys you time, but Cadian and Yabi, they're not having any of it. Swinging out as a duo, and Device secures it for the 10th. Double digits flying for Astralis. The CT side could be a quick one.
Do you know, I'll be honest, I didn't even look and see if any of them bought a kit in that round.
Neither did I.
Because the last three didn't. Stair has one now. I'm sure somebody
did. Obviously.
Somebody must have.
Especially after not having one.
They're just too expensive. I think that Valve should make them $200.
I think that's a reasonable take.
That's how much they used to be.
Why do they 400?
I don't know.
Does Valve hate counter-terrorism?
I think if everybody could afford kits cheaper, it might mean more retakes.
That's true.
It also might not. Okay, wow. 11 feels like it's being served up fresh. Those crispy, fresh fries just come out of the deep fryer.
Belgian mayo on the side.
Freshly salted. This is a good showing as well from the team.
Yeah.
It's down with 10, 14 for Yabby, 12 for Device, 12 for Stare, 8 for Cadian. So a good team effort from Astralis so far.
He's pushing down the ramp, but no, he's not. He doesn't need to. Just going to be playing for that jiggle info. Can block the ramp if they were to start a commitment.
I'm curious with the desk who they dislike more.
That's
Astralis
a good
or
question.
Falcons?
Yeah, which one is like maximum?
If someone wins, does anybody really win?
Yeah. Who would you be less mad about?
Well, I think that Astralis are trying to recover from mismanagement.
Yes. But Falcons are currently trying to recover from in-game mismanagement.
Well, obviously they went for this core, run him down on the plant.
Die.
Oh, okay, there it is. So they went for the core because coming into the season with the VRS, wanting to make sure that you could play events. Because if you just put together a super team, which they were also having trouble doing, it would have put them in a position where they would be fighting or hoping they would get wildcard invites, and then they need to get to the VRS system. So there's a lot that would have gone into it if they just had 5 players thrown together.
Out of curiosity, and I know you've studied it, like if you just picked like lots of good players, like from different teams, like you got one from MOUZ, for example.
You could be eligible for wildcard spots.
You would get wildcard potential. Okay.
On events that have those.
Run boost to try and counter that Molotov. Yabby is across, playing anti-flash, but he eats it this time. Oh, Nico can't catch a break out mid.
Doesn't feel comfy in mid, does he?
No, not yet. Certainly feels like it is a new role. Looking a bit human. Teses, however, looking his usual robotic self. Oh, he's going to take that as an invite. And that's been heard by that cave player. Information relayed. Stare getting a bit active. Trying to make a play, and it's a play indeed. Catches Teses back of the head, but the bomb's outside B on its own. So now, with Dexter dead, what's going on here? Kixon and Magis completely segregated, and the Orb's holding his cross. Goes wide enough to miss the shot. Now Device getting overrun, and the Flames overrun, but now covered and traded. It's up to Kixon, and he's dead as well. Great awareness from Step. Astralis looking like the better team, map 1.
Yeah, and there's always been flashes from Stare, and I guess it's going to take Astralis being an actual competitive team in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike for us to see the best out of him. But there's always been moments. He's always been, in the last couple of years, one of these names that has showed a lot of promise. It's hard in Denmark because you had the Astralis reign for so long, then Heroic took over the mantle. Stare was playing on Sprout not that long ago.
Oh. Satisfying.
Yeah, very well done. Could be worse. Could have ended up at NRG, so. With Brovid-19. Okay, well, this is looking like a bit of a drubbing, especially when you're losing 3v5s in the first half. Neither pistol going your way.
Yeah, bleak. Look what they're equipped with. This is Teses just walking. Oh, no, Stown, that's way too comfortable. The same could be said for Device. And, oh, Nico, that's important. Punishes the AWPer. Swinging big box, Cadian. Dead to Nico. Hang on a second. Nico's got an AWP in a 1v3. I'm in. Sign me up.
This will be for an ace.
I will be the subscriber to the Nico AWP Ace Clutch. 2 entries with the Galil. Swaps out to that sniper rifle and now disappears. No sound cues given away. They know where he was. But as time passes, the possibilities change and shift. Oh, that's quick.
2 bullets left in the AWP.
His leg shots down. Does he just swap pistol and run at him with his flash? No, he's going to throw the incendiary and opt for the rifle. Does he commit? No, fakes it out. Worried about that temple possibility as well. He knows Stown donut, knife out. What are you doing? Stown gives it away. A chance for Nico goes awry. Shut down. First map in the series and a 13-6 shellacking. Bit of a mismatch, boys. Chad had the question for you.
Yeah, what's on top for the hate watchers?
I mean, look, the great thing about the Hater Bowl is you can't lose. It's kind of like what happened actually in the Super Bowl. 2 hated franchises going head-to-head. One of them has to lose. One of them has to win. And this is what we got here. I got to say, though, we didn't really cover it in the pre-match because it was a bit of a, it was quite a faster segment. But obviously, there is like a lot of revenge elements underway in this. Astralis are definitely going to want to prove some points. And, obviously, you've got Zonic over there on the Falcons as well, showing you what you're missing. position, and that's as good as I've seen Astralis in a while, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'll kick things off by giving Astralis credit where credit is due. They were a very decisive team in the first half. Their attacks were very well polished. They were on the same page. The device was starting out with a rifle. Those first few rounds was actually having massive impact with it. Just everything was going swimmingly for Astralis. But I do have to say one thing negative, and that is I don't understand how this Falcons core can look this bad when they were literally with a similar lineup last year on Heroic, you know, top 4 at Rio, doing great things at the major. On a map like Ancient, they technically look very sound, and all you've done is put Nico and Nertz's slot at middle, and you have put MAUZ and Shush's slot at A, and for some reason, they look like a horrible mess. Like, they look completely disjointed, no one's making plays, no one's really working together well. Like, Dexter had a couple of moments with the op and rifle that looked kind of good, but this whole T side in the second half just looked completely uninspired and totally divorced from anything I saw from them when they were on Heroic last year, and I just don't know how this is possible.
I feel like Zonic's got to go. Like, just get him out at this point. I honestly don't know what he's adding. I feel like he's actually subtracting from the capabilities of the people that he's been coaching for now a year and a half. I don't really understand, like, how a Kicksand playbook that I would have rated pretty highly last year can then fall off this drastically. At times, I think when the Falcon core was, this new Falcons lineup was being put together, I think the question mark for some people was actually like, is Dexter actually up to speed with some of the top operas in the world? This was a great game from him. This was an excellent map of CS from Dexter. He was, you know, 14 and 13, like, throughout what they had to go through. And I think that Falcons needs to just pick their poison at this point. Do you actually just say cut the core and, you know, the loss is already sustained enough from having Zonic on the team? Or are you going to just say, okay, are you going to entrust them even more? Are you going to just, like, make Magisk the in-game leader under Zonic's tutelage as he can pass the message through him? But I would just say that's it. Like, that, this, I mean, it's one map in a series. They might even come back, honestly, but it's just that I feel like the reaction for this game is so visceral. And that's what the hater bowl brings out of us, Richard. We just, like, every take is so emphasized because we already have so many reasons to dislike the direction that both of these teams have been headed for some time.
And we got to talk about Stay. You can see here on the heat map, he was all over the place. One of those younger players in Astralis that, you know, a lot of people are looking at him, particularly with Stown being absent for a long period of time, to kind of step up and fill that space. Really good performance by him, just very versatile on both sides, getting impact kills all over.
Yeah, I mean, this is a position on this map where he gets to kind of play to his strengths. You know, he was historically a pretty solid entry fragger, aggressive rifler. You kind of wondered how much they would kind of take away from that because Cadian kind of has that flow with Stare, or excuse me, with Sound and Yabby, and they kind of like to be playmakers and just kind of go for mid-round decision-making that Cadian calls from. But on a map like this, Stare gets to kind of play to his strengths, the positions that he feels comfortable on. You saw him play very well. Again, I'm not taking anything away from Astralis, but this just looks so much of a far cry from the type of calling I saw Kickson doing for Heroic last year. And considering, yes, there are some different players and there's going to be some different mid-round voices because of that, different coaching staff behind you, I just don't understand how they could have, like, just declined this much on how they operate on this map.
Well, we can turn our attention to Dust too.
Sure.
To be fair, this is Falcon's pick, and you know, obviously the Heroic core, we know what they can do on this map traditionally. Obviously, that's different. Nico as well has never been a slouch on this map, as you would expect. So you have to believe in a better potential showing.
You got it for the birthday boy, right? Yeah. I mean, I feel like Nico got absolutely humbled in middle on Ancient there. You would expect some kind of bounce back here, but for me, actually, Teses has been one of the strongest players for this roster, and I'm glad we get to celebrate
speaking of the birthday boy, here it is. I mean, not much to celebrate right now.
He better have a hell of a gift waiting for him back at the hotel because so far he's not having a good day. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, he does. It's a big bag of money. So.
That's a very fair point.
Happy bag day.
Yeah, there you go.
To Nico, right? Anyway, so let's talk about Dust 2.
Let's get on the Dust 2, yeah. So Dust 2, Astralis has looked really poor on Dust 2 throughout the course of this lineup. Like, their only win I can even think of that was, like, somewhat stood out to me was when they beat Pain at the play-in for Katowice. But other than that, most of their losses have not even been competitive, have not looked good. Meanwhile, Falcons undefeated so far with this 5 on Dust 2 throughout the course of this year. And you can kind of see their opening formation here on the T side. Again, everyone kind of gets to play to their natural positions that they were already playing on their previous teams. So the Heroic core basically kind of plays their spots exactly how they used to. May just fills in 1-for-1 for Shush. Nico fits in 1-for-1 for Nertz. And they play a really nice Dust 2. I mean, usually, obviously we didn't see very good calling from there on Ancient, but I think this is a map where they should be able to course correct and show us a little bit more.
I would just say that the players to watch out for me in this kind of matchup are Yabby and Cadian, and whether they can actually put up any kind of B-side defense, because Yabby as an anchor for me has been kind of streaky overall. He can have some really great pop-off rounds, but round to round, sometimes he just gets picked without even getting a single kill on the defense. And Cadian, he's kind of been the biggest question mark as an individual, and not even just the calling and trying to structure these rounds for this Astralis team that's been struggling, but his own individual performance as a rifler to me has been very subpar. He's oftentimes just equipped the MP9 to try to just make something out of a messy situation so he can drop the op to device. And I feel like he is actually the worst MP9 player I see in Tier 1 CS. Like, he actually can't track his mouse onto players' targets as well as you would expect that a professional FPS player should be.
I like you brought up B because, you know, Teses is not like some B lurker. He's a natural playmaker from the tunnels positions that opens up a lot of mid-B split potential as well as B pop plays to try to punish Yabby. But the other big thing that you mentioned, that defense that we have to keep an eye on, is Cadian as a second opper. You know, he will pull it out occasionally if they have the economy or as like some type of like X-factor curveball. If they do try to do that, it needs to have value, right? We know that Cadian sometimes has struggled to have the op work for him in CS2, so that's something else I'm going to kind of keep my eye on this game.
All right then, guys. Thanks as always. We're going to go to a quick break now. Astralis are looking to the stars, but if they lose this map, the 2-0's chances will turn to dust. We'll see you in a few moments.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
We're going to play Guess the Price with Astralis' Device. And Device, first of all, you're here in Cluj-Napoca, but you've been playing non-stop CS, so many events, online events as well. How's the energy?
Oh, energy is actually okay. I slept a lot this night. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You're going to have 60 seconds. A weapon's going to pop up on the screen.
Yeah.
You need to guess the price.
Okay.
Feel confident?
Should be okay, yeah.
Okay, look at that. You said should be. She's tempering expectations, but I like it. All right, let's get this timer started.
Okay, I need to be quick, right?
Yes. MP7.
1,700.
1,500.
Oh my god, yes.
Sawn off.
1,050.
1,100.
That's close.
FAMAS, new price.
1950?
Yes.
Yeah.
Zeus.
It's 200.
Yes. Bison.
1,400.
Yes. XM.
2K.
Yes. UMP.
1,200.
Yes. SG1.
5K.
Yes. MP5.
1,500.
Yes.
Okay.
Org.
3K. No, 3.3K.
Yes. M249.
5,200.
Yes. CZ.
Is 500.
Yes. Negev.
1,700.
Yes. R8.
700.
600.
600. Oh, I didn't know.
SG553.
3,000. 3,000.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, true.
Mag 7.
Oh, that's 1,700. I get this one.
1,300.
Okay. That's close.
I would have given it to you if you were correct.
Yeah, that's true.
But you did pretty good. You went on a tear. That was actually solid.
But you need to know all the weapon prices. But I guess now with the loadout, you don't see.
Yeah, you don't see as much, right?
No,
You're also not even looking at it ever.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's away from people's minds. But you had good memory on that. Good stuff. You played well.
Okay, it was okay. I expected to get everything, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you have that confidence. We'll see that confidence translate into the games.
Hopefully.
Please put your hands together. It's the Hater Ball Map 2 in the red corner. Not going to do that, Andy.
You could have been red and green corners. That could have been nice.
I know, and I liked it, but I was going to do red corner. I was going to say, they put the face of the man on the building. But then it wasn't them. Was it them? Did Astralis do the Hunden sign?
I think they did, actually.
Like they had Hunden's big face.
Yeah, on a billboard,
in Denmark.
Or was that Photoshop?
I can't remember.
I believe everything I see and read on the internet.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, you were going to say yeah, no, you should. That's how you should go through life.
Well, we could have done some American casting there.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Katie and Casper, Katie and Mueller. Going to be seeing him once again step into the fray here on Dust 2. Now, one thing I want to keep in mind here is that Nikola Kovac, one of, if not the greatest of all time on that rifle. What do you say, Birchall?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Richardson. I can't, my American, no, but I don't normally hear it in my own head.
Yeah.
It is a bit tougher.
I heard.
I can do it American.
I've heard it. You can do it.
Sometimes it goes a bit country.
But that's kind of like my Australian. As soon as there's a microphone in my face, I lose my ability.
If I could take the headset off, I think I could stick the landing.
Yeah, no.
Well, we're about to get this one underway. Just waiting for one more of the Astralis players to get into the server, everybody. Just keep you up to date with that. We are currently missing none other than Stown. Everybody else is plugged in, ready to go. Headsets aren't on, so that tells you that I might need a moment more. But this is a map that the Falcons are undefeated upon in 2025.
That's true.
So this is a very good sign for them pushing this the distance and going to the third. They have played Ents at Bounty. They played G2 in Cato. They played BetBoom to the Dallas qualifier. They took on FlyQuest here and Pain.
Silly question.
You may.
I just haven't seen it or looked at it. But who is Ents' roster now? Is it still Glaive?
No, they've... Oh, no, yes, sorry. Glaive is still there.
But not Kylar. It's not none of them.
No, SDY.
Sidor?
The Ukrainian. He played for Navi for a little bit of time. I'm just making sure.
No, okay.
Poddy, he was from... Poddy?
Oh.
P-O-D-I. He was from the Academy roster of Ents when it was full finish. He's the AWPer.
Okay.
Natu, who is an up-and-coming French talent.
Did you say Natu?
Natu.
Oh, I've seen that name. Yes. Oh, yes. French. I've heard of him.
And the anti-cheat, Kaspersky.
Oh.
He was in NIP Academy.
Yeah. Real nightmare to cast. Oh, here we go. Zonic doing what coaches do.
Getting in a huddle. Well, guys, it's a 1-1 game, so for the context of the Hater Bowl, the winner of this will be going forth to the 2-1 bucket. The loser will be dropping down to 1-2, facing elimination. The winner will get 2 more opportunities of winning the best of 3s and locking themselves in for the playoffs, the arena of PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
I feel like at this point as well for Falcons, it would be so affirming and probably look good to your bosses if you secured a playoff here, especially in the absence of the likes of Team Spinx.
Oh, for sure.
This is where the expectations are a little high, and I think they're going to be naturally when you integrate Nico into this roster. You've got a pretty stunning core as well. I think Teses is playing at the level he is, albeit not on that first map.
Dexter had a good first map.
He did.
I think there was some points brought up by the desk there. We've got the VRS forecast. If you're not too familiar with that, stands for Valve Regional Standings. In 2025, all of the events are based off of either some qualifiers or the VRS ranking essentially is how you get invited to tournaments if they're invite only. And it also, as of April 7, will be the cutoff for the teams qualifying for the major. Will you make it to stage 3, stage 2? Will you need to play in the MRQs, which is major regional qualifiers? And will you be seen in Austin, Texas as the final event of the season? But there's been a lot of changes. There's been a lot of dialogue about this, but it is extremely important to be up in the rankings as far as the VRS is concerned. That's the long and the short of it. And looks like we're good to go. We can see live on... Well, it's not live on 3 anymore, is it?
Was it 3 restarts? Is that what the 3
It
were?
used to be.
Yeah.
Well, also it could be like a 3 second. So sometimes it was like 1-1 and then the third restart was 3. It's a lot. It was different configs. It's a whole different lifetime ago.
Yeah. I mean, look at us now. Falcons versus Astralis. $1 million tournament.
All right, Fraud Watcher. Just let you know before the piss round starts.
What?
It's Valve Regional Standings, not Valve Ranking System.
Yeah, don't do it. It's tempting. I want to do it too. Just don't.
This will be pretty swift. Long smoke is going to drop, and they're just going to press the issue real fast.
Yeah, okay, Teses is going to be the first man in. Breaker, and he's already across. Ooh, Dexter not lucky, though. Enough of him exposed on that breaker. The smoke short coming in. Stown spotted out by Teses. And bomb can be planted. Look at this, though. Ooh,
quick reroute.
What? We go long as a group? He's hearing
it's
this.
risky.
Wait, no, that's Stown. Excuse me. Now he's hearing it. Magisk for sure going to be reporting, boys.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
he
look
is
at him.
screaming.
Oh, they're all coming. Okay, nice restraint. Needs another, and don't get it. Good trade back from Stair. Retake from Long. Interesting approach. They got 2 smokes as well, chat. This is unusual.
Stown has to live.
Yeah, he has to keep short as a threat. Pieces out. Coming in, crossing now. A bit of a roll reversal. Nico, P250, good for 2. Cadian's got himself a nice headshot, and it's all up to Stown. Last seen towards short. And no time. Look, he had 8 bullets left in his whole pistol there. Spamming away, Stown. But it's going to be a Falcons round.
A little bit frustrating in first pistol for Falcons in the series. Great info there from Magisk towards Long. A kill slows them down on the retake, and they will handle business. Stown stays alive, keeps his Kevlar. 1 more kill, and he could have bought an M4, but could still get into a FAMAS. And we know on a map like this that the scouts are very potent as well. This is the opening kill on the clear with the HE. Good work. And this is where it all started to go wrong. You can't just really run out the doors after that. Have to slow down the duel. KDN gets the double. But it still spelled trouble as a 1-0 start. Here's the force. FAMAS for Stown. Scout for Device. Pistols for the rest. Now you want to hope that they're a little bit lazy and you can get a couple of tags off. That's what Device is looking for.
Is that a UMP? Nico. Rocking a hipster choice.
There is a possibility to look over that smoke, so not thrown perfectly. Nico will still get past. I've seen a bit of this coming in right as to do with the armor pen. So if you know you're up against a force bite, how many pairs ahead? Yeah, he hasn't thrown that perfectly, has he? We won't tell anybody. His teammates aren't to know. They'll know in the VOD review. There's 3 players stacked towards B.
Yeah, but it is only like 5-7 scout.
But there's no molly to clear this box.
Yeah, and this is a very powerful position for a scout to at least get tags. Okay, well, you'd like that. You're going to be hard-pressed to get much more now.
How many more chances are you going to get?
Oh, well, a nade on the face. Yabi, however, puts a bullet onto Magisk. So now Device connects. Okay, Falcons in trouble. Leg shot as well. Tess is limping. Stown's already there. They cheat over. This is falling apart, falling through their fingers. Nico's going to have to be a hero, saving them. Constant pressure, poking, prodding, Nico fragging. There's Device, another one, up and over, and a comfortable collection. Huge round for Astralis, a second round converted, forced by in. Stown G'ing up the boys. Gonna feel good to be picking up a quick one in the absence of the pistol.
Yeah. And it's frustrating because it felt like that should have been done, but then Teses and Nico, mainly Nico, hit a couple of nice shots getting back in towards that site, which made them believe it was possible. Cool. So Stown with a beautiful kill there. Then Device pops up again for the 3rd try. That one onto Nico is massive. That's the stunner. That's the showstopper. And, well, Falcons are going to have to try and force by back of their own. It's Nico in with the scout. Tag through the doors, but look at the aggression through lower.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've clocked it. Tessa seems aware, and that deep smoke will confirm it. Oh, there's a lot of damage on that. That's a massive nade. Yeah, top mid nade connects.
Need a flash over mid to get out of this.
Look at this from Teses. Oh, God. He misses. Device still unable to react.
And there was a flash over mid, but Stown goes down.
Ooh, what do you do when you get this info and you're still top mid with the bomb?
I think you just have to let the round simmer, see if more CT aggression comes your way.
Okay. Like, it feels like you have to go B, right?
Well, at the moment, you're getting Yabi clearing out mid, seeing nothing. So they're starting to connect the dots that is B, but the bomb hasn't been planted just yet. Nico, spotted him. Only the tag. Felt like he had the headshot there, but this one's done, so the force by wars continue.
Okay, love this. This usually leads to some very exciting gameplay.
And I did like the fact that Astralis played on the front foot there by going into lower against the lighter buy, because if they did have a set piece in mind, you're going to unravel it early. But they didn't win any of their duels. I
really have to admire Teses' approach there. When he's smoked off, he has the audacity, I suppose perhaps as a product of the fact he only has a Desert Eagle, to kind of creep out of that smoke and catch Device. Even after missing his first shot, he still gets it. And Nico, he's done well with his scout, a tag and a frag so far. For some reason, he's hunting.
Yeah, well, look, I don't think he wants to maintain the scout, but there is that M4 on Cat. So hopefully one of his teammates get that if they haven't already. I'm not sure if it's been picked up. I'm going to float on over there and have a look. I'll beat you there, J-Raz.
It's a race.
It has been picked up.
Okay.
Oh, and Chev went, Chad, I'm showing you it right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chev.
Attention, mate.
Sorry, Chev.
Let's get sorry, Chev trending.
Well, we'd have to really screw him over so many times for it to trend. Like, hey, Chev, watch this guy where there's no action. Then we would just be, we'd be sandbagging the broadcast.
Yeah, at that point it would be.
It wouldn't be sorry, Chev. It'd be sorry, everybody.
Yeah. Maybe like a tweet.
Yeah, would be necessary, I think. Okay, well, with the saves, another tag. Dexter hits that one through the door. Out long this time.
Device blind, forced away. They have to respect this or fight. Okay, opts for the latter. Device down after one, but Nico comes in and claims another. Magisk in tow. It's Nico and Magisk who confirm. Long is theirs. Now, Cadian, ooh, yeah. He had,
Don't think you'll molly it after 3.
He had a choice to make, and I like this in the hopes to be overlooked.
You're not going to molly it.
It's all about his choice as to when to uncrouch. Noise drops, right? Think about it. In his mind, they go up. Cadian controls the spray. Very messy from Dexter.
But it has allowed Yabby to get into a position to potentially win the round.
Oh,
he got tagged at the start by the scout, sure. But the fact he has the deagle, a bullet to Nico dead, and then a banger on Teses.
Certainly not out of the realms of possibility.
It just depends, right? Because if he searches further forward, he will start questioning the fact, are they actually going to finish A? Look at the radar top left of your screen. You can see all those X's littered across long. That's where the action is being contained to this one corridor on the map. And if you go back as Falcons, you come through the door, you need to make sure that you're going to trade. And it actually looks like they're going to do that. Yabby just peered out top of A. Didn't see anybody creeping up long. He might be able to get his hands on one of these rifles.
Yeah, it looks like he's heading that way.
Do they try and go catwalk or do they go to B?
I mean, they're just not to know, are they?
Yeah, well, I'm going to make sure he doesn't walk away with a FAMAS. He'd prefer to get that AK, so prioritizing the bigger gun. And they are coming up cat. Yabby's still in a position to win this round.
Yeah, you're
as a HE as well.
Okay. And he's holding the correct angle for this reroute. Oh, doesn't get the first. Nate to be good. Nico lives on, 10 HP.
10 seconds.
They need to plant or get the kill. Teses is going to be doing that.
That was damn stressful.
Yeah, the whole time.
Okay, well.
Falcons 3. This is more comfortable for them.
Yeah, as mentioned, home turf haven't lost it so far this year.
Not bad.
It's their map of choice for a reason, and now it will have to be an Astralis Eco. So Yabby left with an opportunity. Did his best. It was a nice trade from Nico. Coming out of the smoke, bodyguarding and getting another trade onto Stown. So very, very good work from the birthday boy. Now they just have to get past some USPs. Nade lands long as a default spread. This should be a nice calming of the pace round for Falcons.
Right, we can relax. 4-1 start.
I've just been informed Chev's not observing.
Oh, sorry, Chev.
Still kind of worked, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Look at this little setup. The tank on ramp. Peekaboo.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Get some more tabs.
The bomb can go B. And we get a little aim demonstration. The easiest of the kills against USPs. No armor, no nothing. It's not November, as Nico will get the final.
You taking nootropics at the moment? You taking the magical...
No, I'm not.
No.
Creatine.
Oh, that's good for the brain.
Apparently it's good for the brain.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the gun's out, and the desk highlighted the double AWP situation. Cadian is now joining Yabby over towards B. And in the last map, we touched on mid to B's, how you need firepower, the change that was made. Cadian was anchoring long for a period of time, but they changed it back up. Stair takes the long position. Stown the A rotating rifler. Device the A AWPer. Yabby the B anchor. And Cadian that support. But right now, we're 6 rounds deep, and the AWPs, they are still miles away because of the force by wars to start the game. So before we see that, Astralis need to put a streak together.
Yeah, I think Device just missed his smoke, or he's gone for a deeper smoke. So they're ahead of this. They've got A. They've got it. It's theirs. It's a post-plant situation. The util will make it abundantly clear. Ramp is definitely off limits.
Hey guys, I think we're saving.
Come on. A unicorn?
What are you going to do? You don't have a kit. You're out of position. You have no space. They are having a look.
He's got a flash. Flash the window. Nico's got the push. Oh, actually fell off. And surely... Oh, a save might have been a better idea upon review. May have been more big picture. Playing the percentages is something Astralis used to do an awful lot of, actually. A conversation for another time. But they were kind of path makers in saving your guns consistently.
Round 6.
Yes, yes.
Falcons versus Astralis.
Oh, good thinking.
Just 2. 5v5.
Thank you, sir.
That's kind of the facts of the matter, isn't it?
But yeah, back in the day, that was something Astralis did very well. Not saving this time.
Should we talk about positives?
I would love to.
At least now, with the loss bonus going into the next round maxed out, and the money that Device and Cadian have kept, the double AWP setup I just discussed will 95% come into play.
Okay. Well,
so that's a positive.
It's a good panic button to hit, especially when you're in such dire need for rounds here.
I think it's very good. Obviously, there's certain maps that teams like to do it. Anubis is one of them.
Mirage.
I think, yeah, Mirage is one you see. I think, but Dust 2, so many AWPs, that used to be the case.
Yeah, Nico, you can see he's just a veteran. The way he's ensured and confirmed that.
I think you're going to say it was his birthday and he's old now.
Well, that too. 28 years young. Flash. Savior of the universe.
Is that Queen?
Yeah. ABBA.
ABBA?
Queen.
No, you might be right. We're now showing our age. Nico, tucked in green box. Alex hits the Google or any search engine of your choice. Multiple bodies, hearing the steps, communicating it to his team, getting support from short. Magic's going to join this. Deagle for Stown in the face, misses. Magic gets the kill. Now Nico leers out.
It was Queen.
It was Queen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't believe I said ABBA. Oh, I should have just agreed with you. Bang.
Good musical I'd recommend everybody go and see. I don't know if it's still in theaters. We Will Rock You. Very good musical.
That is a sentence. That feels like if someone played that to me, I'd be like, okay, so the AI stuff's getting really good now.
No, I used to work in theaters selling merchandise. And
What is this? A whole new chapter of your life you haven't shared with me?
Like, my mum's also a dance teacher.
Well, I knew that much.
Yeah, so I go to a lot of musicals.
You were working a concession stand at a theater?
No, doing merchandise.
Merchandise.
Yeah, like T-shirts and programs.
Oh, okay. So you got experience.
Programs. Get your programs here.
Oh, wow. Yo. We Will Rock You. My favorite one, it's not really a musical, but it was Stomp.
Stomp's good.
Really impressive. I thought the rhythm they were making with all the little
I've been to
doodads.
Stomp a couple of times.
Yeah, good one.
Okay, well, the double AWPs, Katie, now you're going to buy yours. You've taken the tactical timeout. You've brought Rugger in for the conversation. You said, listen, we want to hear what you have to say. Or he said, you're going to listen to what I have to say. Because if rounds are coming, they need to start coming right now. 6-1, a 5-round differential at the moment. Falcons flying on their map choice. That's why series isn't done after the first. They got blown out 13-6 on Ancient, the green map.
That's the dusty map where Falcons do their best work.
And it is the double AWPs.
Door ping. It's like you've played this game before, or at least watched it. Maybe both.
But still no bloody kits.
Yeah, well, they're expensive. I'd rather have a grenade or two. Ooh. Nico, he's still going to get a bit pacey up mid. Oh, what's that?
Yeah, just trying to catch a timing there, Dexter.
Seeing ghosts. Ooh, bit of damage onto Stair Long. Pressure applied. Caden might peek into him. Patience could be rewarded.
It's tough for Cadian because you know that the AWP was there, and you can't really jump up without a flash.
Yabby. Oh, he caught the perfect timing. Dexter just swapped to his knife, but he gets away at the bare minimum.
I still feel like the mid to B could find itself under pressure because they haven't used these AWPs to be jarring in middle and make the default more difficult with clears of the smoke. So if there is a mid to be execute, especially with crisscross, Cadian's going to feel very tight on the site. Yabby's trying to alleviate pressure. Mag is burning down and removed. Important kill. Man advantage now for the Danes.
Oh, hang on, baiting that shot. Missed one from Device. Now the pressure applied. He's brought low. Stare and Device worse for wear. Teses flirting with some mid aggression with that now CT smoke down. He can continue his progression.
Here it is. If it's the mid to B, this setup is tough.
Yeah, Cadian's AWP misses his opportunity as well. Oh, Device only the one. It's going to be really all onto Yabby. So much on this guy's shoulders now on that B-bomb site. Teses is already making his way in. Nice way to isolate the duel. Catches Teses as he drops. Unable to fire back. He knows Dexter is eventually coming tunnels. And he's going to take him too. Wow, one-man army on B. Nico forced to advance over the top. Yabby gets everything done. Massive performance. And that is what a dream for a B anchor to handle and hold in the absence of Cadian.
Yeah, Maui was putting the spotlight on Yabby as the anchor over towards B. So hopefully that helps tick the box. That was a good little moment there. The mid to B was tough. The support network was removed. Yabby just had to do it all. So really good work from him. Double orbs also picked up, retained, and dropped across. So if the campaign on this CT side is going to start, it needs to be right now. There's still residual cash for every member on the Falcons. So Astralis are going to need to win consecutive gun rounds. Maybe 2 more in a row if they want to break the Danes. And that's with the loss bonus building. Oh, Dormolly misses. Does that entice Magis to have a look? Yes, it does.
That was really well handled. Waited for the spam from Stare.
It can tend to be such a position where you do nothing. You know, you just sit and you call out util. Well, if they're going to have unforced errors like missing a molly indoors, punish him for it, and he does.
Really nice way to find an opener, but Stown is getting cheeky with... Oh, he read it! Oh!
Ooh, I'm punching my monitor.
Oh!
Two of those very frustrating deaths.
In one round.
Oh.
Not ideal. Suboptimal. Is that the waterfall smoke? I think it is. It doesn't look like it's going to be effective. Nico going to be pushing out with it. He's kind of disconnected from the team. So he can drop CT with low HP.
Risky.
Yabby connects. Oh, it's falling into place for Astralis. Hang on a second. We're having a late resurgence into their defensive half. Dexter left alone up against 4 Danes. Makes it 3. Removes Device from the equation and dropping CT. Cadian missed shot. Could be overrun here. Needs support. Where's his teammates? Dexter's been allowed to get away with that.
Oh, no, he can't. There's a player mid doors.
Pistol out.
At least he's isolated a 1v1.
Can walk around the smoke. What's Stown done? He's top-tucked Gandalf. That's a nice maneuver from Stown. Could and should ensure the round.
But you can plant safe at least.
Is he the kind of player that goes for the plant?
Oh, he's running out of time. He has to do something.
Needs Gandalf. Is there enough damage?
Oh!
Not quite. A bit too wide. Getting the bomb punch. Down overrunning him. Just a P250 and Yabby converts the round. They hard fought for. Yabby and Stown combined with all 5.
That's a stabby round right there. Both of them with annoying kills on extremities. A long push to avenge the death of Stare. We'll catch this again. Coming through the smoke. Magis has the drop on him, so we'll be frustrated. This is Yabby. Likely a bit of prep work. Hey, when they throw this util, this is the way that he tends to do it, and we can capitalize. And then swarming to deny Dexter's clutch attempt. Now, as mentioned, it's going to have to be consecutive rounds for Astralis to break the finances. There's more enough in the kitty for the Falcons to buy yet again. Dexter can get into the AWP, not a problem. Rifles are plenty. And the double AWP not retained. It is going to be Cadian into a rifle. Long spawns, not the best.
Not the worst.
Yeah, I maybe, but the thing is, towards long, you're going to be a little bit more hesitant if you're Astralis. Maybe do the smoke as you're running up the CT ramp, molly the blue bin, do the flashes, because Magic has been really annoying towards long.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to do a long take here. 3 players dispatched there for CT side. They'll gain that control. Oh, wow, Device caught out there.
Just sleeping.
He was on like the single zoom. Dexter just peeks in, comfortable.
Really nice opener.
Yeah, and posts up on the short side. So that's a real valuable asset to Falcons T side now. Man advantage, Yabby. Oh, wow, peeks straight into Nico. What a read. Smoke CT. Potential punish from Stown. Maybe he can worm his way through the smoke. And Kixon can uncrouch into him. Dexter's holding for this, and oh wow, firing off a shot is just a green light to go push in. Stown does get him.
Well, they know that Stairs traditionally the long anchor, but right now he's not home. He's over towards B. So Magic is still clearing for him to see if they can find his position. Keep your eyes on Sonic in the background. But he's not getting too frustrated. Cadian towards CT looking to cover the cross. Smokes, well, they're in play. They can drop this as they get close. There it is.
The break is there. He will be exposed. And, ooh, just shy on the flick. Punished by Teses. A nice mechanical headshot. I think he's a very sharp rifler. Very fun to watch when he's on his A game.
Yeah, the desk was singing the praises of Teses, saying that he's one of these better-looking players since the formation of this Falcons roster.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they were unable to make it 3 on the trot, so it's the financial woes on the other foot. Likely having to see light investments from Astralis, which means 8 rounds more than likely for Falcons. And at that point, 8-4 is the best that they can muster. Well, that mid-door smoke, it means that, hey, there is a chance that they could run in towards lower tunnels, so you have to be wary of that, Nico and Teses, and now they'll turn their attention on clearing that. Kixon can get the molly in from Palm Tree. And then they can flash their way into lower. So, molly didn't land. Nico will have to clear the box, but nobody home. Mid-door smoke, cat smoke. So just going through the motions right now.
We've got that flash lined up, but it looks like they've cancelled that plan. Stown still plays close short. Kixon calling the shots for Falcons.
This is where you need the first domino to fall in your favor and then capitalize on the chaos. It needs to be a swarm of pistols.
Oh, that's messy.
Well, that's the first domino.
Yeah, it is.
Where's the swarm?
Okay, the swarm is whoop, extinguished. Magis does well to spam away.
Hayden's going to try and get that gun.
Peace.
All right, well, that's an AK to work with. Still, 40 seconds on the clock.
If Magisk.
This is a tough duel for Magisk.
First device. Nice angle management. Device really had a golden opportunity there. And Stown now has to do it on hard mode. He's getting pressed from both sides. Spots Magis. Nico's got him dead to rights if he swings. Oh, great shot. Asking too much for a second.
15 seconds as well. 2v3 situation.
Yeah, be dispatched to go CT. Cadian bringing that AK round long.
Yeah, he just got blocked at short, so...
Yeah. I mean, is it even worth going for when you've got the like?
Well, it's the final round next round, then you're going to have enough loss bonus.
So have a look. But you can see
yeah,
very half-hearted, isn't it?
And they're going to have money to buy anyway. So the likelihood of you winning this round, it's not there. You'd be annoying. You could frustrate them a little bit, but they're the ones leading by a large margin.
You could one-tap your ex-teammate. Or maybe 7.
Yeah, nice little conversion on the spray there as he will grab another, and that's it. Yeah, you frustrate him a little bit.
That's it. That was the objective. Hey, yo, Elan, you lose it all. We lost everything.
That's actually a conversation.
Yeah.
The fact that they do salvage that AWP means if they do want to run double AWP, it's now more viable. I think they could have pulled it off before, but this will actually bolster them utility-wise. So that might make the buy look a whole lot different. We've actually got double AWPs coming out on the T side. So Kixon and Dexter with those equipped right now. I wonder if one's to be used based off a spawn. Yeah, Kixon has a good long spawn, so we can be on board with him early for a long corner pick while Dexter does doors. Here he goes.
Run, Kixon, run. And good flashes, timing well. He wants to try and sell that they're going for it, which it might lead to an overinvestment of resources. In fact, it has. Yep, okay. Astralis are in the dark about long chat.
And now they need to group up and do something as a unit. So they might want to try and pincer down on middle together, but the B players aren't floating over just yet. Right now, the map, if you're Astralis, feels really small. It's like, oh, we don't have long control. They can have all mid corridor. They can already be up cat. So you feel that you're under pressure everywhere, and the decision isn't being made on retaking something. So what that means is when a fight does eventually come your way, if you don't win those duels, everything will fall over quickly because your other pieces are out of position.
Confirmation of the Orb's new location.
Look at the cluster on A. It's horrible positions for the CTs. They need to try and change this up somehow.
I like the round that they're calling here. Now you do that mid-smoke, so now Stown is in 2 mines. His B players are like jump spotting window.
I hate this so much. Stare is playing for Info, right? He's on the jiggle. But it can still, as soon as this goes wrong, it's going to go real wrong.
Block smoke's not bad at this timing.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Fight coming their way on short.
Yeah, has to win this. Stown, this is a big one. He needs to get the first shot. Baits it. Nice from Teses. Down to Device. Jumps into the fight. Oh my god, he had a chance for 2.
But he had nowhere he could go. Couldn't go back to site. Couldn't drop down CT. Where are you going to go? What a great half from Falcons. Recovery from map number 1. Dust 2 is looking like it is in their pocket, and the mood has shifted completely. 9-3. The pistol, they lost the Force, but they won the Force by wars. They went on a spree of 5. Only consecutive rounds came late in the piece from the Danes. There was too many finances built up. They couldn't break through. And it's looking pretty miserable out there. As we are going to be taking a look at, well, a second half where, sure, the conversation, yeah, they get the pit. It doesn't feel like they're going to have too much of a chance. Nuke, almost a certainty at this moment. Later today on the main stream, we'll be bringing you MOUZ versus FaZe. Scrawny and Launders to bring you that one. And then Pain versus the Mongols. The winner of those 2 aforementioned matches locking themselves in as the first teams for the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 Arena. 8-team playoff. We also have elimination. Moses and Mr. Dinkles bringing you Complexity versus the Valkyries, and Saw versus FlyQuest to send home the first 2 teams of the Swiss stage. Now this one, in case you're just tuning in, you're curious about the context, neither team eliminated, but one of them, the winner, will move forward and be 1 best of 3 away. Now they will drop on down and have to face elimination. Well, Astralis, can you put your best foot forward?
Dexter certainly will give it a go. He's going to be walking into them. Not really the range for the dual Berettas. And it hasn't gone to plan. Nice catch for Astralis. This pistol feels compulsory, as Chad has highlighted.
Device is far up.
Yeah, and Nico's going to jump spot, so at least confirms his presence. Flash for him to... cleanly remove Device from long. And they've seen enough. In fact, Yabi's about to see that B is clear. Lovely work.
Teses isn't going to even be ready for this. So, yeah, Yabi's communicating, see his mouth. He will have the jump on this kill. Katie needs to...
Just wait.
Yep.
Wait.
Goodbye, sir.
That's what he waited.
He had to shoot because Katie was in the tunnel. So, Yabi showing some Polish Orpus how it's done. They're going to give the retake a go by the looks of things. Smoke towards tunnels.
Magic's going to swing through. Oh, confirms Cadian close door angle. Magic was ready, but Cadian hits the shot anyway. Kicks in as well, forced to stare, and only Nico 1v4. A helpless Nico here. The bomb too far gone, and from behind, it's Stown to bring him down. Important in this Astralis campaign. Looks like Stown's trying to maintain the belief this could be that 2-0. All smiles for Astralis. Of course, reminder they did win first map.
Well, the 3 of them right there, they've been through some trials and tribulations. They've also had some massive victories. So if they could reignite that flame that once was in a different jersey...
Yeah, you want to talk about victories? I went on Device's Steam profile out of curiosity. It's just 4 major trophies.
Pretty nice, isn't it?
It's so gangster. Starladder Berlin, Katowice, Face It London, and E-League Atlanta.
Two scouts for this Falcons force. Nico, 19 kills, towering over the rest of his team. Teses in the double digits. He's up to 10.
If we removed eco kills, how many would he have?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Like 13, probably? Something like that.
Yeah, I don't know if he had that. Oh. Okay.
Delicious.
Astralis, you just worked hard on the pistol. You can't be giving this one over.
You feel like you are already, though, don't you? If you're Astralis. That's a bit much. Nico goes looking for trouble and actually gives them the equalizer. Easy. I mean, one scout pick is nice. It doesn't really get awkward for Astralis now until we get another one. They're heading towards Teses.
Yeah, they're being channeled away from the mid to B. Teses has flashes. I don't really know what he's expected to do with these.
Smoke would have made a big difference, actually.
They have already had one and used it.
Yeah.
And he's looking away for now.
Ooh, body shot. No.
Oh, Yabi's done so much, hasn't he?
Yeah.
The key to victory in 2 rounds. Teses, slight resistance, but still 3 players staying alive. You'd have to go now.
Yeah, you'd have to try and just shoot the plant. Actually, the smoke kind of facilitates that. You can slip out. Cover. Cover is there. Just about.
We weren't on you. We didn't see it. Nobody did.
Everything's fine.
But yeah, Yabi's lurks in consecutive rounds key to round success. So the force buy dealt with. Falcons down to now what will be an eco. So this should be a bit of a non-starter. Magic's investing into a flash to try and get them forward in a fight. Going to be interesting to see what these teams' map pools, and I don't just mean the 2 on the screen right now, I actually mean most of the teams, especially ones who made roster changes, look like by the time we do get to the major.
Yeah, well, device. It's going to be flashed and swung upon. Covering fire is there. Gets 2 on the spray.
Yeah, because you know the flash, you saw a few more bodies. You should just be able to take the risk and head to B. Nico's been a little bit cheeky. Oh, they're going to go up short. Use the AKs at range against these pistols. Nico found by Stown. Oh, they're starting to activate, Alex. It's only a 3-round game.
Yeah, the kill spread, not as even as it was on Ancient.
Okay.
Everyone was.
I thought you meant they're getting some kills. Like, yeah, they're getting a couple.
I mean, it's like Stown and Yabi are doing good work here on Dust 2.
Well, yeah, well, I think we were talking about the CT side. One of the rounds they won was between the 2 of them, right? And they both got fortunate on timing kills.
Yes.
So when they're pushing into the long bedroom, as well as upper tunnels on B for Yabi. They had all 5 kills between the 2 players. But this is where we see if the resistance is real.
Yeah, the bar was set at 3, right? That was all the CT rounds Astralis managed to accrue. Falcons in pursuit of their first CT round. Nico gets across long. So they've won it, blocked it. Okay, long under your control. That's usually step 1 for a CT side on Dust.
He's just making sure that Kixon's left with another smoke there to continue to block that. Device wary that teams like to break the smoke and have a pick with the AWP. But takes his AWP, starting over towards A. Very careful. If he just pulls the trigger, you'd be a dead man Teses. Now, the read of the round is they are expecting a B or a mid to B finish. Nico has completely foregone A. So if you're in the minds of Falcons and it is a short execute, what you need to be keeping in mind is a retake setup. It's going to be hard for Dexter to fight against that. Now, we don't know what the Astralis finish is just yet. There's still a minute, and they're still posturing outside long. They haven't really put too much pressure on short just yet. If they return through long, Kixon can get 1 to 2 kills, and then Dexter can shut it down. This is looking good for Falcons, even with only 2 players here.
Ooh, that's a good molly designed to force Kixon out, and he goes down. Dexter's AWP, though, better be a good flash. It feels like it's perfect. He does fire off the shot, confirms.
Well, now he's in trouble.
His screen was white. And yeah, trouble is the word for it, isn't it? He's got a whole team heading his way. 5 alive for Astralis and just 1 on the site. Dexter's a dead man. Yep, Yabi catches him in the side of the head.
Save.
Another Astralis round.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, starting to feel that way.
Yabi's also heard the footsteps from CT Spawn running away. So Cadian can stay on guard in upper tunnels and they can actually try and hunt. Because you heard the steps move away, you know before the bomb gets planted where they're likely contained to. And you've started with the pistol, you've got some residual cash, or at least a little bit on a few of the bodies. So give this one a go. Rip everything away, and you can make the tail end of this a whole lot easier.
They're coming for you, Magis confirmed it. This is a lot riding on this one. You want rifles. Yabi takes 2 down. Oh, it's all 3 from Yabi, just spinning around like a Beyblade.
He's got the hot hand, and they are back in this. Stown is bringing some hype right now. There is only 2 rounds the difference. They lose everything. The loss bonus is there, but it is going to have to just be another partial. So far, yet to get around on the CT side. Sure, that was the first rifle round, but the next will have to be in 2 rounds' time, and this is beautiful from Yabi. Great lurks, some great shooting, And activated now are Astralis.
You'd have really liked 3 rifles for this round, wouldn't you?
Exactly. That's, you know, and with the loss bonus they could have dropped. It would have been a gun round.
Full gun.
So that's just talking about the importance of a scenario like that. And now it's about giving away nothing silly.
Dead, you're working with this. Magisk. Block smoke. Yeah, we had a choice to make, and he makes the more reserved, likely wise decision as to not run headlong into a 5-7 1v1 that's untradeable.
Well, the last round was really sensibly put together. That molly was the key piece that Flush kicks in out. He could have been in about 3 different positions anchoring, but removed from a key one. Traditionally one that can get you 1 to 2 kills.
Right. This is the same setup. Looks like it might actually see action this time. Cadian's just starting to maneuver up. He could be tucked. That's always a problem with this fight. But this time he's won the open. Beautiful. Still gets 1. I don't think he'll be too remiss about that, but Nico will be happy to leave with an AK-47 and a 4v4. Is it winnable? Magisk? Oh, he certainly thinks it is now. Yabi down. Rifle for him.
Yeah, but he's the key to success in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah.
So who's going to step up?
Device and down. Perhaps. There we go. Teses caught on the cross. Dexter regressing. Magisk has got that AK-47 from Yabi's corpse. Dexter needs to be at least 1. P250.
Oh, what's that aim?
I don't know. Pulls it off. Magisk, he's good for this.
Everyone's so sketched out. 1v1.
Device versus Magisk. Heading B, knife out. Magisk going to surely have a good read on Device as a player. What's his decision making? Trying to read him, get ahead of the play. Considering mid, Device gets across unspotted, undetected, and the plant will go down.
He fakes.
Oh, he has.
He's not sure.
Yeah, he got.
So this means that Magisk has a little bit of an advantage of the fact that Device isn't aware of just how close he can be. That means he has absolutely no idea. Is he tunnels? Is he doors? Is he window? Well, we can see coming through CT. Magisk allowing Device to make the first move. Silent creep.
Time sensitive, but he knows the element of surprise may be his most prized asset. Timing is everything. And spots Device, doesn't finish off the job, swaps to the 5-7 with a wild swing. Cheeky onto the sidearm. Device looks a bit miffed. Magisk plays it well. I thought he'd maybe messed it up there as he takes the engagement. Didn't have that one tap to the head, but had to dismount, make a sound cue, be inaccurate to take that. Instead, I like the drop to the 5-7. Very cool.
Yeah, X-ray a little bit misleading. I wonder if he did see him coming through window and his teammates communicated it to him because
maybe
it
radar
looked like
or something
that was you know, pretty erratic. But either way, a nice round, and that was just the partial. So even though they had the board wiped when they did try and save over towards B, they do get there first. It comes on round number 5 of the second half, and that is the toughest round that Astralis have had resistance on so far. Now it's back into the guns. Both teams fully invested. But is that the difference? Does your half fall apart there because you fumbled against a light buy?
Oof, okay, he's seen enough. Tries to make use of the spawn, but good utility. And Device has to avoid that nade. Stair not so lucky, didn't get the memo. Susceptible now to those M4s in the mix.
I think he's really just hoping that there's a search from Dexter.
Yeah.
Dexter starting over towards B.
Does he walk on this? It doesn't seem like he's just going to be kind of posted on the line. Kickson, on the meantime, is, yeah, got his hands full.
Well, he's
Last time he was
off.
mollied, yeah.
So he's well aware that they haven't slipped out of the doors.
Devek doing a lot of communication there. Gives the bomb maybe a mid-round game plan.
If they mid to B, it wouldn't be the worst call in the world right now. Magisk still has a smoke, though. So when the mid to B smoke lands,
right,
he could block window or doors, probably doors, funnel them through the tight choke point of window. Upper tunnels is also a possibility on the block.
It's going to have to be mid to B, so let's see. Smoke CT. Starting their run, starting their crawl. Dexter going to go try and pick one off, and he does nail it onto Cadian. A repeat seems a bit greedy, but might be necessary. There's the cover. Magisk with 2. Yabi could be his 3rd victim. He's got him out trapped in the smoke. Spam either side, and the 5-7 once more. Magisk's pistol of choice, closing down back-to-back rounds, and he's talking. He's chatting some smack. 11 for Falcons in pursuit of a 3rd.
And that one right there has put Astralis in a tough spot. They have about 3.5k. If they want to go for the buy, they can, right? They could get at Galil's in lieu of the AK-47s, but by doing so, you have a suboptimal buy against a full buy that has 3 AKs carried through, defuse kits, all the nades, head armor, And at that point, the game might just be going down the gurgler. You take a partial, you have a bit of a pocket strat, you get the full buyout, but then you're going up against most likely already the 12 rounds. You need to get 5 consecutive. So this call has been made by Rugger. They get on the mic, they discuss their options. Device into a scout, stare with an AK. Now it's about the utility. What type of a call are we going for? Are we doing something a bit more poppy where we don't need many nades? Are we going to try and play this round out in a bit more of a default spread? Really important first, and then, yeah, the smoke was used upper tunnels on the tall box. Magisk able to grab a couple of nice kills, and Yabi thinking he was out of ammo. He's got the pocket rocket sidearm ready to go.
Decoy scout. Starting 3B once more with Dexter responsible for middle. Out on the long corner. Smoke, the spam connecting to Kixon. He's piecing out. He's seen enough. And Nico, spots the head as well. So confirmation that the long bodies are moving.
Quick tempo.
Very quick. So quick, in fact, that they've actually prematurely broken the cross smoke. Tess is working on a fast flank. Nico's susceptible to that scout if he overextends. He's got the angle for the headshot. Doesn't hit it on the first go.
Oh.
Yeah, exposed. Nice nade break from Kixon. Takes down Yabi. Oh, this is tough for Astralis now. Flank. Yeah, there's the flank. It's swift. Device. Sideline, side of the head. And another one from Teses. Double kill, double swing.
And Cadian's lurk means absolutely nothing.
Sometimes it do be like that.
He was worried about the tunnel aggress, right, which is a common response to losing long. But Teses just went straight up the guts of middle, cut them off at the pass, and now Cadian, he's talking. They're having a chat about how that one went wrong. But must have just pushed up mid is probably the conversation. Wasn't through B. Now bomb marooned. Kixon and Nico low. Let's see if he can even get to them. Tesla's tucked in towards the green box, 30 seconds on the clock. If he's not running, he doesn't have a chance. So I think we'll call this one done. It's done. What's he meant to do?
Die.
Yeah, exactly. Get that loss bonus. And the vibes have definitely shifted.
Certainly.
So Nuke is the third and deciding map. Just 5 more kills to get there is what Falcons are thinking.
See if they can do it. Nuke could be a whole different conversation, which we will get to, as it is only going to be, what, sidearms and nades. Prioritizing the nades, though. Perhaps we got a little page out of the strat book for this one. Do we get a door smoke thrown out by Cadian? You can see that there on the X-ray from Dexter's POV, and we've lost one already.
Yeah, Device just went for a corner peek.
Oof.
It's desperate at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Try it.
You're out of options, you're out of money, and you're out of chances.
Up short, as a group, Kixon might have some good nades. How's that for a good nade? Incendiary forcing you up the stairs into the... Woo! Deagle headshot from Yabi's different. Stay kind of forward position. He's been overlooked. Could have lost Dexter there.
Yeah, 4v4 still. Tough to see this one going wrong.
There's a conversation about the finish. Oh, another nade. I love teams that are dropping HEs for their short player.
Gonna feign mid to B presence is Cadian.
You have to do more than just throw a smoke, though.
Yeah, and especially with they block. But that's it. You're not going to get away with anything. And they're retaking long control. So Dexter can get himself into a strong position. And then even if he misses, Nico will be there with an AK-47. So the birthday boy is going to get a map win, but is it going to be a series win? That's the question.
They picked up their first series win, Falcons, in order to get here. Dexter's got the cross. Dexter flashed off of the cross. Nico. Hey. Sounded good. 2 taps. 2 heads gone. Cadian trying to get that bomb across.
Love that from Dexter. Actually playing retake.
Good sign. Good sign of life. And in fact, life indeed. We're going 3. Nuke required. Falcons in pursuit of another series win here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. And we'll be back for that third. For now, the analysts ready to break it down.
Break it down indeed. The hate the ball must continue. Falcons looking much better on Dust 2 as we expected. Their map pick, it's probably the map that they've had a bigger degree of success since bringing this core in, and Astralis not really able to get going, so we go to a decider. What really stood out for you there, Maui?
Your comments in the green room.
Well, we can't
unceasing hatred, actually. No, I will say that.
I believe I was molding.
No, you had you had very fair and balanced points. You were thinking that the Falcons map control and rotations, especially on their CT side, was very strong, very disruptive. Those are the kind of things you were pointing out to me as you were actually explaining all of the intricacies as to why Falcons are actually a pretty solid Dust 2 team.
Still undefeated.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of crazy to me how night and day it is, though, between like this map and other maps in the pool that the Heroic Core used to be strong on when they had Nerds and they had Shush. You know, Ancient was one of those maps they looked very sharp on in the first map of this series, didn't look themselves at all. All of a sudden, we come to Dust 2, a map where Astralis has definitely struggled quite a lot since they put this 5 together, a map that Falcons has historically been really crushing it this year on, and that really just kind of persisted. I will say, give some credit to Astralis in the second half. They started to make things interesting. They started to put together some decisive like mid-B splits, starting to make some action happen across the map. And I think at one point it was like 9-7, and I was thinking to myself, like, you know what, Astralis actually could maybe kind of pull this one back over, or at least threaten an overtime. But Falcons, to their credit, were able to clamp down and close things out and push it on to Nuke.
Yeah, and obviously Astralis, you know, I think they're still a work in progress themselves. This one, not really convincing at all. You know, some of the problems we've seen on other maps kind of continuing here, and ultimately, we're still waiting for Astralis to gel since they brought Cadian in.
I feel like it's a bit of a map pool thing right now for them. Of course, I guess Inferno and Ancient might be their bright spots right now, but for maps like Dust 2, it's pretty much a far cry from that. But yeah, no, on the Falcon side, I feel like almost everybody actually had their moments, even if the scoreboard shows that Dexter has been rather fraudulent on this map. In fact, as a matter of fact, I remember some impactful kills from him. So all in all, not really what you want for an Opper, but nonetheless, I think Nico was the clear standout, like not even just by the numbers, but even like the multitude of multi-frags he got that just propelled them through some of these rounds. Like, look at actually that round history for him. What is it? The first 7 rounds, this guy is multi-fragging on almost all of them, like two single kill ones. But like, no, this has been absurd from him, and great to see that on his birthday, he is making it happen everywhere on the map. Like, let's pop some bottles, Rich.
I mean, that is Nico in a nutshell, though. He's such a versatile rifler. He can take it out long control. He's going to be able to play that mid. It's kind of his default position. And again, he can be an aggressor as a lurker and as an entry fragger.
Only one opening duel, though. Wow. Is he washed? Is he done?
No, he's so back.
He's so I know. His mid-round ability was incredible on this.
I mean, much better than yesterday, which Falcons definitely needed. I mean, look, I was looking at this just in the green room when we were preparing for this segment. The teams that Falcons have actually beaten since bringing in this core, it's just not actually all that. It's things like TNL and Team BB and.
Can you name the players from TNL? Dust.
I know they're Ukrainian, and I couldn't name a single one.
Yeah, so it's that's you know. Meanwhile,
sorry to throw you under the bus there.
Meanwhile, when they've played those better teams, you know, they've kind of lost to like Eternal
Could
Fire
you name
a
one?
couple of times and stuff.
Okay,
so,
just making sure.
So sorry, yeah, ignore me. I guess it's fine. No, but I mean, like, you know, I think if they're able to beat Astralis on Nuke, it kind of sets like a table for like where they actually are overall. Because as I said, I think they're a little bit inflated in the VRS rankings right now. I don't actually think they're there in that top 10.
No,
but we need to kind of find out what the level is, and beating a team like Astralis, which by the way, I said Falcons are the favorites for this. They should be winning this series.
They should.
If they're able to do that, that kind of at least gives us like we start to learn more about where the actual floor and the ceiling might be.
It'll be interesting. Oh, good.
Well, we got a round here actually that we're gonna be able to look at, because I mean, after Ancient, I was ready to say disband, retire, but actually after this round, I was very pleasantly surprised, and this is what I mean. Dexter hitting the exact shot that he needs to in terms of getting impact, but this was just clean stuff from Aegis. Like we do still see his mechanics from time to time pop off in what was a very well put together Astralis crunch onto that B bomb site. They were able to whittle down the attackers that were oncoming, and honestly have really good synergy. They understood exactly what angles they needed to hold, and just took the right amount of fights in order to just make sure that he held onto his bomb site.
So look, we'll turn our attentions to Nuke. I think this is an infinitely more interesting conversation than what we just saw in Dust 2, because obviously we saw Falcons last night lose in pretty wretched fashion to a team that honestly, again, if you want to have aspirations of winning trophies, you have to kind of beat the pains of this world. What did you make of what went wrong on that map?
Well, I actually felt like I got a couple bright spots, and that's why I had Falcons as the favorites in this game, because Astralis beat Saw on Nuke at this tournament, but you would think that with Falcons losing to Pain that maybe they'd be the underdogs, but I think that actually the eye test of how Falcons were rotating was really strong. Like, they were in the right positions very frequently. Sometimes they couldn't put up the numbers, like they couldn't actually get the kills, but I thought that they positioned themselves in the right way most of the time on this map. So all in all, like, I still actually have Falcons as the favorite in this one, even though they suffered a pretty bad loss to Pain.
It's an interesting one because historically this lineup for Astralis has actually been pretty good on Nuke. I mean, remember when they had that Blast World Finals run, they were beating Navi, they were beating MOUZ Sports. Nuke was a very big part of that run, and even if you look into some of the games this year, they've looked pretty good on Nuke, and that's despite the fact that it's curious that they would do that well because Canadians have to play a whole different role. He's like a ramp anchor on CT side, he's having the secondary op. It's a very different type of thing, but when you look over at this, Nico, we know, is a very strong individual player on Nuke coming from G2. That was one of G2's better maps, and it was really because Nico is just such a great all-around player. Like, yes, he's a yard guy on both sides of the map. That's where he's got the bulk of his impact, but we've seen him pull so many clutch retakes in the lower bomb site. We've seen him be able to get aggressive in other areas of the map, not just be confined to the yard. And I think that Nico kind of levels up a heroic core who kind of struggled on Nuke, for honest, last year. I think he brings that additional value that makes him a much more dangerous team on this map.
All in all, I feel like one guy that I would actually like to highlight, though, on Astralis and Yabby, I don't necessarily know if I'm getting the same sort of like heroic Yabby still. I feel like it's kind of hit or miss with his understanding of timings, though, and he was such a can opener, like a jackhammer on that side, or a crowbar, I guess would be the best analogy for what he did on that team. But now on this Astralis, I just don't find him to be nearly as explosive on his lobby lurks, and that's something that I feel like is a real key factor for why sometimes these Astralis T sides can fall a little flatter than they did when it was the old heroic core.
All right, well, we're going to see if any of that comes into play. We're going to take a quick break, and this is it. It's the decider in the Hater Bowl on Nuke, Falcons or Astralis. Who's going to win? You'll find out after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Falcons Nico is here to take the test. He's going to guess the price of the CS2 weapons and put his knowledge to the test. You ready for this one, Nico?
I don't know, man. I hope you don't go, you know, to Negev, to like SMGs. I don't really use those weapons, so.
Yeah, I'll just say, it's probably not weapons that you are a fan of. Probably not your favorite weapons in there. But I'm ready to have some fun with you and try this out. So let's see how we can do it.
Let's go.
You'll have 60 seconds. My recommendation to you is, if you don't have an idea, say a number and guess, and get through to the next one and try and get as many correct as possible.
And how many do I have?
There's a lot, so you can just keep trying to go through.
So it's just a full buy menu, or
I'd say a quarter of the buy menu, maybe half.
Okay.
All right, let's get the timer running. The M249.
I have no clue. I would say 1.8.
5,200. CZ.
What?
CZ.
CZ 300.
500.
500.
Negev.
This one is cheap, no?
Yeah.
1.8. Is it?
Oh, 1.7.
1.7.
All right.
500.
Oh, 600. SG 553.
3,000. 3,000?
Yes, exactly. Good. Mag 7.
1.7.
Oh, 1.3.
Really?
Nova.
1.2.
1050.
No way.
P90.
2,000. 2,000?
2,350. Scar.
5,000. 5,000.
5,000, yes. And the time is up.
That's it?
That's it. That's all you got through. This is a skill you do not need, Nico. You have many others that you can dominate.
Apparently I do. Let's do this one again for playoffs if we get there.
There we go. We'll give you another one.
Yeah.
Round 2, when Falcons go to playoffs, Nico will be back with all the knowledge and he'll show everyone how he can really do with it.
Yes.
Thanks for playing. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Hater Bowl. We have the Riyadh Ravens taking on the Copenhagen Cougars. It's map 3.
We're going the distance here today.
Yeah. Oh, you kind of had it for a second.
Had it for a second.
Today, I kind of felt it felt authentic. But yes, if anyone's just joined us, don't worry. Because
still plenty of hate to go around.
Yeah, well, and some casting to be done as well. Some Counter-Strike to be played. Chad Sponge Birchall is going to fill you in on what you may have missed over the first 2 maps.
Ancient was the map choice of Astralis. They took care of business 13-6. The Falcons putting up very limited resistance, but the same to be said for Dust too. Moments of hope for the Danes, but it concluded 13-7. And now we turn to Nuke, which has been a little bit hit and miss for both of these teams. The desk discussing with Dust. See how that was hard?
I did. That was tough. The desk
really,
discussed with Dust.
The
desk discussed with Dust.
He enjoys this Nico addition to their core and really bringing them something as an outside rifler. We'll have to see what he can deliver because it looks like Falcons will be starting on the CT side. Astralis, the Danes on the attack. Now, I think because the first 2 were blowouts, maybe not blowouts, one-sided.
Yeah.
That this one is going to go all the rounds and the bonus rounds, but I've already found the result. And I know that might seem crazy to say, but I've worked it out. It was hard to do, but I have been able to calculate this.
What have you calculated?
So, Pain versus Astralis. Pain beat Astralis on this map 13-11. Falcons also played Pain. Falcons lost to Pain on this map 13-11.
Okay,
This
so
series will never end.
Okay, I like it. Counter-Strike maths. It always proves to be true.
We're just going to go around and around and around and around. And that's how you go in a circle.
Have I got time to rant about people using the word cringe?
No.
Okay, fine. Moving on.
Okay, we just have a little bit of a small CS network issue that we're going to be ironing out.
You know what that means.
Well, it's a Sunday. There's no update.
I've got time.
No, no.
Oh, please.
No, because everyone's heard the rant.
Okay, you're right.
And it's fine. You're talking to 16-year-olds. Don't get one guide.
No,
That's my job.
I agree.
I get one guide.
I know, but we're all susceptible to getting one guide.
I'm the guy who gets one guide.
Okay, fine. That's your thing. We can't both be guys that get one guide.
I'll tell you a story.
West Philadelphia, born and raised on playground.
There was a guy who I ran into in some pugs in the pug realms, the pug instruments of your choice.
Yeah. What, like just a straight up rando, stranger?
Yeah, we played with him, me and Justin, and then we were like, "Well, this guy was a pretty good anchor. Like, let's get him in." So we added him to friends on the pug platform of choice.
Yeah.
And we got him to play some games with us. And then I saw the other day on HLTV, he's playing official matches.
Yeah, that's sick.
So I was in the match.
Is he a young gun? Like, is he someone that, or is he just kind of someone casual?
I don't know what he's like. Not like we have lengthy conversations or anything.
Okay,
but
true. Yeah, sure. But like,
I just saw him on HLTV. I was like, let's go. His name's CanFoos. That's his alias. And I was like, let's go, CanFoos.
Let's go, CanFoos.
You can do it.
Yeah, that is
nice
cool.
little anchor. Enjoyed what he had to offer in some of the matches I played.
Yeah, I mean, I love that when you kind of through Counter-Strike, you end up playing with people you'd never have met otherwise. Can be cool like that.
Well, when headsets are off and the big admin goes, you know that he's the boss admin when he's wearing like a sweater and he's not in just the black backstage uniform.
And that looks like a sweater that fits him.
Yeah, and he's come out and he's gone, oh, crikey, all right. Well, they call the big man.
All right, head admin duty.
Let's see how we can get this one done, shall we?
It's not a job I would enjoy. Not to say they don't do it very well. It's just that problem solving, I tend to get really stressed. The second I'm under the PC desk trying to fix a player's, I don't know, cabling, or I'm checking a network
How often are you doing that?
What problem solving?
Well, players. You get some admin work on the side I'm not aware of.
Typically, when I'm trying to resolve my own
technological
issues,
all right.
And as soon as I'm like at the back of the PC and it's not turned on and I don't like it.
Well, if the PC's not turned on, we found the first problem.
Well, you're right. That's probably the first thing to check.
Turning it on and off again.
Yeah, but exactly. Well, no, you're not allowed to say that now.
Oh.
When you're doing tech support, instead you say, could you please unplug and replug it in?
Ah, I see.
And then they realize it. So they save face.
Nico was asked the question.
What's he asking?
Is there an issue? And Device said, they can't open CS. Steam network down. And Nico says, aight, see ya in 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
Now, Nico.
It's a bit cheeky, really.
Now, let's stay calm, birthday boy.
Yeah, well, he's got a birthday party to attend to.
I wonder if he's going to go out to that Korean barbecue joint we went to with Trance when we were here last night. That's a good Korean barbecue joint. You need to make a booking.
Oh, can we do that before we go?
I don't know if we'll have time.
I like a good samjang.
It'd have to be tomorrow night. I have a HLTV Confirmed podcast on.
For you guys, I mean, if you ever want to know what it's like hanging around with Chad Birchall, just know that anytime you want to do anything, he's probably got a podcast.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
But if you want to check out his podcast, he does loads of them, and I'm going to promote them because he doesn't do it enough. Go to x.com/SPUNJ and click on the links he's probably tweeted.
At some point.
Or zeeted, or whatever you call it.
In recent history.
Such a terrible name.
I like it.
Do you?
It's X. It's the everything app.
It actually, all the boomers, all the normies were using the word tweet and knew what it meant.
We can still say tweet.
Yeah, well, yeah, but then it's redundant because Twitter and tweet makes sense.
It's fine.
Yeah, I know.
It's just words.
Yeah, but you could say that about a lot of things.
Exactly.
And I don't think that argument would hold much water.
Not with our jobs.
No. There's a lot of words out there.
Okay, so when players are out of seats and they're not in the server, 3 of them aren't in the server, guys.
Oh, gosh, okay.
So Yabby's down, and of course, Cadian, they're not in the server yet, but all of Falcons are. So we will need to wait for this to get resolved. And what we would like to do is send some of you in Twitch chat out as our informants. Not in like a way that we're the law and we're going to put people in jail, but in, can you find anything on the internet? Get on the Twitter sphere or the X space.
Wait, I know a website. It's Is Steam Down or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that is a good one.
Is Steam Down.
Oh, that would suck if it was.
Down detector. I'm clicking it.
Okay. Oh, it's a virus.
Oh, it doesn't look good. I'm not going to go that way. Here it is. Steam status. What does it say? It says normal, normal, normal. Counter-Strike offline.
Oh, dear.
Not what you wanted to see.
Okay, now that's not official. We need the man in the sweater to make it official.
Is steamdown.com? It says Steam is up. So I'm not sure anymore.
So Steam's up.
Steam is up, but Counter-Strike might be down.
Okay. Well, look, everybody, we would love to stay with you and talk you through this moment in time that we're all sharing right now on this lovely Sunday. However,
we could have done a podcast.
We could have, but we're going to send to a break. And when we return, I hope it'll be to get the game underway. We'll talk to you all soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye. PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 Map 3 between Falcons and Astralis. We've been calling it the Hater Bowl. The desk have already set the scene, and we also set the scene of Nuke. We appreciate your patience. The Steam servers standing in our way, but we are underway with our third map here. Astralis and Falcons locking horns on Nuke. T-start for the Danes, and outdoor, just charging. Device leading the pack. He spots one towards the heavens, and Magic still connecting. Dexter does two. Good work on the Julies. Device will retrieve those off of his corpse. Trying to hold on to that heaven position is Magisk, and he's actually going to be going in, flashed in by his team. Going to flood into the side, but Yabi already getting rid of one is good. Kicks him back. Good tap.
Two
Yabi,
bullets.
2 bullets and 2 targets. He only needs 1. Can't hit the head. Forced to reload or clutch. The Kixon is available. And Yabi doesn't think so. 3 kills from Yabi in the pistol to start him off on the right foot. Dust 2 didn't feel great for Astralis. A 13-7, forcing the third by Falcons. And so's T-pistol on Nuke. That's worth its weight in gold, whatever a pistol weighs.
Yeah, well, maybe it's a couple of ounces. They've got to make sure that they can get out on top here of this force fight that Falcons are going to buy back in with. Good stuff from Yabi. Important contributions. It's the down kill that comes in onto Nico that means that they can focus fire and turn that disadvantage on its head. Here's the force. A scout for Dexter, pistols for the rest. Eagles are plenty. Smoke wall dotted across yard. Stair leading the charge. The bomb on the back of Device and Cadian. The tail of this is Yabi, super late. They might just play for the lurk alongside Astound, who's making no secret. He's dropped off of main. Obscured for the vision by now. Kixon. The rotation point down to B is looking like it's going to be Teses from ramp at some point.
Yeah, Yabi's just going to be keeping secrets safe. They don't get flanked, can focus on what's in front of them.
They don't have a smoke to do the single door smoke into sight. Might not want to do that against the pistols anyway.
Yeah.
Teses needs to go big.
Oh, yeah, simultaneous fights happening on 2 fronts here, and Yabi, he tags up Nico and finishes the job. That's important. His job is done. Teses, he's going to try and be overlooked here, and yeah, I loved the positioning. Didn't nail the shot. Maybe Kixon down the vent is actually going to catch one here.
Yeah, Undetected for now.
He said no smoke. Oh, beautiful from Kixon. A double Deeg stays composed in the double taps. Now still a very hard round to win for Falcons. Dexter and Magisk tasked with this one. And Yabi coming in on that flank as well, just to seal the deal. Nice one to convert. Clean. Couple of casualties, sure, but that's, I mean, up against a force, it's going to be a lot easier into your third.
Yeah, and Kixon may be doing a little bit too much. They're thinking one of 2 things. One, if I get those kills and my teammate's now going to take the space because of the chaos I've caused, and I'm also going to be able to keep contributing, or is he worried about a flank on the flank? Because he's just so lustful, and at that point, it was a 3v3.
Disappear.
So if he had just stayed alive, he denied the bomb going down, so getting a step too far ahead of him.
Yeah, good point.
But he has been able to facilitate Nico an M4.
Okay, I like that. What can he do with it, though? It looks like he's hitting 2 mines. What do we... Yeah, he's just going to react. He's playing pure reactive Counter-Strike here. Where does the util? Okay, smoke wall. Can I contribute? Where can I do damage? Where can I disrupt? Where can I put weapons on the floor for my teammates to retrieve? And he has taken a little bit of a spot of that cross. Ooh, what? Flying off of main roof, Stound just bangs him out.
Okay, Twinkle Toes.
Well, that's retrieval of the rifle.
Yeah, any moment of excitement has just been exhausted. Yabi's starting to look a little bit more determined in his fights that he's choosing. As this M4 is going to lure in both Dexter and that of Teses. They've been able to pick it up. Can they hold on to it? Just need to box them in. The bomb should get planted by Cadian in a moment's time. Single box spotted. Stair calling that. There's the frag. Just the M4 over towards lockers.
And it's out of there.
Okay, well, it does now mean that Kixon will be holding the top site with likely an MP9. Still serviceable considering the range. It's more about the rotations that are going to cause him some issues. And we're on kit watch today.
Yeah. That looks so composed, so chill.
Well, Yabi's still wielding a MAC-10. Lining up an insta from spawn for the waterfall smoke. Immediately applies a lot of pressure out towards yard.
wow. Device gets a free frag onto Dexter there. Just a mismanagement of the angle.
That looks bad, doesn't it?
It does look bad.
And now they're down secret, or will be.
Just a free frag to start your opening.
And Kixon's playing in main, so he won't drop down vent. Nico's in warehouse. He can't contribute. It has to be Teses again.
What's he supposed to do? So Teses, yeah, recedes, slips down.
He's not even really. He's still worried about ramp.
Oof. Did we just save?
I think so.
Yeah. Yabby with his Mac 10 Deagle still serving that purpose.
Yet to die.
Yet to die.
Ugh.
It's horrible.
It's not fun.
But so, I'm just trying to understand it. That's clearly like it looks like a misplay from Dexter in the sense that he hadn't accounted for that. But credit card's quite a common AWPing angle.
I wonder because the smokes were landing.
He edged a bit.
If he thought he could get away with a peek before they plumed.
Because he was way closer to the angle, right, than Device was, so he saw him before. Nice shot from... There's his death, but
yeah,
he took one with him.
Yeah, it's the AWP which needs to be picked up.
But yeah.
Yeah, if you were saving, now you're one player less.
Run!
Well, they're back to the safe haven of CT spawn, and that was save, not safe.
Is it a bit early to hunt, or actually there's a bit of cash?
Yeah, I think that at the moment, you just establish.
Right.
Because 4 rounds already on the T side, great. And I know that it means you're going to go up against another difficult gun round, but they're going to need to make drops happen, so there'll still be emissions. It will be a buy that is slightly lacking.
Yeah, the AWP save is important. Dexter first to fall in that first gun round, and another success for Astralis. This is already full steam ahead for the Danish roster. When will Falcons enter the fray?
So Dexter gets dropped to the AWP. He didn't actually get asked to drop an M4 across, so he'll have full nades for himself. One of those rotating positions. So just lacking a few nades. Teses, as the ramp defender, will not have an incendiary to work with. But a cache of util left in hell.
I just got a lot of options ahead of him. Initial util doesn't do too much pressure. Dexter is ready on hut. Anticipating the swing out of Stound, nails his shot. Cadian into main, pressure applied. Dexter, how do you respond to this? You're getting spammed through the wall. There's pressure from main from Cadian as well. There's a bit of support now, and Incendiary buys time. Yabby stampeding towards ramp. Is he going to overlook Teses? He certainly does. Free frag for the Dane. Kixon. Oh, timing is perfect.
What?
Oh, what?
Down
Just
the vent to B.
no scope. Oh, this was set. This was looking good. You had a man advantage, and suddenly you were playing a retake in a 2v2. Teses knife out, charging down the ramp to help. Stair walking up. Device. Oh, he's low. Oh, Teses transfers. Bomb planted, sure, but Astralis on the floor. Falcons gifted their first. And the first time we've seen Teses there, all 3 in that round.
Stylish. I think I would be a little bit questioning what the hell the rotation was if you're Astralis. Not for their play, but you had Stair get across secret immediately. I'm pretty sure he even threw a Molotov into the stairwell, like within the first 15, 20 seconds of the round, and nobody started to cheat down towards B. So, yeah, a little bit frustrating if you're Astralis, but it's the Falcons are the ones to take the tactical time out to have the conversation going forward. They get their first round, but now they need to build upon that. Plenty of money in the Astralis camp for their purchase. Device back in with the AWP. Everybody else will have no dramas buying. It might be 2 more of those consecutively. And that was the problem on Ancient, is the fact that Falcons couldn't string enough rounds together to break the Danes.
Yeah, Teses demonstrating he can do his kind of signature spray controls on LAN in 2025. Lovely 2 kills to secure Falcons first.
All right, AWP starting ramp this time round. Smoke wall to be lined up yet again. Nico aggressive this time. Doesn't want to give them the space for free.
Important for Nico to be communicating as well, what he's hearing, what he's seeing, what he expects. So his teammates can adjust, and there's adjustments right there. Teses takes down Yabby. Dexter connects onto Device with an aggressive AWP line. Punishes and puts the bomb idle under CT control. Deep smoke as well, a full lobby take. Coming in from the CTs, and Stowney's hearing all of this, so it's against the odds now.
I don't know if the round is winnable, really.
It doesn't look like
now,
it is.
to be fair, on Ancient, we said that that Tech 9 round was unwinnable, and it almost went all wrong.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I mean, you are going to want to let them just cycle through that. Has he got another molly? Yeah, he just picked up a T molly as well. Teses gone.
It does feel like you're locked out.
Yeah. In fact,
now there's a way back in.
It does feel like a way back in. So now you could like throw a smoke.
Yeah, it looked like Katie was like, all right, boys, we're going to save.
Where's...
I was like, all right, let's actually give this a look.
Stairs like yard. He could wrap heaven while they're distracting. Is he going main? Yeah.
The clock's the problem.
It is. But it is getting a bit uncomfortable for the CTs. Yeah, catches Kixon. They can't let this go. They can't lose this. Thankfully, Teses is still alive, and Teses doesn't miss. He hits another one. Finally, Stair will fell him, and oh my God, he had a chance. He actually had a very genuine chance into a 1v1, but there we go. There we have it. Falcons second round. Just like that.
Yeah, unlosable.
Unlosable round.
It got close, but still 2 players staying alive. Money again in for another buy. Device will not be operating with the AWP. Caden is the one who is going to have to be lighter on. Does he want to go for a Mac 10? He is more towards the front of the pack with those spawns. It'll be a Tech 9. So starting to build a bit of a CT side campaign. Smoke wall thrown out. Standard variation. Red smoke and, well, the straight line. And it's all a ruse. They're trying to force the rotation, which they have done. 2 players are down to B at the moment for Falcons. One's just nipped back up the vent.
Ooh, this is cheeky.
Wonder if that ladder was heard.
And then you just kind of split top. Well, that smoke's a bit suspicious.
And it does speak of either warehouse control or a split.
And here it comes, accelerating into the side. Canadian flattens Kixon. Dexter's AWP only the one. Stair into the site. Magisk. Oh, he was in a good position, but Stair's just cleared him. And his Tess is still alive, but not anymore. Device makes it so, and Nico resigns himself to a save.
Those extra casualties that they gave away in the last round. Does Nico just go from like a huff and a puff into a smile?
Yeah.
What do you think someone said? Who do you think's the jokester?
Who is the jokester? I reckon it's the only options.
Magisk?
Magisk or Dexter.
You think Dexter's the jokester?
I think he can say something that's funny.
But unintentionally.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just making sure we're on the same page there.
Yeah. Like, you know, he's maybe... They're not laughing with him, per se.
Okay. Well, again, unable to break the finances of the Danes.
This was a quick one,
Yeah, and the molly behind the vent, Kixon doesn't have any options. It's that shot from there from Stair, which is a thing of beauty. And then having to worry about an awful lot was Magisk.
Yeah, I really like that round. Like it's simple, effective. Obviously, it entirely depends on someone not starting secret and going, boys, there's nothing here.
Yeah, exactly right. So I think Nico wants to stay in positions where he can still assist, but found himself out of the play for that one. And if they didn't take so many casualties on that unlosable round before, then would have looked a little bit better.
Okay, you're right. I see you. But it's not gonna matter. Falcons. Is Nico ready for this? Yes, he is. Great awareness. Scoops up some additional utility and a rifle. Dexter on ramp. They're going to test him. He has to hit this one. Not going to be an easy shot to hit. There's flashes in his face. A lurk smoke thrown. And Incendiary buys him time to mantle up and maybe even peek in.
Nico's coming to support
Device. Yeah, good awareness. Now we bait the break of the legs. That may incite them to commit to this, and Nico is going to be ready for that. Dexter can pull the trigger on him, and ooh, wow, just narrowly misses out. Kaden is, ooh, nope, not going to be ready for Nico. Yabby clears him out. Dexter was not ready for that.
Surely that was calm.
I mean, you heard him. Your teammate just died in front of you.
Right?
What are we...
Well, it's okay.
I know, it's really...
It is weird.
It's weird. It happened on Ancient a bit as well.
Yeah, it did too.
Gabby wins this. I'm calling it.
Okay.
I'm actually saying it. It's happening. 40 seconds, and he doesn't have the bomb, and they don't know that he doesn't have the bomb. But now they do. I've changed my mind. Kixon blows out Yabbies.
Okay, well, Kaden again is the one low on the finances for Astralis, but everybody else can buy. So what variation of that smoke wall into play are we going to see? So takes drops the incendiary, allows him to reposition, gets the first. Probably should have had the second. The support of Nico.
Right, that's a loud M4.
Yeah, right.
This doesn't matter. I mean, they won the round.
It does. I think it's just more worrying for the sense of, you know, if that is more of a pressure situation, and then they do end up losing the round, how does that happen?
I don't know.
Top pop?
Yep, look at him. Look at him. Stare. Knife out into the top side. He gets nothing. Oh, sent back to spawn thanks to Magisk, a double spray. And this round's lost its potency already, right?
Running out of ammo backside.
Hang on, Yabi gets a lot done. The only one showing up here to Nuke so far. 12 and 5, 3 kills in the round, but Falcons close the gap.
Yeah, just to let everyone know, maybe you're not a Counter-Strike player, just a Counter-Strike watcher. 5 rounds on the T side for Astralis is already pretty damn good. I think they'll be happy with that. The problem is losing momentum going into the halftime break. But as far as them being able to mount a successful CT side, you think you've done enough work to make this a competitive map. Anything that you add onto the score right now, it's going to be icing on the cake, as they will be taking an eco. Almost spotless, other than a few deagles. 2 of them in the mix. It's just a... Who threw that one?
Thanks. Sorry, I'm laughing at him, not with him.
Okay.
That's what I've did, yeah. Sorry.
All right.
No, that's not cool.
Yeah, but, some players,
It's just the conversation we've been having.
The nades don't always hit.
It's not always.
They don't always. That's not a common molly at all, Alex. That's really uncommon.
Yeah.
CTs don't throw that at the start of almost every round.
Yeah, and I'm sure most of them probably land it.
Well, we'll watch him next time. Maybe he gets the next.
But like, if you pray, if you do it 100 times on a offline server.
Yeah, but there's the pressure. You're in the game, the official, the adrenaline.
Yeah. But like, if you had a lineup where you line up with something and release it at the same time every time, it would probably be quite consistent.
That'd be. I think you would divine the nade meta actually if you.
No, maybe I'm gonna shift the meta myself, man.
These are some good suggestions.
Thanks, man.
I'm sure they'll be taken on board.
Yeah, just making suggestions. That's all.
That's all we should do in life, you know?
Yeah. Like, for example, I suggest down clears to his left. That's a suggestion. He can't hear me, but he will, because he's a gamer. And I changed my mind.
You keep changing your mind. You're
very
allowed fickle.
To. You are allowed to change your mind.
Knife him. Just kill him. What are you achieving?
He's stabbing down.
He wants to
what are you?
So bad. Now spray his body and teabag him. It's just as good.
No, he's just standing over him, making a statement of a different ilk. Can we see if he throws the Molotov this time?
Oh, well, I'll stun him. You stun him as well. We can both stun him on our POVs.
Okay,
I don't think we should. Let's not publicly shame him.
No.
Let's just personally
Yes,
shame.
personally. It's much more reasonable.
Okay, I'm looking.
Tac pause. Yo, Rugger wants a word. Hey.
I think it's a good time to take it, because if you can just get one more round before the halftime, that's going to be very strong. So really try and milk the most out of this first half of play. Again, you don't want to allow all that momentum to flow the other way. We're talking 5 out of the last 6 in favor of Falcons.
We got a listen in here. Cadian, please, I'm begging you.
Oh, is that your best Blade impression, or was that Danish?
I was trying to do Danish, but I've never done Danish before.
We could bring Pimp in the room. I'm sure he could help.
Yeah, if he's up for it. Here we go. Let's get this party started. Round 11.
Are you watching him?
I'm watching him. Here we go. Lines it up with the thingy and release.
Yeah, that time, didn't it? See?
50% of the time, it works every time.
Accidents happen.
And Nico will be able to tell them if there's anyone behind the smoke wall if they throw it.
True, full committed. And there is that smoke wall.
How do you like set Nico up? You throw a nade and you kill someone. And then Cadian commits behind the smoke and Nico gets flashed. Oh, you flashed your teammate.
Oh, was it? Wasn't there a flash from Silo as well?
Oh, maybe it was. Okay. Maybe it was.
Well, this round's looking great.
I just saved him.
The bomb is in secret. Device gets the pushing kicks in, but still a long way back to pick that up. There it is, right at his feet, on the stairs. Just play for the info. As long as the leaks aren't available down the vent, Nico doesn't have to worry about anything too crazy, and Teses might be hearing a lot of footsteps, as it does look like they're going to be going for the save.
Oof, not fun at 50 seconds, is it?
No, 2900 is the loss into the final round, so they do need these AKs, otherwise it'll mainly just be Galils. And, oh, look at this. Teses poking his head up. He's already on the hunt.
All right. Teses. Does he silently go down the ladder, or is he not that much of a try-hard? He's going to do the little drop thing on the diagonal?
Well, it depends. Does he want the AK next round? Because he probably won't get to keep the AK next round if he goes for this.
You are correct. Probably. He really doesn't want the AK next round.
Has support now. It would be good if Nico had the flash. Teses, give the flash to Nico. Or flash for Nico. Or both run. 5. Oh, after time would be terrible.
2, 1.
No.
Stound's got 150 bucks if they swing him. Oh, he saves himself with 5 HP to spare. Why is it so long?
That was a long 7 seconds.
It's the longest 7 seconds I've seen. 6-5. Falcons looking to at least have a lead on the CT side.
Yeah, so I think right now is a good opportunity for one of, like maybe a top pop or, throw the smoke wall outside, try and isolate the ramp position. Just something a bit more coordinated. You're not really going to be defaulting with this type of a buy. I say that as it does look like a pretty standard round. This time they're going to try and get across secret without the rifles, and they're going to delay the cross. So nade comes in. This time they don't get the freebie. And before the smokes fade, they hit the W key. Nico's rotated down to deal with this.
Oh, Nico is just standing and delivering. Welcomes the duel. Cadian will punish that. Did dink him. And an audible retreat. He's not making any secret of that, so that's a little bit of a bonus info for Magisk. Gonna start a fast flank. Oh, Magisk is ready for this. Quick adjustment. Top side tested, kicks in, comfortable. Teses arrives, Kixon second, and it's all 3 for Kixon to close. Smile on his face, and 7 rounds on the board for Falcons defense. Would you say that's par for the course?
Yeah, I think you'd be happy with that. Obviously, they would like a few more, but losing the pistol and the conversions, not getting on the board until later in the piece. So, yeah, pretty good for the Falcons. We're level pegging going into the second half. A lot of those rounds as well down the stretch, they did have to break with multiple rifle rounds. Then the finances disappeared, and you saw the effects of that in the last handful of rounds. But not only that, they were denying the bomb going down, which is good, showing you just how cut and dry those scenarios were in favor of the Falcons. And remember, winner of this will go up to the 2-1 bucket of teams. Loser will go down to the 1-2, be 1 best of 3 away from elimination. So neither of these teams will be making their way to the arena with the win today, but they're on their way. About to get this second half pistol started. Matches.
Now, if you recall, Yabi had a very impactful pistol, got 3 kills into the top site.
Oh, okay, hold up a second. Device says 30 seconds bug. So might be just a quick little tech issue that we have to sort before we can start this one.
Oh, bother. See that last round where the 7th came from. Kixon, he cleaned house. Satisfying sequence for the in-game leader of Falcons. Seems like the vibes are high, having a good time. Of course, actually the first LAN win against FlyQuest at the first game of the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, which is a crazy statement to make.
Yeah, FlyQuest are playing on the secondary stream last game of the day, Saw versus FlyQuest elimination game. That would be really bad form from the Aussies to lose to a dead team.
Yes.
So that's a must-win game.
Yes, without question.
And we've had 5 pistols so far, about to go into the 6th. The Astralis have won 4 out of the 5.
So it would be really pertinent to your campaign on this T side.
I think if you lose the series and you've won 5 out of 6 pistols, that's not a great stat line.
Condemning, that is, yeah.
Not a good stat line at all. They've got 2 pairs of dual Berettas, a flash, no kit.
And what's the plan? Nico giving that P250 yard. It's a signature move of his. And they just drop onto main roof. So this is a little bit different.
Wrapping around heaven.
Yeah, quick about it.
Bombs there as well.
Making no secret of the multiple bodies. Multiple leg breaks. The natural reaction is to take lobby control, which is what they have done.
This gets very interesting now. It's about the finish for Falcons. They're hoping a fight comes their way, but they're being offered nothing. They have heaven control with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. This is huge.
But how do you finish? Looking at this spread of T's, they're not...
You could waterfall out heaven. You know, one player drops in to draw the fire, and then you need the trade.
Oh, just like that. Just like that. And he actually gets the kill as well. Magiska's done well. Stair done better. And now Nico's added his name to the mix. Still patrolling yard. Teses. Oh, there's Nico. Magisk as well. And Stown, he has to get out of these vents eventually. Eventually. Ho ho! 1v3, not to be. It's Nico with 3. Astralis unable to find their 5th pistol.
I'm interested now if Astralis go for the Force Buy. I think they probably shouldn't, and then go for a rifle round in the next, but it looks like they already are Force Buying in. This next round of play, I feel like could really determine how this unfolds. Some really nice crypt shooting from that. And you see the way Kixon calls this pistol. It's all right. Let's give a P250 to Nico, give one to Dexter, and we'll just put our aim on display. Get the other 2 grunts to take the space, and they hit the shot. So they delivered as they were meant to. Here is the Force. A scout that can't see a single thing, and pistols for everybody else. I was watching an Astralis game in the Dallas qualifiers the other day, and saw a lot of, well, not a lot, there were certain rounds where they were just completely out-positioned and just had to save in 5v5 scenarios. Oh. What?
Yo,
yeah, you got to respect that.
Yeah, real recognize real. You just got Nico'd, and he knows that that was such an unpredictable shot. Like, you can't account for Stown dying instantly there, that might just be a full save.
Oh, he's trying to play that angle, so he's showing the least amount as possible, just so he can get the slither of the little bit of movement and drop the defensive smoke, and he is deleted.
Replay, man. Could I have that in real time, then slow-mo, then real time again? I mean, I'm asking a lot.
What percentage of slow-mo?
I would take...
At 25%?
Yeah, 25's fine.
Okay.
And then 100.
Well, they are going to hold on to what remains, which is 4 out of the 5. Poor Stown, absolutely deleted.
I loved it. Stown's reaction as well, just straight up. Oh, never died like that before. That's new.
Got to give it to him, don't you?
Yeah, well, because you're playing that angle. He's even looking away. Denied. Yeah. Oh, that's sickening. Well played, Nico. You single-handedly won the anti-force.
Yeah, but now you have to go up against it again.
Great.
And you know that's the case because you killed a player with head armor and a pistol down towards the lower side, even a bit of util to work with. So you are wary of the fact that there will be more of that. Do you operate in a similar fashion? Smokes towards yard were perfect to obscure the scout of device.
Hey, they disrupted the wall.
They did indeed.
That's big. Does that cancel your plan, or do you just take the jewel?
Well, they don't have another smoke on these 3.
Okay, how about you boost Nico and he kills everyone?
That works too. He saw the...
Yeah, I didn't see it. The legs were exposed. I mean, he definitely can see it. It's on his screen. It's actually a device tag.
Okay, well, they're rerouting completely, so they need to be careful with this scout. If he gets off a couple of tags, they're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, missed his chance there.
Okay, well, that should alleviate an awful lot of pressure. Now they're able to route around towards Heaven and help, and likely go for a top split finish as lobby now to be infested by Astralis. Awkward smoke questions Dexter's next move. And support on the way to help out Cadian.
Be nice for Dexter to get a couple more SMG frags here. He's got plenty of cash, but always nice to have an affluent AWPer. Goes running and gunning, chasing Cadian. Blood in the water.
Oh, there's one more where that came from. Maybe Yabby gets away with a little something here.
Yeah, there was 10 bullets in that Mac 10, and he'll be taking Magisk
Nico's
out.
low.
They
20 seconds.
Shouldn't be a conversation here, Chad. There shouldn't. Stown, he can only get 1. No, he can't get none. Missed hard shot on a jumping Mac. But it is Yabby, and he's been looking like he's in form.
It was just crazy because he was planning open hut there with the amount of time on the clock.
Okay.
That's crisp.
Good damage, though, from Teses, and he's seen enough.
You'd love for him to give it a go.
I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Surely he's not aware of Nico's HP being of 30. Maybe it would be something that he would consider. Decent damage. So at least retaining the guns gives them lethality and slightly siphons the T bank account. We'll see some reinvestments having to come out of 3 of the 5 into the next, but it will be a rifle round for Astralis to defend their honor. Double digits. Falcons the first to hit it on Nuke. And the way this map started, you thought Astralis could have run away with things. 4 consecutive out the gates. And since then, it's been a bit of a landslide. Only 1 round in the last 11.
It's Teses versus his old teammates. Yeah. It's Device
versus his old org. Yep.
Magisk against his old org. There's a bit of a grudge match of sorts. And
Sneeko versus Cadian.
Yeah. Oh.
Not a fan of him.
Yeah. 10-5, the score. Like, this is going to be feeling pretty damn good for the Falcons if they can close. Massive caveat at the end of that. A 10-5 scoreline, sure, but that's just the Pistolets conversions. It gets harder now. Can you beat them in a fair fight?
Now, I will say, if the bomb goes down and Astralis save or don't have time to defuse, Device could have bought a kit. He's the only one.
I see.
They could have facilitated it otherwise by not buying as many nades, but Kit Watch.
Thank you for...
We're on it every day.
You do a great service. That's Kit Watch, not Kit Wash. That's what the bottom fragger of this series will be doing before tomorrow.
And he has to bring the oranges.
Oranges, wash the kits.
Collect the balls.
Couple of laps. Cadian, that's a very well timed nade. What are you going though? Unfortunately, kind of in 2 minds whether they were there or not. And he's just running around.
Don't worry about the kit.
Just running around.
Device to try and retain this AWP. I would send the dogs off the leash at this moment to take this away.
Let the Falcons off of take the little blindy cap off of the Falcon.
That's the one.
Take the blindy cap off the Falcon.
Let those talons
spread
loose.
your wings, little Falcon. And the Falcon feasts on its prey. The Danish mouse scooped up in its grasp.
Is that the noise a falcon makes?
Do you know a Danish mouse? You know any Danish mouse brands? Oh, oh wow. I don't know if they're called brands, are they? What are they called?
Do you mean
variants, breeds?
Breeds of mice.
Any brands of mice?
I don't know any mice breeds.
Are there
that are Danish?
Mice in Denmark?
I think there are mice in Denmark.
Oh yeah, I'm just checking. Mice in Denmark. Oh. I need to be more specific. Are there mice
that are native to Denmark?
Native.
Yes, that would be the word we'd be looking for.
Denmark. I've got a list of mammals from Denmark. We've got squirrels, chipmunks.
They don't really have a lot of animals over there.
Yeah, they got mice though, haven't they? It's the northern birch mouse. One can expect.
Of course.
There's only one Danish mammal species, the northern birch mouse.
What about the...
It's predicted to go extinct in Denmark by 21.
That's real sad. Astralis maybe too, Alex.
What was that, man?
Look, here's some real hard truths, factoids, all that stuff. Astralis have missed so many majors. If they don't qualify for this one, they're going to be in a lot of hot water. So a good showing at this event is very important. Now, look, they're not going to get eliminated with this loss. But it feels like they need to start making the playoffs of some of these events before April 7th, or they might have a tough time getting to the major.
Yeah, I mean, they need a deep run here in order to break through to that top 10.
Oh, Cadian.
What's going on?
Well, he does. Look, he doesn't.
He's flustered, right? It looks like
he's not flustered. A ramp player, right? He's been forced to be a ramp player based off of the personnel on this team.
Right.
He was an AWPing in-game leader. Now he's a rifler who does some secondary AWPing, and he's the caller. But, like, it's really lucky that that smoke isn't going to cost him anything. And Device has come over and said, listen, mate, I'll do it for you. But look, it just the little wobbles.
A bit squirmy, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, the Falcons going to be flying away with this one as they soar to victory.
Got any more?
So Astralis have their head in the clouds.
Falcons are plucking them right now.
They're about to swoop into A.
Get plucked. 2v2. Okay, Dexter overcomes the odds. Takes stare down with the spray. This is for 12, and it's just Device that probably wants to maintain that AWP. He's already heading out.
This is for 12.
I'm gonna head out. Oof, it's not feeling good for them. I mean,
it's not feeling anything for them.
It's feeling bleak.
So what did I say before? That they had won 1 out of the last 11.
Yeah.
So the scoreline now is about to be a 12-5. They've won out 1 of the last 13.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was listening, and then I saw that Britain's smallest mouse was found in a Danish farm. I was like, that's pretty exciting. Smallest mouse.
Wow, Teses looking to rip this away.
Let's see what he's got. Oh, Device doesn't even get to keep hold of it. So the mood sours further. Astralis, they are not looking impervious to criticism. You could say. They are not looking like that.
They are looking like they are about to lose.
Yes.
2-1.
Yes, that's what I was trying to
But
say.
up next, guess what?
What?
MOUZ versus FaZe. Don't go anywhere. Hang around.
Ooh.
Richard, Dust, Maui are going to break down this series, and then we're bringing in Stunner alongside of Pimp and Blep, casted by Scrawny and Launders. A blockbuster for the day. The big fixture.
Oof. Good flashbang. Dexter gets away with his life at least. Nade might do some damage. Walking into a two-man setup. Cadian actually backing away as... Wait, oh, they're leaving ramp. Oh, misunderstanding or a misread.
It feels like the yard smokes. They think that there's so much behind it.
But fortunately, they actually don't commit through.
Exactly. That one smoke was more than enough. Now they're looking elsewhere, setting up for what will be a top play.
Do you just contact out at this point? You're going to be reblock smoke, so you...
I don't think you need to be in a rush.
Okay.
There's still 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. You may as well just wait out this utility. You know that they do not have everything. It's either weapons or util that they're lacking. So you can wait for that smoke to be on its last 5 seconds, then your top utility can start landing. Looks like Nico's going to line up a top hut molly. Kingston going back over to ramp just to make sure they haven't pushed up. He's going to sell slant to keep some boots planted. Now that squeaky door smoke faded, and here we go.
Okay, Molly forces him forward. Stair goes down. Is this really the last round? Astralis in trouble. Cadian goes down. It's all falling through their fingers. Only Stown and Yabi can save Astralis. And Yabi trying to get up those vents. Not easy. Teses was holding him. Has to get that bomb down. His priorities shift. Some chip damage done by that main player, and Yabi does slip up. Maybe he's going to be overlooked here. Yep, finds the transfer. Yabi and Stown injecting some hope unless Dexter can come up clutch on the rifle. Low HP on Yabi. What a player. He's delivering time after time. In the absence of everyone else, it's Yabi that saves Astralis.
He's come to play today, hasn't he? Had a good series overall. Another impactful moment, but this is just to get their first CT-sided round added to the tally. It feels way too late to be mounting a comeback. You've got 6 more opportunities to get the job done if you're Falcons. This would be fumble of the century.
Oh, it felt like a golden opportunity. It was right there for the taking. Yabi with the USP, low HP, headshots him. Whew, okay, I can't believe we see round 19.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be very dramatic if suddenly we start talking about the...
Imagine.
The word beginning with O.
Well, the money's much better on one side of the server. It obviously doesn't matter for future rounds for Astralis. They don't have them to play with. It matters right now. The poor Stairs working with an MP9.
Yeah, Device is going to go for an aggressive post. Trying to catch anyone trying to drop off of Silo. Nico walking towards Secret Stairs alone. If he gets across unscathed, that's a valuable asset to the team. Or VAT for short.
Well, he is going to have to deal with Yabi if he gets down there. This is aggressive. Imagine just trying to catch a player in transition.
He would have, he could have, Device didn't oblige.
From his piling, I don't think he's aware this is a possibility at all.
Exactly, which implies that eventually it could happen.
If Magic walks out hut, those stairs should obliterate him from above.
Yabi's been very sharp. Can he out-aim Nico? Not possible. So a couple of bangers as Nico. Loves it when he's given that freedom down secret. Always good for one at a minimum.
I'm going to go ramp.
Yeah, it's not being held too actively, just down here. He's going to try and catch a multi here. Kixon's going to have his flight path ironed out. And just as they're looking away, important trade. Teses, he at least provides that. Stair gambling lower.
Oh, they've heard the rotation. They're calling backing away.
Nico. Gets the rotation back. Oh, it's flawless. There's no way back in for Astralis.
Both players down on B. Need to come up secret. The vent is not the safe way whatsoever. Cadian throwing open the door. Sure, make it a sound cue. He's going to head around to heaven. Devices up secret, looking to come through main. 2v4 for the game.
Partner up, saddle up, flashbang available for Device, trying to catch something through the smoke. There's Cadian buying time for his Heaven Ascent. Teses is holding, Magisk in a position to trade as well. The wallbang useless. Flash and go. Good flash. Frag is there. Magisk locks it in. Falcons take down Astralis in a 3-map affair. 2 wins, 1 loss. Pursuit of playoffs. It feels compulsory. You want to show evidence that this roster can work, and they can do it here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 25.
Yes, they've overcome a very low hurdle, but indeed they have beaten Astralis, and Falcons will cruise onwards. We'll talk specifically about the map we've just saw there. Obviously, Astralis kind of have had a pretty rough time over the course of the series. Yes, they did dominate the opening map, but I think 13 rounds in the next 2 kind of tell its own sad story.
Yeah, it was one of those, they got the first 4 rounds of the first half, and they're gone. That's pretty much the end of that. Meanwhile, I mean, if you just look at that second half, it was just kind of wild to me. It felt like, you know, Falcons could just do whatever the heck they wanted. Like whether it was just Mag just waltzing out lobby and getting a double kill, sneaking outside with Nico, doing full upper executes, just doing the normal default. There was nothing disruptive about Astralis' defense. Like they didn't do anything to contest any kind of map control.
Right. Yeah. I'm just going to say, I'm going to put this out on record.
Okay.
Teses is my favorite Falcon. And I would say he's the greatest Falcon so far.
I think so. I think so.
I feel like his contributions on this map in terms of his spray control, which is, by the way, the best behind Donk, that itself provided some multi-frags in key positions. And on top of that, I will say that, like, yeah, I really actually like Dust's assessment that the lack of disruption from Astralis. Like, I just feel like when I'm watching Astralis, like, you've got this core that was the old heroic one, which was so good at being proactive and just making life uncomfortable for their opponents, and Falcons were just not perturbed in this game whatsoever. They flew high and they shone bright.
I mean, look, you're right to highlight that they didn't disrupt, but it's also, we've kind of seen 2 maps today where they just didn't really seem to look comfortable or have any plans, and it's like you brought in a tenured IGL in the form of Cadian. You actually fought for that move to free up Device. You brought in Rugger as a coach, another long-running kind of a Danish proponent there, someone who's been around the scene for a while, and it's like, I don't know, they don't look any further forward than from when they first made the moves. And these moves were made a while ago. And Cadian's doing interviews talking about how, like, some of his other teammates haven't got used to how to play CS2 right now. Well, you know, we've talked about this MP9 ability.
I think he's talking about himself.
Yeah, I say, bro, where's your mechanical abilities at this point? He's in such weird positions, too. Like, why is Cadian a ramp anchor? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, some of the things that they've drawn up, I mean, maybe it's to try to facilitate Stown and Yabby better. Obviously, you know, you're trying to make Stair comfortable as 2. So it's just like they haven't really found any sort of balance. And to me, there's just no excuse either. Like, you haven't made any of the roster changes. I mean, sure, you had to do the whole thing with Bro for the major and whatnot, but you've had plenty of time to figure something out, whereas Falcons is transitioning 2 players. There's just no excuse to me.
Yeah, I agree with that. You can see Nico, obviously, the standout player. Not a surprise. I mean, his nuke yesterday was immaculate as well. It was the best thing he did in that series that they lost. But this is just the power of the player, and this is why he was highly sought after. He can go. He did go anywhere.
This is like one of those cases where an individual player has really leveled up the stock of this one particular map for this team. Yeah. Like just him alone and what he's capable of doing has made this core better at this map.
There's no reason for Falcons to, in my eyes, have as much difficulty in this series that they did by even losing a map, though. That's I think the roundup topic for me on this is that, like, man, I can't believe that Ancient looked as bad as it did, because actually, when you look at the next 2 maps, they were pretty good. Like, this isn't like a horrendous Falcons. This is probably the best lineup that they've ever had at this point. And I know, again, like, the bar is so low.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem.
It shouldn't be.
This is the problem. It's like, I have to say it, like, Astralis have just been so mediocre for so long. It's like Falcons have to be beating teams like that. You have to be, especially with the heroic core plus Nico. You know, it just has to happen. You're the tenured, experienced, quality team. Astralis are just floundering, haven't been to a major four times on the spin now.
I mean, can we pull up that one graphic that showed the RMR or the VRS points
Yeah, we might be able to.
That was like really helpful to see, like, because Astralis is just going down and down and down. Like they're barely winning against anybody at this point. And Falcons was a matchup where it was like really, it felt. I think for some people it probably felt like a coin flip, but there we go right there. Yeah, so they are actually now down to 15th. They moved down through. Oh no. Okay, they're still in 15th from what they already were. They had a chance to make it to 12th on the rankings, and unfortunately, this doesn't really affect Falcons all too much. But like, yeah, no, Astralis like 15th right now. You're on thin ice.
That's inflated, by the way.
Yeah,
as well.
and they've been carrying that from the previous year.
Yeah, I don't even feel that way about them. Like whenever I watch them, it's like they're such a far cry from what you think of when you think about Astralis lineups, particularly if you're a bit of an old head and you remember how good they used to be and how they elevated the entire standard of professional Counter-Strike.
Shouts out to Fi on YouTube. He made like 2 videos in a row.
Everyone's doing it now. I was a hater before it was cool. So.
Yeah, exactly. His are well produced though. He has more editing than you.
Yeah, I know.
So that's why he gets hundreds of thousands of views.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so shouts out Fi.
Yeah, he's killing the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, to get away from Astralis real quick, just talk about Falcons as like a final thought. I just want to see them be able to look just polished across the entire map pool. Like, there's no reason why this team can't really pick up where Heroic left off at the end of last year as being a team that was certainly top 8. It was a threat to make semifinals, a threat to maybe even do more than that. They have the talent. They've gotten the right kind of quote-unquote upgrades as far as the roster goes with, like, Nico for Nerds, you know, Mages for Shush, with all the experience that Mages brings to the table. It's just about finding out. I think what it probably is trying to figure out how to blend all the ideas together. Because of course, you know, before with Heroic, it was the Kixon Saw like combination, right? But now you're dealing with Kixon as an in-game leader who certainly has a way he likes to call, but it's about trying to figure out how to implement Nico as a second voice, you know, Zonic and what he likes to do as a coach or whatever. There's probably just more vocal players, so there's more ideas to sift through. And I think once they can kind of figure out a compromise to that, hopefully we'll see them continue to grow.
All right. Well, as always, gentlemen, it is time to say farewell at the halfway point of the day. We're going to be going to a break. When we come back, we won't be here. It'll be Stunner introducing it with Pimp and Blair, and there will be a palate cleanser to wash away the taste of hate. It'll be MOUZ versus FaZe. Make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We're here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 and we're going into our opening games. I've got Brolan with me, who is now the in-game leader of MOUZ. Our first thing I wanted to hit you with is because we spoke about this, but then we got some different answers from your teammates as well. So tell me, with you becoming IGL, how was it? Was it you said, yes, I wanted to do it? Were you asked to do it? What's the definitive truth on this situation?
I mean, it's probably in both ways, obviously, but I think, like I said, I wanted to do it and I got the trust from the team, so they want me to do it. So yeah, it's basically in both ways maybe, but it's mainly I wanted to do it and I had the trust around the team that I'm okay both to do it, so yeah.
And that trust is very important for sure. For looking at your first event, you didn't get to play with the full new MOUZ roster, but was it like a good way for you to test your IGL ability?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all it was really good, like a warm-up tournament-ish for this one. I think it was pretty rough, of course, to play the tournament in Astani, but it was a good experience as well. So I'm not that really rough on ourselves. For example, if we lost that tournament, it was. I would say maybe we had high expectations, maybe win a match or something in Katowice, but it roughly did not go that way. But yeah, it was a good warm-up tournament for my game leading or my calling, if I say so. And yeah, we didn't have that much practice with Selects as well, so it was pretty rough times as well. But now we got some practice, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, you got to get a little test in there, but also then you stayed in Katowice with the whole team, and Spinx joined you to boot camp until you got here at Cluj. So how many days practice and kind of bonding have you guys had?
I'm not sure exactly how much, but roughly like maybe 1 week, 1.5 weeks. Obviously, I think we had some boot camp, of course, in Katowice, and then we arrived here a little bit earlier than others in PGL. So yeah, we have been playing a lot of practice lately, and it's going better and better. Better and better.
Give me a temperature check on how happy you are with how practice has been going. I know practice is not the same as officials, but what positive signs have you seen?
No, just positive signs that we are capable of performing as well. Like obviously, I'm really happy that we can know each other on the game, and Lotten hasn't been in the team for a while, so just know how much she thinks about the game as much as possible, and get my experience more into it, so I can like lead and call in more ways. And Cyclone is helping me a lot to improve as a caller, and yeah, it's just really going better and better by day. So yeah.
Good, that's very positive. Now, looking at Spinx coming into the team, before you were the most experienced player on the team. Now you've got a bit more backup in that sense as well. How helpful is that for you?
No, obviously he's played in the best teams, of course, in Vitality, and yeah, obviously he has a really good wrestlers by his side, and he won the major in Cologne, etc. And yeah, of course, it helps me a lot. For example, in games, of course, but he's very vocal about things in game, and he has the experience to actually improve our team a lot, and yeah, it helps us a lot, and yeah.
How much change has this move brought, in terms of positions, what people will be doing, how it's working? Is it an easy fit in, or has there been some sacrifices made?
Sacrifices, obviously, I think there's many. There's been some sessions, of course, in not only in my leading, of course, some players maybe have seen like switching position, these things, and yeah, I will just. There's some, obviously, I want to. How say it? I wanted to like change a little bit in how we're playing Twistzz and these things, and yeah, I think just that like position changes. Of course, there's been some changes that we need to get more experience on, and yeah.
And lastly, just obviously MOUZ as a team and what you guys have had, say in 2024. What are your expectations here for this event, considering it is the first real event with a full team for you guys?
I think this event is obviously like see where we are basically as a team. Obviously, I think everyone wants to win, of course, but obviously I think we just need to be realistic and maybe see that this is our first tournament with a new roster, and we just need experience to just grow as a team and see where it comes. But yeah, take step by step. But obviously, I think our main goal is obviously to win the event. But yeah, we'll see how it is.
I love that you're still focused on trying to win the event. Thank you very much for all the insight, mate, and good luck going into the tournament.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. Napoca, no poker, because right now we're not playing mini games outside of the server. This bracket, this Swiss system is unfolding in real time, and I'm here with Jacob and Bleh to get you all caught up to speed, but also to watch more Counter-Strike, guys.
Yeah, Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Well, it is snowing outside, so you can imagine, like, it is a little bit colder for some than others. But overall, how are you feeling about your time here in Romania, Jacob?
It's been great. Obviously, weather is what it is, It's as bad, if not worse, than in Denmark, so I don't really mind, Snow can be kind of cool in December. Not sure about in mid-February and February, but it is what it is, Trace. What I do know, though, is that it's going to be hot on the server today, because we're going to book 2 teams into the playoff.
We most certainly are. There are 2 teams sitting at 2-0 right now, and we talked about Snow, but he's not a part of this equation at all.
Not yet.
Well, yeah. Let's catch up a little bit on that B stream, Bled. You want to grab this one and maybe talk to us a little bit about what's happened thus far?
Well, so far we've had 3D Max taking out MIBR, looking pretty convincing as well, although we did have one pretty close map. VP making quick work of Wildcard. Wildcard again. Jacob having his close maps, not quite able to close it out. And right now, of course, we have the battle of which team is going to win their first map so far in 2025. And it seems like Complexity have managed to do so. The woes of Imperial Valkyries do continue right now.
I do feel a bit for Wildcard. I feel like they're specialists in losing with style. You know, they play good Counter-Strike, but they can't really get it over the finish line.
Yeah, you know a lot
maybe they're getting closer and closer and closer. You know, maybe tomorrow.
Let's talk about losing in style. I like what you're doing right here. So
Thanks, man.
Go ahead, say it again.
Nothing. I mean, you're used to losing with style, right? Like you had a couple of L's today as well, is what I heard.
I have L's all the time, bro.
Hell yeah. I think it's kind of depressed because not able to cycle around today. But anyway, we'll get back to it later on. A-Stream.
A-Stream has been interesting. Eternal Fire making mincemeat of big. I mean, at certain moments that game was close, but overall Eternal Fire just a much better team. It is what it is. Falcons beating Astralis in the brawl of who cares? I almost want to say in that regard. I think Falcons looked slightly better today than they did yesterday, so that's a positive. Whereas for Astralis, I don't know what it is. Cadian said that they're not playing their A game yet, but it's getting better and better. Personally, I have a hard time seeing that. I know my eyesight is far from the greatest. I probably should go to the optician as well, but I don't see them progressing. I don't see them play better here than they did in Katowice. To me, that's an issue.
I don't think you need 2020 vision to see that something is completely and absolutely failed here in this Astralis team. I mean, I think I think they call them the hate watchers. That's I think what the internet calls them nowadays.
I think there's the hater bowl, but to me, I want to transform this. We can keep going down the same path, but just a quick notion in the other direction.
I have no idea what you just said right there.
I needed to cough real bad there for a second. But yeah, it doesn't matter. That's neither here nor there, Bleb.
Yeah, let's talk about good Counter-Strike. That's going to be coming up right now.
Yeah,
right?
we
MOUZ, FaZe, that's something which we've been seeing quite a lot last year, right? It's been a pretty fun rivalry overall. It was FaZe who seemed to be the kryptonite of the Shohei-led MOUZ for quite a while. And then the latter stages of last year is when MOUZ were able to kind of solve the puzzle, so to speak. Here is when MOUZ were able to kind of solve the puzzle, so to speak, beating them in Rio, beating them a couple of times, but then FaZe did get that final laugh at the end at the major in a 1-1 matchup where they got the win.
Yeah, and you said last year, I'll even add 23 into that equation as well. They have been playing each other so much. Obviously, as you can see on the screen right here, FaZe Clan have the vast majority of wins in that regard. You said it correct. Once MOUZ beat them the first time, they got a bit of a feeling for it. You know, they became more competitive in that specific matchup, but that has changed coming into 25. Obviously, with Elise coming into FaZe Clan, with Brolan now being the in-game leader of MOUZ, a lot have changed within the two camps. So I do feel that the playing field has leveled out, and as much as I want to, revert back and look at that old matchup, I do feel like we're entering a new era where 25 is going to be a chapter for itself.
And especially considering this particular rivalry, right? Obviously, I'm going to give the edge heavily to the side of FaZe because you have this upgrade in the form of Elise coming in. And for MOUZ, let's be real, despite the fact that, they've looked decent so far here in Romania with Brolan as the IGL, but the real test is going to be FaZe. That's going to be an absolute litmus test for how this Brolan IGL thing is kind of shaping up for the MOUZ team.
So MOUZ has had to come here. They've gotten 2-0s over both 3D Max and Big up at this point, right? Yep. But still, there are eyeballs on this team for the addition of Spinx. And what he brings to the table, is it a hot swap, Jacob?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of people, and I've said this before, and I'll happily say it again, as we see the VIS implications as well. You see there's quite a lot of points up for grabs if you're MOUZ right now. Very important points to cement their place within the VIS ranking. You're not necessarily moving up in the rankings per se. You keep your 7th place, but 70 points up for grabs in this specific game. That's massive, plus a spot guaranteed at the playoff. Now, for my money, I think there's been a lot of critique towards this MOUZ lineup for the change, and I understand why. You're losing Shuhei, you're losing a great in-game leader. I think personally Shuhei could go to a lot of top teams and make them better, but people fail to realize that the pure firepower upgrade they made, bringing in Spinx instead of Shuhei 1-to-1 in terms of firepower, is a massive upgrade. Yeah, you lose on other side of the coin, you lose on other aspects of the game, and that's something they'll have to work around. Maybe Brolan can be 70% or 80% of what a caller Shuhei was within the lineup, but when you make a 50 or 100% upgrade in firepower, that is going to make MOUZ, I would at the very least say, a dangerous team to play. I'll also have a bit of a hot statement right here, Blur, and you can shut me down if you want to. I think people forget that in Counter-Strike, and especially in Counter-Strike 2, where it's a little bit more about taking the duels, a little bit more about swinging, as Cadian said as well yesterday. Having a great in-game leader is the difference between being a top 5 to top 10 team and winning tournaments. Not having a great in-game leader while having a lot of firepower, you can still be a top 5 team, by the way, hey G2, and they're doing just fine in that regard. So it's not that MOUZ won't remain competitive, it's just that we're not sure whether MOUZ are ready to win tournaments. So I don't see it as a big issue.
So let me grab it here, because obviously for Brolan, this is sort of a new job, but then on the other side, you've got Kerrigan, who's basically been there, done that in a lot of respects. For Brolan, it's a little bit harder to say shoehorn of like, yeah, well, you get Spinx, but also you get to try IGLing.
And here's where I disagree with Pimp here, because I don't think MOUZ are okay being a top 5, top 10 team. They want to win championships. They want to be the team who's finally not just going to be
Everyone
like...
speaks about them as if they're not a top 10 team anymore.
No, they are a top 10 team. They could potentially even be a top 5, top 6 team, you know, on a good day. But again, like I said, are they going to be happy with that? Because that's where they've been for the past 1.5 years, right? They want to be a team who shouldn't just be happy making it to the playoffs of an S-tier event, because that is now an expectation of them. It's about getting those wins. And I'm still not quite sold. And listen, it's still early in the year. Maybe there's something that's going to be unlocked in the head of Brolan. Maybe he's going to access the remaining 80% of his brain, which no one supposedly uses. And if he's able to do that, sure, it could be a great surprise. But for me, this particular game, that's going to be the real test. And I don't think they're necessarily going to succeed, but it's going to be a good test to see the sort of metal that's in this young IGL.
See, that's what I love about you, Bloy, because nothing you said right there, I don't believe in as well. Nothing you said right there, I don't believe to be the truth as well. But the general notion of MOUZ out there is that they're not a top 5 team anymore. That they're not even in the conversation with teams like FaZe, with teams like Vitality, you name it. And I think that's a severe overreaction. Again, they haven't played a good team yet, so we'll learn more tonight. We'll learn more in this game. But so far, so good for MOUZ. I don't think the expectations have changed for them. As you said, we want them to be in the playoff. We want them to be consistently within the top 5 talk, and I think they will be, regardless of Brolan being the in-game leader or not. Question is, can they win the trophies? We'll not necessarily
Jury's out on it so far.
Yeah, that's the thing. We'll not get an answer tonight, but we'll get a hunch or a feeling of whether they're closer to that or not.
And speaking of closer to that, Elige, closer to this flame, we'll call it that way, within FaZe. Good addition so far. Is that fair
absolutely. And listen, I had absolutely no doubt that Elige coming in, you know, things were going to be good. Obviously, it's still going to take a little bit more time. But as we're seeing this FaZe team play right now, Jacob, they're looking better and better. And then we're going to see how, you know, obviously we haven't seen a final form yet, so to speak, for this team. But from what we've seen so far, I'm looking at certain new maps where they're trying to make their home map, like a Dust and whatnot. They're looking great. And Elige is being such an instrumental part of it. As we're jumping straight into the video, I don't expect anything crazy here. I think FaZe is going to go with Ancient. I think the Mirage pick should be coming out from MOUZ, which means it's just going to be a great 3-mapper all the way to the final map, which should be Nuke.
Yeah, I think Nuke would be a map both are happy for. No Dust 2, the ban coming in from MOUZ. No Nuke. There we go. Again, FaZe are opting away from Nuke. We saw that yesterday as well in the video, and they were successful with it. So no big surprise. Inferno will be the decider map. A map I do think we can use. I don't know why I'm in such a negative mood today. I don't know what happened. Maybe it's because I got suspended for my favorite dating app. But let's be completely.
We can go back into that. I like that. I want to go to
No.
That's a great story, by the way.
I think Elige has been, from a personal point of view, slightly underwhelming in FaZe so far. I think I agree with what you're saying, and I said it yesterday as well. They're getting better and better game by game. They're getting, you know, more gelled together as a team. But I don't think we should lower the expectations of the player that Elige is, you know, of the output he can have. What we saw he did in complexity, game after game, tournament after tournament. We haven't seen that amount of impact in FaZe yet. So as much as I want to say it, it's still early. I'm not really holding it up against Elige because it takes time to come into a European team to feel comfortable, etc. But if you think what Elige has done the first 2 months here in FaZe Clan is enough, mark my words, he will only get better.
Listen, Pimp's just pissed off because he can't swipe left or right anymore, right? Let's be real about it. And look, I get the point.
Wild, man.
I get a point he's trying to make here, but I feel like overall, you know, the CD side coming out from FaZe, considering how Elige has been calling as well, I think it's been good. I think for Elige, it's been about learning how to not just do too much. That's something he's had to do for the past couple of years in a complexity team, right? Right now, it's like, look to your left, look to your right. You got Broke, you got Rain, you got Frozen, right? You can rely on these people. So it's about him just working in tandem with his teammates. And that's what he's done recently. You know, yesterday on Inferno, for example, the way he played with Rain on that A bomb side, things are looking great. But yeah, I really have no doubt that Elige coming in here has 100% been an improvement. And I get your trepidations, but I think it's unfounded.
Elige's not doing too much. You know, I think that's a great angle to look at him. So Trace, by all means, go inspire him.
Go inspire Elige. Okay, well, I've got 2 inspiring gentlemen we can bring in. That's Launders and Scrawny over here to our left. Hey, gentlemen, somebody has to tell the story of what Jacob just kind of told us all about.
Yeah, I mean, I could do it if you'd like. Jacob, because he's a celebrity, a micro-celebrity, we'll say, he was asked by Tinder to take a selfie to confirm his identity. And when he tried to take the selfie, he got an error message because it said, please look into the camera.
It said look straight into the camera.
Oh.
He was.
Why didn't you, Jacob?
Well, I tried. Trust me.
Look, I love you, Jacob, but also we need to get this game going. Thank you, gentlemen.
Have a great day, Jacob. We love you.
Yeah, it gets better. There's actually other apps, so
yeah, you'll be all right. You know
lots of
what?
options.
They don't deserve you.
No, Jacob's a catch, man.
And speaking of love, man, this head-to-head. We get MOUZ, we get FaZe Clan. I love this matchup. I don't love the Shuhei removal. That for me kind of takes some stock out of the MOUZ camp, but I think that Jacob is kind of fighting a fight at the moment to kind of reinvigorate some of the confidence that I do agree with him, where it felt like online the conversation was like, oh, MOUZ are doomed now. Hey, listen, it's going to take up a step up from many pieces across MOUZ. Everybody's going to have to contribute alongside Brolan in order to keep their system in place, but maybe that's what they wanted. Oh! And maybe it won't stop them from still just popping heads. Oh! Twistzz, wow. 3 kills in the pistol, 4 frags. Twistzz, leader or not, this guy turns this around. And just with it, a chance at the ace put down by Kerrigan. So speaking of in-game leaders, Kerrigan no longer getting to kind of beat up his little brother in that Kerrigan versus Shuhei head-to-head that we got to watch unfold all throughout the last 2 years. And instead now Kerrigan has to show us a little prowess. He's got to prove IGLs can do it. Insertion into Donut's going to serve up the distraction. Beautiful quad from Twistzz to kick off the MOUZ v FaZe head-to-head.
Twistzz is in rare form. I think he was like 40 and 18 in their last match. Pretty incredible stuff. So Oppen and fragging really well under Brolan. These 2 shots alone were a clip. This is a beautiful highlight out of Twistzz on this pistol round. In this head-to-head, I'd say if there was one mental block from Shuhei's MOUZ, it was the inability to beat FaZe, but that's a consistent feature, whether it's Twistzz, Liquid, or anybody that plays with Kerrigan or against him or looks up to him.
Yeah. That Kerrigan influence, right? And I mean, the beauty of it is that Shuhei was breaking through. The last 2 best-of-3s they played, it was MOUZ to win the series, but they could never do it in the big ones. Yeah. Yep. And that curse, you know, kind of loomed over top of them for some time. So I think today Kerrigan's going to be representing the in-game leaders because there is a chance Brolan can grow into the role, but it is one of those ones that really, I think, caught a lot of people off guard. He never said he wanted to do it. Seems like a quiet person. You know, doesn't hit you as like the leader of men that many are when it comes to taking over the reins. You know, Apex, I think, in stark contrast to a guy like Brolan, for example. But again, if everybody contributes and if Spinx can have an individual level that much better than Shuhei, then maybe they just bank on the frag department.
Yeah, the way that Pimp and Bleh characterized this segment, I think, is absolutely perfect. They covered everything, the history of the matchup, what this means in the roster move, and I loved Jacob's point specifically about how MOUZ might be a team that'll be good because you can frag if you have an upgrade in firepower and stay around the top 5. I wouldn't say it's simply easy to stay in top 5 without a good IGL, but for MOUZ, it's really about can they win tournaments. That was the same question they were trying to answer before. And before they did win tournaments, the question is how big and how consistently can they do that with the pieces that they've got. And a team like FaZe are going to be one that will expose you on the IGL front most.
Well, exposed here inside the B site. God damn, now Elige rocking the M4.
Nice reaction.
Brolan's going to be able to topple him. Still, Kerrigan goes for the safe plant. Won't be able to interrupt that one. And that's a little bit of success with a bit more sprinkled in here. Hard-hitting Desert Eagles between Rain and Elige have put us in a 4 versus 3 advantage. Kerrigan picks that M4 up off the ground. And if he compromises this back line, we'll see. Because right now, Jimpack kind of 2 minds, looks to, join up on Speedway. He's trying to offer that smoke up to the bomb plant, but the bomb's actually still exposed to ramp, and the kills continue to come in. I don't think bomb is properly covered. Now this second smoke does cut it off. MP9 spam gets it off the defuse. Xertion jumps back on, but now I think this is incredibly close.
Oh, wow.
Incredibly close indeed.
It looked like a mistake to get off the bomb in that moment, and he almost died to the ammo, but perfectly timed here for MOUZ on the defuse. And this is a lot of things going right for FaZe as well with the extra deagle shots that came in. So nice entry out of Elige, but equally good reply from Brolan, who whipped back with his M4 after this opening kill.
I mean, Brolan blind as a bat, and we get that, top-down perspective. He is inside of that smoke, just trying to fire versus the MP9 with a USP of all things for a millisecond defuse. Jimpat. Oh, God
wow,
damn,
that's the
dude.
guy, man. This is the kid.
This is the first gun round, folks. That was 3 AK-47s out of FaZe Clan walking into Yimmy.
Wow.
And Brokey will finally get him on the retreat, but he has done his job and then some. Rain's going to find one back towards middle, which was drawing Brokey backwards, but Xerxin doesn't waste any time taking over the position from the Finn. Actually, I won't call him that because Kerrigan's also named Finn.
And Danish.
The young Finnish superstar, Jimpat.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, that's... We've got a very inspired-looking MOUZ, and you can see that from their last 2 matches as well. They've got a lot to prove. This will be their biggest match so far. And to be fair to them, playing at Katowice, they were playing with Zelix, who was just subbing in because of boring rules,
Gross. I say less rules the better.
Yeah, less rules.
I'm sure there is a bit of a chip on their shoulder, these MOUZ players, because of the way the roster move, I think kind of shocked the Counter-Strike world.
It was terrible timing. It was out of left field.
Yeah.
And, it speaks to Shuhei's resume that immediately the only conversation is which tier 1 team will he go IGL for now?
Correct, yeah.
Not what will happen to him.
And oh God, MOUZ, what fools kind of felt like the simultaneous dialogue about them.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding IGLs of that caliber are just, it's basically impossible, honestly. Like, how are you going to get Apex off Vitality? How are you going to get Kerrigan off of FaZe? You either go to them or in IGL, you make an IGL out of nowhere.
Spinx will get there. Took an extra second, but he kills Kerrigan. Rain, good trade frag back from Doorway. Torzi waiting middle. Misses his chance to strike down Elige. We have seen some gnarly individual level coming out of Elige in these sorts of fights. These dirty little headshot taps from a distance. You got to be careful when Elige is out there. And that caution from Torzi is coupled with opening up the smoke. Perfect bit of team play. And you catch Elige on the climb up.
Timings like that are everything. Look at the lay of the map now, 3-on-4. Oh, 3v3.
Oh, Rain so close. Brolan walks away here with 3 points of health, and Frozen looking to trade back. Can Frozen give enough cover for Brokey to plant bomb? Looks so, but there is a push-up speedway, so expect Brokey to die on sight. No, he gets his gun back out in time. And Brolan isn't able to jump on him right away. So we've got Brokey in an early clutch attempt, and you know this is when he can thrive.
Oh, he's moving back.
Torzi, read like a book. Wow. Brokey goes clutch, and we've got a little taste of FaZe early on.
That's called going for Brokey right there. Beautiful clutch with the AK as well. Rain looks like he's moving tonight, actually, loving the aim so far. And that's a round that is beautiful in the beginning for MOUZ, especially when Torzi gets that smoke break and the op kill inside of middle. But once it's a 2v3 with only this delayed cave flank and that short smoke still up, Brokey uses his limited options so carefully and so perfectly. That's why you want him alive late.
But fast into the action, as you'd anticipate from a guy like Xerxin, loses his support out middle. Another attempt to push out from cave. Okay, this game's starting to get electric pretty quickly.
They want mid. And it looked like MOUZ were about to win it. Kerrigan expands through. He's done this so many times, actually, in their last few Ancient games. The space gets found. Now, there is Torzi who could ruin everything, and he'll...
Saw that.
A little exchange glances. Oh, but that's Frozen risking the bomb with that peek.
Total disengage. I love this deep play from Kerrigan.
Torzi's wondering, I think, you actually know that Kerrigan makes this play. So yeah, that's nice out of Torji.
Able to recover. Torji is 11-4, 6 rounds into this game. You felt it coming in the pistol. Can he finish off this denial, or does Brokey go back-to-back clutches? Sees the shadow. Oh, you gave him all he needed to strike you down, and it's a long road for Spinx.
Yeah, don't make it another 1v2. Now, Brokey has to be worried about them, the other player coming in from anywhere. So they could have been playing together. Brokey really sniffs this out, sees no push. He could make his way over to the other side of the map, and that's the open route. Spinx is in a very interesting position because if he even senses that this could go back to B, he'll actually be here in time.
Oh, great read.
Shining moment here from Spinx.
Great read from Spinx. Doubles back. Look how much Brokey has just thrown caution to the wind, and Spinx is going to scoop it up. Oh, great job by Spinx to play both options.
Yeah, gave him a lot of space and could have started to walk his way over to A, thinking for sure this be a plant, but no. Round comes back to him.
Oh, that one could have been a calamity for MOUZ, though, when we get all those mid players dying at the start of the round.
Yeah, definitely.
FaZe certainly had an advantage in that round once upon a time, and if Torzi doesn't catch that bomb and then fall back and read Kerrigan, I mean, there's multiple instances there of good reads from the MOUZ players. Torzi to Kerrigan, Spinx in the 1v1.
Yep.
It's a fun little situation we have with obviously a new piece on FaZe and a new piece on MOUZ. So these are two members on opposite teams that don't know about the grudge match that is FaZe versus MOUZ, right? But the other 8, so much head-to-head action, actually.
Spinx has his own grudge versus FaZe because on Vitality, they won all the good games, and FaZe beat them in playoffs at both majors.
You see that teabag?
Yeah.
3 reps?
I'm just desensitized.
Okay.
You should see the things I see on the internet.
I've seen the algorithm. Scout in hand for Brokey. Oh, okay, Elish. All right.
He doesn't even let you finish your sentence. He just goes in.
In and on it. But Torzi, good chance. Gets tagged up by the scout.
Oh, that's awkward for Torzi now.
You know, economic, though, situation. Would have been a kill otherwise. Oh, man. Not ideal, but Frozen makes the best of a bad situation. Locked into the gunfight.
Okay.
Cave player burns
himself.
And Kerrigan gets his revenge on Torji. Now Xerxin back here on long. Rain isolated in sight, decides to go for the run. They know that Xerxin's over here. Kerrigan's just tucked behind box. I love that Kerrigan's gone silent.
Xerxin just thinks he must have gone back to CT. Kerrigan feels trapped. I mean, he doesn't want to get pushed, so I assume he'll peek eventually, but as long as he doesn't, well, he can read the rotation point. So Kerrigan now knows Xerxin's going to mid.
Clutch.
Kerrigan, he's got an op.
And he's going to join up in Temple with Rain. I guess, you know, still worried about the approach.
Ooh, that smoke could cause problems.
Definitely, especially with a kit here for Xerxin. He's trying to find it, though. Takes him an extra second. Gets blind up in the process. Easy cleanup, and it's not even Rain. Kerrigan hones in on him. So both players from FaZe where they need to be. And great recovery offered up by Elige, man. Instant headshot into the B site. Not the first one we've seen. It won't be the last.
Yeah, they're using him as a new weapon in his, specialty. This is the Liquid 2019 formula with Elige, man. He was a crazy opener, and he could run through the chaos. So it's been a great game from so many perspectives. So many great late mid-round situations, individual moments. Hosey's 4K, Jimfat's 3K. The 1v2 from Brokey already.
And that's why I said before the series started, dude, this head-to-head, it's a treat when we get to cast it, and I'm glad that it's living up to the quality it had set last year. Ooh, Brolan, nice 5-7 kill. Catches Rain off with the right side peek. Xerxin taking a look for a climb up, but again, it is pistols for MOUZ. So one frag and they walk away to try to bolster numbers elsewhere.
Rotation's going the wrong way. Brolan said, let me handle it.
Brolan looking to hold back too. If he can keep cave control, that's massive. One more for him. and the trade's efficient from Elige. Now, you've already got a long challenge from Xerxin. Currently ahead of the utility. Spinx hits a deagle shot, and then a bit of spam from the Deeg goes astray. Man advantage nonetheless. Kerrigan had to go back, scooped up bomb, and Elige is going to keep on presenting better chances. Jimpat, though, will find that AK. Big threat in the back line now. And Elige wary of it just in time. Jimmy goes for the peek. Elige a little off the mark. And so Kerrigan's going to have to come up clutch, but he's got 12 bullets in that magazine right now. It's going to have to be clean shots.
He's open to long, but this is the right move.
He's right between the two. Oh, they line up. Oh! The Jimpat headshot around the edge. And it is pistols from MOUZ to keep FaZe on their toes. 6-2.
That was the right risk from Kerrigan. A nice try. But now MOUZ have got two closers. Jimmy and Spinx. Oh, what a shot.
I like this round because for a moment, we had the stack heading in the wrong direction. And that could be a result of a poor call. But then you get all of these beautiful 5-7 and deagle headshots, and that is a result of firepower. MOUZ firepower upgrade. That's what Pimp kind of hammered home in the pregame. And that round, a reminder of it. So the cash flow still stunned. We've got a lighter buy for FaZe, but still most players with lethal weapons. Swept away are the first two kills. Easy does it on lane, and that's going to force FaZe's hand into a more desperate A commitment. Now, Jimmy just sitting back sight. And he waits, and he waits. And Xerxin takes all the attention just so that Jimmy can slow burn this peak. As slow as need be. Oh, he kind of drops the ball. But it's all good, because Xerxin from behind the sight boxes just relaxes for a second. Frag grenade on his head, so be it. It's a 5-round lead.
Yeah, there are some close rounds of this half so far, but MOUZ icing out all the important situations, and that one's the cleanest so far. We've got a situation where FaZe, they spent everything they had last round, so we're probably going to just be on a half buy, see if they can recover this half at all. Otherwise, it's a pretty one-sided game. There's nobody lacking right now on MOUZ.
$1,300 damage for Twistzz coming into round 10. Has been a part of basically every critical moment. Setting up the clutches with ease. Actually takes me a little off guard to see Elige only on 5 kills, considering he's had those very critical B-site entries.
Yeah, 2 great entries.
We'll see if he can add some more. As we get into the final rounds of the first half, Jimmy sets himself up with a flashbang, and he's got that helping hand of Xerxin from Red Room. Brolan looks like he wants in on the action. He's thinking about it over towards Cave, but it's actually Elige. Again, right? Critical entry. From a Tech 9 to the AK, but nobody right there behind him. Instead, FaZe going to play their options towards B-site, and by waiting, Brolan has disengaged for now.
HP not incredibly high here for Elige, even though he's got this gun. And MOUZ are now just thinking about the re-aggression in the mid, and they catch Elige on the exact timing.
Yep.
Not the first time that's happened.
Twistzz getting his number in middle. Brolan ahead of the utility. But they can lean it back. You've still got that incendiary for Twistzz, and he's nearby. We'll see if that interrupts bomb. If it... Oh! I was going to say gets a chance to cross, but Brokey hits the Deeg shot. However, no cover. His bomb's still planted, but it causes this frantic moment where suddenly 2Ts peek in to try to save Brokey, maybe. Spinx finds great timing. Easy cleanup for him with the triple spray down.
That was a bit awkward. They had short smoked. They were planning on the side of default, completely exposed to long, but they were not covering that at all.
That's nice. Whew. Not the best run boost I've ever seen, but to hell with it.
Hey, he does
it
the
works.
job.
And then Rain is going to find the climb up here from Xerxin. Elise trying to flash him way through, and it does the job. Jimmy gets caught bottom middle. Man advantage over to FaZe. Haven't had these all the time. Gotta make the most of it as the wallbang fight continues. But Rain wrote this book, Brolan. Oh, doesn't mean you can't refine it.
Or read it.
One of the last bullets.
He just took his teacher to school.
To the brain. Brokey awaits something down ramp, but goes for that second grenade, and that's the one that costs him. Brolan pouncing on the moment. Man advantage has been taken away from FaZe. As a comfortable 3v2 here for MOUZ in round 11. Bomb's got to be picked up. This will slow down everything, but it's fine. We've got time at 50 seconds.
Important that you point that out, because where the bomb was spotted means they've got to wait in order to influence some rotations. CTs won't second guess themselves. Doubled up still here on B. They have Donut as well. It's a great spot for a solo player on A.
I think
they want to speed up through Cave, but Torzy's on this line.
Yes, sir. Smooth sailing here for MOUZ. Cleanup duty for Torzy this time. And this is FaZe getting a little desperate. 3 rounds, T-side, best case scenario.
Yeah.
Feels like this game started like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, super fast rounds. Really fun. Again, a lot of late round situations, but as the game has progressed, MOUZ have gotten only better and better. And I love the move that Brolan has been making individually from Cave too long. Pushing, finding pickoffs, taking out Rain on the outside of Cave. That's a harder fight to win.
Obviously, this Cave position, one that Shuhei played frequently. Brolan taking it over as he hangs on to the IGL reins at the same time. And this is a great example of what he can do from the spot. But we're going to go real quick into an A hit here for FaZe. Why get it complicated now? Straight into the fight, pelted by some utility on the approach. They lose 1 in the process. We've got this late lurk coming out middle from Frozen in a moment. We're waiting for the challenge on the bomb plant too. Frozen letting a teammate die here as Torzy goes in, but it's worth it. Clears out Donut on his own. Challenge out from Xerxin to try to catch them off guard with the bomb down in front of the Donut. Spinx in an attempt to keep that threat up falls. 3 rounds are found here by FaZe. It's 1 for the road before their defense starts.
Yeah, at least they got that one. It at least keeps this game a possibility here for FaZe, but a madly successful half out of MOUZ with this new lineup. Spinx looks like he slotted in nicely. There were no moments of awkwardness. In fact,
at all
the late round situations looked just as good as they always have for MOUZ. They are operating quite well, and yeah, Brolan is not the guy you'd expect from the outside to have taken over IGLing, and has even mentioned that I'm sure the ideas are there, but even for himself as an IGL emotionally, he knows he has to change the way that he communicates and, you know, match the style of an IGL emotionally as well. But whatever they're doing so far, seems like they should just keep going.
It's a roster move that's also just, you know, to add a little bit more fuel to the fire. One where it was rumored previously, before Shuhei got cut, that it was actually going to be Brolan to be replaced by Spinx. You know, so that one formulaically maybe would have made more sense. But for him to step up into the role, you know, the chips fall where the chips fall at the end of the day.
Jimmy was also got some offers.
Yeah, it kind of felt like with
Jimmy for Spinx makes more sense, but
yeah, with Jimmy not going to Falcons, who maybe needed to secure MONOZ, for him to go there, then he comes back to MOUZ. Who knows? It was a wild time at the very end of the offseason. I mean, like day before the event to kick off the season. Just the most shocking roster move of the season. But all's good if you can smoke FaZe. You know, cheeky little 13-3 to start the day. Big if. Torzy 19-9. Love to see that.
Yeah, again, 40-18 in his last series.
Absolutely.
He's already on par.
Superstar level that he is tapping into at the moment.
I had him very high up last year on my list. I think higher than anyone else.
Good for you. You know, Torzy was somebody that back previously when their struggles were happening, like there was a period of the Shuhei Torzy MOUZ where everybody wanted Torzy's head.
Yeah. Yeah, he was too inconsistent. That was fair criticism.
Yep.
But the last year, he's really changed that a lot.
You love to see it. Big rotation around into the A site instead. Frozen and Kerrigan going to keep this clean as need be. Woo! Damn!
Right.
Frozen's got a chance to kick it up a notch. Goes from 6 frags to 9 here in the pistol.
And Frozen's someone for me who last year I liked him less than the year before that. And I think when Robs joined the team, it was always awkward with those two. We didn't get the best out of him, but yesterday we saw some of the best CS that I've ever seen Frozen play. He was insanely quality from the mechanics and headshots to the utility, the positioning, everything. So put him in the superstar class for FaZe for sure. See if it could be 2 days in a row.
And I think that's an uptick from Frozen you can come to expect if he ends up getting more of the positions from Robs, because I think that's one where, you know, we've had this dialogue.
Yeah, he got most of his positions.
Right.
It's mostly Rain and Kerrigan that have appeared to have moved the most for a Liege. But things are still changing every day for FaZe.
As they should be. Was a roster move that was going to cause a shakeup in the roles.
Yeah, this is one of the maps where... Oh, so is Kerrigan playing Cave? Because I think Kerrigan was playing A the last few games, and it wasn't looking great. It was one of the spots that I definitely hated, actually. So if he's playing Cave now, I feel like that makes way more sense. Way more information. I guess it was just awkward because, well, Rain can also play there, so...
Yeah, I mean, Rain, one of the fundamental Cave players.
The
on
question
Ancient.
is, who's going to fill A? They kept trying to figure that out. So maybe it'll be a Liege.
For now, that's the case. Playing the signpost in anticipation of the A hit, which is most certainly about to come swinging out with not even a flashbang, but he drops down the moment he sees it. Ooh, ace? No. Brokey's gonna nab that last one. Still, beautiful mow down from the magazine of Alicia's MP9. That is a lot of money made. You know what? I actually like the way he does that, where Signpost is such a great spot to see the commitment, but he had no interest in actually trying to, you know, peel off player off the back of that pack.
You can't fall off and get to Donut if you see them. So you have to either decide if you're going to fight or not. So holding it with a molly out even wouldn't have been good enough. As you saw, his teammate threw it. So it was like perfect in terms of the time.
Just plants his feet.
We see so many people make that mistake.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Not
all
a
right.
Liege.
The T-side test here for MOUZ.
Spinx sees this as an invite. He's between the smokes. Oh, he gets into the deeper of the two. They cross paths.
Wait, but he made noise.
Emo's running around this. The flash comes over top. Spinx isn't unable to unravel both.
That's a crazy, you don't see Spinx makes moves like that ever.
Challenge up from the jump up, and that's where Frozen's going to get the edge back for FaZe Clan.
If they go sit on the bomb, you can have this lurk in place, but it won't do much. Let's see if Jimmy can make haste and create a timing for himself. But for now, it looks like the CTs are watching all the right positions.
A little haste, you say? He's fast to
Oh,
the action.
he got by Brokey.
Yep, and that's going to catch a Liege entirely unprepared. Oh, Xerxin. 5 bullets or so into that one. Frozen gets clipped, and we go even 2v2 at 40 seconds. Do they still prefer to play on top of bomb?
I feel like they should, because playing out here is still really strong. And until you get down to like 10 seconds or so, 15 seconds, you can't guarantee they take it, go A, excuse me. That's a fresh smoke.
They're
going to have to start shooting through this, honestly. Yeah.
As that smoke goes down, but Rain
doesn't care.
He's fine to hold his ground for the time being.
And now he goes cave.
Perfect.
There's just no time.
Ooh, a couple smoke grenades really fizzled out the fire there for MOUZ. They've got to concede this one.
They got kind of lucky there on the timing. Even if Brokey doesn't win his duel, he was spotting from long, and there was 1 second gap every other second for him to get by into window. So that's a crazy round out of MOUZ. They just sent Spinx in as the entry to run through a smoke. And when he didn't see anything, he just full committed through. And then he still got a kill at least, but there was nothing behind that at all.
It's not a version of Spinx I think I've seen very often.
He said on Vitality, they kept making me lurk. I never wanted to lurk. I always wanted to entry.
Get the hell out of my way. But he did go stomping in. They knew damn well what he was up to.
All of mid belongs to the CTs. No A-side lurk. Mixed by here for MOUZ. But until you get that extra rotation to B, it's still two people on the site. Brokey starts to move over.
Both Rain and Kerrigan. I like this POV. You just see both CTs in front of them, jiggling with their smokes out.
Yeah, a couple of jiggling Jerrys over here.
Big jiggle Johnnies.
That just sounds disgusting. And that smoke's pretty oppressive because they're like, all right, well, we were about to set something up. Oh,
careful though. That's
draws the bait.
Yeah, perfect distraction. Xerxin with the AK. Only one of two AKs on the field. Double entry. Rain and Kerrigan hit the ground. Brokey's rotation was already here earlier. Xerxin's going to continue to keep that threat up. And they basically sweep away everyone. Frozen dead. And Brokey, if he's lucky, will get away, but that's not the case. Xerxin goes over top of the boxes. The pesky Tech-9 smoke spam, Mohan.
Rain will feel a little bit silly about that one. He fell for a very, very lightweight bait. These Tech-9 shots through the smoke. That's the hype. So for whatever reason, this is a side of the map that nothing has to change in terms of Rain playing, if he could play Cave if they wanted to. But it seems like philosophically they're changing the team a little bit more too, because Kerrigan has mentioned wanting to use Rain as an anchor. He sees him as an anchor. So even if it's not anchoring the A site to fill where Rops is playing, it could be anchoring on the other side of the map instead of playing the info spots. But Rain so far in some of his new positions, because he's definitely a guy that, like, when we saw him first play Cave, he just kind of played Cave. And then over a year, he came up with like 9 spams, a bunch of timings, very good on the pressure, but it took some time for him to map out his protocols for himself. And that's not the first time we've actually got him caught on Banana on a push.
Kerrigan locked in on his own here. Brolan missed his smoke on the Molotov on the approach. Oh, baby. Kerrigan almost getting away with the second one. Started shooting over Brolan.
Looks like the gun just started shooting itself.
Itchy trigger finger, but Elige, he's going to get what looks like the same reward. Yeah, back's turned. And, well, that's the difference between Kerrigan and Elige.
Yeah, assassinated.
Excellent second frag from him. Jimmy didn't stand a damn chance. And, well, in round 17, FaZe just go ahead and pull the wool over MOUZ's eyes.
We'll see. MOUZ have been a late round threat in a lot of these moments, so watch for those headshots.
It's that low health Spinx made possible by Kerrigan. And once more, 0 map control, but 40 seconds to still play out. We'll see if somebody oversteps into Torji. Again, he's been playing lights out, but second half has been muted.
I thought he had some sick smokes set up for CT spawn. I was ready to watch that.
This position doesn't really have a name.
Corner. Call it Shack.
Shrek.
Oh. Well, you know the Shack meme where he's hiding behind a tree? But
oh, yeah, I do. But also it's, well, it's quite swampy.
That's true. Donkey.
Get out of my swamp, donkey. Not that I'm calling Spinx a donkey, excuse me. But it is indeed swamp from here on out. And it's a great place to save. Rifle kept. Why did they check their corners, Mohan?
Because there's 2.
They didn't check either one. FaZe get away with, well, a bit of a freebie on that one. For all the electric gameplay we've had in this head-to-head, 2 unchecked corners, kind of boring. Not even a gun duel. Good on a leash to keep it clean in middle. Kerrigan pressured back out of the front room of Cave. And Elige awaits top mid. Now vision regained, but does he want to try to tether with the donut players? Because they're still smoked off for the time being, and that's why Xertion's crossed over. Rain offered up like that, just like a nanosecond of a distraction. That crosshair movement in Xertion, and then Elige comes out. That's a bit awkward for Xertion. But FaZe will lap it up. Man advantage to try to go 8 rounds to the 10 of MOUZ.
This is the awkward site.
Brolan hasn't wasted a moment here, already emerging from the cave. He's got a back turn to him on sight. Puts a bullet to the back of Kerrigan. Rain empty-handed. Elige is going to rotate in, but he's been already smoked off. And so once more, MOUZ will find their teeth sunk deep into B. Awkward, as you called it.
But with 3 players playing in cave, they're going to expand to banana. I guess they'll have lots of time to do that. Brolan's low, no impact grenades here. We're coming at this with no smokes.
Couple flashbangs for Brolan to try to get his pieces in, try to disrupt this retake, but you've already got Elige on top of the bomb in a moment.
Now it gets awkward for the Tees.
Good shot for Brokey, then he goes for the defuse. Excellent coverage here from Elige. The spray's off the mark, and Frozen's gonna find one as well. All 3 members of FaZe put a kill forth in a 3v3 retake that looks way too simple for the FaZe clan.
They gave away some of their active positions. I guess they didn't want to face long and get around to banana. And they did it with time, so fair enough. But they did allow FaZe to try to fight the cave a little earlier, I think, than they'd like. So it makes it a 2-round game. The way MOUZ got to 10 was the Exertion 2K entry onto the B site on a light buy. But other than that, it hasn't been too much here on T side. So looking to win a full rifle. I think you called this game a 13-3, Connor.
What?
So wouldn't that be nice to start the day? Nice 13-3.
I didn't say that at all. You're a madman.
It's all recorded.
I'm being gaslit. Don't shrug at me.
You said it, 13-3.
I never said such a thing. That's wild. I don't know if you believe that I said that.
We've got the clip.
I didn't
I just can't get it right now.
No way, I didn't say that. No way.
Someone's going to find it and tweet it at you.
You're crazy. I never said that today. I thought this game was going to be close the whole time.
No, at the end of the half. At the end of the half.
No. Did I?
I would never say something like that.
The audacity. I think I said 9-3, because that's the score at the half.
I know you think you do. We got video proof.
Oh, no. Well, if I did, I'm glad I'm wrong. Maybe. Right now, we've got a game on our hands, and it's fun to watch MOUZ kind of wiggle around here, struggle a bit to figure out the solution on the T side. They've had their moments, and this time they've got Donut very early on, so something different here in the 19th round of play. Beautiful flashbang.
Doesn't get much better than that.
Brolan blind as a bat. And I like that Frozen sticks around here. Yeah, it's going to catch Spinx deep inside A main. Now suddenly these donut players feel stranded. Brokey's got a gun barrel on screen, so that's him on high alert. Woo, and the bomb's been dropped back towards middle, so not ideal here for what's left of MOUZ.
He knows they both turned back.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, what else can they really do? Nothing. Nothing at all.
Do we go back? Do we go in? Do we go out?
Let's try next round. Swept away by the Opper, sitting comfortably on site.
Well, it looks like FaZe have a CT side as well, MOUZ. some of these rounds are looking a little less close.
Singular bomb plant throughout these 6 rounds that FaZe Clan have won on the defense. And Torzy, who looked like a bona fide superstar in the first half of play, has, well, returned to the realm of the mortals. Second peek.
Yep.
And that's that, huh? So here we go, back in with a half buy. Back in with Spinx being equipped with the single rifle.
These would be the moments that criticism comes in for not having a caller of the same quality as like a Kerrigan or an Apex or something else. The simplistic calls sometimes aren't enough.
Kerrigan double, Rain gets 1. There's been a kind of weak point on this site with Rain sometimes not getting his holds going, but this time will hang on to Cave.
These great IGLs, man, they're systems thinkers. And their ideas keep expanding as the game goes on. They never get tunnel visioned when there's the most amount of data possible. That's what makes them so special. Even like casting, like I'm consistently amazed, you know, like how Kerrigan can put together so much,
so weird
systematize so much information with such little info, and also organize so many people behind it.
That's why our desk said that, you know, having a great in-game leader on that level is what makes you go from a top 5 team to the best team in the world.
Yes.
It's that fine-tuning that can only be done by some of the greatest minds of Counter-Strike, even if their hands aren't as skilled as some others. JimFat goes for the swing. He's got 2 positions figured out. You'd be a fool to think he couldn't clutch this. Op shot comes through, no additional damage done, but I believe the gun is empty, so he's on the Deeg, and Brokey's not going to let him have anything else in this one. FaZe have officially tied this game with 7 out of 8 rounds played on the defense.
I got the answers right now. This round, obviously, MOUZ don't come in with a ton, but money-wise, yeah, it looks like we've got the investment now. So, yeah, one round they've won is that B Rush, the Exertion 2K entries.
Rain making sure not to fall on site with no frags to his name, as well as Strong. Got that additional cave pickup. Game on. Fast fight down into elbow. Frozen flushes him out temporarily. Brolan, has managed to get up into the cave. Alish saw that.
Spotted, yeah.
100% Alish sees it. He's going to be worried about it, trying to still capitalize, and Brolan never turning back around. Then we get that hold at the top of ramp.
Through the smoke again.
That's a wild one for Spinx. Not his bread and butter, doesn't pull it off.
Also, what's the idea right there? Like, Brolan's in cave, Spinx goes through the smoke, bomb hasn't even crossed the doorway, and 2 players are over at A. It's not time to execute, MOUZ.
You know, I always kind of like to see it as like an orchestra, where the guy holding the little stick, your maestro, isn't necessarily the most talented person in the room.
Yeah, but I think the guy with the tuba doesn't have the sheet paper.
Exactly, right? So, is Spinx the guy with the tuba in this round, just running through smokes?
I think Brolan said, hold this tuba.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to fiddle around with some flutes. And now MOUZ left with just a triangle. Wow, they look like squares. FaZe Clan take a lead.
Brolan's now Hector Salamanca on that bell.
Ding, 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 ding.
Cripple Jimmy.
Waiting for the clock to expire. FaZe in the lead. Oof.
As a Shuhei propagandist, I'm going to say right now, Shuhei doesn't make that call.
Just going to say, if only they had a...
That's the other thing, man. You can't say it's not like a Hooksy upgrade or something. Like Shuhei could
sure.
still shoot.
Yeah, sure.
He obviously wasn't top performer, but
yeah, we talk about Shuhei like a
one of the better IGLs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You'd be lucky to get a guy that frags that level and can call.
Yeah. And whoever gets him will be lucky too.
Indeed.
But
congratulations.
Enough about enough about Liquid. Back to MOUZ. MOUZ announced minus JKS plus Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, we finally get a blitz in NA.
Yeah, right. All right, gentlemen, off of the tack pause now. Now, this is something they still at least have Cyclone. I'll give them that. They still at least have Cyclone.
Yeah.
It's not a part of the conversation that we've had so far, but one that I think is still worth its value. Cyclone has had a chance to speak. What changes? As FaZe are on the brink of securing that overtime, it is Spinx instead to hold the jump up, and Lige offers first blood to the favor of MOUZ.
Frozen
gonna peel him back. Yeah, Frozen leaves because Lige is dead. Doesn't want to be the second casualty out there on middle.
He also didn't want to leave mid entirely because they play these spots. A lot comes down to the B hold, and well, that's been pretty 50-50.
Kerrigan not able to snap it over to Torji. He'll finish off what Lige started by killing Spinx, but it's man advantage maintained.
FaZe will have to do something special here, and it looks like it'll be a lean, but they have to give up a part of the map right now.
Haven't yet, still keeping it 1-1-1. If anything, it's a weak middle.
Yeah, it's interesting because it actually appears to be correct. We don't have MOUZ moving at all. They are still waiting for something to happen. Map is dead silent as they creep into middle.
Down to 35 seconds. Here's the Brolan walk up on ramp. And that's a headshot from Rain that certainly helps out.
Lurking by himself as they go up into A.
It's the A commitment. We've got Brokey sitting inside a position he loves. Utility comes flying at him. Good amount of damage offered here by Frozen, just contesting through that CT smoke. We've got 3 Ts on site, and Torji now with bomb down, hands back on the AK. We're gonna get Xerxon pressing into Brokey towards Temple while this Rain mid-fight unfolds against Jimmy. 2 separate duels, but it's actually Brokey to peel all the way back. So now they're gonna go, what, CT lane?
Well, they have smokes.
Oh, and Torji peeks in. Xerxon stuck up against this wall, blinded, but still able to recover vision, wins his duel, and Rain will trade that back. Jimmy had seen a player back on middle, takes the head off Rain, clean shot, and as Brokey taps bomb to elicit the reaction, he gets what he wants.
Okay.
Jimmy peaks, 2K for him, and a 1v1's what gives MOUZ their second terrorist round win.
Yeah, 1v2 in fact. Really nice there, Jimmy. That's a clutch from Donut, and he got away from Rain 2, who came in on the flank. So they got their opener, was it inside of middle, and kept the man advantage throughout the rest of the rounds.
Right here.
Yeah, the weird moment is Brolan lurking up into B getting caught, and then kind of letting him know, all right, well, it's not me in this spot. So we're going to get max rounds. And that was an important milestone. It's MOUZ's second round this half, and it's their first time winning on a full rifle buy.
Off the tack pause.
Off the tack pause. Off the tack pause.
With a very different tempo. One of the slowest rounds we've seen yet in this map. Almost too slow at one point. I thought that mid-burn from MOUZ could have cost them.
Yeah. I mean, the 3 times they've lurked in a B, the 2 with Spinx, the 1 with Brolan, those haven't looked too pretty. But here's a good start, again, to the round for MOUZ. They win mid-control. They have Cave at the exact same time. And Jimmy's running away from A main. Everything at this point in the round is fully intentional.
Kerrigan's so locked in on this position.
What is happening here?
Oh, man.
That doesn't help Kerrigan, though, does it?
I don't think that's what that was supposed to do.
Oh, should be. Sorry, Brolan said, "Come over here, guys. I've got a lead."
Kerrigan's going to be exposed. Oh my.
No, but they're not going to clear him, right?
Of course not.
Yeah.
But I mean, if the smoke fades, he's just going to be exposed to him.
That's true.
He gets one. Rain trades back in sight. We've got a lot of bodies here. Oh. Rain, critical. 3 frags in the cave, and he will even ice out the last.
Oh, wow. That's a round where Brolan has the one lead where he gets up in the cave and they have lots of map control to work with. So much of this comes down to a great spray from Rain, but for whatever reason, Connor, they did know that someone was on the other side of that box. Otherwise, Rain wouldn't be sitting here staring at cave when he re-smoked it last, and Kerrigan wouldn't be watching above him. So whatever idea that MOUZ had, they kind of understood it. And somehow in this match that started 9-3, FaZe get 12 first.
God damn. Off the biggest round we've seen from Rain yet. Now to the top of the charts off that multi-frag. Kerrigan, whoa, dangerous. As he opens up smoke with many bodies outside of it. No mid control this time around. For FaZe, that is. We get this moving piece in a leash to come back towards Red Room, contending with the red smoke. And it looks like FaZe are ready to just let middle go this time around. At least up until the Red Room. Jimmy versus Frozen. Frozen's got the better weapon, and Jimmy does 50 damage, but that's it. Kerrigan, gotta be careful. Gives a little shoulder into the cave, takes a bit of damage for it. Xerxin eyeing up Red Room, but
coming in with a position of power. He's still 5 alive on the CT side. They've got double eyes on mid. They're holding on to cave control with their smoke as well.
Frozen was already deep in A main, so Brokey can, I think, confidently play big box.
They have to earn back the space, but instead they're just going to walk into this. There's only one in Donut, however, so...
This angle from Frozen, gonna catch them off guard, worth it. But now Brokey missing his one chance at an easy shot. Triple kill back across the board from MOUZ. It's a recovery in the 24th of play. And as Spinx gets bomb onto the site, jumbling into his teammates, they know that Donut's a threat, and sure enough, Kerrigan coming in, but he'll find a back turn, and he doesn't whiff those shots.
And they cancel the
didn't plant. He comes off of it, Kerrigan gets him off a second time, and we're gonna get a slow play out of Brokey, but it's worth it. Passive back on the line, a hell of a recovery from FaZe Clan. It's the T side of MOUZ that betrays them.
Wow, just all the way to the very end, down to the wire, some might even say, if we're looking at this series. But I wouldn't say it too much in excess, because both sides of this coin look like they're ready to play today, Jacob.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it was a good game of Counter-Strike. Obviously, there's 2 sides to this story. One being MOUZ getting off to a great start, showing that the CT side, at the very least, was working and functioning at a high level. And then that spears into the whole conversation we had about Brolan as an in-game leader. MOUZ transition over to the T side. And it's very easy, you know, to sit at home now and point fingers and be like, yeah, that's Brolan's fault. He's not a great leader. He can't be an in-game leader, yada, yada, yada. Fact of the matter is that the T side for MOUZ fell a little bit flat, and the level of Counter-Strike that FaZe all of a sudden showed up with was much, much better. Elise went from, I believe, 7 kills and 13 deaths to being the highest fragger on the CT side, finding an awful lot of impact. So it was really a game that had 2 sides to it.
Yeah, for sure. I think primarily what impressed me quite a bit was the B bombsite defense from MOUZ, right? Because you're having Spinx playing a position he's not really played in his Tier 1 career, and I thought that's something that FaZe would be looking to abuse quite a bit, him and Brolan towards the B bombsite, but I think they did a very good job holding on to it. Sure, a couple of clutches, a little lucky for the side of MOUZ in the first half. The Brokey 1v1 against Spinx comes to mind, where he kind of overcooked it a little bit, but take nothing away from FaZe. Again, it's classic FaZe, you know, all the rounds, at least not going to overtime this time around, but again, some great reads coming out from the side of Kerrigan and his merry men, and more importantly, to maybe go a little bit in depth as to this MOUZ T side, where they seem to struggle quite a bit. I did feel like they just got asphyxiated. They just got choked out when they were trying to go for some of these default plays. You could see the aggression coming out towards A main right there from a leech, pushing in, finding information. Rain, as always, just such a rock. I've loved the switch up between Kerrigan and Rain on the B bomb side. Rain moving from being a caveman to now he's evolved into Homo sapien on the B bomb side. You like that, Trace? Yeah, and they're looking great. But also overall, I felt like there were a couple of rounds from MOUZ. One particular round comes in mind where they had a full buy, like, we're gonna go for this A hit. They get smoked out, they know exactly where they are, clustered towards Donut, towards A main, and they don't switch it up. right? They're like, this is what they're going to be going towards, and it felt like they didn't really have a B or a C plan in some of these few rounds. And that again, Trace, it comes down to the fact that for Brolan, it is still pretty new in the director's chair.
Yeah, and I think it's been said, play like Torzy, right? Like there's play like Simple, but there's also play like Torzy.
Yeah.
And for MOUZ, like, yes, it might behoove all of them to play more like Torzy.
Yeah, he had a fantastic showing, especially in the first half. Big part of the reason why the CT side was on a lockdown for MOUZ. He was very proactive all over the map as well. Torzy is not a player that's sitting in a corner and doing nothing, but there was a counterpart to him, and that was Frozen on the other side of the coin. Him and Elise, both of them stepped up massively in that second half, had impact. You see it on Frozen perspective here as well. On the CT side, helpful, and really having a good showing. And we had the conversation in the green room as well, Blur. When you have both Elise and Frozen, only one of them can be in middle. It's nice to see that Frozen and Elise, are also moving a little bit. It's not like Elise was stuck on that bomb side and only placed there. They were going a bit back and forth, and both of them found impact on the CT side. So maybe more of what's to come from the FaZe camp when it comes to the CT.
Yeah, they were dancing so well in tandem right there. Like you could see like Frozen pushing in towards A main, and then as you pointed out as well, a lot of mid fights taking place right there, and Elise was absolutely part of it as well. And if you look at on the other side of MOUZ, kind of forgotten in this conversation because obviously they lost the map. Exertion was doing great work at mid, just dancing around against Elise, against Frozen, and it was a lot of 50-50 rounds right there. But I feel like, in all honesty, for MOUZ, it just needed a couple more rounds on the T side. And I felt like in some of those buy rounds, if they were a little bit more slower, a little bit more measured, and ready for the aggression, the counter aggression coming out from FaZe, they could potentially have closed it out. But you live, you learn.
Yeah, I don't think it's an understatement, but I do think it might be a little understated. Like, yes, FaZe woke up into this game.
Yeah,
I think that's
really
without
did.
a doubt. Right?
And I think this highlight package we're getting from Elise is a direct showcase of exactly that. I think there was 4 total kills on the T side in that package from Elise, whereas on the CT side, he was all over the place, really stepped up to the occasion, all over the map, had a couple of multi-kill rounds, had a couple of very impactful rounds, and that's what you bought into when you bought into Elise. So as much as I want to give FaZe Clan flack for a poor start to the game and a poor T side, the way they were able to regroup, the way they were able to cope with it on the CT side and win out the game, that was hella impressive.
Yeah, very impressive stuff, Play.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just looking at this very, very CD-sided game from both the two teams. Also, credit to FaZe, when we've seen this from them time and time again when it comes to Ancient, right? The way they work in these groups of 2, right? There's so many rounds on the B bomb side, for example. You can see Karrigan playing inside of Cave, just talking to Rain, setting up Rain time and time again. And we saw in the penultimate round as well, Rain getting a 4K from the long position. Then you head towards the A bomb side, mid-donut, thereabouts. Just the way they're able to work around Elise, Brokey, as well as Frozen. They seem to be the synergy that they have right on the CD side, considering how young this particular 5-man lineup is. It's pretty impressive.
It is really impressive, and I also do want to make sure to say that we have a scenario where everyone is going to point fingers towards Brolan. Everyone is going to be like, bad T side coming out from MOUZ, cause of Brolan's lack of experience. But the same argument could be true.
But hold on, guys. Put the shelve the whole conversation about Brolan.
Okay.
What about Spinx? What about Spinx?
I think
what
it was
did he
great.
give us here?
No, I think it was great, honestly. Like, especially on the CD side, for the side of Spinx, the fact that he was able to, he was getting targeted by FaZe early on in the first half, right? But the way he was playing, actually even schooling Rain a couple of times here and there, towards a K position, for example. I think he did a very good job. Great reads as well. That 1v1 he had against Brokey, like he was just like 2 or 3 steps ahead of Brokey in that clutch as well. So I feel like Spinx did as best he could, given the situation and the map as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really ask for much more. It was all right by Spinx, by no stretch of the imagination. Fell out of the game in the second half, so did the entirety of MOUZ, and it kind of is what it is in that regard. It was a good showing for MOUZ. Again, it's FaZe's map pick as well. They came very, very close, probably should have won. So overall, not a bad showing for MOUZ, just a bit sad you can't convert on a 9-3 lead.
And also considering we've seen this particular line of MOUZ play 4 maps thus far. We've seen them on Mirage, Ancient, Inferno, and Nuke, if memory serves me right. And these are the 4 maps where, at least on the 3 of the maps, Spinx is just slotting and just hot swapping into the spots that he was playing on the side of Vitality. So the fact that he was able to do a pretty solid, good job against one of the best Ancient teams in the world, playing a position he's only played maybe 2 times so far, commendable stuff.
Well, Ancient gives me hope and shows us some light that, yes, this is going to be a competitive series. We do flip over to Mirage. Now we can start the conversation as to what to expect. Where does Spinx find himself in Mirage?
That's a good question. I think he'll be slotting into his favorite position as well, towards short as well, yeah. That's where he's always been hanging around. That's where he finds an awful lot of impact. That's where he likes to be aggressive. Spinx is a short player that likes to get involved in the mix of things. He's not going to sit back and just chill out on the B bomb side. On the T side, you can see him more towards the B area of the map. But again, expect him to come up underground. Expect him to be an aggressive lurk, so to speak.
Yep.
That's the way everyone described him in Vitality as well. That's the way his ex-teammates described him as well. That sometimes Spinx is just, listen, I'm going to go for a duel here. If I win it, I win the round. If I lose it, I lose the round. So he's a bit of everything in that regard, and a player to look out for sure.
And meanwhile, on the FaZe side, if we look just some of their CT depth right here, yes, it looks pretty strong over here on that A side. It used to be Kerrigan kind of hanging around at B by himself.
Yeah, I mean, it still could very well be the case. For me, the strength, the bastion of the CD side is going to be, obviously, you have Frozen in short, and you have Elige in connector, right? And of course, Elige is going to be someone taking a lot of the responsibility when it comes to the CT side calling, and the fact that he's able to be present there inside a connector, just kind of marshal the troops around him, just talk to all his teammates. You have Brokey, you have Rain, you have Frozen. I think that is absolutely going to be something which they haven't really been tested much on this map. I think they've only played it once or twice, and obviously they've had a few teething issues, maybe learning through it, but I feel like that mid position in particular, the A bomb side, it's going to be so hard, even for MOUZ, who are very comfortable on Mirage, to kind of crack open altogether. But I do see the B bomb side being targeted, because if we're going to find the one potentially weak link for FaZe on that on the CD side of Mirage race, it has to be B.
Yeah, and I think that's an unfortunate reality, because it is what it is.
It is what it is.
The current meta of Counter-Strike, and you have that in-game leader, you have maybe somewhat of a liability. But I don't know, man, because I can see Kerrigan pick up an MP9 and run the board sometimes, and it doesn't even make sense, but he does it, doesn't he, Jacob?
He does it sometimes, and I think he's also good at calling Brokey around, or Brokey is good at calling himself around on the CT side to sometimes have the op presence towards B up. So again, if you're a player like Kerrigan, or if you're an in-game leader in that regard, and you are the weak point on the B bomb side, you got to make sure that you condition the opponents to always be fearful of a potential op, or of a potential aggression or something like that towards that side of the map. And that's something I see FaZe do all the time, you know. So expect Brokey to be over there with an op once in a while, just to make sure that it's not going to be a free walk in the park getting into that B bomb side. So I'm not necessarily too worried about that. I think Frozen is very good at being a backup towards Kerrigan as well.
Yes.
Unlike Spinx, he's not as aggressive towards middle as Spinx will be on the other side of the coin. So overall, you know, I think we're going to see what we saw in Ancient as well. Very competitive game. Two teams who know how to play the map. The one question mark I have is Brolan. Is he going to be as big of a sacrificial lamp as we saw Shuhei be on that T side, running in towards middle and creating space for Exertion? Or does Brolan feel like he has to have a bigger output on the server, and maybe then will make Exertion perform a little bit less because he's not getting all the free trade kills, so to speak?
I think that's a great question. I think we're going to find that out, especially, you know, towards mid, when you know Exertion's going to be the one who's going to be being set up to take all those fights. But you have Frozen on the other side, you have Elige on the other side. You need a bit of backup coming in from Brolan. So 100% a good question. For me, it's Jimmy, right? I think Jimmy was kind of if that first map Ancient was a win, I think Jimmy would have been an unsung hero. I know we were looking at Torji and how he was popping off and whatnot, but Jimmy was, once again, man, he just finds perfect timing. This late round moments, so clutch, and him just lurking around towards Palace especially. Rain just needs to be in his A game.
Hey, I got to stop you both right there. But
no, why?
Well, it's because the people in the Twitch chat said stop, talk, start match. And so we have to abide by what
Are you going to start a match right now?
After this break, we're going to be jumping into that matchup. Yes, it is Mirage. It is a MOUZ pick. On the other side of this series, yes, this is one of those 2-0 games that sends one of these teams in through that Twistzz system into the playoffs for Cluj-Napoca. We do have Pain MongolZ after this series, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this. We're going to Mirage with FaZe and MOUZ.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We're about to play Guess the Price, where our players need to see if they know the price of our Counter-Strike 2 weapons. I got Spinx with me in a MOUZ jersey that I need to get very used to here. It's going to take a little bit of time. You ready for the challenge?
Let's go.
Let's go. All right, 60 seconds you have. We'll start with the first weapon, and it's going to be the M249.
Oh, we do like this. 4,900?
Nope. CZ.
300.
500. Negev.
1.8.
No, 1.7. All right.
800.
No, 600. SG.
3.3.
3,000.
What the fuck?
Mag 7.
You give me so many random guns. 1.2.
3. Nova.
1,050.
Yes.
Oh, yes. This one I know.
P90.
Okay. 2.
350. Scar 20.
5,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
MP7.
1.7.
No, 1.5. Sawn off.
1.
1/100. FAMAS. Oh, time's up. No.
The new FAMAS or the old one?
That was the new one, definitely. Did you know the FAMAS?
900. Like 1.9.
It is 1,950.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. I was so close, but so far away in the same time.
It's tough, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, we'll see how we can do for the rest of our players coming into it, but this is a tough test on Guess the Prize.
No doubt kicking themselves about not being able to finish off map 1, but I have higher expectations for MOUZ on Mirage. Mo, this was already one of the great Mirage teams of the world, in my opinion, and I think that Spinx has slotted in excellently so far. I think that T-side shouldn't be as much of a problem. I don't think you're going to get locked out of bomb sites. Dare I say it, I think we're going to Inferno.
I agree somewhat in history, but I mean the same could be said definitely for Ancient with MOUZ. They're one of the best Ancient teams, or at least really comfortable on it. But that being said, so are FaZe. So this map is interesting because MOUZ have actually struggled recently on it. You know, Brolan, IGL or not, and their wins and losses have been close, but they've got a few. We're talking about FaZe, who tried to play this versus Big and got beat, and that was a very impressive map by Big, but with this new lineup, we have lots to be seen about how good they're going to fare over some time. So this will be one of the few maps left for FaZe in their map pool that are, you know, that haven't been workshopped as much or stress tested in officials.
Stress definitely running at a high after fumbling it back on Ancient, I tell ya. We'll see if MOUZ can shake that off. It's been a struggle of the T-sides for both teams. Has to be noted as well. You know, the way that map ends up kind of lets us forget about FaZe being unable to open up rounds themselves. But Elige will waste no time as the Brolan peek out of Underpass gets clipped. Rain thinking about it, but he'll know better. 5v4 here for FaZe, and Brokey's going to extend.
That was actually very nice. Again, you're always trying to twist it. Oh, okay. Jimmy thought he was onto something. But no one seems to be by themselves besides Elige here in Underpass.
And they'll finally get one, the one solo moment of the round. And if Torsi cranks this dial and kills Rain, well, that could have been the open A site, perhaps, for Spinx. Instead, Rain snaps up. Torsi gets plucked from the sky. You got a Glock, not an MP9, buddy.
Yeah, the jump. There's no op on the angle. Spinx is the guy who will be in Underpass. I think one of the interesting things about this new lineup on Mirage will be Spinx and Exertion, who will be both mostly responsible for middle. Exertion getting into connector, Spinx getting out of Underpass, assuming all things stay the same for him. I think it's one of the spots where Spinx has improved the most.
Careful now.
Over his time on Vitality. Yeah, they can't let him play.
Careful. Smoke's down, so you'd think you could just plant in it, but don't worry, everybody. Rain's got you.
It's good damage. Made some money. But yeah, this also means that MOUZ, just as much as people don't have as much data on them, they don't have that much data on FaZe. And like things change a lot for FaZe. Playing against Elige will be a new challenge. And I mean, if you start out playing with a new lineup and you're too passive, I feel like it can be hard to become more aggressive over time. But the opposite definitely can happen. So if Elige takes too many risks right now, that might actually be a good thing. If he winds it back a little bit later, like it finds out that it doesn't work. But he seems to be doing what's comfortable for him in that sense.
Yep.
Like he's going out there. They have a lot of late round pieces. It actually feels like when he's alive later into the round, that's when those plays become a little bit more unwarranted.
Right.
So if they're going to be opening attempts and his aim is as good as it is, that might be a boon to FaZe. You can find a way to channel it.
No, it definitely feels like Kerrigan is working on making him feel comfortable out of the gate. And that I support. Alicia's shown us reasons why he may thrive in this system. And we're still talking early days, Mo. It's only the second month of 2025.
And it's only the second round of Mirage.
Wow. Still so much to do. It's only the third best of 3 of our A stream today. Little challenge through the smoke. Cat doesn't come for free, gentlemen. FAMAS Crossfire with a kill from each side, and another FAMAS from inside sight set up by the flash. Nice deagle shot from Spinx, has to be said, but he's got to go scoop that bomb up, and that just lets Rain shoot you in the back.
It's quite a jog.
If not for Rain, then, you know, things get a little weird with Brokey low HP, but it's a FaZe Clan conversion, although...
If not for Rain, we never have FaZe in the first place, Connor. We can go crank all the way to...
That's
20,
true.
What, 16?
2016, when they were Kingwin?
Kingwin.
Originally?
Yeah, and Rain was the best player.
Yeah. I have a Rain Kingwin sticker on my Galil chatterbox, in fact. From
Makes
2016.
sense since you talk a lot.
That's what they pay me to do. They say, keep yapping, bucko. And I said, no, please.
You stop talking, we stop paying.
I want to go home, please, please, please. And by they, I mean it's Launders. Someone help.
Keep talking.
Okay. Brokey, he's got to push down in desertion. Ooh, and he will find the 5v4. It's deagles across the board for the most part. That's all MOUZ bring to the party. And if you're going to bring something to the party, come on, don't bring a bag of chips. Make some dip, a vegetable platter, or, you know what? Sour cream and onion look good. Jimpat, beautiful headshot into the palace. It's on the other side of the map is where the bomb is actually working. And Kerrigan a little nervous now because they got a little rambunctious up in there. They start stomping around, making noise and whatnot, but he will still sit back and allow Elige to carve out some info towards middle. Okay, now you talk.
Calling and being a star player, it's I mean, it's a zero-sum game. Regardless of whatever spots you take, you're always dividing your attention up between the mini-map and your crosshair, and you're playing some kind of balance. Like, Fallen is such an anomaly because he was able to be second best player in the world, Opera and IGL back then. But since that's happened, like, who's done that, you know? So we get some moments on Ancient for Brolan where he's calling the round around his lurks, but there's not much organization happening on the rest of the map while he does that.
Could we say that, like, one of the only few examples beyond that would be, like, Cadian, for example, with Heroic?
Yeah, but he wasn't even the best player on his or second best player on his team. He was like just outside top 20, so that was still impressive for sure.
Yeah,
but yeah, I guess that would be the best. I
think it's like, you know, all that time.
Wasn't even the best opera on his team, Con.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that's a good example. But yeah, just think about
it's like the one guy you can reach for. You know, after all that Counter-Strike, he's the one.
Yeah, just it shines a light on how impressive what Fallen did was. Even Device wanted to try to do that.
How'd that go?
He's not calling anymore.
Right. And Cadian's not opping. Funny how that works out. Here we go. Gun round in play. Xerxin already crossing from sight. Boxes. Tucked in and presented nothing. Spinx comes out of that flashbang stupor. Elige actually just burned a lot of HP off.
Yeah, Molly might have saved him, man. He was about to swing so hard.
We'll see if he can make anything with it. We get the ramp smoked off from Ticket.
Yeah.
And Rain comfortably down beneath Palace. Frag grenade to soften up the con guys, and perfect. Brokey sends that in. Elige brings one down. Still on fire, dude. Elige from start to finish. The flames with his name on him, and Brokey doing his job wonderfully. Flashbang from Jimpat got Spinx out, but Brokey is not missing shots at the moment. He is up to 6-2, 4 rounds into the game. And Jimmy on his own with no bomb possession at this point. So that Opper makes a world of difference as it cuts down the con guys first and turns towards ramp in time.
As soon as that smoke dropped on the ramp, MOUZ knew they were in trouble because if Cat starts putting pressure on, then the connector guys, they can't just sit there. There's too many angles where they can eventually die. So they tried to just get out as soon as they could. But it was pretty clear to FaZe. Brokey did an excellent job of picking his timing. The smoke on ramp allows him to fight connector. The move to triple allows him to fight both. And the support from the grenades means that they keep 3 alive.
Counter-terrorists win. The struggle of the T-side continues here in episode 2 of MOUZ versus FaZe.
Yeah, it was 2 rounds on the Ancient, right?
Yes.
They get 3. It was 13-11.
FaZe got 3. MOUZ got 2. And that's why they lost. Oops. Jimmy's single AK here. And with working with less, why not keep it a little simple? Not that it's really been complex. Set a utility to walk out with the pistols on ramp. That rifle's up in Palace. Again, that single rifle for the T's up in Palace. Drive-by Tech9 denied. Rain keeps it clean as need be. They find the rifle up in Palace. Everybody dropped. Xertion a little bit late to the party. There's a good amount of damage that ended up coming out. You can see it on Elige and Rain. And Xertion is like, what the hell is happening here? As Elige just slips out through the market. P2000 to the face. Thank you. I'll take that Tech9, says Johnny Jabs. And FaZe Clan go up 5-0.
FaZe look pretty good on Mirage. They might have been able to see it come into the veto. And again, we're sort of unearthing their map pool in these last couple of weeks. They've probably been the most interesting team to watch. Them and Vitality, of course.
For sure.
But Vitality are sort of like, okay, we have those answers. They're on the right track. FaZe is more like you're seeing changes every single game they play. But they haven't picked Mirage. They keep playing like this. Maybe it'll start becoming a first pick because they haven't decided on their most solid one just yet.
And we're already starting to see kind of Inferno come back in, right? Because that's where they began with their picks, but then it floated to third maps. We saw them choose it yesterday.
Yeah.
It looked better, right? Like you're saying, you're
yeah.
talking about these improvements that we're seeing day to day. I think Inferno is definitely a highlight of that. And what do you know? It's back in this series if we need a decider.
Yeah, it certainly feels like they won't be able to shake Inferno, so they just need to get good at it.
Yep.
And yeah, yesterday they needed a little luck to pull that game out in the end, but they also did play a lot better than they have.
It's going to take a little bit of time. I think FaZe are afforded that, but I remember that quote once where it's like, you don't put on a FaZe jersey to make playoffs. You put on a FaZe jersey to win trophies. Yeah. So high expectations for the newcomer in Elige, who definitely wants more trophies. It's been some time. He won't find any trophies top mid. It is his death instead that marks the even 3v3. Torji gonna catch a very fixated Kerrigan staring at the apartment's entrance.
Cat jump got made.
Torzi's running. It's him versus Brokey, but Torzi's on the angle first. So what does Brokey do about this? We've got the underpass lurk coming up at the same time. Rain, he sees the barrel.
Oh, he can't kill Torzi, though.
Nothing you can do about that except for hope that Torzi stays locked in on that angle now that
Brokey
bomb is
shot
planted.
on purpose, right?
You'd think. Jimpat, he looked back towards Catwalk, but he's not going to catch this. Rain is slipping up underneath. Torzi tapped. Jimmy, though, on the balcony. That's going to catch Rain off guard, and Brokey's dead now. So it's a cleanup from the last 2 members. MOUZ will find their first round win on Mirage, 6 rounds into this game.
Nice one. They put that together. It's the Kerrigan lurk that they catch off because of Torzi's game sense kicking in, coming back up into the B halls, and they were organizing towards him. I think Kerrigan was assuming that they were going to go A. So nice move there from MOUZ. They finally get on the board.
They do it at a point as well where FaZe Clan haven't been able to run rampant away with money. Can certainly still have a half here.
Fast con split coming in.
Brolan gonna charge up catwalk. Leaves the player to walk lower. Frozen jumping around, spotting bodies, figuring it out, but they don't know about Elish. Rain is dead. Sershin not able to turn around fast enough for a second. But so be it. Con player opens up space on the A site. We see that clearly now as MOUZ are already knocking on the bomb site itself. Elish, while blind, checks his teammate's screen. Doesn't know where he's at, but he knows he's still got a job to do. So drops nades to support mid. Brolan creeping into that smoke. Reveals his position.
Oh my God.
Finishes off Elish with the last bullet. And now we go back to the even 3v3. Torji versus Brokey yet again. But Brokey's not going to miss that chance to strike first through the edge of the wall. And that's going to leave Bomb down in the dirt for now. Jimmy would have to jump over. They know that Brolan's still stuck inside of Connector for the time being.
They had this molly earlier as well. They didn't use it. And Brolan will eventually go down. Jimpat in a 1-on-2 now.
Back exposed though, right? I mean, dire for Jimmy in this point, having to cross over, finding himself between CTs.
That was the perfect play. So Eli's jumping out of window. If you're coming out of underpass, that spot just becomes terrible because anybody walking up will be able to see your legs and shoot you. But versus specifically a fast con split, you never clear that part of underpass if you didn't see someone jumping out of the window in the first place. So that was just like an out of spawn call for FaZe. That's just the right gamble, essentially. And he might have been thinking about going underpass, but the split just came out so fast it paid off. These are some crazy looking jump spots. Oh my goodness. But he sees a lot.
Elish first blood here, trying to bottom out the MOUZ bank accounts. Poor Brolan snipped off the mid hold.
I mean, they can't really continue, right?
Nah. But what else are you gonna do? Walk away, lick your wounds, and hope to save these rifles. And it goes about as you'd expect. Jimmy swinging out top, middle dry. Torzi looking for something with bomb. If he can get the Kerrigan kill, honestly, the bomb plant's right there. If you kill Kerrigan, you plant. Simple as that.
That's true. No one on cat.
Kerrigan, good to catch him off guard with a nasty little off angle. That is 7-1 FaZe Clan. And a tough spot if you're MOUZ, but still money to go around. What'd you just say? Oh, that's your Snow impression.
7-1, so.
Okay, a little Brazil.
He's been doing it a lot last sub and trying to remind people. It's a great meme.
I love it when Snow starts talking trash.
Yeah.
Can't say I've seen Snow versus Donk, but I would sign up for it.
Man, it's possible they played in the Academy League, actually.
Whoa. Yeah, but Donk didn't have much to yell about back then.
Yeah. You kind of just see that when he gets to LAN. That was sort of like a Nafany moment. He wasn't like yelling that much online, and then they started playing LANs together.
Yeah, no, I don't see any head-to-head. Pain versus Spirit at Flow Fire League 2022.
What was Snow's team, though? It wasn't Fury Academy, right?
That's a great question, Mohan.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, let's... I surrender.
I yield. Uh-oh. A-ramp's clean.
Me.
The spray's good here for Zershin. That's nice. Bomb still staged back up in B.
Kerrigan really wanted a piece of the action there, huh?
They spread out. Yeah, he did. They spread out on this full default. I think they would have loved to act on that, knowing that Kerrigan's gone down this early. But it's important that MOUZ don't get overexcited in this moment. They've got a lot of good advantages coming in.
Missed one from Brokey. Brolan's going to try to make up that space.
I wonder if this smells like a fake, though. Oh,
nice peek out of Liege. Just that minute little peek. Is he setting himself up for a second?
That's when you use those window timings when there's connector pressure.
Doesn't actually put his head back out on that platter for the mid guys to kill him. Frozen ready for the swing out. Jimmy's dead. That's a nice one from Frozen. Keeps his head down. And he's got a Liege over here. Dude, a Liege is on the highway to the multi-frag because this guy's running all across the map to get into the action when needed.
So smoke there and connector would allow Exertion to turn into a window lurk. That's what he would do normally. And then they could hit B that way. But it also would keep an option to go A. Problem is, bomb's down. They've lost too many players. And I think they're not even sure that they can save.
Elish going to find a back turn, so that's a triple kill for Elish here in round 9. FaZe looking to keep this one damn near flawless.
This is impressive even for FaZe. And they've had some pretty impressive games.
3 terrorist round wins across 21 rounds of play on the T side for MOUZ. I present that as a fact. Make of it what you will.
Connor's never lied before.
That's not true. That's not true at all. I'm garbage.
I'm human garbage.
I'm trash. Frozen sure as hell not. Beautiful use of the angle and the smoke, and then I love that Elise just kind of scoops up a kill off the side of it. I'm gonna say it, Mo. I like a Liege in a FaZe jersey.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He really wants to use this angle.
With an AUG?
Which is kind of cool. Come on, give him one.
I love that.
Come on, Kerrigan. Oh, God. Oh, God, they jumped over, but he's got support. Let's see what he can do with it up close. No. About that. And a bomb goes down with it. That is Tech9's on the site, an AK for Xertion, an AUG to be grabbed somewhere. And Brolan's found it.
Is bomb planted safe here?
Yes, it's on the right side by Market. Brolan gets his head popped by Frozen.
Frozen is killing him right now.
Who's going to pick up that AUG next? Anybody going to use it well?
I think it's cursed.
No, it goes down again. Frozen making the most of this, trying to hold off as Torji comes through with the Glock frag.
He can't protect the plant, can
It's a Glock 1v3. Glock 1v3. He's a single kill into it. You'd have to spam through 2 bodies, and he knows that that odd is against him. Beautiful round here from Frozen to keep this near flawless CT half going.
I'm saying the AUG is great, and it should be in that position, but not the best show of it here. Everyone who picked it up got instantly smoked. A lot to do with Frozen, though, in his first bullet headshots.
Clean A4 work.
FaZe playing like they got somewhere to go.
Yeah, playoffs.
True. They're one of the big teams that decided to come to this event, and for that reason, there's VRS points on the line. Lots for MOUZ if they're able to win. Much fewer for FaZe. And we see why,
I think people are, forgetting that this is a $1.25 million event.
It's a massive purse.
PGL's prize pools are unmatched.
Yeah.
Great chance for FaZe to enter playoffs with a statement. And that's, a FaZe clan that you think powers up in playoffs. Folks, we're not even there yet.
Yeah.
And they are smothering MOUZ at the moment. We say that MOUZ can't beat FaZe in the important games when they had Shuhei. Well, this is very important for FaZe because it's starting to set a tone as to what sort of a 2025 we can expect from them with this guy in the server, in that jersey, looking good in black and red. And I'm not talking complexity.
Exposed himself totally to mid because he knew exactly what he had just missed. No window lurks this game for MOUZ.
15 frag at half for Elish, and it doesn't even look like he's satisfied with it.
This T-side impact has come from Exertion getting into connector. That has netted them just about nothing. And now Torzi dies.
Toast.
10-1.
Look at him. He's beautiful. Neo. Smiles on from behind. Easy day in the office on the CT side so far for FaZe. Again, because
the thing is that their T side was still, even though they was 1 or 2 rounds different, it was still better than MOUZ.
Yeah, sure. No,
There were
they
a
had
lot of-
chances, yeah.
There were clutches, there were close rounds, so.
Oh, it was, I mean, you have to remember how big of a half Torzi had. No wonder FaZe only got 3 on the T side. Torzi was on top of them. Like, Frozen and Elige are in mid this round, but it's not as easy this time around for the American. Brokey having to peel back from Connector as Spinx versus Kerrigan is queued up in apps. Neither player with any assistance, really. And we've seen Kerrigan caught out by players on high alert. Spinx eyes on it. He is going to get the better of the duel.
That's one kind of fight that I would say the older you get, you want to take less. For sure. The raw reaction time duels.
Why does this feel like they could still fumble it?
FaZe are putting it together somewhat. Jimpat, though.
Oh, it's the rain op. It's the rain op.
Oh, the coveted rain op.
Is he? I mean, once a year.
He's not coming in to check jungle though. He's mollying Palace. They're watching this from the flank, and it's Frozen on an op too.
Once a year, we get a rain op frag. Jimmy just gonna peek right into Frozen.
Here it is. Rain's gonna come in.
Brokey can't hold it more than just the one.
Oh.
And it's gone. Back to the dirt where it belongs. I mean, difficult move through here, but Jimmy already out through the murder hole, and that's where this one's going to end. So it's a mid-fight that falters for once, right? Elige dying outside of Connector opens a door for MOUZ to disengage. They group up inside of the apartments and follow through for a second round on this T side. That is 2 10-2 T halves at MOUZ's disadvantage.
I think this one's going to be a 13-2, Connor.
Did I really say that?
We'll get the clip.
What an idiot I can be. Writing off FaZe like that.
No. I was like, yeah. I said, like, yeah, right after.
Maybe you said 13-2.
Am I the kind of guy who would say that?
No, you've actually only called, I think, 1-13-0. 7 years of working with you, you've called 1-13-0 like 4 rounds into a game once, and you were actually right.
I was right.
And you've never done it since. Never even tried. A man of few words, but wise wisdom. Maybe. Frozen holds the line there. There's a helping hand for Brokey, but not this time. MOUZ is second, 3 survive. We swap over. Very critical pistol round here for MOUZ. It is playoffs on the line in this matchup. The first team to step forward into the Cluj-Napoca Stadium. And I think it'd do a lot of good for FaZe Clan to be able to get that under their belt early on in 25. It's a year of high hopes.
Winner gets to come on the party bus with us.
Okay, sign me up. I'm already on the bus. Will FaZe join us? Saw ya. See ya. There's a quick one for Rain. Will they expect Xertion, though, to also be around top middle?
They don't know if he ran back to A or to B. Oh. Yeah. How many deaths can you afford now, though? 12-4 is Rain.
Do you think Kerrigan's having fun? 3 kills, 7 deaths, but winning 10-2?
Yeah, I think
he's having fun, right?
Yeah. IGLs only care about the score at the top.
Good. Soak it up. Because for a head-to-head that was once upon a time all FaZe all the time, last 2 best-of-3s have been MOUZ over FaZe. And right now, Rain's playing no games. Triple kill from him alone. That's the only T that they saw until 4 of them are standing inside of this B site, and you're facing a 2v4. It's just Rain. It felt like for a moment all the FaZe were just waiting in spawn and letting them go out one at a time.
It was a pretty hard commit there from MOUZ to hope that FaZe came back to mid-late. They didn't want to pick a site, and they didn't want to push up. So, well, any little bit of info they tried to get back, Rain was there to stop them with their own USPs. Come on, Connor, call it. 13-2.
I don't want to anymore. Feels like I'm getting suckered.
You're not my dad.
Sit your ass down.
That's what it's been. Sit your ass down, boy.
I'm saving a USP. Leave me alone.
That was nice, guys. See that? Dab me up.
Got his ass.
I'll just MOUZ jersey, baby.
Meanwhile, Elige, 15-8 after that death in the pistol. But, I mean, I think a testament to just how on top of MOUZ Elige has been this entire map.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen Elige rotate so fast as he did in some of those CT rounds.
Yeah.
And I think that's the freedom that he has, which is just a really good look for him so far.
And he said the most fun part about the team is how talented everybody is. That's no secret.
Yes, sir.
You know, you get smarter players who are all elite in their own ways.
Looking for this cat hit, and it's going to be trying to overwhelm a scout that got tagged up, and even more so now, but it's not alone. Famas right here with it, going for the boost. But ready. So now Jimmy's on 20 health, Spinx on 40, Frozen starting to encroach through the apartments, and with the connector player going down, you'd think that leads you to B, but they also, killed the guy up in apps. So that's a huge pickup. And then another tag onto Brokey. So suddenly, FaZe, your pistol round win looks like nothing. We're about to have 5 members of FaZe standing tall, forced by victory. The T-sides have struggled, but the defense was strong to kick off this series on Ancient, and MOUZ need to tap back into that, trying to do so with a forced by win.
Yeah, that looked like very scary at so many different points, and great scout shots coming in to slow things down. Also got confirmation from Elige when she's shaking his hands off. He's air drying his hands because he just doesn't want to wipe them on his clothes.
Because he's a sweaty little gamer.
He's got a little sweat. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. For some people, it's really bad, but he says it's only a little bit, so.
Kerrigan trying with the scout. Elige will pick it up. Elige scout. This is fun. In anticipation of the cat push, but nobody coming at it just yet. Rain falters on ramp. Tech9 right behind him here in the hands of Frozen, but that's Brolan going to keep it clean with this free Galil. Love a little charity. And now Cyclops walks out top middle, trying to find contact. Missed chance, however. He says, to hell with that. Give me the dig. Oof, that's looking a little bit better. Back to the cat peak. A little more damage in. This is doable for Elige if he can bring a second with him. But Spinx gonna just commit to the fight here. Look at the health bars. Good amount of damage versus MOUZ, but they will be content that they did what FaZe can't, converting with better weapons.
All right, let's see how focused MOUZ can stay on the CT comeback. I'm sure they know they've got some stuff to work on the T sides, but they had a very solid CT side, not just from the perspective of fragging, but like, I think the most impressive part about that CT side was the late rounds for MOUZ. Like their clutch, their ability to squeeze the most out of a 2v2, especially versus a team like FaZe, probably the best mid-rounding team ever. Late rounding team. Oh man, that is unbelievable.
God, just an uppercut from Johnny Jabs.
KO.
Karate chop to the throat.
Oh, Torzy's in jeopardy, actually. They're walking out. Oh, it's just a Glock. Oh my gosh, but no.
Okay, okay, we're good. All's good. Back to normal. Brolan drops the bomb top palace, and this one fizzles out. There's a world where Elige gets another, though.
Oh, you weren't kidding.
There's a world where Elige gets another, though.
It definitely gets a plant, it looks like. That nade's not coming in.
Picked up an MP9. He's got a smoke to work with as well.
Poof. So they allow the plant to go through. No big deal. Makes the game a little bit more interesting for FaZe, but MOUZ still keep 3 up.
You know, if I was Elige, I'd get a little table fan.
I feel like that's why you're bald, though. You just wipe it on your head.
No, that'd be crazy.
Basically just a big napkin.
That would be crazy.
That's the whole point, right?
No. I feel like Bleh has a big napkin on his head. Like, you need a head of hair to wipe it off.
No. You don't want to get it oily.
Oh.
Rub that crystal ball, Elige.
I see a 13-5. Good challenge here from Xerxin while Rain's blind. Yeah, making the most of the flashbang. So, again, we doubt MOUZ a little less on the defense, and they are showing us why. Confident and adamant with that opening mid-fight, but now you've got to somehow plug the gap that happens here on the A site. There's no follow-through immediately out of FaZe. Had 3 players on ramp when they got that kill, but looks like they're taking this party elsewhere.
I love the activity from MOUZ inside of middle. They were definitely worried about it for a second, but as we can see, they have time to go and clear things out. Oh, and they'll take out Kerrigan too. That was one thing that was speeding up towards the B site. Yeah, but with his appearance underpass, like it might look like they're, coming to mid late or going back to A.
But do they all get into the apartments? Yes, they do.
Yeah, but they're liable to make noise at this point.
But they won't. However, yeah. Dun-dun. 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 Dorian. Xerxin. Clean flank, surprises the hell out of FaZe, and that's going to force him to go running in. The cap player falters. Not ideal, but Spinx is here, so as you'd expect. Well-timed flank, and Spinx cleans up. That's a 5-round difference, but a 3K out of Xerxin. On a single point of health, he'll survive. And I like Xerxin as a connector player, Mohan. Do you have thoughts about that?
No, I love him. I mean, I think but the thing is, the T side is where I think it's the most important. Just that we didn't get much of that. 5 kills in that first half. But definitely, he's the guy who likes to be overtly aggressive whenever you let him go. Comfortable taking untradeable duels, and when he's on form, he delivers them. Absolutely.
Back to the pistols. We've seen a couple zingers from that Elige Deeg. Any more left in store? Bomb will be left back behind them. Spinx out in the depths of Catwalk, flashing for a challenge here for Xerxin. And he has not been shy about keeping the pressure up on mid. Elige's going headhunting.
This one's just a bit of a feel-out round for FaZe. Well, actually, whoa. Gotta be careful there.
Frozen catching one.
That works out pretty fine. Jimmy, eat up.
Player cleanup. Nicely done. Torchy's just rattling op shots off through the smoke and finding kills. Why the hell not? He had such a phenomenal start back on Ancient. 19 kills in the first half.
So I think based on the way that MOUZ have been playing, FaZe could come back into mid late into the rounds, but MOUZ have stayed in mid very long periods of time, and that's usually very difficult to do on CT side because once your utility expires, you're quite exposed. So I wonder if FaZe are going to try something aggressive or if they're going to opt not to fight for now. Yeah, they want that early kill badly, and they do still want mid, as we can see.
Spinx trying to get his angle, but
oh, he got some speed right here.
Nothing comes of it. Alicia's been looking to get roaring, but suddenly nothing to shoot at with all the smokes around him. Making sound on the fallback. It's going to be Spinx to challenge window. Oof, just puts his head on a silver platter.
That's an unfortunate timing. I don't know. Again, usually you're peeking window when there's pressure on connector, so everyone's turned to their side. But Spinx misjudges that.
They still have 3 players, Top Con and Elige inside of the smoke. Emerges, easy trade for Rain, but won't be able to double down on Brolan. So evened out at 3v3. Still, there's nobody in A. It's all from top of Con. Jimmy getting pelted by Util, loses his teammate. It's going to be Brokey to need that bomb plant as Kerrigan tries to challenge in front of those 2 teammates. They weren't signing up for fights.
Here's a key 2v2. It's the best position FaZe have found themselves in, but a chance for MOUZ to streak.
And it would secure their 12th. Torzi locking in the firebox, so Frozen's got nowhere to go, just awaiting the retake, letting Brokey hold the line. Utility's going to confirm the retake position of Torji, and Frozen continues to just stay tucked down. He's got to wait and play that bomb, because if Brokey has to come back and try to peel a player off default, good luck.
Missed it.
Yeah, good chance. Jumping awkward one here from Torji, and Brokey's going to lock this in. You've got FaZe Clan with footing on the A site for the first time, and a T round to come with it.
And there's finally the punish where they put together some mid pressure. They have FaZe try to respond. Spinx makes a small mistake, but it ends up having a huge impact on the round because they cannot win mid any longer. And you can see just as this smoke fades, I don't know if Spinx, it seemed like he actually did intend to try to fight that, but from FaZe's perspective, that's way too easy of a kill. And one late round moment at a critical juncture goes FaZe's way.
It's a CT side that was made possible by losing versus the force buy. And all of a sudden, we've got FaZe back into action. Xerxin signing up for fights. Rain's gonna look to trade as he did the last round, but this top Palace player, denied! Kerrigan's been trying to get in with kills, finally able to connect one. And it's gonna have to be Jimmy to deny FaZe a chance to step forth into the BT arena. The crowd in Cluj-Napoca awaits a FaZe Clan featuring one of North America's very best. A liege to the playoffs, one frag away. Jimmy scours sight, sees the scope, and can do nothing about it. He's going to try to get an angle, but now they know exactly where he is, and you see that reaction. It is adamant here from FaZe Clan. MOUZ may have had their number in the more recent best of threes, but this new FaZe Clan bests them without a captain at their helm.
Well, how about that? How about those apples, as I would say to Jacob Pimp Vinicky or Sudan Blair Wegenbaum. Hey, guys, that is FaZe securing not only a playoff berth, but definitely locking it in there. Still questions around the T side on both sides.
Yeah, they're doing it in style, you know. By no means can we have the conversation that FaZe were the better team here. I don't think MOUZ showed up at all, especially on the T sides as well. I don't think FaZe's T side were much better, to be completely honest. When you look at the scope of the entire game, we saw them struggle on Ancient, we saw them struggle to begin with here on Mirage, but they get the job done. And overall, a very clear and comfortable victory for FaZe Clan. And again, as we've been speaking about, Sutton, a step in the right direction for this new iteration of FaZe.
Oh, absolutely. I think the T side of Ancient is where I would lay more criticism for this one. When you have, like, you know, I think what was it, like an 11-2, 11-3 lead right there, I can forgive you for maybe you know, messing up a few rounds here and there. But I want to give credit primarily to Elish. You know, we know that he's taken a lot of the responsibility when it comes to the CD side. Man, the reads they had, I'm not sure if it's Kerrigan or Elish, but whatever reads they had in CD side was just fantastic. They were reading MOUZ like an open book. And as a prelude to this particular map, we also said how Elish playing towards connector with Frozen helping out towards short is going to be such a problem for MOUZ to navigate, and a problem it was. Elish was just getting kills at will. They're working so well in tandem. And the fact that when you have Elish playing towards connector, not really needing much help or much assistance from the rest of his teams, allows his teammates allows Brokey and Rain to just be hyper-focused towards Ramp and Palace. So for the side of MOUZ, they really didn't have any answer. And when they did try going towards a B-bomb side, I like how Kerrigan was going for, you know, more proactive deep plays, for example, playing from the van position, working in tandem with Frozen to make sure that's one hole that they wouldn't be able to exploit. So yeah, T side's a few question marks here and there. The CD side, man, that was just a rock.
Yeah, there's the T sides. You know, this is a game of two halves. That's what Jacob told us before we started the game. And truthfully, this was a game of CT halves. Like, did you get just a couple more rounds? Because the T side just looked like it was harder for everybody in the server.
Yeah, it was especially hard for MOUZ to get anything done. And big part of the reason as to why that was obviously Elish. You spoke about it here. He was shutting down connector. We saw Spinx try a couple of times. We saw Brolan a couple of times try to be aggressive, try to be fast in towards connector. But this man on your screen...
10 rounds where he gets killed in a CD side.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And this man would shut him down, you know, overall just having a very good showing. You see the kill distribution all centered towards middle, towards connector. Again, a very strong presence coming in for Elise, and this was exactly what I meant when we went into the game. Elise has been playing okay in FaZe so far. He's had a decent output, but this kind of performance, this kind of, I guess, output and impact on the game, that's what I want to see more regularly for Elise, because that's what he can do, and that's why they signed him in the first place.
120 ADR, winning 6 out of 6 opening deals. He was just doing everything. Even in the T side as well. well, right? When he even had a deagle, just basically showing why he is the best in the server. And indeed he was. And what a lot, if you watch that first half, you watch a demo, watch the way he was playing that CD side, he was everywhere. You know, against a Byron, dropping towards underpass, just going towards short, for example, doubling up with Frozen. And in connector, there was not a single time MOUZ were able to enter connector without losing at least one, or maybe most of the times 2 players, and Elise just getting those 2 kills, getting out of dodge. Just brilliant textbook CD side from Elise.
Yeah, and you know, for a guy like Elise, you got to feel good when the plan comes together, especially as that new man on the block, the new man on the roster. This is a fruit of some of that labor that you're having to input to get that output, Jacob.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think we heard that from Elise, and we heard that from Kerrigan as well in different interviews, that they're working hard right now. They're working hard to get him integrated, to get his ideas integrated as well. And as we said, another step in the right direction for FaZe.
Working hard is something that this next gentleman that we're going to bring on air here does all too well. His name is Jonathan Jabs, or Johnny Jabs, or they go by Elise. Hey, Jonathan, how are we doing today, bud? Congratulations.
What's up? I'm doing great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to start the questions around everyone's favorite topic, and that's the T side of Counter-Strike. So what do you think?
What do you mean? Just like that you can just like swing everything?
Or that or the lack of T side rounds from both teams?
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like T-side was really hard on Ancient. I felt like I couldn't really shoot anybody. So, I mean, MOUZ has a really good CT side. They've been playing really well. And, I mean, we didn't get to play a lot of we kind of did play a lot of T rounds on Mirage, but if we didn't throw the second round, if I didn't get tagged on bricks, it probably would have been a little bit easier. But, yeah, I don't know. I think that both teams were just playing really strong CT sides.
Firstly, congratulations, man, making it to the BTarena, making it clean, right? My question is CD side Mirage. Obviously, you know, we know you guys have said it as well. You're taking the reins when it comes to, you know, calling the CD side, being the midst of the action. And, you know, apart from the fact that you and Frozen seemed to just completely shut it down, you seem to have a very good read on what the hits were going to be. You know, when it's going to be an A play, even if it was, I think it was a very early A round hit coming in from their side. You just had like 4 players lying in wait. It seemed like you did their homework. Was it more about, you know, just having a very good read on what their playbook was going to be on Mirage?
Yeah, pretty much. Both CT sides pretty much went exactly how I thought it would. So the prep was good. I think the game plan was perfect. So I felt like I knew exactly where they were pretty much every single round. So yeah, I felt pretty good about it.
Do you think Carrigan's feeling a little bored sitting alone there in B?
He's just jump spotting B. He's like, man, sounds more fun over there. But yeah, not very fun at B, but I'm happy that we had a really strong CT side.
John, I don't want to wipe the smile away of your face, but I'm going to try to do it.
Okay, we're talking about Nuke then?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think for you individually in FaZe Clan to begin with, obviously it hasn't been smooth sailing as most people would expect, and we keep talking about, you know, it's step in the right direction. For you and your individual output, I still feel you got more to give. Is that fair to say that you still have a little bit of time before you get up to full speed within your individual productivity? Because I feel like what we saw in Mirage, that's kind of what I want to see more of.
Yeah, I'd say it kind of depends on the map. Like, there's some maps where it feels like I am doing like everything I'm super comfortable doing, where there's other maps where I don't feel that way, or I'm in like a lot of situations where, you know, I typically wouldn't be. So I think it's still just like getting used to it and like, you know, Kerrigan seeing what I like. I'm seeing like what I like still on some of the maps, on what I want to do on some of the rounds. So I think it's just a matter of time, essentially. I think I've only really had one bad map. Like I'm obviously struggling on Nuke specifically. Outside of that, I feel pretty much comfortable, like 100% of like my game on all the other maps, just barring like, you know, some specific rounds where there's, you know, obvious discomforts when you're changing such a big piece of the team of ROPS and you're bringing in me, who's a completely different player. So I think it's just natural that there's going to be like those growing pains and me trying to get comfortable. But I'd say pretty much on all the maps, I'm feeling 100%.
Sounds good. Now, I have a question. Obviously, you qualified for the playoff now as well, and there's a couple of days off. Are you guys sticking around to practice? Are you going home, or what's the plan for now?
I'm pretty sure we're just staying here. I don't know exactly what we're doing because we didn't talk about it yet, but I'd say probably maybe a day and then a day off and then maybe doing some practice on the other days. And I would think that we leave on Wednesday. There's no real point in going home. So yeah, we're just going to be here practicing and trying to get ready for the playoffs.
We got a bus lined up, so you can join if you want.
They are taking a bus from Bucharest down to Cluj in just a couple days.
If you want to join. Okay, final one for me, Leash. We've seen the past couple of games where you've kind of banned out Nuke and, you know, allowing Inferno through, which is a bit of a surprise for us. I think that I'm assuming that's tying to the conversation about you know, keeping Nuke aside for a little bit, perhaps maybe even an Anubis, and kind of working on that while trying to maybe bolster Inferno right now. A bit of shuffling going on, I guess, with the map pool.
Inferno actually was a really strong map for us at the beginning of the year, so we were feeling good on it, and then we picked it, and then we kind of got owned. So it wasn't feeling as good in the officials, but we feel comfortable on the map, and yes, it definitely does like play a factor that I've been like getting owned on Nuke, so we've been opting to not play it on like the second rounds of that. And now that we have some time for practice, it is definitely going to help where we can iron out like the kinks and figure out like different solutions for that. So yeah, definitely been focusing on that for the vetoes, and it's been really strong for us. And it's also just a tournament where we need to figure out our map pool too. This is our second Mirage that we played in officials, so MOUZ wanted to test us on that. Inferno, we obviously did a lot of work on it since in between Blast Bounty and now, and everything's been working out pretty well. And yeah, kind of just like feeling out the map pool and seeing like how we're playing on the other maps.
Sweet.
Yeah, cool. You guys cool with that?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Johnny Jabs, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it is that time where you can give up the FaZe up and tell everybody what they need to hear, or you can just run away, man. It's up to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. Make sure that you check out Refrag, all those sick pre-fires that you're seeing. Bro, you know that I had to do it. Are you seeing those entries, guys? Like those entry path things? Not like some of the ones I've seen on Twitter in this morning, but maybe you'll have some nice entry path things like that if you got the right reads. But yeah, check out Refrag. FaZe up. Thanks for watching, guys.
Thank you very much, Johnny Jabs. Now, you guys definitely colluded on that, right? Like, you definitely came together for that.
Nothing to do with that at all.
Look at Pimp's face. He's so happy.
Oh, yeah. He's enamored.
I think at least he's kind of cool, you know?
He is a cool guy. He's a cool guy. He's a Johnny Jabber, you know? And look, I think I answered a lot of questions right there, right, for the side of FaZe and working on the map pool and everything, using this opportunity to be tested. And I think as I think it's going along with what we're predicting with this team. This team's only going to get better and better, and we're already seeing signs of it here.
I don't want to mention any names, but someone said there was a 0% chance that FaZe would win this tournament.
Said that?
I don't know who it was. I just heard it, and I don't want to, throw anyone under any buses that we may or may not be going to. But I will say that with the way FaZe are playing right now, they're definitely in the conversation to be one of the heavy favorites to win the entire thing. They're only going to get better. 3-4 days of practice, ironing out the map pool with the level they're already showing now. They are one of the contenders to win PGL Cluj-Napoca.
Iconic.
Yeah, there are so many legends on that team, and then they just added another one in there, right? So they added Elysian. It seems like everybody's had their share of winning. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to cut to what will be a quick break. We do have another best of 3 coming your way, and it is Pain taking on the Mongols. Can the Mongols keep it going? We're going to find out. You're watching PGL Cluj-Napoca.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We're doing our top 4 predictions here at Cluj-Napoca to find out what the players think, who will be top 4. So, hyped, give it to me. Where do you think we're going on this 4th place?
Yeah, it's a good tournament. A lot of good teams are here. But I will pick us as a top 4 place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not first.
Nah, not first. Gotta be a bit realistic, but if we get top 1, we get it. And I think it's a good place to be.
I got Frozen with me from FaZe. Now give me your 4th.
So I would have 4 Mongols.
Got NQZ with me from Pain. So come on, give it to me. Who you putting in 4th place to start off with?
I'll go with MOUZ.
MOUZ?
Yeah, MOUZ. Because I think they recently made a good move, but we will have to see how they will adapt to it. So for me right now, maybe they're in the shape to win the tournament, but for me, I'll put them in the 4.
Got Exit with me from MIBR. So who are you going for 4th and why?
I can put MOUZ. I think they have a new IGL, and they have Spinx coming into the team, his first tournament with the team.
I think they're going to do good.
Bex, you're going to give me your opinion on this?
Yeah, well, we have to go through all these teams to prove ourselves. Yeah, probably just FaZe, because they're just, I don't know, they can just win it if they want to, I guess. They're just one of those teams. They're just like, it's really inconsistent, but sometimes they can be really strong.
And third?
Eternal Fire. I think they are playing really good right now.
That's a tough one. Maybe MongolZ. I'll go with MongolZ. Yeah, for me, they have the potential to win the whole tournament. They're playing really good, but for me, teams like FaZe can beat them, so I'll put them in third.
Yeah, I'll go MongolZ.
Ooh,
So I think they're a very strong team, and the way they play is really good.
Third, MOUZ.
I think it's MOUZ. Always good team. Like they're super skilled. They have some really good anchor players.
Second,
FaZe. I think he's one of the favorites to win this tournament. I think they're a really good team, despite the fact that they put Elise on the team. They need to show up more with him, but I think they are a great team and they are one of the favorites.
Second big.
Second place, probably MongolZ.
Ooh,
Yeah,
okay.
MongolZ. I think it's like a bit same as MOUZ. They're like super skilled, super much chaos.
I'm going to say Eternal Fire. And then, because they've been really strong lately, I feel like. And I think they got that new energy with Jota as well. So I feel like they're feeling motivated and good.
I'll go with us.
You? Yes,
Okay.
I'll go with us.
Not first place for yourself.
We have to see. If we reach the finals, I think we can win it, but we'll go with us.
Last one, I'll leave it to the fans.
Oh,
They can decide for themselves.
we're going to have to put FaZe there, right?
Maybe.
All right, FaZe can go in first place for him. I've decided he's too humble to say it, but he knows what's going to happen.
I'll go with FaZe. Yeah. I feel like they're the most solid team in the tournament, so I'll go with them.
First, I pick FaZe.
All right, so obviously FlyQuest first, because that's the only thing that makes sense.
MIBR.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I need to put ourselves because when you come to this kind of tournaments and you don't believe in yourself, why are you here? So I'm putting yours in first place.
I like it. Don't stop believing, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you have arrived at another 2-0 game here at the PGL Cluj-Napoca. My name's Trace, Sudin in the middle, Pimp on the end. You guys kind of know the routine there, but it is Pain taking on the MongolZ. Now, one of these teams has definitely caused more ripples internationally than the other one lately, but they're both in 2-0 game right now.
Some might even call them waves, right? Like,
Yeah,
honestly,
for real,
but yeah, MongolZ have been making waves, and right now they've reached a spot, considering, where they were last year to where they are right now. The rise has been, I think, unprecedented almost in modern day Counter-Strike. And now they're a team coming in where, in this particular event, where there's a lack of your G2s, there is Spirits, and all of a sudden they are one of the favorites alongside your FaZes and maybe an Eternal Fire to go all the way and get the trophy.
Now look at that graphic right there, because I think that speaks volume to the importance of this game. If Pain were to beat the MongolZ in this game, not only would they book a spot in the playoff, they'd also guarantee themselves 76 points to the VIS ranking and move up in 10th place. To have Pain within the top 10 of the VIS, that is a massive, massive opportunity for them, let alone the fact that they can go into the playoff, maybe even get another win, and then move even further up in the ranking. So if you needed to know exactly how much is at stake, you're playing for points, you're playing for a guaranteed minimum of $62,000, 500 as well in that regard, and that is for Pain Gaming more important than anything possibly could be.
Now, it's cool you're saying there about the opportunity once you get those points and you find yourself within the ranking system of the VRS, because the MongolZ, well, let's not keep it understated here, number 2. That's not an exaggeration. That is the MongolZ, and that's how they've been playing lately.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily the second best team in the world. Obviously, there's inner workings of how the VIS are working. Prize money goes into play. They won a tournament last year that gave them an awful lot of money and an awful lot of points. But the MongolZ have established themselves as a team that we have in the conversation as a top 5 one. And that's why I also walk into this game with a certain amount of expectation, thinking to myself, this should be a game that the MongolZ are going to win with relatively ease. And when I say that, I mean Pain Gaming have played great Counter-Strike, but I would be surprised if the MongolZ are not winning it. And that's why they have to stabilize. They have to show us that that they can consistently beat the teams below them, whereas right now, Pain is one of those teams.
Yeah, for sure. And it's kind of funny if you think about it, 2 times the 2 teams have played each other. It was in a PGL Copenhagen Major, which was an elimination game where MongolZ got knocked out by Pain, mind you, and in Cologne as well in the group stage, you know, the lower bracket, they got knocked out by Pain. So they haven't actually beaten Pain, which is kind of crazy to say. But that being said, I feel the MongolZ we saw back in Cologne to the MongolZ we see right now, very different team altogether. They haven't had any lineup changes, so to speak, but each and every individual and also holistically as a team, they have just ascended way beyond. On the other side of Pain, they have gotten better. They've had a pretty good start, so to speak. But if you compare those 2 graphs, so to speak, Trace, I know you don't like numbers, but one line's going way up, and that's the MongolZ.
Yeah, strategery would tell me that the trajectory of the MongolZ continues to rise. And of course, for the MongolZ, I just can kind of point out a few of those players that really do make the impact. They make that difference when it comes down to the crunch times. Yeah, we can talk about Senzu, no-scoping everybody on the top banana like he runs the place.
With a broken hand.
With the broken hand, mind you. Yeah, cool also to throw in there as well.
Call him Mr. Hands.
But, okay, you can. And also, Jacob, please.
No, I mean, that's the cool thing about the MongolZ. You can mention pretty much any player and be like, they can make the difference at any given point. 9-10 have some of that explosivity to his game as well. Senzu, Messinio as well. The youngster within that lineup, I feel like he's still a little bit inconsistent in some ways. I feel like he's growing into it, but maybe there's more to come for him. Overall, it's just a team where I feel comfortable that at least a couple of these players every single game will show up.
Let me ask you that.
No, that's the thing, right? And that is very unique. Often when we describe teams, even some of the best teams in the world, we can always point to one player or point to one area of certain maps where that could be a weak link. You can do the same with the MongolZ to some degree, but it's less prominent, and it's definitely a thing that is, I would say, one of the core qualities of this team, that they have firepower across the line, so there's no weak areas on pretty much any given map.
And they're a team that's like super hard hitting, and they know that they can get away with some of the BS plays, so to speak. But one thing, there's one weakness in the MongolZ which I will point out though, and this is something which hasn't really been exploited a lot by a lot of teams, but I feel this is where Pain could potentially have, I wouldn't say an edge, but at least might be able to chip away at the heel, and that's a map pool. Now, MongolZ, they are incredible in Mirage. They are phenomenal in Ancient. These are the first 2 picks, mainly. You take those 2 away, and then a few question marks arise. Now, Anubis, sure, they've been on a streak right now, but that's a map where they're not comfortable really picking into. What else remains? You're looking at Nuke. I think that is a map that a lot of top teams have so far been able to exploit them on. You've seen the likes of a Na'Vi, you've seen the likes of Vitality, where they've beaten them very convincingly. So it's going to be Ancient getting banned out by the side of Pain. Mirage, I'd be surprised if MongolZ pick Mirage, because obviously it's a map that Pain like to play as well. Where do you go? Do you go Inferno, where I'm not too sure about it in all honesty, even though they've shown that they can play on it? And if I'm Pain, there you go. They're going to go with Inferno. See, that's the thing. It's predictable. For Pain, they go with Dust2, if I'm not very much mistaken here, because it's a map they usually go for. Again, that's the thing. MongolZ, it's a map that they have a win streak on, but you got to look at the teams that played against on Dust2, and when you're talking about Inferno and everything, they're not exactly top caliber opposition. So I feel like for MongolZ, maybe not in this matchup, but going later down the line, when they're vying for tournaments, when they're vying for trophies, when they're going to be going up against top 5 team, I feel like the map pool is still a little bit too top heavy.
That's fair. There's no surprise in this map pool whatsoever. I think Inferno, Dust2, and Mirage exactly what we'd expect coming into this matchup, and I get your point, and I low-key agree, in the sense that were we at Katowice, or were we at IM Cologne, or are we heading into the Austin Major with the same map pool and the same sort of top-heavy weaknesses, so to speak, then that could be exploited. But the MongolZ are heading into this tournament as one of the predetermined favorites. It's the highest-ranked team, and playing against a team like Pain Gaming as well. I don't really see that weakness being exploited. So, again, it just speaks volume to where we see the MongolZ right now. We expect them to be a team within the top 5 conversation, but that's not really needed to be showcased today in order to beat a team like Pain.
Yeah, and if you look at it right here, just pointing out names again, Davideus, we talk about Big Azera being a contributor over here on the Pain side of things. So where does it land on Inferno for you, Blay?
I think Kao is going to be, for me, the obvious weak point, right, for this Pain team. If I'm looking at everyone else, individually speaking, and obviously he has certain rougher roles to play, so to speak, but I feel like he is someone that MongolZ could exploit, because one thing you'll notice, MongolZ on his T side or in Inferno, they'll love those explosions towards pit, the waterfall, pushing it towards short. And one thing, you ask any team that played against the MongolZ, they'll tell you when they hit hard. It's going to be great flash protocols, great utility protocols, and people just running in, popping heads. Now, I feel like Kawis, he's really going to be tested here today on towards pit.
One thing I want to check out as well is Snow and BTarena, how they're going to work together with the whole banana control of things. We saw Snow yesterday in the game for Pain really struggle massively individually on the third deciding map. He has been playing much better this year as a whole. He's been stepping up a little bit, but he still has those inconsistencies to his name. And as we spoke about coming into the tournament, BTarena, maybe it was a small sample size, but he was not off to the best start of 25 either. So those two will be tested on Banana, and I'm curious to see if they can hold up.
And you got to remember, just throwing back a couple of days, we saw the Wildcard game, Trace, right? We saw Senzu on some absolute bullshit towards Banana. Now, listen, the guy is the best player in his team. He seemingly can do everything, but I do feel like sometimes he gets a little overconfident, and he gets away with it many a time, but sometimes it might not work out. And when that happens, do they have an escape route? That's a big question mark.
But that's what you have to look out for, because I agree with you. Senzu is sometimes getting a bit ahead of himself, but he has the aim to back it up. And guess what the counterpart to Senzu on Banana is going to be? That's going to be the best player of Pain in Virtus. So those two are going to headbutt it on the server. And as we always say, sounding like a broken record, but banana control is very important, especially when you consider that the two best players of the respective teams are going to headbutt more often than not on that specific area.
Which is where it gets a little scary, right? Because Banana, we do see a lot of smokes in the choke points. We see a lot of time itched off the clock every single iteration and every round. And in this instance right here, Bleh, who do you have walking away with the first map of the series?
That's going to be MongolZ.
Of course. You know, I don't even know why I asked.
Why do you even ask?
I should have known.
That's so dumb.
Should have known.
The MongolZ.
Nice. Okay. And that would mean that we're all unanimous here and thinking that the MongolZ win. The pistol round's ready to go, and so are Scrawny and Lau. So take it away, boys.
Yeah. Oh, you think I'm ready? That's a big assumption, Launders. Are you ready?
You think I'm ready? That's a big section. Oh, he's misspoke.
Words are hard.
The MongolZ.
Point and laugh.
The MongolZ. That's what I'd pick as well, yeah.
Well, you know what?
Do something different, Connor. Be a little out there for once.
Oh, I'm definitely out there. I'll tell you that much. I'm out there. But I'm not that crazy. I'm going to pick the MongolZ because they have been playing so well. Listen, we had this thing we were talking about yesterday when we were kind of painting Pain as a team that if we go back 12 months, maybe 18 months, we were talking about a Pain that you could kind of clump together with the likes of MongolZ and Eternal Fire even, right? We kind of put them on par. There has been a great uptick in the last 12 months for two of those three teams, and it's all about Pain showing us some consistency. But this is the best damn MongolZ we've ever seen in our whole entire lives. And that is why they should be able to clean up versus some Brazilians tonight. It's a 2-0 match, so it's another spot in the BTarena on the line. I think that Pain are very content, in fact, to beginning this event with a 2-0 record. That's huge. 3 opportunities to get into playoffs is massive. I don't, however, think they're going to pick it up on their first attempt.
They always come into matches as underdogs, and I think like people doubt Pain, and they grind it out these games, and they have great wins. But because they're inconsistency within maps, it can always make it hard to say they're going to keep punching upwards. And this might be a test too strong. We'll have to see.
Goodbye.
That's how you make sure a Ninja Diffuse doesn't happen. 9-10 shows us the way.
Think it's going to be a good day for BTarena?
I hope so. I think
a really rough map yesterday.
I don't know what's causing BTarena to be more inconsistent, but he's having some not just average games, but like really bad games. So he'll have big rounds in there. You know, right. Yeah. There's one game where they start 2-7, he has 4 kills, and they win, and every round he gets a kill. But he definitely needs to have more consistent performances.
It's been just so weird. I mean, statistically down like 0.15 to 0.20 since his 2024 numbers to 2025. It's obviously just a couple months. There he is. A couple months into 2025. Not even, really. But we'll see if as time goes on, if he finds that uptick in performance. You know, maybe there's a difficulty that comes out from the onboarding process of Davideus.
His patience is incredible. I can't believe we got Mzinho, who hasn't moved an inch and now is starting to come up.
Woo!
He'll make one pay at least.
Nice reaction there with the MAC-10. But a fast disengage from Davy God, as he will just plunk himself down in that bomb site with an MP9. We got the Snow Famas to join up. And a smoke into the balcony to cool the jets of the Mongols, who are suddenly facing a man disadvantage in this attempt to convert pistol.
But there's no pit players here, so it's a little scary for Pain. They aren't ready to peek from Arch as well. Lots comes down to Snow and Davy.
Locked into the corner and awaiting them, 25 to the clock. Do the CTs, do they flinch? Utility comes through, smoke to block off Moto, so it is these two and these two alone at the moment. No pit play. Ooh, Snow just dancing on this pillar, man. Boom, perfect. NQZ gets the time to wrap around. Snow did a phenomenal job of just not dying.
Yeah, just don't take any fights. Had his teammate in the sight to bait off of. There's a chance you get one bulleted, but he's got really good cover to work with. Very nice. Patient attempt here, but BTarena's opening Deagle kill rocks this round, I think.
Man, I'm suddenly feeling really good about my Pain prediction.
Are you changing up?
What do you mean? I said Pain from the start, Launders.
Okay, so you're sticking with Pain.
Yeah, of course.
Gotcha. I change my mind when I feel like it.
Yeah. Write my own story.
Oh, God. I think Senzu's got the pen, Connor.
Yeah, he passes it over. Lets that AK go. M4 picked up by Blitz. And suddenly Pain in a world of hurt inside this A site, because you can hide inside of the bomb site until the final seconds if you get there. But if the Mongols come running at you, high on their horses, and just charge down a defense before you have a chance to put it in position, well, this is what you get. Mongols right back to winning ways.
Mm-hmm. But if you believed in Pain, this wouldn't change your prediction now, would it?
Of course not. Can't be a flip-flopper. Well, a swift reminder of what the Mongols have been doing as of late. Charging through chumps like they're nothing.
As Alexi B in the roundtable interview, I think, said, it was asked how you describe the Mongols, and they said ballsy.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. And I think when we got teams like Cadian's Heroic and aggressive rosters like that, and Furia, the criticism was, okay, online they do that, but if you do it on LAN too, then it's a total compliment. You do it just online, then you're simply a coward. But Mongols are a team who have translated quite an aggressive playstyle. I wouldn't call them overly aggressive. They take some risks, but they don't just walk through every single smoke, you know?
It's not brainless.
They've got a very sustainable offense. It's calculated risks for sure. They're just not a slow playing team per se.
And that is something we can all celebrate. We had a pretty electric first best of 3 with the tempo that was set throughout FaZe versus MOUZ. A lot of fast rounds in that first half, and I'm expecting about the same right here. But Mongols slow it down a little bit, not going for all-out banana control just yet. BTarena's is going to get flashed in, and he will find nobody beyond the half wall.
I feel like Pain would have loved to see like a nuke in this Vito, but they don't get that chance this time around. So I think that makes this game also a little bit harder.
It's Inferno Dust 2 Mirage. And Mongols made a name for themselves on Inferno once upon a time, even before they were ranked as high as they are, when they were just kind of breaking through at majors and best of ones and stuff. It was always because people kept letting them play Inferno.
It was like their only map they could play.
Nobody would learn that lesson. Well, he features here in this best of 3 series, Pain removing Ancient at the start of the veto. Let us hear.
This is a pressure cooker in bracket, man.
What are we making?
Mongolian stew.
Blitz catches NQZ, so the Cubby players empty-handed. 25 seconds. This clock has boiled down. Davideus back inside of pit. They do have a pit player to work with despite limitations here. 2 MP9s and a FAMAS in the mix. Still 15 on that clock, so it comes swinging in and it's fast. Insta-headshot clearing 2 of the 3. Make it 3 of the 3. Wow. The Mongols charge through with just enough time, and the kills It's saucy.
You can be critical of teams when they take that much time, but you see that they were so patient. They were so happy to use every second. They were just getting into their positions to throw their utility. They knew how they were going to scale. And that was really hard to stop for Pain. They were in their final resting spots in those positions. And it was a great shot from Blitz, though. That definitely makes the difference. That's tough because they're organizing so many things in brackets as the split comes in, but at no point do Pain ever know how many players are there.
Correct.
They can feel them. They start seeing nades come over, but when you see one, you see four.
I even like the very small detail there where like Blitz comes in, gets that instant kill, but then he tucks back into the actual Moto cutout to just hold in case there's an arch peek. Yeah. He lets his other players flood out and clear all the other positions inside of the bomb site and still tucks in with time to plant.
Because when you have taken that much time, you know rotators are going to be close. If they're not, they've made a mistake. But you've also kind of done your job. We have enough players to go and scale across the site. Yeah, for sure. He's got a greater vision of the round.
Right? Yeah, it's just, and
he's one of those systems thinkers, you know?
It's one of those things that just feels so fine-tuned at the moment, right? MongolZ, they may be fast at times, but they don't half-ass it. And also for a team that, you know, can sometimes boil down a clock, I feel like the beauty of it is when you can play fast, when you have to play fast because there's 15 seconds left, you don't get lost in the panic of those high-pressure moments. Sure, it's happening at the later part of the round, but you do kind of act swiftly more regularly than a team that I think always goes into defaults in the mid-rounds. So, there's a chance this match turns into a MongolZ glaze. But they are playing Counter-Strike deserving of all the credit that it has been getting as of late. You know, it was one thing to say back in the day that, wow, it's crazy if MongolZ get out of the first stage of a major. But now we're talking about a MongolZ that is anticipated in all the playoffs. And the reason that we anticipate them in playoffs is the same reason that it's all about who's going to call the MongolZ trophy hoist at the right moment. You know, and we've seen them still have some growing pains. I think Shanghai on stage was an example of that. They were able to get a little more experience versus another team on the same kind of brink of contention in Eternal Fire during Katowice playoffs.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's not the last time that they have a moment like that.
Surely.
You know, versus MOUZ. They're still so young. And when you get that close to a trophy or playing playoff matches, then that'll happen. But they're in it for the long haul, clearly. They already have been, man. They're not a new team. They're just talked about a lot now.
What did Mzinho say? No girlfriends till 23?
Yeah. And they're funny.
Terrorists win. Mzinho, of course, currently 17 years old. Younger than Donk. And we talk about him.
Wise beyond his years as a player, man.
Sure. I think that's what happens when Mara's been, you know, out there scouting for the last decade.
He said he played 1.6 when he was 4 years old.
Oh, my God.
So
13 years ago. What were you doing? You at home 13 years ago. I bet you it wasn't becoming a Counter-Strike prodigy.
I was learning pen tricks.
Yeah. 13 years ago, I was driving my moped. Playing console.
Couldn't even spell PGL.
Little posturing going on here for the brackets play. Pain had to wait for guns, so let's see what they're able to do with it. Not the most amount of util, so leaning back a bit out of this one. And this is one of those moments where MongolZ, of course, if you give them an inch, they will take it all. And that is why we're going to get a quick pounce onto the arch side. Good trade frag from Biguzera. He gets the edge and a well-timed peek out from NQZ. You got to sometimes fight fire with fire. And this is a chance of that. Exactly. NQZ lingers on. And with it, it is a sweep of the MongolZ players from both ends of brackets. It's put forth by Biguzera, who I think is going to have to play well in this matchup if Pain truly have a chance.
I gotta be careful because like Techno can literally just walk onto the site right now. Yeah. Not that it matters in terms of the odds of winning the rounds. Okay.
There we go. Davideus wraps around and catches him trying to take a glance at the site. It's a clean one from Pain, and they're also going to need that, keeping a majority of live. Good amount of cash in the back pockets as Pain find their second to the MongolZ 4.
What we saw yesterday was Pain doing an excellent job of learning in a live environment. And that's why they've been able to win their matches. They might not have been the better team on paper when they entered the server, but by the end, they had done more with the data than the other roster. Right? That's how they beat Falcons. And in this match, we already see they're adapting to what they see. There's that same brackets play where you got MongolZ wanted to squeeze out every second to do things carefully, but Pain are readying for a brackets retake.
Oh,
nice.
Aggressive. BTarena changing up positions.
That's great. Another similar moment.
He's a regular feature of the banana play with Snow, but seeing him on Arch last round, right back to what he knows best, fighting down banana. This is a bomb that's currently isolated on 9-10, but he'll be allowed to disengage from ramp and look to go and join his teammates. Another test, perhaps, for the Pain A defense. I say perhaps, though. There's still a few bodies floating bottom mid, so a bit of ambiguity here for MongolZ at 55 seconds.
Sometimes you let the smoke go down. You know that there's only one person on B. Then you can actually just walk through. Oh!
What?
What a find. What a find. And that was 9-10 walking back with a nade in his hand. It might have been a flash. Well, that will ruin their plans. But it is still possible to hit the B site. Pain have still committed 3 over there. So 2v2 as they enter.
BTarena's going to have vision over the smoke, though, so got to be careful if you're Senzu. He taps a bullet at the jump up. BTarena, ooh, disengages, but he does lose Snow over towards Coffin. It's a low HP Senzu, thanks to BTarena. Bomb plant coming through uncontested, just with enough time. That goes down and exposing the planter. A 6 HP Senzu 1v4? I don't think so. We've got Pain in with consecutive round wins. Solid defense from BTarena. Launders, explain to me that smoke spam.
Yeah, I mean, he had the right timing. I think the smoke was about to come up. It was right when MongolZ were about to either get ready to throw a window flash or just come through the smoke. And he was right. It was a quiet map. Clued into the idea. Little lucky on the timing. But the crosshair placement was good. Can't deny that.
So BTarena starting strong, and I think that is a win condition ticked for now in the Pain camp. 6-2, and Davideus, kind of his other successful counterpart over on that A-pit position, 5-4. Senzu works through smoke. Oh, flash is fantastic.
Wow, that clear is so perfect.
Both players full blind. BTarena desperately jumps back into the site. They're going to unleash Senzu. Chase, my friend. Smoke into the backside. He knows he's got him back there. Molotov at his feet.
Oh, smart move.
Senzu locks in coffins, lets his teammates come and join him. Ooh. And while blind, still able to control that spray to recover it, and it is a rapid response out of the MongolZ, already with a player top orange.
So here's a good example of where MongolZ are aggressive, in a sense. But Senzu has every right to be. He knows exactly where the last person's run off to. There is no support there. He has time to throw his smoke, and he even reads the pathing perfectly. He dips out to construction with the intent of actually coming back in right away, because the smoke that connects Emo pillar to quad is meant for you to peek from Emo side. And you're supposed to hold grill and whatever. But Senzu moved so quickly, he was already past coffins, right? Most players wouldn't have made it that far. They just sit on the grill, take a headshot angle, maybe die, maybe not. And that's how MongolZ apply the pressure.
No save guaranteed here.
We've seen so many moments. Oh.
Op still up.
Oh, NQZ chose to take that fight, man.
Blitz, blitz, blitz. Gets both in the end.
And they have to buy a new op. That'll be extra expensive.
Pain got the money for it, luckily.
Yeah, but it costs them everything.
Including their souls.
This one puts their half in jeopardy.
Tough position to be in. MongolZ a chance to go up 6-3. What's the move, NQZ? You gonna get aggressive? NQZ not too afraid of going for those opening mid gambits. 910 looking for his first kill of the match. Waits things out with the smoke in front of him. Beguzera trying to find a chance to pepper through. It's a good tag damage. What are you gonna do with this, Beguzera? Uh-oh. Oh, covered well enough. Techno's the third player in this banana setup. Beguzera gets exposed, and that's gonna be man advantage Mongols.
So many reads going back and forth. Oh,
There
talking
it is.
about reads.
Another one.
Oh, another hit.
Snow's gonna have to depart here, op in hand, scoops that up, and looks to get out of there. Devadeus could be freed up in this kind of desperate 3 versus 5 to go for some sort of a mid pick. Won't find anybody as 4 of them congregate up banana. But it is the Mongols knowing that they've got blood in the water at this point, and we just kind of, you know, highlighted the lack of money for Pain. So you've got 3 players A. There's no fight coming your way by the looks of it. This is a save from Pain, a 6-3 lead for Mongols, and we'll see what kind of a buy can be pieced together, because I wouldn't even be surprised if Mongols go to deny the save again.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially with the open site as it stands, where they found them last time. You can't even delay the plant if you want to, but they're still probably thinking, maybe there's a chance we lose. Let's play carefully, but they're not going to see anything, and they know that Pain commit to saves pretty quickly. That was some high-level rock, paper, scissors over on Banana, and the reads end up paying off for Mongols. Can't fault Pain for participating, though. You get half excited when you're, Beguzera and they made that smoke open, because you know they're not trying to find you specifically. They're trying to look over the half wall, but they had everything covered anyway. And the economy would be totally destroyed if Pain were to get found in the save. So saving 3 is not too bad.
This is a Mongols team that exactly 12 months ago was ranked 20th by HLTV. And in those 12 months, they have since been in a major quarterfinal. And obviously just a month ago as well.
They won Yala Compass.
Oh, true, yeah. They won Yellow Compass. They...
Probably a CCT in there somewhere.
Thunderpick.
Thunderpick.
That's it.
Yeah, they beat Heroic.
Big win. It was a Heroic under construction.
Yeah, but it turned out to be a team that actually was good.
It's the kind of practice you want to get in running into Shanghai. It's one of the reasons we said that, they had a better chance there. I mean, how many teams... The fact that as many people had Mongols potentially as a major champion as they did, really a testament to how they powered up over the course of those 12 months.
Yeah, I mean,
And
top
now
8 at Shanghai is...
They're in. If they go from 20th to 7th in 12 months, what is this Mongols team going to look like at the start of 2026? Is it possible we're talking about a top 3 team in the world? That's what the jury is out on.
I don't have any reason to believe they can't do it.
Right?
Can't name a player that they should change, an IGL that they should get better, a coach that isn't doing his job.
Nor any kind of glaringly obvious weak point.
Yeah.
Just comes down to consistency and doing it in bigger and bigger matchups on bigger and bigger stages. Kawez gonna get popped instantaneously. Everybody faltering here. And it's only Beguzera's pistol that's left to be dealt with. Swarmed by everybody. Mongols are gonna leave nothing up to chance here. Adamant with the numbers. They clear out the A site. 7-3 their lead on Inferno. And no reason they can't go further.
Uh-oh. The hunted.
QZ looking to hang on to the op. And that's not going to be allowed. Blitz's frag grenade from downtown as Mongols keep that tempo up and keep Pain boiling in hot water.
That's something, another thing that Heroic did well back in the with hunting down saves when they won rounds.
Sure, it's important.
Yeah, they did a good job because they did that because they were always lurking both sites on a lot of maps, in particular like Vertigo, for example. And so if they won through an entry or a lurk on one side of the map, they were so close to the other side, they'd make sure you couldn't save in really good positions and then therefore hunt you down in your sights. And that's how you streak. That's how you crush a CT economy.
I'd say, one, it's important to make sure you deny saves. Secondly, it's also a skill.
It's a skill for sure. Yeah. Because if you just go for your full site exec, you 5-man it, and you don't have you're not anywhere close to the other side of the map. How are you going to hunt those down?
You know, it can also end up being one of those high risk, high reward things.
Yeah,
it's like the risk is
3K.
You know, sometimes you see those like foolish attempts to hunt down CTs
all the time,
and then you just lose a bunch of guns. And there are, you know, metas in Counter-Strike in the past, or just eras of Counter-Strike in the past where maybe you kind of get away with it, but it's so important nowadays to min-max economy. The game has come down to such minute details and differences. You know, I think Chad brought it up yesterday when he was talking about back in his day when they ran around like gorillas.
Blitz, stand up, my friend.
He needs to be a little taller.
Yeah, people used to, I mean, you go back and watch the first couple of majors, people were running and shooting around corners. I wouldn't even have believed that in my memory.
Right.
You go back and watch the VODs. They were playing like MOUZ.
See what this defense can do. Again, low utility. FAMAS out on the field over towards that B site, but it's been this pretty successful A wraparound that Mongols have employed and will do so, but at the cost of Mzinho at least. Kao is going to do his absolute best to hang on to one half of this map, but there's no reason they also can't go all the way back to B. They've got the time. It just boils down to if NQZ can disrupt this.
Yeah, this is huge. But NQZ, he might be late. He might be late. They're actually running this. Ooh, they're going to miss it. Oh, that's so nice for the Mongols. Scary here for Biguzera. He knows that they're close, but how close?
Techno! Whoa! In between both. Biguzera thought he was being cheeky, but the same sort of play comes out from that solo banana lurk, and Mongols rock the boat back.
The fact that they run that down mid, you know, they don't just walk up to banana the entire way. They use the lead off perfectly. It's like running a relay. Like before you catch the baton, you start jogging a little bit to catch it so that you can use the momentum in that direction. They don't just pretend it's like another site setup that would have allowed the flank to come in. They're not getting caught off, man. The gap was there, and QZ made a good move. But even still, it was too slow.
Not even, dude. Not
like,
even.
I can shoot longer than you. How does Blitz not smile after a kill like that?
Because it's all business with Blitz.
It really is.
It's all business.
Yeah.
And because he is as good as he is at a game like Chess Launders, he's already so many moves ahead at the moment
Yes, he
that
is, he
it
is.
doesn't make him happy because he saw it coming four rounds ago.
He already laughed about it in his mind, so he didn't have to laugh when it happened.
Why react when you know what's about to go down? And sick Techno to turn that upside down like that.
He was counting the ammo here. He said he started shooting first. He's not swinging. I can kill him eventually.
Calculating. And to keep that threat up on brackets, 9-10? No way. What? Yeah, should be dead, but Blitz gets the trade because Davideus, that's a weird little bit of timing there. Unfortunate, maybe? 9-10.
It took too long to get the kill, though.
Okay.
You know?
Bad then.
Oh.
And Zinho's going to try to extend out through that smoke. Kawez is very much isolated backside. He's working alongside NQZ, who's wrapping around through the mid-smoke.
Kawez may have saved this round, but because there is no pit player, this is the right place to go here.
It's always a little different.
Mongols. It is.
Haven't seen this, you know, all-in balcony hit, and maybe that's because Techno could still join up through Boiler, but not, see, just a sprinkle in a little bit of a difference.
They're going to be so confused.
Once again, 2 steps ahead of the play. Kawez, 20 points of HP. Yeah.
What is that peak?
Blitz just blows him out of the water. Now, we've already got the short cross held. This is good from Snow. Down to half health. NQZ behind him. Blitz, just ripping heads off.
This guy frags, man.
NQZ disengages with that MP9. Now, again, the health is so incredibly low on both Blitz and Senzu that this SMG could shred them both. And he is now found out. Blitz, can you do it? Not this time. NQZ gets a little weird with it, and that is going to be Payne finishing off this half with a 4th CT round win. Blitz topping the charts, 13-4 on this half. What can't he do?
I know. He really can do everything. He's a monster. He's a monster. I mean, if IGLing is worth anything, he's the best player on this team by a huge margin. Even though Senzu individually might have some bigger moments, you just try to imagine a future for the Mongols without Blitz. Spoiler, you can't.
And then there's Mara, Mohan. Kind of a coach that's gone under the radar, hasn't really gotten all the flowers maybe they deserve, but we're putting them in that group with like Ash and Psych. Oh.
That probably feels great. That's a new technique.
Warm eyes. But yeah, Mara, I thought, you know, with Katowice last week or whenever, that photo of Mara came out from like the first ever MongolZ appearance at IEM Katowice like a decade ago. And to think that this whole entire time he's been trying to achieve this.
Yeah.
And here we are, you know, and I think it's something that I think we all appreciate, but it's a good chance to repeat it. It's like Counter-Strike has history.
Big history. I mean, it was like in esports, you got to take history. You know, it's not like other sports, obviously, but Counter-Strike is actually getting there. We have now some stories that have persisted. You look at some of these guys, they're old.
Yeah, sure.
You know, like they're not your typical gamer age anymore, and they are some of the most important parts of the puzzle for these systems that come in.
You know,
and that's because they've been playing since they were young for a long time, and that's because the iterations of Counter-Strike have been there, persisting for the last 25 years.
It's just cool to see that, like, you know, history in different versions. Apex chasing Kato for 10 years, wins it. Mara, 10 years later, gets a team into the playoffs. Right now, trying to make quick work of this one so that Inferno's history as well. Davideus breaking through. Defense leaves a little to be desired. Nice attack here from Payne. A second pistol. Well, suddenly, we could have a bit more of a game on our hands. Techno 4K, Berettas and Armored has to wrap back around middle. Shout out Payne for being able to break through that defense. The numbers were certainly in position, not to mention 5v4, right? And 9-10 just tapping away the first kill. Made it look like it was easy, but they fight their way all the way through into the post plant. Does Techno take it away?
Wait a second.
Does he rob this from them?
From
he has
above?
no kit.
Oh, okay.
And as he tries to jump off the top rope, it is Davideus with the second kill in the round.
Scary, man, when you hear those dualies. He was moving nice, too. From the top of default, but Payne win a pistol. They were struggling on pistols yesterday.
True.
That was one of their low points for sure. But Connor doesn't mean they won't get ecoed. That's still possible.
Of course. 9-10's got the scout. 5-7s and Deegs on everybody else. They've earned this force by MongolZ. Uh-oh. That's a bad omen.
It is. Every time you get tagged, man.
Uh-oh. Giving me the heebie-jeebies.
It was a Deagle kill to help them eco in the first half from the same position. And it was on Senzu, actually.
Oh, gonna block that. Not the right time to
It's a little awkward.
Put your gun away. Quick bounce into the bomb site here from Payne. And they get through what was looking scary for only a second.
Yeah.
Again, that one tag makes things ominous. But nothing else to come from it. And now you're starting to give Davideus a chance to gear up for a strong performance of his own. Because we can sit here and praise Blitz and Techno and talk about that 8-round half that MongolZ put forth. But, you know, Davideus is starting to show us some of the promise he has since the start of his Payne run. And up to 12 kills to try and get this Brazilian war machine online.
Oh, that's so annoying. Breaking the smoke open on your exit.
Cow is just looking like a jaywalker. Huh? I'm sorry, officer.
All right, round secured.
I can talk about young promising players, you know, 17-year-old Snow as well. Now that Donk is old, these are the younger players.
Getting older every day.
Two youngest in the tournament. Nice attempt with the scout, but Utility forces them to fall back off of this one. You'd think that it's too much of an ask, but the Mongols still have, honestly, a half-decent toolkit to work with here in round 15.
Looks like Mongols hoping to influence them into hitting the A site, feigning some pressure, but Pain will not bite.
Clearly, Davideus about to go in, one of the three MAC 10s here inside Banana. So suddenly, I don't think I believe in the Techno 4K USP hold with 3 MAC 10s ready to storm down this B site. He's got a flashbang set for back site. You can hear him coming. Drops that. Oh my God. Okay.
That was a good flash.
Effective flashbang, but a couple jumping MAC 10s and it goes about exactly how you'd expect it to. 910 scout down to 4 bullets. Gotta be careful. Spamming away through the coffins. Won't be able to find more damage. Snow finding the easy pickup. And it is a buy round in the cards next. So we'll see if they can do any further damage. Yes, sir. 5-7 onto Davideus. Denies him any success here. And that's going to keep a few more players around this bomb. Ideal situation. Somebody else goes down. And there it is. Scout shot between the eyes of Cowes. Mzinho over to the AK will be snuffed out by Snow. And that's his chance to leave now to keep majority alive on Pain.
Let's go, man. Pain keeping this one tight.
Only a 1-round game at this point. Mongols lead 8-7. Terrorists win.
Davideus had this slower start to the event. Started getting better and better. Yesterday was the best game so far. Oh, and Blitz, man, he's been on one right now. Everything he's doing is just working.
Right. Had to wait to get these guns in hand, but
a big nade right to the body of Big Uzera.
Don't waste any time once they've got the rifles. Opening kill Mongols. Softening up Big Uzera. And it looks like we're going to get a Pain attempt into B eventually here. Techno first oranges, disassembling a boost. You can have Banana for free, but that invitation, well, it could cost them as they will step forth into the Techno incendiary if he times it all correctly. For now, they have to wait.
They're going to blow it open, maybe.
Oh, yeah?
They do have a couple of grenades.
Off the reload as well. But the Oranges player holds that line well. Swing out from CT cross. Blitz just flies into the action. And when they thought that A4 was on reload, they thought that was the perfect time to pounce.
Turns out there was 2 more guys.
Ready to rock off that timing. And the Mongols make quick work of Pain Gaming's attempt into that B bomb site. Bomb is not retrieved here by Big Uzera, so matter of time before he is done. Mzinho's going to wait him out at the bottom of middle, get the job done, and that is the 9-7 lead for the Mongols now. First gun round, and they add it to the board.
Another example of them crushing the saves, too. So beginning of this round is Blitz taking his fight down middle, and Big Uzera, last man standing, taking that first grenade as well. So just a very, very rough go of it to get onto Banana in the first place. There was nothing special about that move besides they went off of one audio cue. Turned out to be a huge bait.
Three players trying to take fights down middle here for the Mongols. And Senzu finds first blood off of a banana peak. So 2 sides of the map, both getting attacked by the Mongols. That pressure coming out of spawn for Pain is immense, and it costs them 1. Their highest performing player in Davideus.
Yeah, they just start off so badly here these last couple of rounds. Pain still have some utility to use for whatever they'd like. Lots of smokes left over. So it's not the time to panic.
It's technically man advantage inside A site if they all follow through. Only a third player in Senzu on Arch at the moment.
Wow.
His lineup through the smoke spam damn near kills Cowez.
He does have great intuitions for the spams. We saw that so much on Ancient the other day. Now he tries to bait him through the smoke here.
But Pain doesn't pounce on it this time. They just kind of stagnate for a second.
Yeah, if Pain do this, then they're going to have to run up lane. And it's going to be the one play that's going to be more obvious as well to the Mongols. And they're starting to move over towards Arch, but they gotta start to go quickly. They want to make this wrap happen.
Senzu just gives it a little
Two
jiggle.
spotted, yeah.
And look at the way they're just going to kernel up off that. They go into the site instead, down to 15 seconds. They know that they can play this clock and that things are going to get a little more tough for Pain. Flash right into the pack. Cowez full blind, swiftly taken down. Blitz gets himself a kill from Pit, and all the attention turns over. Bomb isn't even ever close
Bomb
enough.
literally couldn't even plant in
That was never going to be a round win barring frags, and that's not going to happen either. So this one looks a little weak here from Pain.
That's why I was saying that they could only go lane. Because going Arch in that spot, it's objectively the best way to take the site if you can go 3 Arch, 1 lane, 1 Halls. But you need a bit more time to do it. And when they didn't show them any protocols to clear things out, you see them crouch peeking into Cubby. They have to go and take extra time they don't have. And they put themselves in a spot where they can't clear at all the angles they want. The one flash is guaranteed to blind someone because there has to be someone swinging at that moment. So Pain are getting toyed with a little bit.
Now they're in a pretty desperate position with NQZ solo op and pistols around it. A pistol round on this T side, and the full 3-0 conversion made the game get a little tighter, but right back to reality. This domination set by Mongols the moment they've got guns again.
And you see Mongols only pretending to be aggressive here just to delay time. Oh, would have been a hard shot. Nice try here from NQZ, but I saw him too.
Techno calls for reinforcements. We get 9-10 running over. That's an op now on the B site, and it's not going to hide.
I mean, they might need a third here if something goes, oh, yeah.
Oh. Dude, that was 172 damage.
Won't help the op at all.
I may have lied, but you get the point. And it just primes the M4. Good shot back from NQZ. If there's any glimmer of hope here, it's got to be from the offer. Flashbang's fantastic, and the spray down nearly 3. NQZ gonna get another kill to his name. Joe! NQZ with a triple so far. 10 seconds to the clock as he plants. What a godlike ace this would have to be. And he gets away from that nade, has a little bit of cover. Oh, NQZ! Nasty quick zoom! Glock out's gonna cost him. So damn close.
I wish he would have just kept the op out, man. I think that was pretty much his only way to win that. Incredible that he got into that situation in the first place. That was a wicked effort, and that level of X factor might be what Pain needed to even have a chance in this game. Without the round, at least they get some damage in. Maybe inspire some confidence that they can individually outdo the Mongols. But overall, the Mongols had an incredible position from the beginning to the end of the round there before the clutch began. What an effort, though.
You couldn't help but
see they're just not even that excited because,
reality is...
If you had the op out, you just take one,
There's a chance he missed one shot and all that, and it was empty?
He picked up the other op, but we have no idea how much ammo was in that, too.
Let's keep an eye on it in the replay, maybe.
Crazy, it almost ends because of this.
1 bullet. 0. Yeah, no bullets. It's empty.
Oh.
He picked up an op that
was shot a lot.
It was empty. Stuck to the Glock. Well, it was fun to believe for a second.
It was. About time Brazil got a Monacy.
Again, snap back to reality.
This is what a favorite should look like, man.
Yes, 100%. I think it's nice to see as well, because we had a wild card that was actually pushing MongolZ a little bit in at least one map of that series. Davideus trying to pounce on this B site, and suddenly they realize, oh, this is faster than we thought. Senzu and Techno both on the same side. Oh, do they forget? Yo, they forget. Oh, it's only the dink and some damage. Not ideal.
And a bit more damage, but two still stay alive.
Mara and Senzu, you could see both them frustrated there in the player cam. This could have been an easy 12th. Had that gone the way they'd hoped, it could still be swept away.
See if that nade lands in the right spot. Nope.
A little off the mark.
And now, oh, if they win this, it would be pretty ridiculous. But they're actually going for it.
Over top of Coffins, they've got only a smoke grenade left on MZinho. We've got a player hiding back on Banana still, now blocked off by that smoke. Eyes on Grill, tapping the bomb, eliciting the peaks. CTs with 1 kill. There's the new box player dead. Grill holds, and NQZ taking damage, but stepping up with a double. And Pain keep this a 3-round game. That's the round that could have and should have secured 12.
And then at least we have NQZ in a position where he gets all those kills in the last round. That economic impact now actually can matter here towards the Mongols. We're talking about a team that's got only 2 players over 4K. At least 910 has $6,200, but they have to make a hard decision now. Pain keep this one simple. And because they moved so fast, it was the same pressure that Senzu put on them when he attacked on the T side and the B site. They had to take whatever spots they could grab because they realized that Pain were going to keep running at them. Doubling up second oranges, fine play to make, but the spray transfer that he has to pull off when he lets one pass, it's not that easy.
Just a dink and some damage. And Kawaz has that right line as well, right? Just spamming through the smoke. Sure, he can't see his targets, but he still offers up damage, and NQZ able to finish him off with that. So, nice post plant from Pain. Nice change of tempo. You catch the Mongols off guard. Now you've got majority of them on just these MP9s. That round right there is why Pain will have a genuine chance to try and cut that lead down to 0.
NQZ was their top performer. Last time they played against the Mongols, they actually beat them. It was at Cologne. Not the same team, of course.
Yeah, it's before Thunderpick and Shanghai and Kato and the great results that Mongols should be proud of, but definitely aren't satisfied with yet. NQZ versus 910 perhaps, but both players with teammates around them. Ooh, doesn't go any further.
You know, he's liable to make a mistake here versus NQZ more than the other way around.
Actually peeling back. Okay, that hit. But Davideus down to just 78 health, 910.
That volley too, this is awkward.
Locked into the fountain, smoke goes down in front of it. That's a climb up from the orange, denied from Davideus. Big Uzera with a critical trade through that smoke, but a Coffin's peek from Senzu catches him off, thinking he could extend into the bomb site when in reality, it's now Blitz just storming down mid. But if they get caught by Snow, well, this could be the opening, but he didn't anticipate MZinho, who's able to get over to ult, and now NQZ is about to get surrounded. Only 15 on the clock. Has to press out, hits another critical shot.
Okay.
And he was so damn close to pulling off that clutch. Well, here's another late game attempt from NQZ.
Senzu's walking around default.
Fast charge.
Yeah, that's
flying MP9.
Yeah, good luck with that. There's another one coming up lane too. And a couple of good kills is something, but Mongols had the time to play with. They take 12, and it's actually, man, it's Pain who looks silly. They come through that B smoke again just because MZinho gets a kill on the other side of the map. They feel like they can't re-expand even though they have the time to do it. They play that like they're on the eco. They just won the last round. They can't come down to 1 kill like that. That can't be enough to make you feel like you're just suddenly going to lose.
Why'd it have to be a jumping MP9?
Someone's got to send the message. Still good in every situation.
He's the courier pigeon himself. Four map points for MongolZ. Giving Pain maybe a little bit of false hope. But it's two players pressing into Banana for MongolZ. Catching Davideus inside that smoke. He's been cooled off. He's been trying his damnedest to kind of get it going. Still higher performer than the majority of Pain, but these B approaches have been costly for him specifically. And NQZ lucky to have survived that op shot. So this one looking like it's gonna fizzle out in round 21. As 9-10 takes a quick look down middle with the op. The Devil op looking well worth it here for the close.
A Halslurk might do something here. We've got, you know, all of mid clean. There's clearly B pressure, but Snow, re-smoked, man. They've got everything covered, don't they?
Really does feel like MongolZ have this one under wraps.
Still. It's 3 over towards B. A site starting to get approached here from Pain. It's definitely the right idea. They don't have any smokes for this. Oh, after this Moto one.
And that Moto smoke is going to push Mzinho into a commitment to the site, I believe. You've got 9-10 to pit. 15 seconds on the clock as the balcony players come out. Good entry, but you've got an op in pit. Ooh, he tries to repeat Cowes. That costs him. And 9-10 dead. And NQZ able to just sneak into the library corner. Blitz thinking about it, but do they chance the retake? He waits for Senzu, who's going to come running out, back turn. Good shots from NQZ first. It's a bit more damage on Blitz, but Blitz comes out on top of the fight itself. Still, you've got Big Uzera relegated to the corner of the bomb site, sitting on top of bomb, and Cowes and Little Pit keeping head down. And the more his head is down, the closer these CTs get. For all he knows, Blitz is already encroached onto the site itself, but he's not still at this distance. Cowes gets his. It's a challenge from Techno denied. And we've got Pain still with a little fight left in them.
That's great from Pain to take that one back to A. They do it on time. They do it versus 2 players. This time they actually put some pressure on both sides of the map, and they actually have outcalled the MongolZ. It feels like they were playing from a point of desperation in these past couple of rounds, but this changes things. Still 3 to go, but look what they've got themselves now.
It's a top-heavy showing here for Pain. NQZ and Davideus, 31 kills combined. And yet just enough with that arch hold and a low HP Mac 10. Gonna leave a bunch of nades to Blitz and actually play numbers stronger towards A. Look at all these grenades. Nice little collection. Like chess pieces for Blitz.
Love that it's not just smokes.
Add some high caliber deep shots to the mix. Oh, off the forehead.
Yeah.
Bingo.
That's one find. How much more can you get out of this? Another full kit. And again, not just smokes, you know?
Still a frag to be grabbed as well.
This might be scaring them. They're seeing all kinds of utility come in this direction.
2 smokes, incendiary, 2 frags, 2 flashes. Sees the utility come over top, puts an incendiary down, nobody ahead of it. They're gonna charge through it as they extinguish it themselves. Blitz just chucking all these grenades out.
He's going
send
for
himself in with the Desert Eagle, but I don't think so, buddy.
Bro, he threw so many nades that round.
Did a great job of feigning presence, but at the end of the day, you need the guns to hold him back. That's going to be Pain to get this game, honestly, nearly tied up. Double digits, both teams. 2 rounds left in regulation.
Yeah, do another half armor round. Mixed by here for the MongolZ as they save.
Round 19 will go down as an interesting one if we get out of regulation, because that's when we had that double up from MongolZ in oranges, and the M4A4 didn't get its kills. That would have been the fastest road to a close here on Inferno. Round 22 goes Pain's way. 12-10, all 5 players up in the face of Blitz's massive grenade collection.
Yeah, and I don't know if they even really rebuy grenades on this round because they're going to save again. They have some players who have half armor, as mentioned, but they just got to come up with a creative way to do more with less. Mara will speak.
Techno MP9 for the time being. Looking like it's all going to boil down to that 24th. Pistol and conversion made this all possible. Second smoke added to the mix. That's about it. Just do me a favor, Pain. Don't lose it on a round like this.
Inferno is a great place to get eco'd, unfortunately. It can be hard to get your necessary information without sacrificing someone around dangerous corner. Lots of tight angles. And that's why we saw the Pain full committal on the B site. At least if they stick together, even if they go through full guns, they still should have a better chance to trade. Sometimes scouting is worth it. In a round like this, it wouldn't be, though. Mongols playing 2-3 to sites.
(9-10) to take a deagle peek in middle off Blitz's flashbang by the looks of it. Perfect. Oh, if only he could have gotten that second. Short side goes the way of the Tees.
Nice,
Good trade frag from Snow over top of MZinho. That's an A site for the taking. You can see the one thing Mongols had to employ, and they did it well. But the response out of Pain is great. What about this AK? Senzu could scoop that up. Oh.
It's definitely worth a look.
Thank you. No kit. It's a buy in the next regardless. Nobody from Pain offering up any kind of a duel, so this is going to be 11 to Pain.
Yeah, money's not perfect anyways.
Yeah,
so.
that AK definitely go for it. We'll see what the MP9 can do.
Okay.
Lets a player go chasing, but at this point, Senzu's already so far removed. You'd think he's got it collected, hanging out with the watermelons. Careful. NQZ gonna have a chance at this kill. Nope, won't take it. So we go to the 24th.
All right, Pain. It's been a rocky road all the way here to round 24. And they have looked like the underdog throughout this game, but they've also quietly picked up some good rounds. And as we've seen in some of their previous matchups, they've made good calls from a position where they've made some mistakes. That's the thing about Pain, man. Within one game, you get some great moves, you get mistakes, and you got to assume a lot of that has to do with Big Azera. He seems to be very in tune with how to win the next round. Sometimes it takes a while for them to adapt, but they get there. And now versus their most staunch opponent, they've got to get it together for this round 24. 2 times Pain were in this position, but with them being at 12, now they have to make it into overtime to have a chance. There won't be an op here for the Mongols. That's one distinct advantage here for Pain.
Yeah, 9-10 really hasn't been putting forth with the op, so 7 and 12 hasn't been a part of their success.
Yeah, might even help them to not have one. We'll see.
Time will tell. Ooh, Blitz. Blitz playing a dangerous game as he chucks the nade out. And with the positioning off of A, because they're emphasizing middle, look at this apartment's crawl up.
Oh, man, that's beautiful.
Definitely worth chucking that one out. And nobody inside of Apps actually pounces while the CTs were out of position in terms of actually defending site. NQZ patient as need be, waiting for somebody to make a move in balcony, but MZinho's not going to play inside it. Little posturing going down on Banana in the meantime, trying to keep Mongols off of Pain's back in mid.
who's making the first mistake. Earlier on in this half, Pain were losing a player and taking 50 damage. This round, they stay alive with 5.
They survived the opening moves out of the Mongols. Again, it was a bit aggressive with Blitz. Trying to chuck that util and spamming down towards T-ramp. We've got a smoke up on Arch side to keep Blitz's vision unconfirmed.
Don't want them to run out of time on a round like this. They don't have top banana control. Last time they tried the Arch split, it wasn't at a good moment.
35 seconds.
And they're gonna try to come in inconspicuously, but look, it's a full clear of mid. They don't see anything, but Blitz has seen them do this before, and he's not falling for it.
Oh my God, he tucked back in just in time. Oh, yes, Blitz! At least able to recover without the flash. Big pressure here for the young gun. Mzinho on balcony alone. He goes unchecked, but won't be able to double down on kills. 10 seconds. And all that's left here for Mongols now is mid control, because Moto's smoked off as bomb goes down. It's a post plant that features Davideus in the site and 2 inside of pit. Snow given a chance to just let them move forward. Difficult shots up close to be offered by NQZ. He swatches to the Tech-9. It's a pistol here for the Opera. Climb up denied. Snow's gonna get this first one. Won't be able to trade, but Davideus does. Senzu chasing, has to turn. Deagle's shots are missed.
Oh!
And Pain, push, OT.
Yo, they actually made this comeback. They take the A site, and as much as Blitz did stick around to get the information late, he let his extra player on the A site go over to B. So Big Uzera had the right idea. They didn't hang around in brackets until it was too late. It was just sneaky enough to allow this site hit to take place.
And there's the chance. 3 Deagle shots that could have connected with time. NQZ keeping to the tip top of this scoreboard alongside Davideus. We saw a flash of this aggression last round, but this time they cranked that dial. Oh, Senzu gets the wallbang kill to Davideus down on Banana.
The double op.
And a second here from 910.
Now you're just jumping into their arms.
Peek out through mid, worth its weight in gold. 4v2 established by the Mongols. It is sheer aggression out the gate in OT.
One of those moments where like, where was this 5 rounds ago? They took what they did last round with the deep nades down mid, the same smoke they used to take map control in the first few seconds, but they pair it with 2 ops.
Pain gave us nail biters yesterday on their run to the 2-0 pool. Gonna keep it close again with the top orange hold here from Techno. They drop that util in response. Got a bunch of grenades over the top. Techno's able to hang on to his angle. He's been here before and he did well with it. Yet again, oh, never mind.
How in the world?
Dirty snap up from NQZ. Bomb's gonna go down front side. He found him!
Another.
Working with the AK.
They canceled the plant.
910, what can you do? Not gonna be able to stop it. Wallbang not viable when it comes to the middle of the fountain. Snow's been able to get position now into Grill. This is a 2 versus 4 brought forth by NQZ. He who pushed this to OT. Snow waits along the wall, gun in hand. Flash temporarily. NQZ swings first. Connects.
No!
Quad kill for NQZ with an AK of all things.
Oh, that's unreal. This round was done, if not for NQZ. Double entry on the site. Techno waiting for him from the top of oranges. He had no idea he was even up there. That snap up was all mechanics. And Pain somehow have a lead.
Flicks that crosshair up, denies. And Snow sucking it in as he plants inside of the fountain and even able to get off because of the wallbang shot. I'll say that. If 910 stays posted on that, then when Snow tries to get out of the plant position, he's got a shot on him. Because he goes for the wallbang, it's off that shot while Ops on cycle that Snow locks into pit. That's what got him away from the skinniest of pillars and into a better post plant. You can't wallbang that. Why try?
Same setup smoke here for the Mongols. Will they try to just dip in for their utility the same way? Because Pain haven't really had a response to that. They move quickly out to B.
Snow fast into this one. Yeah, dude, the
Zeno
tempo.
has no clue.
Oh, but
no
he doesn't get a second.
So they've still attracted the attention of another player. However,
Flash to interrupt this banana follow through. There is just a lot of tempo here from Pain, and they are eating damage for it. We got a couple of bodies inside of the B site. And their utility and some pressure with the spam has indeed deterred Pain for the time being. Blitz, I love this activity.
Eventually call him out, pushing both sides of the map. There has to be a gap. Pain have been grouped up way too often. So Blitz makes the key move, and he knows that they could walk back. Now he's looking to flank them on Banana. He's going all the way around. They're leaving the site entirely. This timing is too big, Blitz. There is definitely a world where they have walked back through mid. That would be perfectly normal for them to do.
And they all get around the corner. It's going to be 9-10 with 4 players in his face on Arch. And he hits the first just to depart, drops the incendiary behind him. And that's one player wrapping Arch, but if they have to go back, then suddenly Blitz is going to get another chance!
Oh.
9-10 doesn't miss! And with a flash up into the site, NQZ is tasked to clutch again. You can't do this. Surely, after the near 1v4, the clutch that he put forth, and now another chance. It's a second, but no third. Okay. Shut down by Techno. Mongols respond in overtime. We are tied at 13-all.
The way he's playing, man, has been incredible. Again, he was the best performer the last time they played against the Mongols. He was the sort of late to wake up player at this event, but when he did, he has not gone back to sleep. NQZ looking so strong here for Pain. But if not for that, they lose the last round. And without him, they lose this one. Pain are eating too much utility damage in the beginning of these rounds over and over again. They have not got the kill back in any of these situations. This so far is the cleanest beginning. Utility's just been so good.
You see the effects of the MP9 when people are going for jumping AK damage over half wall.
Cultural impact.
Well, maybe I can do it with this. Total control of the brackets here for Pain. 3 defenders in position on the A site. I say 3, but 9-10 is actually inside of libraries, so we'll see if he gets cut off. Of the positions here for the A defense, his is the most likely to get denied.
Keep getting chipped down for what it's worth. Pain, man, if they even had one player on B, they could do so much more with this A hit. You would definitely flex off one guy. Instead, you've got 3 Mongols players full committing to holding this.
Oh, but they leave?
He has Nate.
Oh no, just a quick little reposition here, holding Arch instead. He's gonna get one player coming his way. Oh, okay.
No smoke
Easy pickup.
well, yeah, like.
That smoke goes down Moto, so it will block off any attempt for 9-10 to come through, but that's fine. All the util just gets pelted into short. Difficult push, but he'll come through that Moto smoke with Ott, and Blitz hangs on. All too easy. The Mongols locking in the A defense. Desperation from NQZ as Mongols take an edge in overtime, 14-13.
Yeah, you know, they'd be a little bit frustrated because the complexion of these rounds is looking very similar every time Pain attack, and they're landing the nades in the right spot. That's the first clue that the CTs are ready for it. So you've got Pain starting off from the back foot each and every time. This is a 3-0 sweep without NQZ in that 4v2. So I think Mongols, the only thing they have to be upset about is it took this long to get here to break the streak from Pain, as impressive as it was. But now that we switch sides, it's a new lease on life for Pain. They could try again.
Davideus up on balcony, but not the deepest of angles. Just playing with an incendiary out. Drops it in front of them. They don't straight up challenge through. His frag grenade.
Oh, out the window. Oh, that's very unfortunate. That would have been a whole lot of damage.
That's the baby with the bathwater.
Defenestrated.
Smoke fades on Banana, and we get 9-10. Taking a bit of a journey here. On his own, of course, but just making sure that it's secure. And how will the Mongols' approach to the A site look any different? And QZ, front post of this defense, falls back in the face of the utility. We hit that 35-second mark, and there is no third player on this A defense. It's Davideus and NQZ, the two hardest hitters. And that frag grenade softens up 4. Flash over top. NQZ getting pelted down low, but still able to strike down Blitz. And he gets cleared up from the balcony play. Davideus, it's got to be him, and it's got to be now. And as him and Kawez combine, it is Senzu to get that bomb up into the site. Man advantage for Pain on the retake. But they let off the pressure, and that opens the door for 9-10 to lock in on Pit.
Health bars are low because the great utility here for Pain, but with an op-in Pit and this one molly from Snow, that's what it can come down to.
You place that at the feet of 9-10, then he's got problems. Flashed around the corner, he's dead. That incendiary gets picked up by Kawez. Now he's gonna throw it out. It comes out a little too late. 9-10 still dealt with. Senzu, whoa, yes!
What?
Headshot tap to Kawez, and we've got MongolZ on 15.
Wow, so calm from him in that position. Easily could have died in the back of the site. They were so low. But what a better spot to play. What better spot is there when you are that low in HP? Another headshot angle for Senzu. And this hold could have been Davideus getting a single bullet more. But Senzu crouched underneath his crosshair as he dropped into Pit and stayed alive to win the round in the end. Mongols hit 15.
Clean little clutch there. 20 health for him to work. And it's enough. Techno to the forefront of the banana push. CT's look to... Oh no! Wild blind! Techno hits a headshot. Snow to the recovery. And 9-10's not far off. Right behind that smoke. Snow's gonna drop another while he works on his own, but that grenade damage immense. He can fall away if he chooses to, and he'll send some damage back down the pipe.
Utilities,
but he sits on 50.
Just been heat-seeking both ways.
High-level util coming out from this head-to-head. It's a 2-0 matchup that's delivered on map 1. And Kawez posting on his own arch side.
The one thing Pain refused to do is recollect information on this map. They sit to their sights, they risk MOUZ, and that could be literally the whole game.
That's it right there.
Snow shoulder spot means the open B site, no response, no nades come down. The bomb is going A off this play.
Nope, it does. Oh, yep, or nope, maybe it won't. Blitz gonna catch one.
Wait, what's happening?
Blitz catching the kill, that's the important part. 9-10 selling it over on B.
9-10 has the rotation back now.
Okay.
Blitz just doesn't want to die here, but they actually don't know. Wait, he can still die. Oh,
nope.
Never mind.
That's it right there.
Hold on. Wait, no. The bomb is gonna go back. What in the heck is happening? Kawez, nades on both sides. 9-10 coming in. He's aware of this.
Kill him. He's gonna go for the banana fight. Can they kill Kawez in 10 seconds left? 10 seconds to hang on for dear life. Bomb in front of him, down to 6. Kawez, can he hold? It's a perfect pinch, and the Mongols play with their food. Oh my God, a game that's got an action-packed endeavor, and whatever the hell that last round was.
More of that.
Well, I've seen some chaos in my life, but that last round probably put a few gray hairs right next to those. So, gentlemen, yeah, at the conclusion of map 1, holy smokes, Bleh.
Mongol taking a leaf out of FaZe's playbook. They're not going to make it easy for anyone, their fans, their opposition, as well as for themselves, clearly. But listen, credit to Pain for bringing that one back. It wasn't easy at all. But again, Mongols, this is something we saw during the latter stages of last year, where they have these crazy leads and they always struggle to, kind of close things out. out, maybe overcomplicate matters a little bit. And we saw shades of that over here, but fortunately in overtime they're able to close this one out.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think first and foremost, you got to give credit to Pain Gaming for pulling back the game to be competitive. Second of all, there was a lot of the decision making from some of the MongolZ players that were at best questionable. I'm not quite sure if it's
at worst crazy.
Yeah, that too. You know, I'm not sure if it's a thing of them feeling too comfortable or them feeling that they are so far ahead that they can sort of like slack a little bit and maybe think less, so to speak. But they were punished a couple of times, and as I said yesterday as well, it takes a good team to punish a dumb decision. And a couple of times in this game, that's kind of what it felt like here. MongolZ were the better team. MongolZ were the better individuals, had the better plays, had some playmakers stepping up as well. But it felt like the consistent good decision making from Pain Gaming allowed them back into the game, and then the MongolZ once again had to reinvent themselves in overtime, where we got to see that they are the better team, they are the better players when they take it 100% serious.
If there's one thing I would love for MongolZ to kind of fix, or you just get better at, look, the one style which works for them, and you can speak to any team they go up against, right? These guys will they will go for the Spinx because they know they're the better individuals in these fights. They're going to be aggressive, and there is a fine line between catching the right timing and just being a little unpredictable. But there are moments where I'm like, guys, you got to rein it back a little bit, because that NQZ almost 1v4 he pulled off right there, that should have never come down to the 1v1. Instead, they got a little too over eager. So for me, it's, look, I love the aggression, I love your playstyle, guys, but there are times you got to rein it back a little bit, because when you go up against your sorry, not Astralis. Why am I bringing Astralis?
Vitality, on your mind, isn't it?
Vitality, G2, or Spirit, or even FaZe for that matter right now, you will be punished. And I think that is a harsh lesson that they haven't quite learned yet, in all honesty.
And the sad reality is that last round, probably a candidate for one of the craziest rounds of the year. And it's only February. So that aside, though, I do think we have to give some props here to the side of the MongolZ. They had some pretty good utility usage there. It seemed like they had a nice rounded way of approaching to using that utility to get the results they wanted.
Well, that's the thing about the MongolZ, and that's why I think we can allow ourselves to be a little bit frustrated when we watch them play. They are really, really good. They do a lot of the things to a very high level. Blitz in particular in this game, as you can see, he was very focused on one side of the map where he found an awful lot of impact, had a great individual game, but that's kind of how I want to summarize it as well. The MongolZ is a great team. They play Counter-Strike at a high level, and you're not wrong when you're saying that their utility usage and the way they approach the game is at a high level, but it's sometimes the individual decision-making that lacks a little bit. It's when Messinho is put in a position where he has to think for himself, as an example, where he has no teammates, no utility, no one else to tell him what to do, where he has to make the right decision. Same could be said for Blitz sometimes. Same could be said for Sensu sometimes. So when players saying rein it a little bit, it makes sense. But then again, also, you don't want to take too much away of that identity that is the MongolZ, which is just swinging around and being the better individual. So it's a very fine balance, and it's very easy for us to sit here and say that. At the end of the day, I think the game quality we got right here was at a high level, and as I said, Pain Gaming deserve a lot of credit for pushing the MongolZ to a point where they were making some of those mistakes.
Yeah, and for me, for them to ascend to the next stage, obviously, you ask, oh, what's the next step for the MongolZ as a team? It's about winning, reaching the finals of an S-tier event, or potentially even winning it. For me, from a more micro standpoint, these decisions they make, they get bailed out so many times with the individual prowess they possess. They're just so sharp in the server, right? But sometimes you might have a bad day, as anyone can. Even Dawn can have a bad day for that matter. So when that happens, you have to rely on the protocols, the right decision making, which I feel like they need to just up that a little bit more. And once they do that, Trace, they're going to be even more scary.
But I do think that kind of tags onto what you're talking about, Jacob, because if you start manipulating this lineup, start changing your approach to the game, you do lose that identity, and you probably lose a little bit of that explosiveness that got MongolZ here in the first place.
100%, and we hear all the players talking about it nowadays. Kaden yesterday for Astralis as well, saying that Counter-Strike 2 is even more about confidence, even more about wide swinging, even more about taking the duels and making sure that you are, I guess, the better individuals in that. So it's always a very fine balance when you want to fine-tune stuff like the MongolZ. Always saying, and I think we agree on this, is there is room for improvements, and there is certain things they can do better. They're already doing it great. They're already at a high level right now. But as you said, if they want to take the extra step up to be a team that we, I guess, put at the same pedestal as the Vitalities of the world, FaZe for that matter as well, then there's room for improvements. That being said, though, is that even realistic? Is that even where we want to take it with the MongolZ? I think for them to be able to win this game, qualify for the playoff at PGL Cluj-Napoca, that's already a confirmation of the level we know they have already. And as I like to say it, and the fans out there may hate me for saying it, especially if you're the MongolZ fan, but not everyone can have realistic expectations about being the best team in the world. There's only like 4 or 5 teams where I say it's fair enough that you say you want to be the best, because I believe you have the quality of players to be the best, you have the financial backing to be the best. The MongolZ Mongols is not a team that is supposed to be the best in the world. If they can be number 5 or number 6, that in itself is a massive, massive result for not only Mongolian CS, but for Asian Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah, and which brings us around to the second map of the series. Very, very eloquent, very well put there, Jacob. We can talk about Dust, and I don't mean Moretti. I'm talking about Dust too. And we're talking about a Mongol CT-sided start on Payne's pick after what we just witnessed here with what Payne have in the tank. Bleh, how can you sort of look at this one when you walk into the server?
I think for Payne, the one thing, I mean, they have 2 maps they really like to play, right? It's Dust 2 and Mirage. They wisely didn't go for the Dust 2 pick because, you know, obviously, sorry, for the Mirage pick because obviously that's a map that Mongols pick every single time. What I like from Payne yesterday is a game they had against, I believe it was Falcons, right? Dust 2, where Falcons, they had a massive lead, but they're able to always bounce it back. They're very comfortable on this map. And here's the thing for the Mongols, though. They haven't really played this map quite a lot in the past 3 or 4 months. They only played it once, which is, like, I think, a couple of days ago against Complexity, where they look super comfortable.
Yep.
And in fact, they haven't dropped it once in, I think, the past 5-6 times they've played so far. So it's still not going to be easy here for the side of Payne. But I will, sorry, for the side of Payne. But I will say this, though. One thing I really enjoyed watching them, the Brazilians on Dust 2 yesterday, the T side, man. Some very, very in-your-face Counter-Strike. They were able to really force Falcons to, you know, to sweat quite a bit to get that win right there. So I don't think they're quite out of it yet, especially with that comeback they had right now. They're starting to believe in themselves.
That's true. And it does beg the question, why did Payne pick Dust 2? Why do Payne pick Dust 2, considering they did lose yesterday against Falcons? They should have lost big time. Falcons allowed them back into the game. As you said, the Mongols, they haven't played Dust 2 for quite some time. Only once at this tournament versus Complexity, where they manhandled them. So in terms of preparation, in terms of knowing what to expect, the Mongols didn't show everything against Complexity because they didn't have to. So if you're Payne Gaming, you're kind of walking into the dark, and I think it speaks volumes to the matchup between the 2 teams. There was no real punish pick for Payne against the Mongols, so they had to take a bit of a gamble.
I guess it was between Nuke or Dust 2. And yeah, for me, the thing with Nuke is I can see why Payne might just go in for Nuke, but I feel the sort of teams who can punish Mongols on Nuke are your Vitalities, are your Navis. And I'm sorry to say,
shouldn't Payne believe in that? Shouldn't they believe
maybe just lack the belief right there. And I think, you know, because of Dust 2, I guess it's a map they're like, you know, it's a little bit more brawly. We can take the fight to them. But again, that is a scary thing because you're talking about individuals on this team. And I want to just go back touching about the individuals. The really cool thing I've seen from the Mongols this year so far is Techno coming back to the form we saw of him early last year. Because early last year, it was Techno, it was Blitz who was doing all the heavy lifting, and 19 and Mazzini were kind of finding their own feet, so to speak. And the latter stages of last year, Techno was kind of a bit more quiet. He didn't really have to do too much. But man, you saw some of the clutch attempts coming out from him, some of the entries he's finding so far in Kato, as well as over here in Romania, and he is looking phenomenal. The numbers don't look that great, but if you watch the game, the impact it's finding, I feel it's much better than what it was at the end of 2024.
Well, they are better than the end of last year for sure. So again, not every player can have a 1.2 rating. I fully buy into the argument. I think Techno 4K right now have.
There are only so many kills, right?
There's only so many kills, and he's helped, I guess, Mongols raising the floor a little bit, which is something they need against a team like Payne.
And the truth is, the Mongols having come on the scene definitely got a little more exposure, right? I mean, they've probably went through those trials and tribulations of, yeah, we've gotten all the way through a qualifier, we're in a bracket now, or like whatever it took to fail, learn, regroup, and come back again.
Yeah, as we said coming into it, you know, it's a big game for the Mongols in the sense that you win here, you confirm that you are a 3-0 team, you book a spot at the playoff, whereas for Payne Gaming, it's more about them, you know, trying to punch above their weight once more. And I think we've seen the level in quality. When the Mongols are playing at their best, they are the better team here. We saw that on Inferno time and time again.
Well, we're going to hold you to that, Jacob. We do have another map, at least one more map. We might be getting a third. That'll be Mirage should we need it, but it is Dust 2, and it is the Mongols and Payne going toe-to-toe for a playoff spot at the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Techno4K is joining me for Guess the Price. Our Mongols player is going to try and tell me what the price of the weapons are as they appear on the screen. How are you feeling today, dude?
Good.
Yeah?
Yes.
You ready for a challenge?
Yes.
It's not as easy as Counter-Strike, I'll tell you that. But this is numbers. I believe in you. We'll see if you can do it. 60 seconds. We'll put it on the clock now. And the first weapon is MP7.
MP7, it's 1.5k.
Yes. Sawn off.
It's 1.3k.
Oh, 1.1.
Oh, okay.
FAMAS, new price.
Yeah, new price, yeah. It's 1.95.
Yes.
Okay.
Zeus.
It's 200.
Yes. Bison.
It's 1.6k.
Oh, 1.4. XM.
It's 2000.
Yes. UMP.
It's 1.2.
Yes.
It's 5k.
Yes. MP5.
Now it's 1.5k.
Yes. AUG.
It's 3.3.
Yes. M249.
It's like it's kind of expensive. I'm gonna go for 4.2005.
Oh, 5,200. But you did very well.
Yeah.
And you told me before, oh, this might be hard. You did good.
Yeah.
Happy with the result?
Not really.
No, you wanted all of them.
Yeah.
Of course. He's always competitive, always trying. Well, I wish you the best of luck in the tournament, man. Thank you for playing. Guess the price.
Thank you.
No shame for Pain as they put up a fight back on Inferno. This series delves now into Dust 2. And here we have to wonder whether, at the moment, the highest performing player for Pain in NQZ can keep it up for another series. Because yesterday in their matchup, he was consistent across all three maps. And again, statistically, top player for Pain at this event. Can he do it on Dust 2 versus the Mongols Mohan? That's the big question this evening.
Yeah, the consistency is the big question. I think that based on his ramp up, taking a long time in the last series to get there, we haven't seen him drop off since then. So I think that's a great sign. The consistency somehow has become, he's the most consistent player on the team. You know, for a while I wondered, what's the upward potential of Cowes going to look like in the future? Is Snow, he's been getting better protocol-wise, like the frag's going to keep up, but to be honest, Pain are still very, very inconsistent through and through. So the most reliable thing we've seen lately, maybe Davideus, more so NQZ today, but a lot of it comes down to the day with these players.
Of course.
And that's why I'm not sure if map to map, if it's worth making a prediction. But I would hope, because my goodness, Pain almost had that map won off the back of miraculous NQZ attempts.
One of the negative consistencies that we've had out of this Pain Gaming camp, unfortunately, is this continuous struggle of BigUzera throughout the event. He's coming off of Inferno with 9 and 20 as we got into overtime. You know, 0.61 rating. That is not the BigUzera that we had in 2024. It's not the BigUzera that was a key piece in leading Pain once upon a time to the Blast Paris major, to the Copenhagen major run. These were moments where, you know, he was up there with the players that he was bringing to the top of their careers so far. And he's, again, doing the same thing. He's gotten the most out of NQZ thus far. Davideus is in an onboarding process that bodes well and shows promise, but it's been at the cost of BigUzera. And I can't help but feel like it's maybe cost them, Pain, as a group, too much to have him so consistently underperforming. Can he turn it around? You'd hope so. For now, it's going to be this fight out from long doors, and as the trade comes in through pit, Davideus, big pickup. We got Senzu crossing over into behind car. This is what he wanted, this position, and it actually just leaves him out on full display for the quad pack that are able to push themselves up long onto ramp and now into sight. Smoked off. Oh, that's a bit of a saving grace. That's going to allow for Blitz to keep the challenge up as Snow his hands busy on the bomb plant. Does he pop up into Blitz's crosshair? That's the next question. Not for now. Keeping it tucked in, head low, as Techno will be stuck on 18 HP with the Berettas in spawn. It's looking like a Pain pistol.
2 guns wasn't enough. Wanted to try 3 here for Techno 4K, but he'll save these dualies. All too valuable maybe in this following round. Simple call here from Pain. Trading out very nicely, and the flash was excellent. Creating unfair fights with those small bits of utility, and even taking out the dualies at the end. It's a good start here for Pain. And Pain are a team who are always happy to play, you know, because I think they always feel like underdogs. So even if they lose a few rounds here or there, they lose a close map, it doesn't ever feel like it affects them in any meaningful sense. That's why we get these third map closes, man. They're a ragtag team of mistake-making homies.
Yeah, you know.
That can all pop off at any time.
Eventually you'd think, you'd hope, those mistakes are minimized as time goes on. That's really the point of it all, but I've seen many a Pain comeback, an overtime grind, a map 3 win. Starts to become a feature, less of a flaw. Mzinho tries to pounce up through the tunnels.
What? How'd they get away with that?
I don't quite know. Player pushing in from the B site while the double tunnel push goes through. Don't let this happen, Pain. Okay, nice recovery here from Davideus, at least opening a route in middle, but we've got long control here in the hands of Techno 4K. We've got the bomb working its way up cat. If the mid player dies, well, that's not gonna happen, so don't sweat it.
Planning for cat actually makes this a little less comfortable. Now they've got to push for it. That flash comes through, and Techno wins his duel.
Boy.
And again, if they have to push off of cat, this is just where it gets a little bit scarier. There's 2 smokes available for MongolZ.
Diffuser would now be in cover. Everybody's low. I mean, this should be easy. It should be easy. 19 health for the 3 players left. They're just going to try to leave. Keep the AK, Galil, and Scout, because honestly, that's not a bad buy up in the next, and especially if you rack up a little more damage.
Oh, another shot in, and only 1 gun will be saved. At least for Cow, as it's the Galil.
I'd call that one well worth it.
Yeah, for sure. Made it scary.
Who do you think the highest rated MongolZ player is at the event so far?
Someone unlikely? All right, if it's unlikely, I'll pick Techno 4K.
That's wrong. It's Senzu. Should have been obvious.
Oh.
Guess who's second highest rated?
Ooh, maybe it's someone likely. I'll pick Blitz.
Correct. Senzu and Blitz at the very tip top of the event at the moment. And I think
that's where they're consistent.
Yep, it's
guys you expect to be at the top always are.
2 players in the top 5 for MongolZ. It goes highest rated players at Cluj-Napoca right now: Frozen, Nico, Senzu, Blitz, and Jabby.
Jabby?
Who's eliminated.
Okay, all right. I definitely saw Jabby fragging. Yeah. I do remember a couple of Jabby.
Oh, wait,
all
he's
right.
not eliminated yet. Excuse me. What am I talking about?
Oh, you spoiling the future again?
Well, I just, you know, a loss to Falcons. It's kind of like getting eliminated.
No coming back from that in some ways. Right. Well, that was one way to die here for Pain. Davideus running across cat through all the utility.
See ya.
1 health.
Senzu's going to come down. He wants a piece of the action as well. And that's the thing with MongolZ, right? Blood in the water, they'll swarm. I don't think there are sharks in Mongolia, but if there were, it'd probably look like this 5 players.
The land sharks.
Ah. Sharks of another sense. Mzinho wastes no time with that quick sprint around to top middle, flushes out the mid doors. It's going to put Techno on high alert, and as the FAMAS gets away from him, it's all good. Mzinho just comes barreling down through top mid. Once upon a time over towards those long doors, ends the round in mid with the cleanup. MongolZ on the board in the 3rd round of play.
Closest they got was getting 9-10 down to 1 HP. That might have made the round possible on the B split, but they have to be a bit more prude about their, you know, how they spend their openings, because You can see that so much of the round goes into their openings that their secondary plan clearly is a plan B. You know, if they don't get this opening duel won by Davideus, then it's just an emergency. Let's try the B play. Not a really well thought out, you know, here's the other option. Here I'm trading this one death for like a lurk kill somewhere else. I think Pain are missing that second layer to their game plan that looks as convincing as the first.
Gonna find no resistance as they walk out middle.
Mess with the Senzu, you get the beans.
And he only needs one. Snow to the attempt. A little jiggle to the bottom of ramp. Gotta be careful though, there's blitz on that angle as well. Nicely done here from Snow, goes for the deep peek. Doesn't actually get the kill immediately, but continues the pressure and taps out 9-10.
They're going up towards A. CTs haven't moved just yet, but Snow's gonna say that, you know, blitz is low.
Snow really had to be adamant about that just because he is the only rifle on the round. Passes it over to NQZ, who's also got that Kevlar.
Going Goose is definitely a good move. You know they're low on grenades.
Smoke on jump up, blitz to throw palm flash, setting himself up to clean him. And look at that, 3 kills with ease. Still a little rebound left with Davideus and NQZ. The top-rated players of map 1 for Pain trying to burst back into the bomb site, but it's 2 survivors for the Mongols as we're tied up 2-all.
Yeah, nice attempt there from Snow. The damage did matter. Definitely want to play off that when you're coming in with half pistols. But Mongols keep it up. And with that round, another save.
Yeah, not even half pistols this time. Single Deeg for David B.
Deegadeus.
Lord Davidius
has died.
True. Strucketh down by the AWP of 9-10. For the man that walks forth will fall every single time. Cowes, go ahead. Try your damnedest. Actually now Blitz is in a bad spot, but he's fine. He'll just keep creeping back, chucks a nade out for the climb up, and Snow, goes about how you expect. What you don't expect is to have NQZ up in your bomb site, so maybe he can kill Techno, but he doesn't have a bomb, so there's not going to be a plan. And even that gets turned upside down. Mongols with an early lead.
And now, I mean, the buy's good, but okay, actually NQZ. Wait, NQZ's coming in up. He's just raw dogging it, Connor.
My kind of guy.
We got the glass cannon. Raw dog up from NQZ.
Careful now, 9-10's on high alert. He said, you want to sign up for that, huh? Huh, bozo? Take some. Davideus pays the price.
No.
Nicely done. NQZ gets the revenge on his counterpart through middle. Good. That means we've got a little life here for Pain. But the op gets swapped as Senzu picks it up instead. He's got a player in front of him by the doorway. But it's not like Blitz is actually keeping a close eye on the Xbox. So yeah, I'd say it's better to put that sniper in the back of the B site.
They're clearing out long doors. They don't see anything. It's still a little early, but you can tell Mongols know kind of what's going on here. Ops over at B. Reload comes in.
Bit of chip damage off the frag grenade. Big Uzera versus Blitz is just kind of slowing down the whole process. If they're adamant about a mid to B split, they've definitely got the utility for it.
I think I don't know. I feel like
he throws it before the smoke fully fades, so it's not going to be on fire.
You throw the utility, but I don't think you commit with it.
All right. A little ruse, perhaps. Blitz comes out. Missed shot.
Oh, but they need the kill, though.
Blitz catches the mid-frag. We got that smoke coming over for the doorway, and Senzu gets a chance to reposition it. 20 seconds, a Molotov dropped. That Molotov picked up off the mid-kill. Oh, that's kind of gross. That incendiary is picked up as BigUzera dies mid, he gives him the molly that lets them block off tunnels.
That's nice.
Oh,
Scavenger mode.
man.
But they kind of needed to kill a Senzu to get out there. They even didn't see him jump off the site, so.
Ooh, look at that bullet hole in his chest. Gross. Ew.
Whoa.
Ugh.
Looks like Sloppy Joe's.
Okay, that's. What's for lunch, Mom? A little Brazilian barbecue, perhaps, because this one's going quick. 4-2, but I mean, listen, saving with 3. Yeah, it's a little awkward that double ops from the Mongols. We saw this back on Inferno towards the tail end of the game.
I love a double op for streaking.
And they'll go ahead and try to use it early on Dust 2.
You just don't see people double opping as much in CS2. It's just such an expensive thing to try, but if you pick one up, you have to buy one. It's such a great change up. It just takes the edge off for the IGL too. You just have to call way less. There's less, it's harder to retake, but you really punish teams that are going to try to walk peek things, teams that try to do contact explodes. And the B site plays on this map, the long plays, there are so many of those opportunities. And the best part is the first round that you buy it, there's no way for Pain to know. So they hear an op on the one side of the map, use that one aggressively. On the other side of the map, someone walks into an op shot. They had no idea. That can be a round in and of itself.
Very light B play, but it's all on Senzu. Missed.
Oh
BigUzera.
my goodness.
Disgusting Desert Eagle shot. And now a scurrying Mongols squad tries to come running into the B play. Deagle again? For BigUzera. You've gone ahead and given him a gun. And I haven't seen a Mongols player not blind yet.
And the retake? I don't know, man. They got an op coming in for it. Mzinho will get one at least. But they've now picked up an op inside of B. Oh, right. That was BigUzera's own flash as well.
Well, well, well. One man to make a world of difference. Just a Deagle in hand. And again, good.
Wait, they're coming in for this. But they're just going to die here, right?
Oh! No.
How did he do that?
Got them all stuck on site. A little bit of util pressure coming out from the mid side. Molotov into the bomb site. They've got a second frag. There is still time for this.
Cows might be exposed.
It's going to have to be 910 to defuse, but he's in the back. 910's in the back. He's the one with the kit. He has to defuse it. Gets turned on.
Damn.
Cowes kills him. 3 from the pocket under pressure. Mongols had him sweating bullets, but he fires them right back.
What is that whip? 910 just got way too many kills doing that. Whew. Oh, that's how he did that.
Some nasty shots going down in round 7. So, okay. Pain, you've caught our attention as you throw out the double BigUzera Deeg.
Yeah, but then Mongols, they buy the 2 ops again.
Uh-oh.
Look how expensive they made it. We see Galil's. Looks like the retake might be worthwhile, but Lutz gets invested here. Same circumstances. Oh! That flick down, dropped a hammer on him, Senzu. He is a wicked hybrid for this team. Ignore the B players. Speaking of hybrids, Snow used to do this full time.
Trying to keep that op a part of the equation here for Pain. Look at the pressure. Senzu, really? Really?
Makes sense because the defaults, they always group up like this, right?
But the timing here catches them off guard. Senzu dives into the site. Nobody immediately chases. And you wouldn't want to because Techno's in the back of sight with a smoke grenade. When needed, he's going to pop that down on tunnels, surely.
And now you just got angle dominance. They'll throw the lurk smoke out.
Eats the flash. They try to send a smoke deeper into the tunnels. Volumetric. So that is going to be a journey and a half if they try to push down into the B tunnels.
This is already a save if they go back to playground now.
All Senzu needed, Mohan, was to get a little more active. Plunk him down in the back of platform. He misses 2 chances as they peek into him. Let him pop open smokes and flick shot? Well, then you're cooking.
That's true. It's funny how that works. I feel like that too sometimes. I can only frag when I'm being aggressive. Love to go for entries, and Senzu with the rifle is extremely active.
So he taps into his identity.
Oh, got the better skin.
I wasn't sure what he threw away. He threw away a Galil?
I think it was just a Galil without a skin.
Okay. Well, now he's got a little eco. A little Galil eco over there.
That was a big risk that MongolZ just took getting that second op again.
Hell yeah, it was.
They could have got embarrassed for that.
All their money on the line like that?
Yeah, Pain's economy is a little bit crippled here. They'll at least have those saves.
Get another Senzu versus NQZ fight, perhaps. But NQZ is going to be a little more passive out of the start. Oh, nice kill. KaWez
crazy.
Emerging from the doors and just blasting Blitz away. Disengage here for the MongolZ, peeling players from long back into the site. Remember, 2 ops and both of them over here. 9-10 and Senzu could do a high-low double op long setup. What?
What?
Huh?
Oh, they're going to blow this open. It's actually looking pretty good from this spot. We have mollies available, though, for Pain, but...
There goes one, but it's the wrong corner. Frag Grenade will indeed take half of 9-10 down. Ooh, Senzu gets a kill, but both the oppers dead. Tech9 up from Catwalk's gonna keep Mzinho occupied. Difficult position while blind, and a swarm of players from Pain into a what kind of setup?
Nice, they used their utility really well. Unlucky tag on KaWez, I think, through the half wall. It looked like it was going to be a guaranteed frag, but KaWez is opening when he walked out along. I mean, that was what it was all about. The smoothest tracking over to pit. First bullet made Connor spill water on himself.
Dude, you didn't have to tell everybody.
Splash.
Oops. Well, deal with that later. Got a game to cast. Actually, we'll see if the analysts are paying attention. If one of the analysts in the green room could bring me a napkin, that'd be nicely appreciated. Just to break the fourth wall for a second. And if they don't
Who do you
show
think
up,
it would be?
It'll be Jacob.
Oh my God.
Stunna.
Oh, and Jacob.
Thanks,
and
guys.
Blaz here too. He didn't come with anything though.
Thanks.
Blaz just came in.
Where are we going, guys? Where are we going? That's teamwork, baby.
All right.
Okay, back to the game.
I can't believe that worked so well.
Thank you. Yeah, good for them. I was going to say, you know, that double op, we said it could have looked foolish if they reinvested and then lost it. The reality was they had to win 2 rounds. Without that, the economy does still come back to haunt them. So we're going to be looking at a light one from MongolZ in round 10, but it's a Mar attack pause. 2 M4. Okay, no. We're going to go in. Limitations?
How have they gotten away with buying double ops twice and then still having money left over, man?
Gonna be Mzinho, who's a little light. But 1 MP9 is not the end of the world, is it?
Not until they nerf it.
I didn't account for the gun on the ground. All right, well, they haven't had to pay the price just yet. It's 1 round of loss bonus for each team at the moment. Senzu's all right to hold on. It's been a lot of close door play for the MongolZ, so it makes sense to me that the util tries to unroot them, but Senzu just chilling, waiting him out. Big Uzera blasted by it.
Man, didn't get a bullet back.
Senzu's gonna keep it sharp. Again, 10-4 at the moment, showing us that hybrid ability between the op and rifle. And that one limitation was MZino. We see him close doors long as they're just kind of climbing on top of each other up inside the doorway. But as everybody's inside doors, right? NQZ not even watching top middle, but being a part of this 3-player pack. And look what that's allowed for 9-10. He is now roosting top mid barrels, hiding in. MZino, does a ton of damage as he lines up too. But we've still got 9-10 in a critical pocket.
Does he hear this, though? Does he hear Snow rotating around through spawn? So he's got his back to the wall as 3 CTs are over here. There's still moments of timing that can make the difference.
Smoke on the cross, and they run through. Senzu emerges. The trades are good. And then the car player dead. So Snow sprints over, and now he's already got 9-10 breathing down his neck. Snow, tough one for the Galil here. Swarmed by 3. Won't be able to hold on, and MongolZ going to keep these round wins, well, quite divided. It is 5 round wins, non-consecutive for both teams. We go back and forth as we reach the 6-4 MongolZ score.
Double dink here on the door from Senzu. And MZino's damage actually matters. When the flashes come out, that's that push. It's like, how do you stop that?
You don't.
It don't.
Good on Kawez. We've seen a couple clean openings as he emerges on long. Obviously got the ball rolling in that direction, but already a protocol in place from the best Asian team in Counter-Strike history.
Born just in time.
Right? We won't get to
because we've had other best Asian teams in Counter-Strike history, but they haven't been that good.
Yeah, true.
In fact, there's always been one.
There's always been a best. Yeah, you know, you've got a point. You have a point. But this time we can really get excited. You know, now there's a best Asian team and Blez not pulling his hair out.
Yeah.
In fact, I've never seen Blez so happy.
Yeah.
He's waited long enough.
He's been drinking a lot more.
Gonna get patient here in round 11, minute 15, no contact anywhere. A bit more of a gap in the mid setup this time for the MongolZ. We've seen Senzu either scouring it with that AWP or pressed up against the door. But as I say that, Blitz does take a sniff at the mid doors. Here's the utility going on down on the other side, and we get this volley of grenades over top. Double smoke frag right in the middle of that pack. But he still dies to BTarena, who extends out ahead of it. Blitz not quite ready for it. Fire goes out because the smoke. And with that, BTarena's got an interesting pathing into CT spawn. But another frag onto Catwalk. Oh, look at that. Almost dead is Davideus, and Kawez right with him. Senzu, though. Aha! BTarena double from the CT spawn.
Shazam!
Expelliarmus!
Now for my next trick.
Techno slides in. And Kawez is going to drop that bomb on Black. Come on now.
Oh.
Held by the car. It's a 1v4. He's hanging on, dude. One more.
Oh! It's a 1v2. It's a must-hit shot.
4 kills, 1v2. Absolute shenanigans. And BTarena is pissed.
Oh, wow. Wow, so animated.
It's fun from this side, but not so much
I love that, though. They
theirs.
kind of just look kind of happy all the time. Where is he in all this?
I say 1v4 just because it's him alone on site.
Yeah.
Wow.
He had no one to come help him.
We've had some rounds today.
Yeah. Well, blammo! Aha! I have revealed your position.
Oh my god. Bellowing Crier. Lightning Bolt. And one for the road here, maybe for Pain.
Key one, though. They can make it 5.
Yeah. Make up for the frustrations of the last, because that one had to have felt like it was in the bag. That's why BTarena's pissed. Can't be letting this series slip through your fingers like this. Oh, what could have been on Inferno.
You know, CTs are still in pretty good spots, especially if they cross to this side of the door and the T's want to come back this way. They're starting to second guess it, though. Looks like a good move from Pain.
Ooh. Nice.
But now they get spotted leaving. Committed to that
jumping
one.
Down.
Yeah, 2 crossing, go run to that door, Blitz.
Yeah, player already in sight, right? Snow actually kind of teeters on the edge of it. BTarena's going to swing out first. Oh boy! Techno and... Stop, dude. You got to stop, dude.
Oh boy.
Blitz back towards mid, catches it.
Golly. You're talking like it's Fallout, man.
What's happening, dude?
Good grief.
Now I'm so self-aware. Oh boy. Never said that before.
You've never said that.
Why'd I say that now?
What kind of other antiquated proclamations do you have this game?
Hear ye, hear ye. 5 rounds of a T-side, folks. Oh.
Wish Pain were having this much fun.
Yeah, well.
They still won that round, but they were like, BTarena's got tilted for the first time we've ever seen.
And now Dad's mad.
Yeah.
So the car's real quiet.
Papa's pissed.
You know what I mean? But that can all be changed if they win a pistol, convert it, and keep it going. You got a CT side ahead of you. That's something to be looking forward to if you are Pain.
Crazy that they defeated that double up setup twice. Still only got 5 rounds out of it. KOW's having a map, though.
Yeah. And that's cool because you brought it up right before the game, the second map went live. You're like, you know, what is the ceiling of KOW, as we wondered?
Yeah.
And it's nice that we get a glimpse of it.
I thought it was high, and it still might be.
Oh, nice stance out mid. Beautiful.
Oh, crushed.
Massive execution of the MongolZ as they try to ride down mid. And so Senzu tasked to the 1v5. Already suicide control here. Deep push out from Davideus is going to get the job started. Senzu down to 66 health. Odds he wins this?
3 or 4.
Got nothing to lose.
Another tag.
Snow gonna draw him over towards the support. Double cap peek down with lower tunnels fights, and yes sir, job done. That is a second pistol in the bag for Pain. Now convert, and suddenly this game's tied.
Excellent pistols today out of Pain.
Correct. Even the one pistol they've lost, they instantly won the force buy.
Yeah.
Strong.
Better starts versus a better team.
Yep, strong starts to every half. It's just that whole, you know, losing in the middle thing.
And at the end.
Force buy out of MongolZ without a bomb plant in the pistol. Leaves a little to be desired, but it is Tech9's for the pack. You think they push this?
I don't know, but without a mid player, I'd be a bit more worried about it. Mid B is definitely a ripe option here if you're the MongolZ. And even that mid B smoke with no one watching it is a scary moment for Pain.
There's another smoke inside the B site. Davideus gave it to Snow before he tucked into that close corner.
Yeah. If it is going to be a mid B hit, then Davideus' spot's not great, but since it is just a fake, it might actually work quite well. You wouldn't expect someone to be here. Smoke comes in. And that's the last of it. We've got one flash left on Davideus. Pain have to be careful, man. If they play so static like this,
Yeah, still nobody moving. We've got the long play coming out for BTarena.
At least there's that.
And MZ keeps checking top middle intermittently. Another volley of the mid play, and this time there's actually players behind it on door. They take a bunch of damage. That mid flank just happened. Davideus dead with nothing. Snow is about to get pinched from both sides, so he goes into the cover. Can he buy more time? Not much. Blitz with the Tech 9 frag. Evens out and grabs a FAMAS. Now the smokes come out for MongolZ because they waited for the post plant.
And they have no utility for the retake. They just have good guns.
It's a scout for 9-10 to try to keep that MP9 at bay. It's not alone, though. M4 now and NQZ to peek with it. And 9-10 just keeps his head tucked. As he pops back up, the rifle connects. Blitz kills the window player. Sensu's going to clean up the low MP9. And now this M4 needs to go clutch. It's Blitz locked in. He knows exactly where he's at. NQZ to close that distance. But he puts his head on the silver platter, blasted back by Blitz.
Oh, the pathing is great. NQZ sets himself up for another clutch. But and that pisses off BTarena once again. He's getting so frustrated. How does this happen? There were just some great shots in there from Blitz. Snow even getting one in that spot. I'm not a huge fan of David's position with the mid-B split threat looming, especially with no A rotates coming in. It's kind of a gimmicky spot, but he also just looks away from his own angle when the smoke lands beside him. So micro mistakes could result in a big lead here for MongolZ.
That was 3 dirty headshots from the Tech 9.
Yeah.
Watch it back in the replay.
Yeah, there were excellent shots from Blitz. Not too much you could have done about that, but still.
Door entry, window hold, and the 1v1.
I think BTarena is so good at helping fight mid-B splits, but on that round, did not rotate at all, besides the long flank that came in.
Back and forward by that frag grenade. This is all of MongolZ barring MZ.
2 more smokes. BTarena, he comes in, no nade in hand. All they can do is try to delay. I don't think MongolZ are looking too scared of this, though.
They're going to disrespect it, pop it open. Another smoke goes down. They get a little caught up on the corner, but they're going to swing into the NQZ scout. Could damage off the first shot and the second. Are the softened health bars going to stop the MongolZ? Oh, for a second, Kawez had a back turn to him.
How'd he dodge those bullets?
Now total long control means this one just gets scooped up by MongolZ with 5 players standing. You can run away and save your upgraded pistols if you're paying, because there's not any more money to come in the next. 1 round of loss bonus is not going to net them much more. This is MongolZ to lead 9-6 and double digits looking likely.
It does make sense to get mad about the last round when you see what the implications are. The question is, what was he mad about? You know, when it was that mid-B split, or the B hit in the first half, and he got really furious, like, I couldn't even tell what part, you know, is it the spacing as they're entering the site to get this one trade, or...
For all we know, it could be boiled down to communication, or...
Yeah.
Really is the unknown. That's Cow is pissed because we saw MZ just kind of duck out those shots on long.
Yeah. Weave between those bullets like Neo.
Better to hit yourself than your teammates. Little cat play being offered up here. Payne trying to come at it with an idea. Bit of gusto. Already being caught out as Snow, so that is an open road to the B bomb site. We can see the bomb getting scooped up in spawn right now. This triple cat play from Payne shouldn't get much. Oh, the flash is just exactly what they need there.
They got mauled.
Molotov kind of indicated there was at least one.
Yeah.
BTarena kind of dancing through the flames, and then when you peek up, it's 3 blind players along the wall. It's a shooting gallery here for MongolZ to secure that 10th.
Pristine anti-eco protocols. Davideus alone.
Come to expect nothing less from MongolZ nowadays. 3 rounds away from the win in this match. 3 rounds away from the BTarena and another playoffs appearance for the MongolZ.
Mara just sitting beside his 2 favorite teammates.
Yeah, I don't have favorites, guys.
Only not high-fiving anyone else.
Oh, no, he's back on his feet.
Oh.
Timeout time.
Okay.
It's actually a Pain timeout, so gets Mara off his feet. We're going to do a double Mac 10 setup here for MongolZ on round 17.
Yeah, Pain clearly need a stress break, too. Because they played close games all tournament, right?
Yeah, of course.
They never got this frustrated.
They do it all the time. And I don't think I've ever seen that.
No.
So I think maybe the understanding the chance that's at hand, close first game.
Yeah, after
playoffs,
all the work they've done.
Yeah, that's the difference. Like
after how close Inferno was.
Yes, sir. Yeah, for sure. Like you try to like dispel any frustrations in between maps, but let's be honest.
You're almost there.
Molotov on the corner. MZinho's going to get clipped out by Snow, but the trade frag's not too far away. Disengaged from Senzu.
It's a really big deal that Senzu found that one. They know it's a 3A long setup. And QZ playing extremely active inside of middle. This is normally the weakness when it's a 3 long setup, so it looks like MongolZ want to try to take advantage.
It was also a 2 Mac 10 buy, so losing MZinho is not the end of the world.
True.
But putting Senzu on 17 health maybe could be the bigger problem.
Mac 10 switches hands.
Makes more sense.
Do they have a smoke? Yeah, they do. Both on the inside of the doors, though.
Gonna try to work their way out. We've got
two CTs
I like this lineup,
close.
right? Something different. BigUzera can draw attention. BigUzera dies.
Wait.
They turn back around. Davideus. He's got a flash in front of him. Oh, excuse me. Smoke to the corner. Bomb to be scooped. So be it. Davideus has got them in the bag.
Hey!
And NQZ off the bomb site. To hell with playing the site itself. Just keep the pressure mid.
It was a little bit scary when their A site player died as they were fighting out, but they were probably surprised to see no mid B smoke. So cute little action there inside of middle, but really well handled from the double push out of the doors.
It's the second CT round win here for Pain from the pistol. To losing to the force buy to that one. Get it on the board, cut this lead down soon as can be. Blitz gets out long, eats a flash, but still has some positioning, or so he did. MZinho kills Cowez over the shoulder, but we got NQZ playing the corner. No triple kill for him, still 250 damage.
Great trades back and forth, but for the MongolZ, I think they're quite happy to take long this early in a low number situation. A couple of lurks will be in place. BigUzera's next duel could be everything. Does Senzu walk through this?
BigUzera catches him on the smoke, so that's going to be good to hold off on one half of the A site. Molotov over to the ramp. BigUzera just thrusts himself down to CT spawn. And does that open up a better cross?
They have utility. They have so much utility in this round.
Smoking off the cat player.
That's pretty interesting. They do have to be careful about 9-10. Oh, what a shot. BigUzera, that's from beneath.
9-10 hits his,
another one.
BigUzera goes bigger. Triple kill from him from cat to the CT spawn. I would love to see that frag on site.
They tried to draw his attention with their nades on long, but he was way too careful. Nice round at an NQZ, the multi here. Oh,
ready for it. That's the power of the placement.
That's perfect. And this will be a situation where they save. Nicely done on Senzu.
Bank accounts bottomed out. This is a big turning point again. We got into the nitty-gritty like this in map 1.
Their long flashes have been so good. Now they find an opening kill inside of mid. This one totally untraded. No map control in response.
It's an all too familiar feeling here for Pain. BigUzera tagged. Cowez lets them out. BigUzera trying to get back into action. They've already extended deep.
Wow.
Clean one from Cowez as he burns on the ramp. It's a ton of fire damage out of him. Flashbang to disrupt the player's spawn. BigUzera can't get out, but he's got NQZ on long. And that double back's great, but the SMG's into the action. Davideus known to be down here. With an Opper over on long, they know this is pinched. 2 versus 4 being pieced together. He caught both players pushing up into that smoke. MZinho tells 9-10 all he needs to know to try and hold this back off ramp. That Mac 10 continues to pressure the players on cross. Opper missing shots. Critical push up. Still alive.
Oh,
9-10 clutch off the clock. Straight between the eyes.
Oh, would have been a save if he didn't hit that clutch. The approach is a little bit sloppy up the ramp. NQZ missed his first shot towards Cat. They're too staggered on the retake. That's a sour moment for Pain.
910 survives all of this from 78 HP.
Oh, MZino does so much with just a Mac 10. Delaying for time. And that was 10 HP.
He takes
10 HP.
He takes damage from all 4 of those players. All 4 CTs get a little chip in, and it's not enough.
And his smoke to allow himself to plant ends up helping a lot in that late round situation. Wow. They fully needed Twistzz on his way in through long.
But this could be the saving grace. A frag for Davideus.
Yeah, not too bad. Senzu, key player out of both of the last 2 rounds.
And QZ to press up catwalk. This is supported by BigUzera behind him. But when I say supported, it's not like he has any util to help out. It is simply 2 pistols pressed up against what's going to be a 4-player pack.
Oh, they're gonna go no nades. They skipped the flash, so.
Approaching unannounced, smoke on top of NQZ. He is out of this one.
They're jumping in.
He's gonna have backs turned to him. If he times it to a T, what could come of this? What could it be? NQZ, a single frag, but you've still got that D-Gup for only a moment. BigUzera also caught.
And he's out of there.
Bomb plant inevitable, climb back up through boxes. Blitz doubles back towards the cat control for the post plant.
Smoke.
And that smoke, it allows for Snow to get over onto the ramp, and as they disengage, trying to pick up position, Snow able to strike down some more health, but we saw what 910 could do with so little. 3 teammates up here for the Mongols. Techno locked into Gandalf. Twistzz able to walk forward off that MP9. They'll find him. The first one falters. Blitz up, down. Snow's into the kill feed.
Okay.
And Payne jump on top of Bomb.
Whew.
Another chance inside the A site, and this time the retake comes through.
Mongols just slipped by so many moments. So many players that could have killed them. They got away, tucked into Gandalf, off on a cat. Blitz got the op. Very scary moments that they survived. And Snow slipping the net, getting up the ramp early helped a lot, making this retake become possible. The last round on A was a little sketchy as well. This round they lose Senzu.
Money's busted. What's the buy?
No investment.
2 deeps, that's it.
No rifles, no nades.
Gonna keep it simple. Senzu straight to the peak. Turned back by a smoke and a flash. BigUzera afforded a little more space this time. Extends forward in contrast to some of these rounds previously. Here's the approach through middle and wants nothing to do with it. You thought they were pissed before.
They're going for it.
You lose this round. Heartbreak Hotel. NQZ, no issue.
Oh, what a shot.
Beautiful headshot onto Techno, just making sure that this one gets wrapped up fast. A bomb plant could help, but Senzu burning out. Bomb will not be planted, and no success whatsoever. Mongols stuffed in a round they should be.
Yeah.
Payne closed that distance. It is 10 to Payne, 11 on Mongols. Another deep run here in this best of 3 for a playoffs berth. You know, yesterday we discussed Payne as being a team that used to be considered alongside Mongols and Eternal Fire. And as Mongols and Eternal Fire have made these deeper runs, we left Payne in the background. Not today, Mohan, not today.
I was very critical of Payne on Inferno for all of the rounds. They started off taking 150 damage, losing a player to the opening setups from the Mongols. But here on Dust 2, in these last few rounds, it's been the Mongols losing Senzu again, not getting long control, losing Blitz on one of those attacks first, untraded. The utility's been better here for Payne. This game has had very little to do with the B site in the most recent rounds. And it looks like they're gonna try their hand at this again versus the 3 players long.
Charging out. She's able to get in. I mean, Davideus damn well knows it. Look at the HP. No way!
No, they got away with both.
7 and 23 for Blitz and MZino, and yet 5v3 regardless.
And the fast cat run up, Senzu's coming. He stayed alive in this part of the round.
Dude, you'd think BigUzera's doomed.
Yeah, Senzu, he doesn't have to overextend now because they have long and cat at the same time.
2 kills come down so close.
He's thinking about just, I don't
frag
know.
on long?
He has money.
Climb up. Senzu gonna be exposed. BigUzera insta-dink. Look at the health.
3 players low.
Frag grenade for the catwalk. Senzu down to 4, but still unbelievable scenes as 3 players stand on 33 health combined.
I can't even believe it.
That's how they get 12.
I can't even believe that that's the call after what we just saw. After losing long, which is an attack that you can dress up a million ways, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to shots like that. They get away from the Blue Bins Molly, get the opening kill, get the refrag, 2 players down to 10 HP, and win. Eating the flashes once again, by the way. Nades landing in the right spots for Pain.
But just fighting through it.
Wow.
Ooh. Gritting their teeth and getting in, stuck in on long with success. Grueling position here for Pain as they have to fight for overtime again.
That's frustrating. But you do have to fall back on the thought that for the most part, rounds like that are good. You started 3 long versus long control. You won that multiple times. They've already come back from that 12-7 on Inferno to get to overtime. What's 2 more rounds? There we go. Another opening kill.
And QZ has been instrumental on that op both sides. Yet again, top performing player in this series. Every map in the last 48 hours has had NQZ's name stamped across it. Win or lose. Trying to get that op on a line through middle. Nobody to challenge this. It's a Colonel Pain defense on B. It's BigUzera keeping eyes on the mid walkout from the safety of A boxes.
Now they see the op. Surely they don't skip protocols here on long or on Cat. Yeah, they'll make sure to get NQZ back. Now that he knows he's been spotted, they have to be careful about how they approach the site. If they're not going to play Goose, they want to get him on that full commit. This is where BigUzera has to use his intuition. Do I help mid or do I help A? And he's got the right feeling. These are the spots he can be so good at. And with Snow on just a pistol, how is he going to help?
Oh, just like that. Oh my god, Daviday is back with another. We've got the response from the Mongols. Low health for Senzu, stuck along the side. Blitz is gonna run that bomb in, and at the very least, it's Blitz on B for the clutch. Senzu sticks around with all the nades in the world. Missed chance to strike down Kawez, but a prime opportunity for Blitz to go massive, to close this game out himself, 1v3. Second highest rated player for Mongols coming into this matchup. 4th highest rated player at the event for playoffs in his hands. Kawez dies first. Continuation damage is immense. Woo. But he misses it by 2 bullets, and so double digits for Pain. This game goes on.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Round 24 guaranteed off of that push to 2v4 that Senzu could have ended. Getting his 1 kill in the door, 2 bullets away from losing this map. Pain on the brink of it, as they always are, putting up the most exciting matches, making Mongols work. Now, luckily, we get to see this. A relatively full strength buy from both teams. Round 24, 2 ops involved with the arena on the line. These are 4v5 situations that Mongols are making close. But this time they don't full commit out of long control. They don't get opt inside of middle.
Gonna test Cat before BigUzera can do much about it. He's down to just the frag grenade. And it goes a little too far. Oh, Senzu burns out.
Oh, dies again.
Okay, looking for the mid kill as NQZ picks up his. Opper trying to find an answer. 910 looks to get active. Look how quickly he's trying to hone in on CT. Looking to support this. BTarena spams through once more. Not as successful as the round prior, but he finds a good angle on Demzinho. Head tucked down on Car. Swing out as Snow's blind. Tech9 from Techno's good. Snow's done a great job of dodging all the threats, and it is Blitz to yet another clutch. Outnumbered and soon to be swarmed. Pain have gone the distance yet again.
They get Senzu down again as the opening kill. This time, yes, such a good opportunity to take out BTarena. Opt in support by NQZ on the ramp. The perfect cameo at the right time, and another comeback has taken place. Pain making sure if it's going to be 2 maps, they get their money's worth.
Last overtime back on Inferno, we saw how quick MongolZ came swinging out of the gate in OT. The amount of aggression that they threw forth on Inferno just set a whole other tone in OT. But these mid plays to that B site did not go well in the final moments of regulation. BTarena chewed them up. And a softened Horde stepped forth into B site to fail. Blitz couldn't do it. Not once, not twice.
Senzu again somehow has this good-looking scoreline and yet has been a massive liability in these last few rounds, at least targeted big time. Another opening kill here from the op.
Going for it once more, Senzu. A little glimpse over QZ.
My God.
And the thing is, 910's blind. I don't think he saw it back the other way.
No idea.
And NQZ could have taken a chance at the re-aggression, instead just goes and bolsters B. They saw that presence bottom middle as the CT spawn gets smoked off. Doesn't look like BTarena's biting on it quite like he has in the past. That constant threat of his smoke spam did good for Pain.
They're trying mid again.
And right now, BTarena still not a part of this.
Yeah,
they are ahead of the smoke. It fades, back's turn, no one watches. Trade frag from 910, sure, but pressure out of Techno quelled. It's an easy hold now for the defense as this goes 2v4. Pain are about to take a lead. Maybe.
Does that molly work?
Challenge through both entries. Incredible comeback to the bomb site. Everybody gets peeled off. 6 seconds to the clock and Senzu strike.
No way.
2v4 clean as need be.
That's why he needs to stay alive, man. How did he find that shot over the top of double stack? The molly as well to the back of the site. Everything goes wrong at once for Pain. And this is a mid-B walkout where they get exposed entirely to BTarena, but that actually helps them go 1-for-1 and make sure there's no one else that can support for the second. Oh, look at that shot. Oh my God.
You said it, non-factor at the end of regulation, dying on the approach of Catwalk twice.
He has died so many times and yet still is 22-15. Keep this guy alive for a little longer.
You see the impact he gets in the late round. Big moment for Senzu. MongolZ thriving in the overtimes, had the edge again on Inferno, closed it there, will damn well try their damnedest to do it again. Frag grenade goes beyond Blitz. It's a fast pack of players gathering on the catwalk.
You know how they come in.
Oh boy, standing out in the open.
You know they come in fast.
Smoke in front of it though, They
had vision though in front of that, so they're not gonna be worried about running through it.
Are they not?
BTarena makes the right move to slow things down, but Pain, they don't go for information. They don't work on the long flanks. They did this once in the entire half with BTarena. MongolZ know they can wait for their opportunity.
So much util to hit this bomb site. BTarena primes the palm flash. NQZ, what can you do? He's been this constant threat. Omnipresent in the kill feed, blinded the entire time. Beautiful shooting from BTarena. Ramp is still under threat. Blitz trying to put that pressure on. BTarena holds the line. He's on for the quad. Blitz is softened up, and as long as he stays standing, it's a distraction served up. Kill from 910, fire at the feet of BTarena. But what is that hold?
He does it again. He's got more magic, man. BTarena, what a hold.
Can barely believe it. They try to keep the pressure on him from behind. He doesn't give a damn. Eyes forward every step of the way. Clean first 2 kills on the edge of smoke. Lets them chase him forward. No instant trade from elbow. And BTarena cleans house.
They keep trying to avoid him. When they want to go mid, he's there.
13 all, tied up in overtime. Bomb immediately up into the tunnels. Nobody dealing with long control as Pain takes close positioning on those doors. Techno's gonna take a look at middle, but met by fire has to hold. Cat players close. BTarena takes this risk every once in a while.
Gotta be careful scoped in.
Nobody's checking this. BTarena could just jump down on this doorway. Does he find it? Absolutely! Another multi from BTarena. Snow into the back, flat fire on his feet. Mzinho's gonna take the head off. Tunnels is taken. BTarena with the triple after the quad. And as the deep peek towards mid comes through, Mzinho's chance to clutch.
But they're both coming back out of the doors. It's not gonna be tunnels like Mzinho thinks.
Smokes it off. Repositions. Can he cross? No! Again! Quad to quad!
How? How is he getting this much better as the rounds roll on? The captain of Pain leading from the front.
Takes the edge in overtime.
He's the
top of them.
The only one willing to push on this team. Never are they taking tunnels control. Never are they flanking long. Never are they pushing up cat without BTarena.
Double op comes out of MongolZ instantly on this defense. Posting is Senzu. Singular B defense.
He's literally been their boogeyman. Oh, he dies again. Senzu asked for that.
A glimpse over top of that smoke as he jumps around and NQZ strikes him down. Hands down, best player for Pain throughout the last 2 days. Ties BTarena at 24 kills each.
Yeah, BTarena has just been a freak here in this overtime.
His frustration showed not once but twice throughout regulation. Couple of tough round losses to deal with. He pours a little gas on the fire and steps up himself when needed. Tagged down to 51 this time. Gonna be tough to get another quad kill like this.
Upper tunnels push comes and it's on time. Now the cat play might come out here for the T side, leaving 9-10 alone with his op. There will be no flash support if they move fast enough. Nade comes out because they have information.
Ooh, BTarena almost dead to that one. Flash out, yes, you're right. Long player delayed. We get that wall of smokes up for the catwalk. Blitz is gonna try to challenge in the middle.
Yeah, that's the move.
He's got a good roost at the moment, but he welcomes that spam. And 9-10 fire on his feet. What can you do? It's a good amount of damage, but one frag found. Techno on the flank, trying to deal with NQZ, he will. We've got Davideus back into the corner. Bomb planter going for it. Snow, hands busy, can't help Davi, so be it. He's got him both. And Pain take 15, 2 OTs guaranteed.
The kill through the smoke on Blitz. They get all the information they need and Blitz into the position of power. But 9-10, he decides to play on the site when they go for the pizza molly. If you played on the ramp, you would have been free to roam around. They did a good job of countering each position in that spot. And Davideus, while somewhat quiet this game, was the one to take out Blitz. He was the one who could have been their BTarena on that cat hit. Amazing to see Pain in the lead in this match.
When Senzu goes down, so do MongolZ. True for the end of regulation. And overtime too. Look for a second like Davideus was in a world of hurt, but steps up immensely under pressure. Snow's looking for that long pick off spawn. We know he can swing with the op, and double op's a feature of the MongolZ overtime back-to-back. One of them sits here inside of the B site, pounced on by Davideus. Techno holds. Third player's coming at him. It's NQZ with the pistol. Tech9 to the forehead and a smoke onto the doorway. That's an open route for bomb, but a fast answer from MongolZ. If they want to keep this pressure up, they're going to bombard it with flashes. They don't come barreling through just yet.
There's the tunnels crawled. 9-10 with the op up the stairs.
Bomb is able to get out. That's now 2 players inside of sight. A third one goes back and struck down by the Opper. And QZ into the platform. We've got a player out from door. BigUzera takes that plant. Mzinho's got the Opper pinned, but still now it's all on him from back plat. Tech9 in hand, and QZ can't run, can't hide, can't escape. That pressure is immense every step of the way.
And they keep it calm, man. Somehow 9-10 walks up those stairs calmly like he owns the place. Takes that kill in upper tunnels. B-site retake looks simple. Still a chance for a second overtime. Pain one to get this one over with. Ran headfirst through the tunnels into 2 players waiting for them. And they tested the tech no hold and he passed. 2 frags to keep his team alive. Oh.
One step back by Snow unravels the tunnel play.
Yeah.
And he wasn't clearly wasn't looking for a committed duel.
Yeah, but what was he looking for then? You can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out.
Dances with death and pays the price. We got Kawez now looking at long, but smoked off before he gets there. Still gonna try to take this chance. And he pays the price, drops to 68 HP.
Another opener from NQZ inside of middle, man. They can do nothing to stop him.
It's one thing when you best Senzu, but that's 9-10. Primary op of Mongols pop through that doorway. This angle has been NQZ's all night long.
How many 4v5s are they going to have to play from in this match?
Trying to hang on close on the doors. 2 players to press up Catwalker. Mongols going to take the fight to Pain on mid.
Yep.
A chance to close map 2, a chance to push us to the decider. It's the BT Arena on the line.
Oh, they have a lot of players ready to punish anything towards mid.
Good damage.
Yeah, that's actually confirmation right here. There's a player. Oh, off through the door. They're grouping up to B now.
Defense though, right?
This is where they get anxious. This is where they get anxious.
A little frazzled and met by smoke. Are they really going to try to push their way through it? They've got that exit smoke to do it. And we've got Blitz up in the corner. No real support nearby. They try to pre-fire. You're not going to clear him like that. Davideus gets him. Senzu's not smoked off, so the bomb's going to be desperate. But he wins the duel again. Op to op. It's just unstoppable. NQZ busy. Oh no! He still gets the plant. And Mzinho's now under the doorway. Pain for a third map. They'll nail it. It is nail-biting every step of the way. It is frustration shown throughout many rounds, and yet Pain will take us to thirds.
What the heck is going on around here? What a back and forth, up and down, slobber knocker affair that did take us all the way to OT. And obviously for Pain, definitely what they needed to stay alive in this series. Question marks, a flurry, maybe even some disappointment. I'm looking over here at Blay a little bit. Then Jacob, you just kind of have this weird grimacing smile on your face. So tell me what you're thinking, man.
Yeah, I mean, these are the Counter-Strike games that you love to watch, you love to see. Obviously for Blay, he'll get into it later, for sure, no doubt about it. This wasn't pretty. This wasn't the most, I guess, well-executed game of Counter-Strike, but it was hella entertaining to watch, you know, back and forth, both teams making mistakes, both teams having players who stepped up to the occasion. Clutches, BTarena going off, NQC getting free kills 24/7 because for some reason the Mongols were like, well, he has an op, you know, oh, this round 2, and I guess this round 2, and I guess I'll jump over here and we'll see what happens. It just happened over and over again. Not a pretty game of Counter-Strike, but hella fun to watch play.
Yeah, fun to watch. Listen, man, I don't know how many times I'm going to keep banging my head against this. Maybe if I lose
there was
more
nothing
IQ
in there.
points.
It sounded a little hollow when you did that.
Yes, that's exactly what it sounded like from MongolZ. That T side was absolutely atrocious. I don't know what they were thinking. Listen, great CD side. They had some huge clutches here and there. First half, pretty smooth sailing and whatnot. The T side was so one-dimensional, just trying to. Trace, remember this game, Far Cry 3? There was a guy called Voss, and he was like, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, hoping that something's going to change at some point. And that's exactly what Mongols are thinking, because they're just running in, and they're doing the same thing. BigUzera from CT. Listen, taking nothing away from BigUzera, but he was basically just allowed to get away with free kills time and time again. As you pointed out as well, Pimp. Senzu, I don't know what he's thinking. Just looking to take a fight with the NQZ op seemingly half that entire game. So Mongols, sure, you know, Pain got the win, but I felt like more like Mongols just gifted it to them.
Yeah, I'd have to agree in a large fashion, but also it gets chaotic, right? We always talk about things getting scrappy, this, that, or the other. That's because sometimes in these intense situations where it's so close and it's down to the wire, some of that planning goes right out the window. Like, some of it goes out the window.
That's what it felt like. That's kind of what it felt like for the Mongols. Sometimes you have that, energy within the team where obviously you come in with a game plan, you have an idea of how you want to approach the game, but once you play 24 rounds of Counter-Strike, it gets more down to the individual decision-making. We saw Sensu a couple of times die in positions he probably shouldn't. I think Launders pointed out a couple of times as well, just stay alive, dude, because you can do so much in the later stages of the rounds. And then when he stopped dying, then 9-10 picked it up. Like, okay, you don't want to die anymore? Well, I'll do it for you, And that was kind of the issue for the Mongols. It felt like every player, for some reason, felt the responsibility to make the difference individually instead of doing it together as a team. And Pain were punishing that over and over and over again.
And that's what happens when you try to close out the game, Blair.
Yeah, look, listen, that's the most painful thing, no pun intended, to see from the Mongols, because you saw some of the 2v4s and the 1v3, I think, from Techno and the B bomb side. We saw the 2v4 hitting the bomb side with 10 seconds remaining. We could see the individual prowess that each and every one of these players possess. But I really felt like Blitz and maybe even Mara as well, they kind of lifted the foot off the pedal a little bit in the second half. They're like, all right, we got this one in the bag. And yeah, that's how it plays out sometimes. But I want to take nothing away from NQZ, right? It's been a bit up and down for him in this tournament. We had a bad start in the first game they played, but this map in particular, man, he was just hitting every shot. Look at that. Look at the kills he's getting in the second half. Every round seemingly, just especially in a comeback, getting 2 kills, 1 kill, so many multi-kills with the AWP, and just laying down the authority as well.
And the heat map and where he got that kill distribution as well, all over the map. You see the impact on A, long,
and mid,
middle.
but just look at mid primarily, right? How many times is he allowed to get away with getting these kills because they're just peeking him blind, they're just peeking him dry, and this is a team we've been praising about the utility protocols, the flashes, the way they work together. We didn't see a lot of that here on Dust 2.
You know what? I can respect the Mongols for playing the game in hard mode sometimes, and I felt like
fair.
that's what they tried to
Man, you're
do.
from Asia. You're already playing in hard mode. Like, why do you have to make it hard for yourself?
I mean, we're seeing instances of these guys stacked up by bricks on catwalk behind a smoke, and it's like, are they going to go for it? Or are they not going to go for it? Because there's about a 50-50 chance they just say, Jenkins, and they run right up in there, right? Like, just send it, full send off catwalk. But obviously, for Pain, I don't think that this gets necessarily even as remotely close if it's not for an NQZ or a Big Azera.
No, I mean, NQC had an awful lot of impact, and we see that especially in the later stages of the game, even overtime with the AWP. He got a couple of opening kills. You see them right here. Big Azera had those 2 crucial moments in CT spawn as well, where I think the one thing I said coming into this tournament, if there's one thing I've noticed when it comes to Big Azera and Pain as a whole, on Dust 2, the way they defend the B bomb side, the way they defend the B splits as well, is at a very high level. And what does Mongols do when they have to close out the game? B split, B split, B split, go into overtime, B split. And that is the strength of the Pain CT side. So I don't know if that's like a preparation. I don't know if that's Mongols thinking that even though they're good at defending the B split, we're better at doing it, or whatever that may be. But we really saw the impact of Big Azera, Davidus, and NQC as well when he was joining the mix.
Yeah, and those 2 highlights in particular, I wanted to point it out as well, because those are highlights from the A bomb side, right? They're pushing towards short, but a lot of the more, which are massive rounds coming in from him. But as you pointed out, like so many times with his mid to be placed, finding the right angle to go for the spams and whatnot, he was finding so much impact in a very mobile position, a very mobile role, playing towards CT, helping out his opera towards long, playing towards the A bomb side, being the anchor, and calling at the same time. So I feel like Big Azera, while he might not have had the most amount of kills in the server in that particular map, he was absolutely the MVP.
And that's where I get a little bit annoyed towards the Mongol side of it, right? What is one way to counter the fact that Big Azera can stand in CT spawn, put a nade into the smoke, and get a double kill every time they run out? You double smoke towards CT spawn. They kept doing I won't call it a lazy way of doing it, but the one smoke that lands on top of the box that covers the entirety of CT spawn. It's one grenade and it's gone. You can put in a second smoke that is a little bit deeper, which makes that blowing up the smoke and making the spam where there's a little bit of a big gap on the left side way, way harder for Big Azera. But they kept doing one smoke every single time. So whether that's them being lazy or not realizing that's the issue, I don't know, but that was a mistake that when I watch back the demo, they'll probably do it a little bit differently.
I feel it was a pressure getting to them, and also the fact that I could see maybe just a little bit PTSD seeping in for the Mongols, because the last time they played Pain in Cologne, it was an elimination game, very different from here, but it was Big Azera just popping off, winning unwinnable clutches, which sent Mongols out from Cologne. So maybe it's the comms falling apart. We saw a round where the smoke had dissipated towards CD spawn, and no one from Mongols even looking behind towards it. So things fell apart at the end there for the Mongolians.
Right across the seams. Right across the seams.
Just
they
ripped
all
across,
fell right apart, and they fell. Into Mirage. That's where we get to settle it now. We found our way all the way to the third map in the series. We got some OTs sprinkled in there. But when it comes down to Mirage, you guys were talking about a comfort level, perhaps, on this map.
The reason we have Mirage as a decider is neither of these two teams wanted to pick it first because it's a map that both these two teams love to play. We saw the way Pain have been just dismantling everyone that played in this map thus far. And for MongolZ, historically, even though I don't agree it's their best map, I think it's Ancient that's the best map. It's a map that they always go for a first pick, and they've taken some pretty big scalps on it as well. So I personally feel, considering we've had overtime on both the maps right here, I think Mirage is absolutely going to be the best map on this series.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think going into the third map, the MongolZ are still the heavy favorites to win this series. They haven't played picture-perfect Counter-Strike at all, but they still played at a decent level, whereas for Pain, they're grasping right now. They're doing everything they can in order to hang on, you know, and they're doing a good job at making this game very competitive. Even the first map could have gone their way as well, so it is one of those games that can easily go one way or another. But I will agree with you, Blair, when you're saying that Mirage as a whole, and historically speaking as well for the MongolZ, is a map they play to a very high caliber. And again, it comes down to the individuals. They have so many duels, and they're forcing so many duels that usually goes their way. Big point of conversation, big Osera in connector. He had a fantastic showing here, CT side on Dust 2. He will have to have another one because he's going to be pressured every single round by the MongolZ.
And also for the side of MongolZ, like if you look at, considering they play this map very, very often in all the S-tier tournaments they play nowadays, the only two losses in recent memory is against Vitality and Na'Vi, who we all know are two of the best teams on this very map. So I don't think it's absolutely not going to be easy for Pain at all. But that being said, if MongolZ, if they're going to play as sloppy as they did during the latter stages of that particular map, I still feel Pain have a real chance.
So let's do it this way then, Jacob, because we start third map. And you're right, it has been a pretty trying affair to play in this series if you're in that server, because there's a lot of rounds, a lot of Counter-Strike, a lot to compute. Tell me how this shapes up for Mirage at the very end, and how do you get that sort of momentum, or maybe even get moving in the right direction again? Because that can run the gas out of you.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the MongolZ take control and maybe control the pace of the map a little bit better. It got way too chaotic at certain times in Dust 2. I think Mohan was laughing his ass off like 5 or 6 times during that cast.
I was crying.
And I don't blame him, you know, corner for that matter as well. I would love to see the MongolZ maybe control the pace a little bit better. That doesn't mean you have to play slow. That doesn't mean that you can't be explosive, but it means that you are in control of the game. And one thing we have seen from Pain Gaming already at this tournament on the CT side is that if they feel they're losing grasp of the game, if they feel that nothing is happening on the map, Big Osera will just push up top middle and find a duel. They will try to regain some of that control. So if I'm the MongolZ, I'm going to start out slow. I'm going to see if you can lure Pain Gaming into being a little bit aggressive, punish them, and then from that moment onwards, you are in control of the pace on the T side. That's not what's going to happen, though. It's going to be another scrappy game of Counter-Strike. It's Mirage, and I don't think neither team have that ability right now. But that's what I would like to see.
And that's where I'm going to stop you both, because we do go to a break. We can find out the conclusion of this series, this playoff determining series at PGL Cluj-Napoca. On the other side of that break, it's Pain versus the MongolZ.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We're here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. I've got Chorzi with me from MOUZ, and I want to ask you, who do you think is going to be top 4 for this event and why?
Eternal Fire. I think they are playing really good lately, and I think they clicked as a team, you know?
I got Agile with me here from Saw, and we're going to look at who you think is going to be top 4 for Cluj-Napoca 2025. So give me 4 up to first.
Probably like Eternal Fire or something.
Top 4, I will put Eternal Fire. I think they are pretty good team. They are playing good CS.
I got Sus with me from Wildcard.
4th place, and why? BTarena will place 4th.
I will go with Eternal Fire. I think they're a great team. I think sometimes they can win tournaments, but I believe this one they will not win.
I got Zaz with me from Imperial. Okay, so you're going to give me 4th to 1st. Who do you think is going to be in 4th place?
Yeah, let me see here. 4th place, I would say MongolZ.
3rd place, I would put maybe Falcon. I think they are taking. I think we start to get more confident. I think and playing better skills.
With MongolZ,
I like that.
yeah, I think they will make it far.
MOUZ.
I would say FaZe.
Oh, not putting them in the final.
I don't think so.
FaZe.
And the reason is I think they will lose to the guys I will say in number 2 in the semi-final, and I will tell you who that is soon.
I think I'm going with MOUZ.
Nice.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a new team, new Agile. My boy Brolan.
I'm gonna give a wild one. I think FaZe is gonna be second on this tournament.
I need to put FaZe.
I would say Eternal.
Falcons.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, of course Nico is there, you know, and I think he helps them a lot, and yeah, I think it's also just a matter of time when they will perform.
2nd place, I'm going with Astralis.
Oh, okay.
I think they have been improving a lot lately.
Of course, the MongolZ. They're up and coming. They're insane at the moment, and they've been for some time now. I would say they really come up since, like, let's say 1 year ago.
And then first?
Of course, us.
No surprises there. I expected that to come in.
I think MongolZ are winning.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, I like that. Why do you think MongolZ over FaZe?
I mean, they have been at playoffs for a while. They're a team that is racking up the experience, and maybe I think this can be their event.
I think we will have a good shot here, to be honest.
Smart.
We are also the first tournament with our team, but we are testing the waters a little bit. You know, where are we at the moment? Are we really good, or maybe we are below a little bit? So we will see.
First, I will put my team actually.
Yeah, not surprised.
No, not surprised. I will put my team. I don't know if we're gonna win it, but we're gonna do everything to win it. So let's see.
And then first, MOUZ?
I can't say MOUZ. I got to say Astralis, you know. I got the loader right here. I believe in us this tournament. I believe we're pretty strong right now. We can play some good Counter-Strike. So let's see if I'm right on that.
FaZe. I think FaZe is winning the event.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was expecting you to put yourselves.
Nah, you can't do that.
You can't do that?
You can't jinx yourself.
He's not jinxing himself, so they'll probably make the final and win it. Maybe beating FaZe in the final, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Sus.
Thank you.
Never a stress-free day in the office for the likes of Pain Gaming. We go to map 3 here on Mirage as they vie versus MongolZ, number 7 ranked team in the world, for a spot in the playoffs at the BTarena. It's a big day for Pain, and it's one Mohan that I think is honestly at this point brought to you by NQZ. This has to be stated. When they won their best of 3 yesterday versus Falcons, he was the only player on the team to finish the series with an above 1.0 rating. 1.22 at the end of that one. And we enter map 3 of this matchup, same deal. Biguzera 0.99, NQZ 1.42. He is going God mode in order to try and thrust them to playoffs at the expense of Asia's finest.
The VRS implications are there too, with the discrepancy in the rankings. MongolZ know this match is more than just qualifying to the arena. It's a match they're supposed to win in a group stage on their way there. Just so happens there also happens to be qualification on the line as well. And Pain, well, they could have won this in 2 based on what we saw. Unbelievable comebacks on both maps. Now we end on Mirage. And it won't be Nuke this time. So I fear it might be a little bit harder.
Gonna be a fast start here for the Mongols. 2 kills inside A site, nothing to show for it if you're Pain. And so that's gonna be them jumping up into the apartments as Mongols look to take T side pistol. Who else steps up? We've seen flashes of success from all players on Pain. That's just, unfortunately, their story. Consistency issues in a sea of potential, whether that's the newcomer in Davideus, Snow, or BTarena. NQZ, though, the guy.
Yeah, they don't play CS like they teach you in the textbooks. I mean, they have some fundamental things about them, but they really tailor each game plan to their opponent as the map goes on. And that's why we always see Pain end up in these close situations and even able to win them towards the end, even though they very clearly look like the underdog, especially in the beginning. And this series, they step up because they actually have better starts. They win the pistols, they get some conversions involved, and versus a better team. That's the only way that they're going to be able to take out a big dog like the Mongols. I don't think they would have been able to do it yesterday or the day before. But again, I think Nuke is the, if I'm not mistaken, the map that was banned by the Mongols to get to Mirage in this veto, and I think that was a wise choice.
Correct.
A powered up Pain on Nuke is definitely a scary sight.
Well, this pistol doesn't go their way, so we'll see if the Force Buy does. Wouldn't be the first round 2 win that Pain have posted in the series. Tag there on Senzu. Makes quick work of Snow regardless, but we've got this FaMAS in play. They know damn well about it. Good double from Davideus. 5-7 damage is immense. All 3 players tagged up. Where's that FaMAS now? KaWez running over with the rifle as the scout rattles off, and Mongols kind of get stuck, so they will double back through ramp.
Yeah, their smokes are going to expire. They were jumping up like as if they were going to throw nades again, so it looks like they're going to look back to lurk out. There isn't necessarily a bad place to go, but... Wow, such low HP. You've got that jump spot. 9-10 seeing nothing for the moment.
Surely it's just the uncertainty of going back towards a middle or B you don't possess.
Ooh, and I mean, going A with NQZ as the only one on the line was definitely the appropriate move to make. Will they anticipate this? KaWez. They could read that he'd go underpass. Oh no, KaWez leaves his post.
He hears them though.
Yes, he does.
Heard that last player taking footsteps towards him. He's ready. On high alert. FaMAS is good for the first one. And then we get NQZ right behind him from the window. Good help. Techno down to 27 health. Bomb dropped in front of him. He's got 25 seconds, but you think it's got to be headshots. Feels like it needs to be. But he's going to try to go weapon control
What's
instead.
he going to do? He has to, yeah, he has to fight these 2 guys, get the bomb planted at the same time. And he looks like he's accepting the save entirely.
Concedes. Pain Gaming with the Force Buy again.
Wow, they pulled it off. And he successfully has got rid of the AKs. They could try to hunt him down and find the upgrades, but that was the smart move, it looks like.
There's no early celebrations here for Pain, but that is one that definitely takes a bit of pressure off. Stop the T side with the Force Buy. Good scout work. And that FaMAS from underneath, Davideus. 5-7 swing out bench there. They just cracked him as they came out from ramp.
Yeah, it's moments like this, you see they're teaming with talent. You don't know when someone's going to pop off. How'd he even get that second kill? That was a nice complimentary setup, even though NQZ was watching A. He was in a fast position to get to mid. Oh!
Okay.
Just a test shot.
Quickly taking the wind out of the sails of the mid play, but BTarena steps up into his death. Underpass player approaches in blitz. And so it's a good call for Davideus to peel back from catwalk. Davideus sticking around though, not going all the way back. Oh, just
looked away a little bit.
It's okay. KaWez here with the MP9 is going to shred the 2 catwalk players. Mzinho looking for a bomb plant maybe. All you got to do is kill KaWez. He's got 9 bullets in an MP9, so let's say he misses some. Mzinho can even jump down and just get the plant off. Nobody here to really stop him. He's going to have to throw caution to the wind.
Waiting for someone to make noise before him. He'll find it.
There it is. He can plant. Goes for the cat peek instead.
No nade here to stop it.
There you go. A bit of money in the back pocket of Mongols. And a Hail Mary opportunity for the 1v3 clutch, denied by Snow. Majority alive for Pain, and that one feels good. You have forced your way back to momentum early on the defense.
It's going to be a bitter loss for whoever loses this map. I mean, even if Pain had to fight from behind each time, they nearly won Inferno. That was the bigger comeback, only to lose just barely in OT. OT2, in fact. It has to be one that you stay calm if you're Pain. They're the ones coming off the back of a victory. And a very inspirited one at that. The amount of opening kills they got was absolutely ludicrous. And it wasn't just people running into ops. They were nading open the smoke in mid so many times, countlessly taking out Senzu, who was the main guy they had to counter, who had the highest output for MongolZ.
Really was just so disruptive throughout the game. It has been. Oh, okay. Little walkout from Techno. Ends up looking a tidbit foolish, but there's a second player up in Palace and another set of helping hands here on Blitz. Gonna be looking for Snow, but Snow kills 9-10 as well. Did he just try the same thing?
Yeah.
Deagle top middle, but Zeno's been found out, so they know exactly where the MongolZ are at, and there shouldn't be much of an issue sweeping away what's left of them. 3-1 go Pain at the start of the CT side, but again, you know, it's not any kind of overzealous celebration. Pain understand after a 16-13 and a 16-14 map 1 and 2.
And their overtimes yesterday and the day before.
100%, just step by step, don't lose focus. Odds are this game gets close. And the guns come back out for the MongolZ.
They've kept their emotions in check. It used to be you go to cams and see Snow every single round. Canario, Canario! And now, maybe if they're winning late into the game, you get one. Canario! But that's it.
And after big clutches.
And then what we saw instead was the one moment of real sort of emphatic reaction. It was BTarena scolding everybody.
Twice. Pissed off with a couple situations back on Dust 2. Maybe building up due to the loss on Inferno. A loss that didn't have to be. Senzu gets out top middle, bomb with him. Underpass player blind for the time being. Little poke from BTarena, but nets them nothing just yet. Easy pickup with the Opera, who's now stuck inside ladder. Good tethering from BTarena top con. And Pain don't have to press their luck in a 5 versus 3, but they will allow for Blitz to depart. Senzu climbs up onto the railings. We got smokes on all 3 portions of this middle juncture. NQZ, nice leg shot. That's an easy cleanup for Cowez. They're just trying to chase down the op, and NQZ wants nothing to do with it now. Bench peek is delayed. BTarena going towards top mid. Techno getting out into bench is in very interesting spot, but he'll be found out by Cowez, who clearly keeps that head on a swivel, and Senzu's gonna get swarmed now.
Crushed.
Nothing here for the MongolZ as Pain go up in an early 4-1 lead.
I thought this could have very easily been a crushing blow from the MongolZ, despite how close those last 2 maps have gone. I did not think with Pain, especially they do struggle on the CT side of Mirage, for them to start this hot with an eco and then a clean 4 rounds in total. Back to saves here from MongolZ. This team that we've complimented so much is starting to fall apart.
It's good signs from Pain as well. Good team play, good tethering, and everybody kind of starting with their best foot forward. Again, can't be understated how statistically dominant NQZ has been in contrast to the rest of the team. We know the potential is there for all 5.
Overstated.
God damn it.
Still early in the game.
You know it's coming.
Yeah. If the lead's big enough this early.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Snow's going to get hyped.
Real rowdy. And you can't really blame the kid. 17 years of age, living out his dreams, trying to take a piece out of the #7 ranked team in the world. And one that's shown so much promise that everybody sees him as a shoo-in for the playoffs. Davideus, all too easy. Alongside Kawez, just going to cull.
Oh.
Nothing but corpses here inside of the hit. MongolZ, you're gonna need more than that.
It is falling apart at the seams. Not even a kill here on this round. Pain crushed. They build up such a huge bank account. They've streaked. The one round MongolZ have won is the pistol. They furiously buy up into their op, all their utility. They have to put their foot down now.
Back to the boxes. And yet again unraveled, so it's never been comfortable for the MongolZ getting out mid. That's been a feature of Pain so far, the opening 6 rounds of play. Leaning back a little bit as Davideus picks up Mantle on Catwalk. It's gonna free up NQZ, up trained towards Con, hoping somebody thinks they can tiptoe their way up Cat, but now there's gonna be that question mark, that unbeknownst presence out middle because of the smokes all over. Doesn't look like a bad setup though for Pain still on this A site. Snow's gonna try to press up against the ramp. Has to make sure he won't expose to Palace, because sure enough, Mzinho's coming.
They're making a lot of noise. They blow this open. Snow can walk away from it.
Oh,
and
good cover.
Protects him.
Snow still locked into the corner. They know they've got him in this tight spot. Big Uzera holds off versus Blitz, and there is no entry as of yet for MongolZ. Not this round and not any of the rounds prior. 3 versus 5 to just try to get anything going at this A site. Snapped up by NQZ. Finally, something works out here for MongolZ. It's a spam down through the wood. 9-10 looking towards jungle, but NQZ just racking up frags time and time again. And a missed shot from the Mongolian Opper puts Pain up by 5.
Wow, I can't believe it, man. Pain are showing MongolZ levels. They're getting better by the map. This is the worst beatdown so far. How are they even going to get in? Blitz is starting this game 0-6. This is as simple as A take and NQZ, man. What a performance tonight.
Down beneath smoke comes Senzu. Again, it's an approach through middle. The bodies have always been here. It's the success that hasn't quite. And just pelted by utility, but an opening kill. Something that the MongolZ could work with if Pain let them flex that advantage. Right now, you've got Davideus dueling with Techno. Frag on top of him, softened up, dropping smoke to try and stay alive here. Snow's been killed out by the same spam that got him last round. And so a 5v3 looks great for the MongolZ camp. Opper, though, in the equation. NQZ tries to jump, clipped out by 9-10. Here we go. MongolZ finally starting to get something going. A bout of success. As Techno's gonna take his time, play with his food, and strike him down. 5 alive bodes well for MongolZ.
And here comes a round I can't even explain how they were able to win it. All the chaos they created in mid, it just was successful on every front. Cat player to the window, both A players go down, and they finally get the round they're looking for. Starting off with mid control. I think they can quietly try to hunt KaWeZ in this save, but they've got to be more concerned with their own money. Oh, they'll get him. 5 up for the Mongols. At least the round they win on a rifle is fully dominant.
That's funny.
The Gopher just says 6 more weeks of winter.
Please no.
Yep, they're pissed.
It's all business. Money is fantastic, though, for Pain.
Yeah, they just got to chew through like 2 more rifle rounds.
Look at all that cash, man. 7.6 on Davideus still. Big Uzera, $4,000, good. Every grenade, gun, and kit you could ask for.
At least they got 5 down on that last one. But with some of the rounds we're watching, I couldn't tell you what the next game plan is going to be for the Mongols. Adamant about winning mid. Oh, there's a find. That
Xeno
is
starting to power up.
Don't get sloppy now, Pain.
Top of the board for the Mongols is their youngest member, Blitz. Off the util, tries to track the kill top con. Not there for the taking. Oh, they hit each other.
Yeah, but it's a good approach from 910.
Knows exactly what to expect. I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise that NQZ could have been over there. He's been floating between that position and Ticket. And this man advantage gets extended all of a sudden. We talk about that glorious start for Pain. Well, this is 2 rounds without any kills so far.
It's a full default. They haven't even committed.
That's crazy. But it's all a distraction, so 910 can come up from behind. Big Uzera, 1 frag even? Yeah, that's about all you're going to get. 1 kill between the last 2 rounds, as it seems like Mongols are starting to play here on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, no saves on these last 2. They had to chew through a lot of money, but they have successfully done so now. Pain will get another buy out of this. But the smallest of gaps, and again, a great approach from 910. As much as you see that NQZ hits that shot, he has to flick down. He's got the hard angle to do it. Ah, and there's a gap back. NQZ, another opener.
Blitz will be down 0 and 8 at the moment. Missed shot, but the fire spreads. Not the worst position they've been in yet. Mongols, man disadvantage to deal with, but still vying for control out middle, and we get a nade deep in the apps to drop Techno down to half health. Walkout, almost caught, but NQZ powers up again. It's a multi-frag moment here in round 10. Just as the Mongols started to get their game online, they are met by resistance, pressure from Pain, and a 2v4 that looks damn well uncomfortable for the moment. Senzu climbs up through window as the bomb looks to go catwalk, so the Mongols are going to split up, and he gets caught climbing. Davideus able to get in with 1. A massive 4K ast of Techno. And as he works his way up along the catwalk, KaWeZ is jumping around. I believe they just got spotted.
Yep.
KaWeZ.
Yep.
Yeah, reads it and slays him with ease. Softened him up with the frag grenade, let him come to him, and KaWeZ finishes it with just the smaller weapon for majority alive on Pain.
And it's already a successful half. Now for the Mongols, they had those 5 alive rounds. They have money to buy still. But this comeback getting stopped in its tracks. 910 missing his shot is huge. Because you look to the other side, and NQZ is not missing.
Ouch. Davideus.
We'll pay for that peek. We see those double nades from Mongols sometimes into connector. They've really drawn the attention of the CTs to try to fight this. Trying to condition them from behind. Does make the A site hit a little bit easier with the health bar low on Davideus, but... And if Snow's going to play triple, this can be a very dangerous spot to play. No one in the CT behind him.
Full-blown hit. We've got no dedicated A player. It's just Snow, and he's kind of lost inside smoke. Davideus, the lowest of the 5, is going to go sprinting over towards Ticket. Yeesh, a duel that could have been, but isn't. Mzinho gets the better of Snow again. That head-to-head is lopsided, and the Ticket control goes south real fast. Another one where MongolZ just kind of blast through the defense, and at least Pain can still bank on that strong start they had.
They did trick him a little bit there into going back to fight towards middle. Pain.
But at the end of the day, it's looking like a strong finish here for MongolZ. There will not be a lot of money left over for Pain, but they do get to the 12th with still some cash in the coffers.
How do you even explain this half? So many rounds won with 5 alive from both sides. I think MongolZ getting 5 will feel like a victory. It'll still be, I think, sour for them to think about how many more rounds they could have won with the pistol at the beginning of this half. But actually, finally, a moment where Pain have, you know, not a full buy to work with. They've got some utility, but the only rifle, they've got one on NQZ, Afamas, and BTarena as the main M4.
Look at this push.
Yep.
Haven't seen NQZ approach it like this. No surprise that 910 gets caught off guard by it. Something fresh. One of the better weapons to work with, but now BTarena's also out here. I mean, he tries to disengage, and NQZ is able to help him. It's a jump up into con. Techno wants blood. And as he keeps his head swinging around, Mzinho finally bested by Snow. Of all the duels between the young blood, Snow picks up his in the 12th. To top stairs goes Techno, beckoning his teammate forward with that bomb. Senzu trying to get into the action. It's not been his best half throughout this series. Blinded for the time being, and not yet dead till Kawez comes through. Pain will take an 8.
Hey, man, they did that with such low weaponry, man. That was such a scrappy half with all the mid-control. Almost every round was a default there. MongolZ looked like they were going to break their way back into that. 2 or 3 rounds with 5 or 4 players alive. They had some clean ones, but they were playing from behind the entire time. BTarena's got to be proud of his team for this start, and now he recognizes the opportunity. Few have to fight harder than Pain day in and day out for these wins. But when are we going to stop being surprised at what they can do? Their upward potential is massive. And just like the MongolZ, who live in a region that doesn't have the same quality practice as Europe, they take these opportunities and grab them by both hands. They do such an excellent job when they come over here. The main difference, though, is Pain sometimes even struggle at home. They've consistently done that, in fact.
Surely.
MongolZ don't.
Having just lost to Imperial for a very critical best of 3 1 week ago, flew home to try to secure that spot in Dallas, and it slipped through their hands. They had to fight back in both of the first 2 maps, and they did so valiantly. This is a massive opportunity for a team that looks to break through to new heights tonight. And it felt like MongolZ would have this. Again, this trajectory that they're on. This, what feels like inevitable playoff presence being built, now questioned by Brazilians. BTarena able to get the kill back to window. Critical moment here for BTarena to try to chase through. Doesn't jump on them just yet. It's going to let Kawez get down into the site. He'll find that frag to sandwich. One little peek towards Blitz will cost him.
It pushes them back up into the B apartments, this time with no utility, but no CTs here to stop him besides Senzu.
He's going to go running into the arch side. A little tap to NQZ. Helping hands from Techno. Bomb's able to cross down into the site. NQZ, what more can you do? Not much. It's on Snow. And he's trying his damnedest, but so low and still to the head. He hits Blitz. And up close is Techno, silently working his way round to give MongolZ their best chance with a second pistol in their back pocket. Don't you dare lose to another force.
No, if you do, what happens next?
Now, Pain have arguably switched to an even stronger side here. So it's possible they can survive the conversions even. Mongols have to take a deep breath. This is no longer a game of underdog versus favorite. This is two teams who understand each other and are playing extremely well.
No bomb plant, no investment. It's a fine chance now for the Mongols. Cowes. Okay. Goes creeping out. MCino's been a real burden for Pain when it comes to trying to get anything going on that A site defense and now in the early days of the attack. There's a fridge there.
He was on him.
That's true. Half points. Putting bullet holes in the appliances.
And another Palace lurk, but it's just a Glock.
Can't expect too much here from NQZ, especially with this, ramp to T-spawn to apps flank.
No, I want to kill every round from NQZ. This guy's having a game.
Down goes one of the two Desert Eagles. The other one already dead in Cowes, so Glock's up. And
yeah, there you go.
The Glock frag's frowned. Okay. Bomb down at bottom of middle, so NQZ, no real money to be made here. Singular frag versus Mongols. They convert the pistol this time. It was losing to that force in the first half that allowed for Pain to go on that streak of 6 rounds straight.
And they haven't done too much damage on these eco rounds. They buy up. They have a couple of Galils. It's going to be no op on the map here. Mongols sit on 2 MP9s and a little cash in the reserves. And Mongols have a somewhat spotty Mirage, even with some big wins, but they have unbelievable practice, the quality of teams they play against.
Zera gets clipped out by 910. Easy apartments hold as well. There goes Blitz into the kill to Davideus, and this one falls apart.
Bad goes to worse. Default crushed.
Momentum absolutely lost.
Yeah, that's all.
There's not a remnant of it, not a wisp of what once was.
This is a long save.
Pain trying to keep that hype up, but they're running on fumes.
And this is the bonus round out of Mongol, so honestly, Pain would even love to get some kills here safely, but I don't know if that's going to happen. The guns that got knocked down, however, can even be upgraded for the Mongols. They can pick them up. But they just have to make sure that it isn't a commitment. Mzinho goes on the search. Okay, at least there's that kill. But now that they're spotted, it gets a little bit scary. 25 seconds, it's just not worth it for Mongols to go after them.
Hang on to your Galil, keep your AK. And honestly, majority of the grenades as well. So there's quite a bit to lose if you're Pain here, but time's going to fizzle out. The Mongols did indeed upgrade that other MP9 from middle, but it looks like they're still taking a bit of a sniff at this. How much do they want to risk? Now that the other smoke goes down, surely no push.
Yeah.
You got to call it at that point. So Mongols now within touching distance, having won 6 of the last 8 rounds, trailing 7-8.
Yeah, the lead has evaporated. Seen a lot of great CT sides today. It's very awkward for the money with the saves coming into play. 3 players left over can't be dropped. They also can't afford to buy their own AKs. But if they don't buy to 0, it's going to be extremely uneven.
At least because Pain had this lead, their loss bonus is racked up. Already at 3,400. Bai comes back and they'll try to support these AKs with some utility, but keep them by mild. No armor on 3.
God damn.
No armor on 2.
It's not a pretty position, but it's one where, with a good crack of the whip, you could get something going, but Davideus just storms through underpass, and it's an easy pickup as Senzu's willing to run that risk of the catwalk peek. He maintains control of Cat. We've got Kawez mopped up.
There's a good guns down.
And that is everything that they had in terms of a threat dealt with quickly. NQZ comes out from ramp. They know where the last 2 Ts are at, and this one goes down smooth. Mongols tie this game up 8 rounds each.
Ooh, and off the tack, no economic damage here.
4 straight. Mongols defense hangs on early. This is what we got out of Pain as well, right? Early success on a CT side eventually broke through was the Mongols. Can Pain do the same thing after making comebacks in the first 2 maps of this series? Why couldn't they do it a third? Feature or a flaw. Long matches for Pain. Finding themselves here all too often.
They set up this round NQZ on the op. That's the biggest change. Early bout in mid, but they don't see any CTs. They have to be worried about a late reclaim. And this is what they've been very successful at doing on Mirage versus Astralis. They tried to do this yesterday versus Falcons, but definitely got countered a little bit more. Blitz, if he's watched any Pain demos, knows that they're in this smoke.
Nice crawl. Davideus just slides. That's Blitz's head taken off. Davideus actually walked in the smoke, body checking the corner that Nico was able to abuse against him.
Yeah.
Just trying to physically sense through the smoke to see if, again, somebody had read into the positioning. Big Uzera in between 2 players. Oh, challenge out from 9-10. Easy pickup. Good trade frag from Kawez. They're going to crank that pressure up into the B site. Techno's got a chance. That bomb is in the background, though, a little bit delayed as NQZ still disengaged. We've got that trade out from the apartment. Senzu stops the bomb, and he gets the other one inside as well. Late play from Big Uzera. And the CTs will find this site, theirs for the taking. Mzinho doubles back, and he gets himself a third. Easy pickups as far as he's concerned.
Extremely good rotations right there. And if Big Uzera is going to be the last alive to the B play, it's going to be clear as day where he's coming from. They press tab, know that he's flanking into the market. Mongols will be in the lead. Well, that might be their best start so far, and we see the game plan that Pain want to get away with. Getting into the window does work out at first, but the transposition fails. So hold from Techno, and excellent support. They're going to need to win some kind of eco half buy and crush the money here for the Mongols, or it's going to get real ugly real fast.
Gonna try to swarm it with the Tech-9s. Mzinho's been rock solid, hanging on to Palace. Gonna be looking to do it again. Players come out from ramp. He's gonna dive into the fire, put the smoke on top. We've got the challenge down the ladder. Blitz is in the heat. Senzu slides. Dive! Oh! 4 up strong. Mongols impenetrable.
Oh, another healthy scoreline here for Senzu, and the protocols are good for Mzinho to keep him flustered. They hold on to the A site. The eco kills don't come through, and you knew those Tech-9 frags to come out in quick succession. Instant timeout for Pain. 3 of 3. The closest they've got now on this T side is that 1 kill in the window. Outside of that, Mongols have been in full control. What a round from Senzu. He could have won them dust too as well if they managed to keep him alive longer than 20 seconds on some of those situations. But we aren't getting the NQZ pickoffs on this map. They don't have that same ability like they did on Dust 2.
910 takes that front-facing op position. He's got a rifle with him to hunt down Snow, who just got into the corner, but he gets spotted. Still, he wins his fight. Is there a chase? No. Snow not immediately in. Blitz was ready if that's the case. Double challenge, top mid, both spotted. And Senzu's gonna draw that line in the sand, but traded back by the IGL.
Oh, this allows Blitz out. He's gonna hear this.
Oh. Blitz slides down, punishes for the miss, and Biguzera comes back for the trade. Again, he is out here. A missed shot out of the offer. Biguzera denied by that slide out from 910.
In the 2v2, he goes out for a flick like that. Could have died re-peeking, and the round would be lost. Now it's Snow in a clutch situation.
He's got an open A site, not that he would know it. It's eventually going to be 910 to hold connector, and he's missed his timing.
He's got to pop up and hit this cat player.
He's not ready.
No
Shot
idea.
in the back, and easy for the Mongols. That now 7 rounds straight.
Wow. I can't believe he went and re-peeked the window after missing that first shot. Really took his time with it as well.
Biguzera fighting tooth and nail for mid control. Blitz punishing the missed window jump up. Biguzera saw it as an opportunity. Missed chance from 910, doesn't give a damn.
That's crazy.
Just one more shot, just 2 more rounds. And the unfortunate reality now for Pain is this T side has netted them nothing. And it is a couple of AKs here in the 20th round of play. Amzinho leans back from a regular forward position.
Another big spy.
To just play ticket.
A pop comes out. 2 rifles at first.
910 on the ankle, deals with NQZ. It's a slaughter for the start. It is both the AKs down, so you would think the hopes go with it, but the pistols kill. Could they still fight through? Snow softening up one player in the site. There's a response. 3v5 demanded of it. Desert Eagle bottom con. Blitz is just going to slow this down, and he'll deal with the other half of the attack.
So well handled. Careful at every step. 4 on 2.
Snow continues to try, but the bomb gets dropped top ramp. Cowes, it is nothing but desperation. CT's cut him off with fire, and the Mongols on the brink of securing overtime again. Strong start from Pain was something we hadn't seen throughout this series, but what we do know is they can push to OT. They can keep it close because they have already twice, and they'll have to do it for a 3rd time.
Man, I mean, Dust 2, I didn't think it was possible based on the rounds that Mongol won to get in the lead. Pain suddenly turned it to a new level. 3 times in a row, man. Can they really do it? They'll have a decent buy. They won't have the op. It's looked flawless right now from the Mongols, but they have had trouble closing consistently.
8 CT round wins consecutive. Not a single bomb plant to be proud of if you're Pain. Nothing has worked regardless of direction, tempo, or X Factor 2. They have come up short. And with a frag grenade at their feet, it's going to be an act of desperation, a sprint out through the util. First one's down, Senzu double kill. How desperate are you? Flying through the fire goes Cowes, a measly 3 points of health to work with. But he does find a nice route down beneath the window. Easy cleanup. Senzu's the sensation. 4 kills to his name. And the Mongols have turned this upside down after so many close affairs throughout this series. They are on the brink of their 5th consecutive playoff appearance in the BTarena. Pain pushed them the limit, but it's a wall bang to end it. A little style sprinkled in, and it's not just that final kill, but a goddamn flawless CT side.
Absolutely rolled up the pack and smoked it. That's right, Amzinho and company have secured playoffs at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. And for the side of Pain, while it may feel painful now, they are down, but they are not out. Again, this was a 2-0 game, and now we get to see the Mongols picking up that 3-0.
Can we call it a statement loss in a sense, you know? The fact of the matter, they were able to remain.
Negative Nancy.
What exactly do you mean?
I mean that it's a statement. It's a statement that you're able to push the Mongols all the way to a 3rd map. The fact that you're able to lead on the 3rd map in a position where you probably could have and should have won the 3rd map and then book a spot into the playoffs. So for my money, that's a statement from Pain saying that we are able to play up to par with one of the best teams at this very tournament. So for that, my money is a statement loss. It doesn't feel good for them, but with the way they were playing tonight, they will make the playoff, and they will be a threat for a team like the Mongols should we get to the playoff as well.
I agree. I think they put up a commendable effort, especially on Dust 2, the way they brought it back. And then this first half, by the way, they were in complete full cruise control. 6-1, I believe the scoreline was, and there was so many huge plays coming out. And even the rounds where they were winning was so convincing, right? They were being so threatening, very disruptive as well, catching Mongols off guard, not giving them the space to work with. But man, once they won that CT pistol, just flawless, 9 in a row. And we touched upon how Senzu can make or break Mongols at times. We were critical of him on Dust 2 in the latter stages and how he was giving too many 4v5s to the side of Pain. But when he activated here on the CT side, I'm sorry, but Pain had absolutely no answer.
Yeah, this is more of the style of the Senzu that we've come to expect.
Sensational.
He is nice, man. That was good. You almost got me there. Yeah.
All right, cool.
And the numbers aren't going to lie either. Now, again, that doesn't mean Pain is eliminated. Pain's still certainly in the running, and you've got to give commiserations over there to the side of, say, NQZ and basically the whole squad for the idea that you damn sure came out here and bled on the server today.
It was a good performance. Again, don't forget that the very first map, I know it's a couple of hours ago, that was Inferno. That was also overtime as well. Pain Gaming played a good game of Counter-Strike, and finally we saw the Mongols, step it up. I think the second half on Mirage, that's the Mongols we kind of expected, and that's the Mongols we need in the playoff if they want to win the tournament or have any aspirations of going into the grand final. We mentioned Senzu, we mentioned the lockdown on the CT side as well. That was a well-playing the Mongols, but that's what it took for them to beat Pain. So again, a good game of Counter-Strike. I think the better team won, which I always like when what happens. Is not always the case, I'd argue, but in this sense, there was no doubt. And that being said, Pain, they have not made the playoff just yet, but I bet you if they play at this level tomorrow or the day after that, should they somehow, somewhere lose tomorrow, they will be part of the Cluj-Napoca playoff.
I think that, yeah, I agree. This half was absolutely the most convincing stuff we've seen from Mongols so far. Sure, that the complexity game comes to mind, but I'm not going to really count that particular
Are they a team?
game. Well, I
yes,
mean,
Complexity
they are
has
indeed
been
a team for now.
esports organization since the early foundations. I think is 2004, 2003.
Don't shit talk Jason Lake like
I'm
that,
not.
man.
I'm
No, not you. I'm talking
shit-talking.
about pimps.
So
That's Jacob.
What do you mean? They've also been around.
Okay. Jokes aside, I think
Thank you.
Senzu absolutely. Listen, man, it's been incredible. Everyone had a few doubts about Senzu ever since he broke his hand. He didn't play Blast, the Blast event as well, Blast Bounty. Yep. Coming to Kato, he was the lowest rated player, mind you, right? Even though it was a pretty commendable showing from the rest of his team, there was a lot of heavy lifting coming in from Blitz. There was a lot of heavy lifting coming in from 910 as well. But coming into this particular event, and sure, you can always say the opposition wasn't necessarily of the highest caliber, so to speak. But the fact that it's flexing in this manner, I think bodes very well for this Mongols team, where it feels like Techno finally is finding his form of old, so to speak. We've seen Blitz now, I think, the top 5 rated player in the tournament. 910 continuing to hit shots as well. And Mazzino, once again, he doesn't, that's the thing, Mazzino doesn't have to do anything crazy considering the roles and the position he plays, but still finding impact. This is the Mongols I wanted to see. More of this, less of that Dust 2.
Do you still want to see some polish on their gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, they can always get better, for sure, but I think this second half on Mirage, that's kind of what I want to see more of. I agree with Blur. That was spot on. That was clinical. That was at a very high level. I think the Mongols is a team that can still get better. Very young team, very young squad, but with the way they're playing here on Mirage, that's a team that you should fear going all the way into the grand final.
Yeah, real scary hours when Mzinho and company get to rolling around the server. Speaking of which, Mzinho, are you there on the other side of the line, bud?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can.
Hi, Mom.
Hey, congratulations, Mzinho. First thing I want to get out of the way, just right out of the gate here, is can you sing for me, Master Mongol?
No.
Okay. I thought I would ask.
Thank you.
But maybe. Okay.
That's a great answer. Thank you for that, Mazzino. Mazzino, quick question. Let's talk about the game a little bit. Dust 2, the second half, right? That looked a little messy. Can you just let me know what happened there?
We have the we have match point, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we played so Messi in terror side. Yeah. And they beat us on city side. Yeah.
That's it. All right, one more question for me. Final one. Are you the best 17-year-old Counter-Strike player right now?
Right now, I don't think so.
Really? Who you got?
There is Snow, Kyosuke. There is many more. Yeah.
Wow, so
I'm not
humble.
the best.
Yeah, eat your heart out,
A humble king.
Well, you're definitely in the conversation, let's put it that way. Messino, you are now qualified for the playoff, and I think you have maybe 5 days off to chill and calm down. Are you going to take some days off, or are you going to continue to practice?
Continue to practice for lifting trophy.
There we go. And how is Sensu's hand at the moment? It seems like it's getting better and better on the server.
Yeah, he's getting better. He took off his supporter. Yeah, and he's he can play very good at the moment. Yeah,
sounds
Clearly.
good. Sounds good.
Yeah, clearly. He's doing the thing. Mr. Mongol, can I call you that?
Yeah. Dude.
Hey, you want to tell anybody at home anything? I know you already said hey to mom, but you guys are going to the playoffs, and now's your chance to speak.
За монголчуудаа хэлгээд одоо Монголоос гарч яваад нэг сарын хугацаа өнгөрсөн. Тэгээ хоёр тэмцээнд орлоо. Хоёулынх нь плей-офф шат руу шалгарч чадлаа. Тэгээд энд цом өргөх гэж хичээх болно.
Well said, man. I don't think we could have said it any better ourselves. Thank you very much, Mzinho. Congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that guy.
Yes, I love it.
I like that guy, and I think you guys should be more like him.
Humble king, I think
He
so
is a
too.
humble king.
Yeah.
Immediately no. He shut you down as well, Trace.
Straight up.
I love it. Listen.
Just no. All right.
Techno has he's kind of shouldered the burden of all the interviews for so very long, and now we have the real interview king from the Mongols taking place. I want every interview with Mongols with Mzinho now, and maybe Blitz one day if he ever does agree to one.
Yeah, fair. He just got a smile on his face. You can't. It's a contagious.
He makes me feel
smile.
happy.
Yeah, he does. He kind of
Sitting with
really
you,
does.
with you
Dude,
two,
he's-
I can be a little depressed at times, but then this guy shows up. It's
17 years of age. He's living the dream of his life right now. Doing a good job as well. It's only fair that he gets to be happy. You know. I know we are not most often,
Well,
but
speak for mostly yourself.
well, I've seen you around for many days in a row now. It's
Camaraderie is dead.
I mean,
Nice, guys. Well, let's shelve our personal feelings because don't worry, this isn't live. No one's watching. It's all good. Let's go ahead and take a look at those results from Group A.
Anyway.
Because as today, I mean Group A, what I really meant to do was say Stream A. Now, the truth is, it did kind of shake down that we did get that full series there for 2-1 in the favor of Mongols. But if we're going backwards, FaZe damn sure showed up today against MOUZ. Astralis Falcons. Jacob, give me one word to describe that series.
that happened.
That was two
words, but
okay,
that's fine.
but cool, got it. And then Eternal Fire in big. EF finding a 2-0 there.
Yeah, I mean, EF, I think we're 100% of one of the favorites, right? I think they're one of the high-seeded teams who got a little bit unlucky because out of years cut off Woxic that they had to play against FaZe initially. But they got a job done and just one win remaining for them to make it to the arena. And for me, absolutely a favorite as well.
One thing I've noticed so far at this tournament, all the favorites have been showing up. All the favorites have been doing a
Best
good
of
job
three
so far.
Swiss, who'd have thunk?
There we go. You know, best of three Swiss format. They get to play into the tournament. Eternal Fire 2-1, Pain 2-1. There's a lot of quality teams in that section of the map pool right now. And then Falcons is also 2-1.
Anyway, that's Jacob.
Wow, just a jab at the end there.
Stream B it will be. That's what we're going to take a look at now. And as you can tell, yes, FlyQuest lost to the quote-unquote dead team of Saul.
I think this has to be
the lowest point?
The lowest point for them because, again, as we were saying, Saw, even if they've gone out 0-3, completely understandable, right? They're a dead team walking. This is the last time we're going to be seeing this particular lineup together. And FlyQuest, after all the praise we heaped on them for the run they had at the Major and how good they looked right now, and sure, you have a new Opper coming in, you're replacing Ali, but still, I think that has to be just a punch in the gut, a kick in the nuts.
Yes, eloquently put, Jacob.
Thank you.
Yeah, that sucks. You know, if you ever were to disband live at a tournament, maybe now would be the time. I'm not gonna lie. For FlyQuest, it's kind of puzzling because they did well at the major, and I think they had high aspirations. Regali coming into the team as well. It doesn't make sense to go 3 here. Imperial also eliminated. Complexity finally got their first win this year together as a unit. I'm not sure how much stock I want to put into that. They're now 1 and 2. Maybe they get to play Astralis tomorrow and they can get a second one. But as for Complexity, they're still alive.
Man, I love the way you just put it so delicately.
He just hate maxes so well. I love it.
I understand. Also, I don't. It's also more his problem than ours. But anyway, are you guys good for the day? You've had enough?
I'm good, man. I just want to know what games you got tomorrow.
That's what you want to know? Well, don't you worry, Blah, because I got that B-Stream schedule coming right on up for you. Can you imagine? There will be more Counter-Strike played, and you will enjoy it.
Oh boy, all right.
Ooh, Complexity gets to play Saw.
Oh boy,
that is interesting.
Yeah, so is Saul running around now here with the Grim Reaper outfit on?
Complexity are potentially, there's a real chance of them being 2 and 2 after having played Valkyries and Saw, which is incredible.
Well, to be fair, there's also a real world where Saw goes 2 and 2, so in that regard, it goes both ways.
Astralis MIBR, what are your thoughts on that, Pimp? Real quick.
I mean, that's going to be a close game. I think MIBR have struggled massively to replicate the performances we saw at the major. Astralis are nowhere to be found, or at least nowhere to be found in the sense that where they're supposed to be. So close game. And then make no mistake, Wildcard, I know they lost a couple of games at this tournament so far, but it's been very close fashion against the Mongols. Earlier today against Eternal Fire as well. Listen, they play good Counter-Strike. They're not bad at all. So watch out for Wildcard.
I think the Wildcard big for me is the game to watch on the B stream right there. I think absolutely. I think they've been a bit unfortunate not to be able to close out a couple of things, and big have been a bit shaky. So that's a game for me.
And I know Stanislaus putting the work over there.
Oh,
and I think you can see some of that fruit of that labor at least. Now, I did give you stream B.
Can you give us stream A?
I can, in fact, do that. Good call, Jacob. It's as if you saw it coming. A clairvoyant, that's what they call you, right?
Ooh, listen, I love these matchups.
These are all great.
Yeah, there's a clear favorite in every single one of them. Obviously, MOUZ versus Falcons. MOUZ are the favorites. Falcons, maybe they could put up a good fight here. MOUZ are by no means polished. We saw the
like
Seasides today. They were nowhere to be found.
I like Falcons. I like a couple of maps they won. I know it's against Astralis. There's a caveat right there, but when they look good. They look good. Nico's good. Eternal Fire 3D Max. That's a bang.
3D Max is the most underrated team at this tournament.
Well, hold on, because VP is also on this list.
Let's stick with Eternal Fire 3D Max for a second here, all right? Put some respect on that name, okay? I agree with you. 3D Max are absolutely underrated.
They'll still lose, but they're underrated.
But it could be close. It could be fun.
Yeah. And then Pain VP, that's honestly a 50-50. With the way Pain are playing right now, with VP, we saw good stuff from them at Katowice. At this tournament, it's been a little bit more shaky. They really had to fight for it against Wildcard today, but to me, that's a 50-50 game, so should bound for great matches tomorrow.
Toss a coin.
Yeah, I don't have any. I think we stopped using coins a while back, unless they're the bit kind, and I don't just mean...
Is that a Trump thing, or...?
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
That relax for me, pal. Just relax. Just calm it down, bud. I would ask you for your final thoughts, but I don't feel entirely safe with the way that some of you have started to, meander through the remainder part of this day. But I will say thank you very much for your input, moreover your time. And tomorrow you can expect that there will, in fact, be more Counter-Strike. The Swiss stage continues here at the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, and we'll see you there.